Chapter 101, Chapter 100. What? Konoha declared war on us. Upon hearing Master Ao's words, the faces of all the people present changed greatly. In recent times, due to the fourth Mizukage being controlled, they were cut off from information about Kirigakure. It was only recently that Ao, Terameme, and others started to doubt the leadership of Mizukage and discovered some clues. During the Third Shinobi World War, Ao defeated a Hokage clan member and took one of his Byakugan, which he implanted into his right eye socket. With it, he saw through the chakra pathways of Mizukage and foreign chakra in it. A powerful genjutsu was placed on the fourth Mizukage. Consequently, they all started monitoring Mizukage in passage to collect information about the person who could control a Jinchuriki and information about other shinobi villages. However, the information Ao gathered left everyone in stunned silence. In just a few months, Konoha had directly conquered the land of thunder, forcing the land of earth to choose an unconditional merger. With the exception of their land and water, the entire ninja world was now under Konoha's control. Furthermore, not long ago, Konoha's fourth Hokage, Ryan, declared a final war against the land of water. Now, what do all shinobi clans think about this invasion? Master Ao addressed the group. Everyone looked at each other, and the 7 ninja swordsmen remained silent. They were known for their expertise in wielding blades, but when it came to strategy, they were out of their depth. Observing the situation, Terumi at the side analyzed the current predicament in Kirigakure. With the 3 tails released from the fourth Mizukage's body, I'm afraid he won't survive for long. In this case, we must contemplate how to face Konoha's army. The others nodded in agreement. They signaled Terumi to continue her assessment. Terumi then turned her gaze towards Master Ao, her expression inquisitive as she spoke. Master Ao, we must now decide whether to fight or surrender. The choice lies with you. Terumi was merely a jonin at this moment and didn't want to bear the sole responsibility. Recognizing that Master Ao, as an elder of Kirigakure from the Third Shinobi War, possessed greater prestige and power than anyone present, it was only fitting to grant him the decision-making authority. After contemplating the issue for a moment, Ao's gaze suddenly turned to Kaga, Hoshiki, and other shinobi clans. However, all the clan patriarchs at that moment seemed to turn a deaf ear to what was going on outside the window, ignoring Ao's gaze. Seeing this, the Ao sighed helplessly. He found himself in a situation where he could only be considered Kirigakure's scapegoat. That's it, we must admit that our hidden mist village can't stop Konoha's offensive now. The footsteps of Konoha's unification of the ninja world cannot be halted. Let's inform everyone, he declared. Let the army gather, assess the situation, and then decide whether to surrender or not. The group agreed. Soon, Mist Shinobi began to gather, ready to confront the enemy and decide their course of action based on the unfolding events. Amidst the tensions rising in the ninja world due to the impending unification, 2 figures rushed into the mountain cemetery. Hey, I finally managed to escape. Damn it, you bastard. You left me and ran away alone. Unacceptable, retorted Uchiha Madara. He didn't care about the accusations. His ultimate goal was to resurrect his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. The life or death of pawns meant little to him. He was only concerned about his mother. Didn't you come back alive? What's the problem? Black Zetsu questioned. After hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Black Zetsu smiled mysteriously and led the brat to the depths of the cemetery. They reached the innermost part, where numerous coffins lay, containing the bodies of powerful individuals collected over the years. At the front was the recently deceased Uchiha Madara. Following Madara's explanations of some jutsus and future plans, the deadline for their resurrection had arrived. Black Zetsu summoned the White Zetsu for sacrifice. Reanimation jutsu. Accompanied by the final seal, a transparent soul returned from the Pure Land in an instant and entered White Zetsu's body. Countless paper-like substances quickly wrapped around White Zetsu, transforming it into Uchiha Madara at the peak of his power. A bit slow, definitely, Madara remarked as he observed his newly revived form, surprising the fake Uchiha Madara. He had never anticipated Madara's resurrection. He soon realized that the old man before them was actually the patriarch of the Uchiha clan from the early Konoha period, known as Shura of the shinobi world. Now we can start our plan. It's truly interesting to see how Konoha will unify the ninja world. Madara muttered with excitement. The 3 of them began putting their plan into action, and Madara focused on mastering the reanimation jutsu, created by the second Hokage Tobirama. Assessing his present body, Madara couldn't help but frown slightly. Although it wasn't his original body, it would suffice for their purpose. Meanwhile, in the cemetery, the corpses, which had been controlled by the 3, were gradually being resurrected one by one using the reanimation jutsu. However, the process was slow. Time passed, and the Konoha army arrived by the sea outside the water country. This war was seen as the final step towards achieving peace in the ninja world, and everyone in the army had smiles on their faces, believing that peace was finally within reach. I never thought that after 3 ninja world wars, the ninja world would finally experience peace. Who said it wasn't? Thanks to Lord 4th Hokage, Konoha actually managed to unify the ninja world. The land of water is the last one. Come on, everyone. Let's take the land of water in one fell swoop and welcome true peace in the ninja world. Amidst the current Konoha army, the ninjas were excitedly communicating with each other. The forces that were once rock shinobi, cloud shinobi, and sand shinobi were now united as one under the Konoha banner. At that moment, Ryan and other high-level members of the army also arrived at the forefront. Hokage-sama. The land of water seems to be preparing to resist. They have assembled a large army and stationed it at the border of the country. But there is no sign of the Mizukage among them. Upon hearing this, Ryan couldn't help but frown. It should have been Yugura who succeeded the third Mizukage's position after his death. So, why was there no sign of Yugura? Ryan considered the possibility that Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, the 2 masterminds, might be hiding in the land of water, exerting control over Yugura. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes. The army continues to move forward. I want to see that if hidden mist dares to stop us. With Ryan's order, the army continued to advance, capturing every territory they went to with little resistance. Entering the territory of the land of water was remarkably easy. As they progressed, they spotted the assembled Mist Shinobi army ahead. Facing the mighty Konoha army, the sheer numbers alone overwhelmed the Kiri Shinobi of Kirigakure. Not to mention their strength, just look at the formidable players in the Konoha lineup individually, such as Oniki, Raza, and the Sunin, all well known in the ninja world. Initially, Kirigakure had planned to wait and see, but witnessing the overwhelming force before them, Master Ao swiftly ordered everyone to lay down their weapons without hesitation. Drop your weapons. No one is allowed to make a move. Accept Konoha's merger with peace of mind. From now on, we will all live in peace. No more war. Following Master Ao's command, the Mist Shinobi army instantly gave up resistance. They put down their weapons and stayed where they were, accepting the inevitable. While the Konoha army had initially prepared for a fierce battle, they felt powerless now that the Mist Shinobi had surrendered. Nonetheless, the world shall finally be under Konoha and take over the entire land water. Master Ao, accompanied by Terumi and others, approached Ryan. Hokage-sama, please take care of us in the future. I didn't expect that Konoha would unify the ninja world. You are young and promising. I deeply admire you. Master Ao offered constant compliments, and Ryan, feeling slightly embarrassed, did not refute the elder's praises. After all, Master Ao was someone who had devoted himself to Kirigakure, and respect was due. However, there was a pressing matter that Ryan wanted answers to. He inquired about the whereabouts of the fourth Mizukage Yugura and why he wasn't present at the front. Upon hearing this question, Master Ao was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. He hastened to share the news that someone had controlled Yugura and used him to release the 3 tails inside the village. Confirming his suspicions, Ryan realized that Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara were still hiding in the ninja world. Although it was uncertain whether Madara was still alive or seeking a replacement, the fact that they were being watched secretly by these 2 was uncomfortable. We must find a way to locate these 2 individuals. Read the next 42 chapters on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 102, Chapter 101. 2 months have passed since the unification of the ninja world. During this time, Ryan directly informed a large number of ninjas to be careful of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, and if traces are found, report them immediately. However, despite their efforts, the 2 old monsters remained elusive, leaving Ryan uncertain about the future. It was crucial to locate and deal with them as early as possible. But for 2 months, no matter how many people Ryan sent out, they had not found any useful news. The team reported, Master Hokage, there is still no news. We have searched the territory of the land of sound and land of water, but we still haven't found any hiding places. Even the shinobi Minato shook their heads, indicating they too had not found any clues. Ryan knew he couldn't force the situation. It seemed that Madara and Black Zetsu wanted to remain hidden, so they would have to wait for them to reveal themselves. Okay. Stop searching for now. Let's focus on the development of Konoha. Now that Konoha is waiting to be revived, and all countries have just been unified, there are still many things to be busy with, Ryan announced. If these two people want to hide, it's near impossible to find them. Especially Black Zetsu, this guy has been in the ninja world since the era of Sage of Six Paths and even bewitched his son Indra. Who knows how many hidden underground hideouts this guy has made. In response to this, everyone took orders to leave one after another. Konoha's center is developing quite quickly and continues to expand and develop towards the periphery. All the prominent high-level shinobi clans from the other shinobi villages had also moved here. The former Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi had all become divisions, and the population of each country was almost integrated. Overall, the village showed a thriving attitude. In the first Hokage's world, after learning that his eldest brother intended to continue conquering other lands, Senjo Tobirama didn't agree with the decision. Brother, we have just conquered the land of wind. Now we're going to attack the land of earth again, isn't it too fast? Tobirama expressed his concerns. If we continue to fight like this, there will be many problems in the places we have conquered. Tobirama found it challenging to persuade Hashirama otherwise. He could only agree to let Hashirama lead a part of the army while he stayed to manage and integrate the land of wind in Konoha. This decision made Hashirama naturally and readily agree, inspired by the recent chat group conversations about Ryan's unified ninja world, which stirred up a sense of urgency in all members of the chat group to unify their world as well. It is truly incomprehensible. When they attacked various small countries half a year ago, his eldest brother was also worried, fearing it would lead to too many deaths. Even if he used forbidden jutsu to suppress the number of Konoha casualties, he disagreed with such an approach. As a result, the land of the wind has just been conquered, and it has not had enough time to be correctly integrated and merged smoothly in Konoha. Now, Hashirama is planning to fight the land of earth again. This situation has caused turmoil in the Konoha shinobi clans, and we're left wondering what to do. Hashirama let Tobirama handle the situation directly, saying, "Kill anyone who rebels." This change left Tobirama completely speechless. Hashirama was the one who initially advocated against unnecessary killing, and now he's the one suggesting it. Meanwhile, in the mountain cemetery of this world, Uchiha Madara's expression became more and more strange as he observed Konoha's actions. It seems Hashirama is now conquering small countries left and right after refusing to listen to my persuasion back when Konoha was initially formed. His recent actions of expanding Konoha directly and attacking other ninja villages were very puzzling to Madara. Black Zetsu also looked depressed at this time and asked, are you sure this is Hashirama's decision, not Tobirama's? Even though I don't fully understand Konoha's recent actions, I am certain that this is indeed Senjo Hashirama's doing. Hearing this, Madara fell silent. He had the idea of going back to talk to Hashirama, but when he faced the absolute strength before him, he dismissed the idea. He decided to wait and see what happens with Hashirama before making any decisions. In the first Hokage Uchiha Madara world, compared to Hashirama's world, Konoha's world is already too powerful. The lineup of the god and Shura of the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama, would be formidable in any era. To strengthen their position in their quest to unify the ninja world, Madara used Caesar beans to make both his and his younger brother's Mangekyo Sharingan evolve into eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Since he wants to unify the ninja world, it's natural for the strength of the Konoha and Uchiha clan to be stronger and better. Today, Konoha has conquered the land of water and the land of wind, leaving only the land of earth and the land of lightning undefeated. With Uchiha Madara saying, "Then, Hashirama, land of lightning will be entrusted to you." The two Senjo brothers nodded solemnly. They are determined that this battle will bring true peace to the ninja world. In today's Konoha, everyone is completely convinced by Uchiha Madara, the Hokage. Even Tobirama has endorsed Madara's philosophy, making it a firm order to be executed. Let's go. With the command, Madara and Hashirama lead the Konoha army to set off for the land of earth and the land of lightning, respectively. The goal is to unify the entire ninja world in one fell swoop. In the second Hokage Senjo Tobirama world, all the small countries around Konoha have been captured, and Tobirama has chosen the land of water for the first stretch. After half a year of effort, they have finally completely captured the kingdom of water. However, compared to the worlds of Hashirama and Madara, Tobirama seems a bit unlucky. There isn't much high-end combat power, and the top combat power of the future hasn't fully grown up yet. Fortunately, Tobirama has eternal Mangekyo, which has made things easier for him. Next, they plan to move against the land of wind. Tobirama thinks it's better to fight there compared to the land of earth and the land of thunder. After conquering the land of water, he successfully incorporated the entire Mist Shinobi into Konoha, significantly increasing Konoha's strength. In the fifth Hokage Tsunade world, Konoha is sending troops to other countries, and many small countries have been defeated. Meanwhile, the third Tsuchika Joniki, the fourth Raikage, and the fifth Mizukage Terumi may have gathered in the land of iron to discuss the situation. Konoha's actions stirred the nerves of all villages, and Oniki directly invited Raikage and Mizukage to ally against Konoha. The three villages joined forces to deal with the perceived threat. Tsunade's Cage, on the other hand, has been influenced by Naruto, who is now a fan of Tsunade's philosophy of peace. Naruto has convinced Garp to join forces with Konoha. In the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Obito is concerned about Konoha's actions. Obito has become more cautious after learning about Tsunade's ability to summon Hokages from all ages. He has been attacking other tailed beasts, but now that only the 8 tails and 9 tails remain. In the road to ninja world, Tsunade has made significant progress in recruiting various underground organizations and strengthening Konoha's power. The alliance with the Akatsuki has helped to unify the ninja world. The land of wind and the land of earth have fallen, and the land of thunder and the land of water are trembling, announcing their alliance with Konoha. Menma's hunt for bloodline ninjas has been interrupted by the news of Konoha's actions. He wonders what is happening with Konoha now. In the sixth Hokage Uchiha Obito world, Obito has shown great progress in his abilities since his miraculous operation. He continues to support Kakashi in using his new Sharingans and even invites Tsunade back to help with Kakashi's surgery. She helped Kakashi's body to adapt better to the new Mangekyo Sharingan, and Kakashi can use Sharingan more easily. Obito keeps senzu beans on hand to help Kakashi with his operation. Obito tells Tsunade-sama, please proceed with the operation. We need Kakashi in the best shape possible after the operation. Read 42 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 103, Chapter 102. Fifth Hokage Kakashi's World POV. Though Konoha's strength is currently in a poor state, Kakashi understands that the return of the Konoha Sunin is essential to bolster it. They represent the peak strength of Konoha, and having them back would greatly increase Konoha's power and morale. Kakashi's excitement soared when he was rewarded with the devil fruit in the chat group. Unlike the constant chakra drain caused by the Sharingan, the Gorogoro no Mi enhanced his physical capabilities, which brought him immense happiness. With this ability, his speed and destruction have increased to another level. The abilities he obtained seemed tailor-made for him. With determination, Kakashi began searching for the Konoha Sunin, hoping to bring all three back to the village. His primary target was Jiraiya, and he often scoured places like the land of hot springs and red light areas for clues. Eventually, he found Jiraiya in a hot spring, and although surprised, Jiraiya seemed to sense something was amiss. Kakashi had already thought about persuading Jiraiya to return, and he approached him with a heartfelt request. Jiraiya-sama, Konoha need your guidance now. Please come back to the village with me. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, pondering how to face Minato's child and Kakashi in front of him, Minato's student. After a sigh of helplessness, he agreed and returned to Konoha with Kakashi. During their journey, they discussed the third Hokage, and Jiraiya mostly remained silent with a self-deprecating smile. Kakashi hoped that with Jiraiya's return, Konoha wouldn't repeat the mistakes the third Hokage made, and in turn, keep Naruto safe. After successfully bringing Jiraiya back, Kakashi set his sights on Tsunade, knowing she could be convinced with the right offer. The current Hokage Kakashi presented her with irresistible conditions: first, to have the opportunity to meet the first and second Hokage. Second, a casino will be made where she can gamble with 5 million chips free per week. Initially skeptical, Tsunade eventually believed Kakashi, and without hesitation, she returned to Konoha with Shizune. However, despite his efforts, Kakashi couldn't find Orochimaru. Each time he rushed to Orochimaru's camp, the elusive figure had already disappeared. Intelligence seemed to outsmart him, and Kakashi could only return to Konoha empty-handed. Still, he remained hopeful that Orochimaru would eventually come back. In the end, all three Kakashi, Tsunade, and Jiraiya chose to return, promising a brighter future for the village. The strength of the village surged dramatically, bringing immense joy to Kakashi. With this newfound power, he felt confident enough to consider waging a war. However, despite multiple attempts, Kakashi's frustration mounted as he couldn't locate Orochimaru. Determined, he knew he had to bring Orochimaru back to Konoha to secure the entire Sound Ninja village under Konoha's control. In the world of the fourth Hokage, Minato's wife Kushina was about to give birth, causing worry to flash across his face. As a result, Minato refrained from expanding outward and chose to remain in the village to ensure his wife's safety during childbirth. Minato personally made a new hideout when he received the report from medical ninjas. With his ability from the devil fruit allowed him to create a secure separate space for the delivery. He instructed everyone to wait in a safe space, and with a remarkable display, he opened a door in front of them, allowing the medical team to follow Minato through the door. To ensure smooth delivery, the sealing class was present to protect the nine-tail seal, preventing any issues during birth. As preparations were underway, Minato swiftly gathered a large number of Enbu, and the patriarchs of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans to assist him with their jutsu. Having known about his future through the chat group, Minato had been eagerly awaiting this day. With a sense of urgency, he ordered the village to be closely patrolled. The news of someone targeting the nine tails prompted the need for strict patrols for the next 2 days. Everyone was instructed to arrest any suspicious individuals immediately and to send a signal for reinforcements directly. Minato's decisive orders were promptly conveyed and carried out by all, placing Konoha on high alert as they prepared for the imminent threat. The Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan, along with elites from various other clans, took charge of guarding Konoha, putting the entire village under military law. Despite the preparations, Minato remained uneasy and couldn't shake off his unease, making it hard for him to calm down. He recognized that the current deployments might not be enough to handle an uncertain number of attackers who were ready to strike with big ninjutsus as soon as they spotted Konoha. The thought of more enemies approaching any moment troubled him, leaving him lost in contemplation. With a determined gaze, Minato assured himself that he no longer needed to worry about his wife's safety. He took it upon himself to confront the impending attacker. Not far from Konoha, a figure donning black robes and red clouds closely monitored the movements within the village. He wore a spiral mask, with only one eye, which turned out to be a Sharingan, exposed. As the mysterious man observed the bustling life in the distance, a look of nostalgia filled his eyes. With a sense of returning home, the man declared, "I'm back, Konoha. But this time, let's start with you, sensei." He playfully remembered why the fastest ninja in the world was always late and was eager to see if his teacher would arrive on time to save his wife and child. Without hesitation, the man manipulated space, vanishing instantly and reappearing in Konoha undetected. This person was none other than Uchiha Obito, who was believed to have died on the battlefield. Now transformed into the new Shura of the shinobi world, empowered by the Mangekyo, he stealthily infiltrated Konoha. However, despite his thorough search, Obito failed to find any trace of Kushina. There was no secret room for childbirth, and the absolute surveillance revealed that Minato's wife never left Konoha. Growing increasingly frustrated, Obito's plans to unleash the Nine Tails and destroy Konoha were uncertain without knowing the Jinchuriki's location. As he prepared to continue his search, several figures suddenly appeared on the wall, surrounding him and identifying him as an intruder. Report to Hokage-sama that an intruder has appeared in the West District. Read 42 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 104, Chapter 103. Have you been found? TCH. Looking at the ninjas who quickly surrounded him, Obito wasn't worried at all. He was full of confidence in his abilities. The only thing bothering Obito was that, up until now, he hadn't been able to find the place where Kushina the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was. As more and more ninjas appeared, Obito realized there was no point in staying any longer. He had come to prepare for the release of the Nine Tails when its Jinchuriki gave birth, to take revenge on Konoha and Minato. But now, he couldn't locate the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, so Obito had to retreat temporarily. Observing Minato rushing over, Obito activated Kamui instantly. "Fourth Hokage, this time I'll take note of your planning," Obito said coldly. "Don't give me a chance. I'll be keeping an eye on you." Listening to the mysterious man's parting words, Minato quickly threw a handful of specially made kunai. However, the kunai went straight through Obito's head, as if he was familiar with Minato's actions. Obito just watched coldly as, along with the distorted space, he instantly disappeared from that place. Minato looked at the retreating mysterious man and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis had been temporarily lifted. Just as everyone was trying to improve Konoha's national strength, Ryan's mind suddenly received a familiar prompt. Ding. The Hokage chat group has been upgraded. New features have been activated. Please check the group notifications. The Hokage meeting will be officially held tomorrow. The upgrade is complete, the mechanic voice of the chat group announced. Ryan, who had been thinking about how to improve Konoha's strength, suddenly brightened. It had been some time since the semi-annual Hokage meeting, and they had been waiting for the chat group upgrade to be completed. Finally, it was time to hold a Hokage meeting again, and the chat group had even opened up new functions. One of them was the training field, where they could compete with Hokages from other worlds in the chat group. This function immediately caught Ryan's eye. His strength had now reached the 6th path level, and few people in the entire ninja world could be his opponents. The only one who could be counted as an opponent was Kaguya, who was sealed on the moon, but Ryan didn't want to risk it. With the training field function complete, Ryan could now go in and fight without any restraint, to test his strength and train. As for the point exchange function, there was something similar to a shopping mall in the chat group, where points could be earned and redeemed. Ryan hadn't checked the mall yet, but he believed that, as a Hokage chat group, the things in the mall would be worthwhile, just like the abilities they had gained as rewards in the past few meetings. The only thing Ryan wants to know now is how to acquire these points. They can only wait for the 5th Hokage meeting to be held. Ryan, everyone, the Hokage chat group has been upgraded. Ryan, there is still one day before the Hokage meeting. Please attend to the affairs of your respective worlds. Ryan, after the update of this chat group, 2 new functions have been opened. You can take a look when you have time. Senjo Hashirama, oh. The upgrade is finally successful. Uchiha Madara, is the meeting tomorrow? It seems like we need to speed things up. Senjo Tobirama, let's not waste time. The meeting will be held tomorrow, not today. Tsunade, second grandpa is right. Glasses Tsunade, second grandpa is right. Namikaze Minato, Naidame-sama, I will be going then. Kakashi, sensei take care of Naruto and big sister Kushina. Obito. After Tobirama's speech, everyone quickly disappeared from the chat group. There's only one day left. Improve as much as you can. Even a few points matter. Once the meeting starts, there will be no way to get ahead. Looking at the chat group that has quieted down again, Ryan also feels the pressure. Now this group of Hokage is completely motivated. Everyone is working hard to put their worlds in the top 3. If they can fight a major country, they will never fight a smaller one. They can only increase the power of their countries, nothing else matters. Thinking about the upcoming meeting, Ryan is not idle either. After leaving the Hokage building, he heads straight to the current Technology Research Institute. The current and the first director is, of course, Orochimaru. Seeing Ryan approaching, Orochimaru was a little surprised. After all, Ryan hasn't been here since the Institute of Science and Technology was built. So his visit today is unexpected, but Orochimaru still greets him, 4th Hokage. How's the chakra cannon research going? Ryan asks directly. Upon hearing that Ryan's target is the chakra cannon, Orochimaru's eyes light up. Even he has to admire Land of Lightning's technology when it comes to the chakra cannon. It's a remarkable piece of technology that surpasses the entire ninja world's level of advancement. Orochimaru replies, these fools have outdone themselves with their innovation. However, developing a weapon like the chakra cannon on a larger scale will take several years to thoroughly research. It's far from being that simple. Ryan isn't surprised by the response. After all, this type of technology wasn't developed until the Naruto period. The fact that they might build it within a few years is already a significant speed improvement. Thank you for your hard work. Aside from the chakra cannon, please continue researching all other aspects. The burden on your Science and Technology Research Institute remains substantial, Ryan acknowledges. But Ryan's words meant nothing to Orochimaru at all. As a well-known researcher in the ninja world, a man who is obsessed with research and can tinker with Shinigami himself, this kind of burden is no pressure for Orochimaru at all. Orochimaru, the man who fought against Sasuke, Naruto, and Kakashi. These 3 defeated Kaguya. He killed the 3rd Hokage and still lives in Konoha. Has children and is half immortal. He perfected the reanimation jutsu and can summon the first 4 Hokages. Out of all villains in Naruto, he is the strongest because you can defeat Orochimaru but you can't kill Orochimaru. Don't worry. Now the progress is very fast, Orochimaru reassured Ryan with a positive answer. Satisfied with the response, Ryan left the Institute of Science and Technology. His next stop was Konoha Hospital. As a major facility for people's livelihood, hospital construction was also essential. Upon arriving at the hospital, Ryan walked into the dean's office under the adoring eyes of all the medical ninjas. Inside, he saw Tsunade, who was studying medical ninjutsu, and Shizune, who was helping to find information. Upon seeing Ryan, Tsunade took advantage of the opportunity to stop her movements and said seriously, "What? You remember me now? Go play with your 2 little secretaries." Hearing Tsunade's words, Ryan suddenly looked embarrassed. These days, he practically lives in his office, and Pakra and Mabi serve him personally, but he reads all the files and makes decisions for all the people under him. Naturally, it made Ryan linger in the office. Cough, cough. Now that the ninja world is unified, more and more files need processing. It's not that I don't want to come here, I'll do so as soon as I have time. Ryan tried to explain. Tsunade wasn't very satisfied with Ryan's answer, but she didn't say much. She raised her eyebrows and then glanced at Shizun, who blushed and quickly picked up some documents and left the office, leaving Ryan and Tsunade alone. Ryan could sense something was amiss, and as he expected, Tsunade approached him playfully. Before he could speak, Tsunade immediately blocked his mouth and slowly said, "So, what did you come to the hospital for today? Or is your body not feeling well these few days? Why don't you want me to check it out for you?" With Tsunade's words, she squatted down slowly under Ryan's astonished gaze and began to check him carefully. The sudden scene made Ryan take a sharp breath. His whole body tingled, from his feet to his scalp, while Tsunade was engrossed in checking his body. Read 42 chapters ahead on p*Korean.com/Mariani. Chapter 105, Chapter 104. These days, under the command of Ryan, the whole ninja world was frantically searching for Madara's and Black Setsu's whereabouts. This pissed off Uchiha Madara. Even Setsu dared not go out to inquire about information easily. Most of the ninjas who searched for them were from the Hyuga and Uzumaki clans. Now that the Uzumaki clan members in the country of grass have been rescued, their strength has somewhat gradually recovered, and most of them joined the ranks of Konoha. With everyone coming out to search for traces of Uchiha Madara, they relied on the Kagura heart perception of Uzumaki and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Under this powerful perception, there was no way for Madara and Black Setsu to go unnoticed completely. Now, besides the previously stolen corpses in Mist Shinobi Village and the Cloud Shinobi Village, there simply aren't many ninjas worthy of impure world reincarnation. Madara cursed, damn it. Now these little ninjas aren't enough to be enemies of the entire ninja world. Konoha is not that simple anymore. Despite Uchiha Madara regaining his youth, he was still in the body of impure world reincarnation, which made him very unhappy. Moreover, Uchiha Madara couldn't understand the current situation in Konoha. So what do we do now? One of his associates asked. My clones can still go out and investigate with the Mayfly technique. Madara shook his head. Even letting them out now won't help. Your clones are more idiotic than Hashirama. Our whereabouts might get exposed, and that will ruin our plan completely. Thinking of the plan, Madara had a strange look on his face. The current ninja world seemed not much different from what he had imagined. Even if he cast infinite Tsukuyomi himself, it wouldn't bring true peace to the ninja world, as Ryan's actions were proving. Contemplating this, Madara fell silent for a moment. Though his goal had been achieved in the end, it wasn't by his doing. This made Madara feel awkward. Forget it, let's lay low and hide. There's always a chance, he said determinedly. Little by little, time passed. The next day, Ryan had just left the hospital. Thinking about the previous night's events, he couldn't help touching his lower back. Fortunately, his sage body was powerful enough to endure the strain. When Ryan arrived at the office, he saw Mabi dressed in a secretary's costume, greeting him, "Hokage-sama, please rest first, today's documents can be processed soon." Upon reaching the office, Ryan was attended to by his secretary and comfortably took his seat as Hokage. He didn't have to do everything himself as others handled their respective tasks. Pakra, witnessing this, couldn't help but curl his lips. As a senior member of the wind department, she was one of the first to merge into Konoha. She couldn't accept being pushed aside so easily. He decided to come behind Ryan and gently pressed his shoulders with both hands. This kind of life made Ryan squint his eyes comfortably. Just then, a reminder sound rang in Ryan's mind. The chat group meeting was about to start. It was time for the Hokage meeting, and Ryan was excited to finally gather enough Hokages of the ninja world to open new functions. He worried that if the Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju worlds unified the shinobi world, his position as #1 Hokage might become unstable. Thus, he was eager to hold the meeting. When the chat interface asked if he wanted to invite newcomers, he chose to invite as per the customary practice. Newcomers were always welcome before each meeting. With the newcomers joining this time, the chat group had reached 10 people, and the function of the multiverse travel was about to be activated. This motivated Ryan even further. He wondered who the newcomer would be this time. Soon, after Ryan confirmed the invitation, the chat group automatically filtered the eligible Hokage worlds. Ding. The invitation is successful. 5.5th Generation Hokage Shimmer Danzo joined the group chat. What? Ryan was taken aback by the notification tone of the chat group, showing a strange expression on his face. Last time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was invited, and this time it was Shimmer Danzo, the Hokage with the shortest tenure in history. As the 5.5th Generation Hokage of Konoha, Danzo dedicated his life to the village and died in the position of Hokage. His perseverance until the end left a lasting impact on the people. Regarding Danzo, Ryan didn't comment too much. After all, he was the infamous scapegoat in the history of Naruto, often taking on the role of a scapegoat. Ryan knew that Danzo's presence would liven up the group chat. This guy has done more damage than Uchiha Madara ever did to Konoha. He and Hiruzen played a good cop and a bad cop so well that nobody ever caught on. Soon, the second world was also selected by the chat group. Ding. The invitation is successful. 6th Hokage Kakashi joins the group chat. Ryan found Kakashi's world to be much more normal. During Kakashi's rule after the Great Fourth Ninja War, Konoha's strength was formidable. With Naruto as the upcoming 7th Hokage, Sasuke protecting Konoha while journeying through the ninja world, Sakura keeping up with everyone, even with Tsunade in the village, and Orochimaru coming back, Konoha's power had reached the same peak when the Konoha was first established. Learning that the second world was Kakashi's relieved Ryan. The 7th Hokage Naruto world might have caused him more concern, but the 6th generation Konoha was still somewhat distant from Naruto's time. Ryan then joined the chat group and teleported to the chat meeting space. In the 5.5th Generation Hokage world, Danzo was ecstatic to have finally taken the Hokage seat, 43 years after his Hiruzen became the Hokage. He laughed wantonly in the Hokage's office, holding the Hokage hat in his hands. At this moment, the Root Ninja had completely replaced the Enbu. Danzo instructed Root to keep a close eye on Tsunade's recovery and report to him anytime. He knew that he had taken advantage of Tsunade's weakened state after the invasion by pain to ascend to the Hokage position. As the village began to be rebuilt, Danzo's perennially gloomy face was now filled with smiles. His Root, which had been hidden in Konoha for many years, was finally seeing the light of day again. Touching the Hokage's position on the desk, Danzo felt elated. To him, the seemingly ordinary tables and chairs were beautiful. However, his joy was interrupted by a prompt sound in his mind. Ding. You have joined the Konoha Hokage chat group. The group owner, Ryan, is holding a Hokage meeting. Please join now. Read 43 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 106, Chapter 105. Ding. You have joined the Konoha Hokage chat group. This sudden beat made Danzo's expression change instantly. He searched around the room, looking for the source of the sound, but couldn't find anything. Frowning and confused apart from Root, nobody was present in the Hokage office. He wondered, who the hell is it? While Danzo was pondering, the sudden notification sounded again in his mind. Ding. The Hokage chat group leader, Ryan, has launched a Hokage meeting. Please go to participate immediately. At this moment, Danzo couldn't sit still anymore. He had finally become Hokage and didn't want to be assassinated so soon. Come here, he shouted, and Yamanaka-fu and a bear maid Torun, who were hidden in the dark, quickly rushed into the office. They positioned themselves on either side, protecting Danzo in the middle. Master Danzo, what's going on? Are there any new missions or enemies? Yamanaka-fu asked, looking around the office with confusion. There was no movement at all, and the two of them were also perplexed. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary in the office, Danzo was also puzzled. Could the sound have come from somewhere else? Was what the voice said true? Thinking about this, Danzo promptly sent Yamanaka-fu and the others out to investigate, while he focused on the beep. After carefully examining the notification, Danzo suddenly burst into ecstasy. Ha ha ha. Hiruzen. Did you see it? Teacher, you really chose the wrong person. You've been Hokage for so many years, have you ever encountered such a miraculous thing? Have you ever been invited by the Hokage chat group? Choosing you as Hokage was a mistake. Only I, Shimmer Danzo, am destined to become Hokage. After researching the Hokage chat group, Danzo became even more proud. In his view, Sarutobi Hiruzen must not have been invited by the Hokage chat group. But now, as Danzo had just become Hokage, he was successfully invited by the group. Next, he could meet other Hokages from various years by himself. Humph. If I can meet Tobirama-sensei, I must prove to Sensei that choosing Hiruzen was a mistake. Chat group. I joined the meeting. Danzo declared, unable to contain his excitement any longer. It seems that he was going to meet his former teacher, second Hokage Senjo Tobirama. As Danzo's voice fell, colorful light instantly enveloped him, and he was teleported to chat group space. In 6th Hokage Kakashi's world, Konoha was entering a period of rapid development, as were the other 4 countries. Recently, there have been constant movements on the moon, with meteorites falling from the sky. This led to the 5 great powers holding multiple 5 cage meetings. They even made a timer for the potential destruction of the moon and closely monitored its situation every day. It's getting more and more worrisome every day. I always feel something is wrong. I don't know if it's just my imagination, Kakashi said, looking at the moon getting closer and closer to the earth outside the window, wearing a sad expression. All 5 major countries were concerned about the moon's problem. Ding. You have joined the Konoha Hokage chat group. The group owner, Ryan, is holding a Hokage meeting. Please join now. What sound? A voice suddenly echoed in Kakashi's mind, instantly making him tense up. After all, it's been less than 2 years since the 4th Shinobi War ended. A few years ago pain demolished the entire Konoha without any warning. Without Obito's Sharingan, Kakashi no longer had low-level Jonin chakra. Now, as the 6th Hokage, he was genuinely cage level, although not as strong as when he had both Kamui and Susanoo. Just as Kakashi was on guard, the secretary next to him looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, Lord Hokage, what's wrong? Is there an emergency? Kakashi was taken aback by the question and replied with a puzzled face, can't you hear this voice? The secretary responded, what sound? Upon hearing this, Kakashi looked deeply at the secretary, feeling puzzled. It seemed that only he could hear this voice. Ding. The group owner, Ryan, has launched a Hokage meeting. Please join immediately. The voice in Kakashi's head rang again, and he glanced at the secretary, who still seemed unaware of it. It appeared that only he could hear this voice. Looking at the message from the Hokage chat group, Kakashi realized that this chat group allowed him to communicate with other Hokages from different worlds. If he could chat with them, maybe there was a chance to find a solution to the problem of the moon. Then, I join. Kakashi declared. In an instant, numerous colorful lights burst out before him, enveloping him. After upgrading the current Hokage chat group, every time a Hokage meeting was held, the participants' worlds would enter a static state until they returned from the meeting. There was no longer a need to worry about what would happen in their own worlds. As Kakashi entered the chat space, he noticed a figure that had been hoisted up. It was a familiar figure with countless wounds and was in a rather miserable state. Hashirama and other Hokages were holding thorny wine whips and not listening to Danzo's pleading or explanations, whipping him hard again and again. But even so, everyone was still not relieved. Seeing this, Ryan also came to the crowd. At this time, the newly joined Kakashi was also pulled over by Obito and Kakashi from the 3rd generation world, and they explained the ins and outs of everything. Kakashi, who came in later, suddenly realized. Alright everyone, before the 5th Hokage meeting begins, let me introduce the new functions of the chat group to you. Presumably, everyone should have known about it in advance, right? Ryan announced, and Hashirama and others, who were still smoking Danzo, temporarily stopped their movements and nodded. Ryan stepped aside, revealing the light gate that suddenly appeared behind him. Then, let's experience the new functions of the chat group first. The next step is the training field function. How fun it would be to fight against Lord Danzo the darkness of the shinobi world. Go to the duel arena and have a good fight. Ryan said enthusiastically. Upon hearing Ryan's words, Hashirama and others' eyes brightened. They expressed their eagerness to be the first to go in and fight with Danzo. After some discussion, the honor of the first fight fell to the 1st Hokage, Senjo Hashirama. Danzo was released, and his injuries were immediately recovered by the chat group. Danzo, don't say we don't give you a chance. As long as you can beat any of us Hokage in the arena, then you can stay in the chat group. Otherwise, you should be able to imagine the result. Ryan declared, addressing Danzo. Danzo, realizing that he had no other option, hastily agreed. Since entering the chat group, he had wanted to prove to his teacher, second Hokage Tobirama, that he was the most suitable candidate for the position of Hokage in all of Tobirama's students. However, things didn't go as planned. The moment Danzo joined the chat group, Tobirama beat him up directly. After the fight, Danzo was even more frustrated. Hashirama followed suit and tormented Danzo with the throwing whips he made using wooden style. Now, Danzo was determined not to be hung up again. First generation Hashirama, who used to be the gentlest, had completely changed his appearance in the chat group. He had a smile on his face as he walked into the gate of the duel field first. Danzo, under the gaze of the crowd, couldn't escape and had to bite the bullet and follow Hashirama into the duel arena. As soon as the two entered the dueling field, the entire chat group space changed instantly. Everyone was already sitting in the stands on both sides of the arena, and in the ring were first generation Hashirama and Danzo. It's about to start. Do you want to place a bet? In how many seconds do you think Danzo will be defeated? Madara asked. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 107, Chapter 106. Are there any other function? That's right, Ryan affirmed, facing the curious eyes of the crowd. He casually waved his hand as the light curtain of the chat group instantly appeared in front of everyone, impressively listing their names along with their respective points. Group leader Ryan, 1000 points. First Hokage Senjo Hashirama, 1000 points. First Hokage Uchiha Madara, 1000 points. Sixth Hokage Kakashi, 1000 points. 5.5 Hokage Shimura Danzo, 1000 points. Everyone started with 1000 points. As they gazed at their points on the light curtain, their attention turned to the point exchange mall, which showcased various items available for exchange. Random devil fruit, 10,000 points. 1 Tomo Jade Sharingan, 1000 points. 2 Tomo Sharingan, 5000 points. 3 Tomo Sharingan, 10,000 points. There are so many things. But why are they so expensive? The perfect devil fruit we ate before cost 10,000 points. Look at the Sharingan, we can exchange them step by step. 1000 points for 1 Tomo, 5000 points for 2 Tomo, and 10,000 points for 3 Tomo. Madara, now everyone can be Uchiha. Shut up Hashirama. The crowd exclaimed, captivated by the items in the mall, and this was only the lowest level selection. As Ryan and others continued browsing, the variety of items and their prices astounded them. Scion Blood, 10 million points. Frost Demon's Bloodline, 10 million points. Namkian Bloodline, 10 million points. Raijin Chaka, 20 million points. 100% hair growth oil, Saitama Edition 20 million points. These things are incredible. They're so expensive. Amidst the doubts, Ryan stepped in to provide some answers for everyone. Each item had its unique appeal, and even Ryan himself felt a strong desire for them. He explained how some items were essential for advancing and becoming stronger, but their astronomical point requirements made them difficult to get, even for him. The crowd listened attentively as Ryan introduced the items one by one, and it filled their eyes with longing. So, this Scion Blood can make you infinitely stronger. And it doubles your strength when you're on the verge of death. Yes, Ryan affirmed, nodding seriously. He shared their desire for the Scion Blood. Tobirama, known for his intelligence, then suggested a bold idea. What if we pair this bloodline with senzu beans? Can it become infinitely stronger? Ryan was surprised and impressed by Tobirama's creativity. It is indeed possible. As introducing the points mall concluded, Ryan redirected everyone's attention to the duel field. Now, does anyone want to place a bet? Bets. You can gamble who will win this duel. Upon hearing Ryan's words, 5th Hokage Tsunade instantly perked up, looking excited as she rushed to Ryan, eager to squander the 1000 points in her hand. Tobirama and others on the side also became spirited. In this duel, everyone can bet on the two sides fighting, and the chat group sets the odds based on their respective strengths, just like now. As Ryan spoke, a betting light curtain appeared in front of everyone. 5.5 Hokage Shimura Danzo, 1 for 1000. First Hokage Senjo Hashirama, 1 to 1.1. Looking at the outrageous odds, everyone fell silent for a moment. The gap seemed too big. Amidst the silence, one person had already invested all 1000 points in it. What they? Someone placed a bet on Danzo. Wait Tsuna, you bet on Danzo. Upon seeing Tsunade betting on Danzo, everyone was left speechless, their heads filled with confusion. This seemed like an unexpected gift for a boy. Facing the curious gazes of the crowd, Tsunade was taken aback but responded seriously, don't you bet on the one with the higher odds. Hearing this answer, everyone was left speechless for a while. They no longer cared about Tsunade's decision and instead invested their 1000 points in Senjo Hashirama. After all, with such a disparity in strength, it seemed wise to make a steady profit without risking anything. As for Tsunade, she also seemed to realize her mistake and looked at Ryan with an aggrieved face. Can I change it? My points. Ryan shook his head helplessly at this, unsure of how to handle Tsunade's outrageous betting. It seemed she didn't care about anything and simply picked the one with the highest odds. He jokingly said to Tsunade, betting is an art. With the bets completed, everyone's attention turned back to the duel arena. The two opponents had already finished their preparations, and the shackles on Danzo's body were lifted. Lord First Hokage. I will prove to you all that I am undoubtedly the best Hokage. Hashirama paid no attention to Danzo's words, he simply wanted to defeat him. The battle begins. With the starting signal issued in the duel field, Hashirama clapped his hands, and the black marking of sage mode appeared on his face. Sage art, wood style, true several thousand hands. A massive wooden statue instantly materialized in the duel arena. But Hashirama wasn't done yet. His eyes transformed into the appearance of Mangekyo Sharingan. Golden Susanoo. The already huge wooden statue was now covered with a layer of golden Susanoo armor. At this horrifying scene, Danzo, who was ready for a fierce fight, froze in place for a moment. Wood style and Mangekyo Sharingan. At this moment, even the spectators were stunned, including Uchiha Madara, who had previously used Nine Tails armored Susanoo. He hadn't expected Hashirama, now wielding the power of the Uchiha clan, to be even more astonishing. He had directly combined the thousand hands with Susanoo. At this moment, Hashirama directly controlled true several thousand hands and smashed toward Danzo. The power of Susanoo true several thousand hands only grew stronger. With the first fist down, a burst of energy erupted like a miniature explosion, creating a continuous boom all over the sky in the duel field. Danzo's figure was long submerged in this terrifying bombardment. Ah, it's satisfying. Brother's strength is incredible now. Haha, I knew it. 1,000 points is a safe bet. All the members watching the battle burst into smiles. The only unhappy person was Tsunade. Realizing that her 1,000 points were lost in vain, Tsunade was upset and angry. She couldn't help but imagine rushing in and beating up this old thing, vowing to come back stronger in the next game and teach Danzo a lesson. In the duel arena, the series of bombardments with true several thousand hands came to an end. Hashirama jumped down from the wooden statue, transforming into a huge golden Buddha in the air. What is this? Looking at the Hashirama's new golden Buddha transformation, Ryan was taken aback. It turns out that the random devil fruit eaten by him turned out to be Buddha no Mi. What incredible luck. The god of shinobi who established order in First Ninja Village ate Marine Admiral Sengoku's devil fruit. Hashirama, in his giant Buddha form, leaped toward Danzo was previously standing, now covered in dust from the bombardment. Undeterred by the debris, the incarnate Buddha targeted Danzo's position. Big Buddha shockwave. An invisible shockwave instantly blasted down, leaving no trace of Danzo. A line of words appeared above the duel field. The duel ends. Winner, Senjo Hashirama. First time winning reward, 1,000 points. As colorful rays of light swept through, the entire duel field was instantly restored to its original condition, including Danzo, who recovered from being blasted to pieces. At this point, Danzo was still in a state of confusion. Hey. Wahaha. Not bad, not bad. It's just that Tobira's student is too weak, it couldn't withstand my full blow. I don't have any students except Kagami and Torifo Akimichi. Not fun. Not fun. The battle was over, and Hashirama, who emerged victorious, nodded with satisfaction. Moreover, he received 1,000 points as a reward, which brought him joy. While everyone was immersed in the celebration of Hashirama's victory and the 1,000 points, a muffled sound was suddenly heard. Boom. Ouch. A figure flew into the gate of the dueling field in an instant. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 108, Chapter 107. Before anyone could react, Tsunade kicked Danzo directly into the arena. Hey wait Tsunade. Hey, line up just like everyone else. That's right, no jumping in line. She's as angry as me though. As everyone watched Tsunade's eagerness to beat up Danzo, some people hurriedly shouted at her, but at that moment, Tsunade cared little. She lost 1,000 points at once because of him. I have to beat that old dog up, Danzo. Without waiting for the crowd to clear, Tsunade plunged straight into the arena. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. The odds of the duel appeared in front of everyone. 5.5 Hokage Shimura Danzo, 1 to 10. 5th Hokage Tsunade, 1 to 2. Looking at the odds given by the chat group, everyone was taken aback. The difference in odds was not that big, nowhere near as inflated as the first generation. Looking at Danzo's odds of 1 to 10, Hashirama suddenly felt eager to try. I have 2,000 points in my hand. Just when Hashirama was about to cast a spell on Danzo, Tobirama pulled him back. Looking at his big brother in front of them, Tobirama was also speechless. I can understand your cunning plan at a glance, big brother, but Tsunade is your granddaughter. Won't you support her as her grandfather? Hearing Tobirama's words, Hashirama also reacted, but looking at the odds of 1 to 10, his heart was bleeding. In the end, he bet all 2,000 points on Tsunade. As for Danzo's 1 to 10 odds, nobody bet on him. All bets were on Tsunade. In the duel arena, Danzo became instantly angry as they looked at Tsunade in front of them. Humph. Damn, little girl. I agreed to let you be the 5th Hokage. How dare you challenge me now? You are disrespecting the elder. Shode can defeat me, but you little girl can't defeat this old man. Today, I will teach you a lesson for Hiruzen, a stinking girl who knows no respect. As Danzo said this, he immediately formed hand seals, and countless chakras gathered in his mouth. Wind release, vacuum blade. This time, Danzo wasn't planning to hold back. Once he won, there would be nothing left to say about these Hokages. He wanted to take down Tsunade first, the woman who became Hokage after Hiruzen's death. Facing the oncoming vacuum blade, Tsunade stomped her feet and skillfully used one of the Marine 6 styles to dodge the attack. She used Soro and appeared in front of Danzo in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. As Tsunade executed her iconic punch, Danzo naturally knew the power behind it. If it landed on his head, it would be disastrous. Faced with this blow, Danzo had a confident smile on his face. His left hand quickly formed a seal, and his right arm directly blocked the direction of Tsunade's attack. Wood release, wood human jutsu. Danzo encased himself in a wooden structure to protect himself from harm. The moment the dome appeared, Tsunade's chakra-enhanced fist hit it heavily, shattering it into countless pieces of debris. Without waiting for Tsunade to adjust and fire a second shot, Danzo took the lead in attacking. The wooden dome that Tsunade had just smashed suddenly sprang out countless branches. In an instant, Danzo wrapped up Tsunade. Successful. You're still too young. As Tsunade struggled with the entanglement, a confident smile appeared on Danzo's face. Then he quickly activated a forbidden technique. One of the Sharingan on his right arm lost its light at that moment. Wood style, buried roots. As he activated the jutsu, both Danzo and Tsunade were swallowed by the giant tree that appeared. Soon after, Danzo reappeared, having used his Nage to avoid death. Seeing Tsunade assimilated by the giant tree in front of him, Danzo smirked. Ha ha ha. I won. Announce it. I won. Despite Danzo's loud shouts in the arena, the crowd watching the battle remained calm. All eyes were fixed on the giant tree. Realizing he had been shouting for a long time without ending the competition, Danzo began to feel a bad premonition. He anxiously looked towards the big tree. The once sprawling tree now began to shrink, its branches becoming more fragile. But it wasn't over yet. The tree, which had blocked out the sky and sun, continued to shrink until it became a small seedling on the ground. Tsunade's figure reappeared in front of Danzo, with pink flames burning in both hands, making Danzo's brows twitch. What kind of jutsu is this? Tsunade couldn't be bothered to explain and rushed towards Danzo again. Her peach-colored flames kept trying to hit him, forcing Danzo to dodge continuously. As Tsunade, skilled in physical combat, closed in on him, Danzo found it increasingly difficult to evade her attacks. After a few rounds, Tsunade managed to hit Danzo multiple times with her ability. What's happening? As Danzo attempted to escape, the peach-colored flame gushed out from his body. He began to shrink significantly until he turned into a little kid. But it didn't end there. His body continued to shrink, turning him into a mere brat. Danzo's form kept getting smaller until he vanished from the duel arena. The peculiar ability even prevented Danzo from using Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. The duel ended. Winner, Tsunade. First time winning reward, 1,000 points. With the duel concluded, Tsunade emerged from the arena with a happy face. Finally, she had recovered the 1,000 points she had lost in vain. As for Danzo, he meekly shrank in the corner, knowing better than to say anything. But Ryan and others weren't about to let him go so easily, especially with 1,000 points at stake. They were determined to get some payback from the old coot. Everyone took turns attacking Danzo, making him regret his actions. Starting with Ryan, the entire duel field was instantly darkened. Ryan stunned everyone with a direct shot of the big ball raised Nan. The terrifying power left a giant pit in the arena. But this is not the greatest power of the big ball raised Nan. Except for Ryan, Uchiha Madara, who entered later, also directly opened the Susanoo and delivered a blow to Danzo. Danzo wasn't even able to use the Izangi or any other techniques. Tobirama's Mangekyo Sharingan awakened his spatial ability, and upon entering the arena, he launched Flying Thunder God and teleport to Danzo. Used mutually multiplying explosive tags and then hit himself in space with his Mangekyo Sharingan ability. After a few duels, Danzo didn't fight any of them. It's unclear whether he was beaten up or completely desperate. Even against the weakest ninja in the group class as Tsunade, Danzo didn't even dodge. Tsunade used Slippery Fruit and Marine 6 styles to quickly approach and kill him with a punch. With everyone attacking again, Ryan quickly used the kicking function. Ding. Group leader Ryan used the kick out function. Aiming at the 5.5 Hokage Shimmer Danzo, do you agree to kick him out of the group? Looking at the text on the light curtain, Ryan couldn't help but be taken aback. Unexpectedly, after the update of the chat group this time, the kicking function turned out to be like this. Hashirama and others naturally voted in favor of kicking Danzo. In an instant, it became 10:1. The crushing vote just ended, and the chat group directly kicked Danzo out. At the same time, similar to when kicking third Hokage Sarutobi years and before, the chat group released a task. Each Hokage in his world is vital to the chat group. When a group member is kicked out, a new Hokage substitute needs to be found in the group member's world. Now release task, in the 5.5 Hokage Shimmer Danzo's world, find a new Hokage and help them sit in the position of Hokage. Task reward, each participant will be rewarded with 10,000 points. Looking at the tasks posted by the chat group, everyone looked at each other involuntarily. They laughed tacitly at each other. Let's go, let's go. For Konoha. We are going to fight another world soon. We must find someone strong. Then let's go, everyone. As the crowd laughed and said, the 7-color light gate appeared in front of everyone. Eager to make their Hokage world stronger for the sake of the heavens and the world, they quickly stepped into the light gate. Off they went to the world where the 5.5 Hokage Danzo is. As for the world ranking, with this chat group update, there are so many functions. They will come back and explore more later. Set off. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 109, Chapter 108. 5.5 Hokage Shimmer Danzo's world. At this moment, a group of individuals had assembled at the entrance of Konoha village. At the forefront was Danzo, recently appointed as the Hokage but ousted from the chat group. Recalling the humiliation and the severe beatings he endured in that group, Danzo wore a pained expression. He had finally achieved the title of Hokage and desired to prove himself to his sensei, the second Hokage. However, he didn't anticipate humiliation and defeat but instead validation. Post-conflict, various Hokages from other worlds had pressed him to the ground, leaving him feeling wronged. Now, he found himself unceremoniously expelled from the chat group, prompting frustration and outbursts of anger. The saddest part of life, he pondered, is when you glimpse the possibility of attaining your lifelong goal, only to have it slip through your fingers. What made it even sadder was that he had some points but got expelled before redeeming them. Realizing that the chat group members would soon come hunting for him, Danzo quickly mobilized all of the root ninjas. Master Danzo, we're all present, reported the root ninjas. Very well. Let's retreat. Leave Konoha. Danzo ordered. Though puzzled, the root ninjas didn't dare question Danzo's directives. They had been marked and trained by him since childhood, rendering them obedient without question. Soon, Danzo and his followers departed from Konoha. What's going on? Kakashi inquired with a perplexed look to Yuta and Koharu, who stood beside him. Mito Homura exchanged equally puzzled glances. They couldn't fathom why Danzo, after finally achieving his lifelong dream of becoming Hokage, would abruptly leave without a word, especially with no known adversaries in sight. This didn't align with Danzo's usual behavior. As everyone contemplated the situation, a portal of light suddenly materialized, putting everyone on high alert. The recent battle of pain had made them vigilant, expecting potential threats. Are we facing enemies again? The Konoha ninjas remained on edge. Guy rushed to Kakashi's side, ready to protect their village, just as all Konoha had done during Pain's invasion. The person emerging from the light portal left everyone in shock. It was the fourth Hokage, Master Tsunade, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and others. The sight left all of Konoha dumbfounded, including Guy, who was initially brimming with determination but now uncertain about the situation. Meanwhile, Ryan and the others who had arrived in this world were taken aback as they looked at the rebuilt Konoha below. The sudden appearance of multiple Hokages had everyone on edge, waiting to see how the situation would unfold. Ryan proceeded to explain everything to everyone. This is Konoha after the Pain invasion, he said. If we hadn't rushed to Tsunade's world last time, her Konoha would have met the same fate. Tsunade felt fortunate, realizing she was fortunate to be selected by the Hokage chat group at that time. Otherwise, Konoha might have been destroyed. Soon, everyone in Konoha faced multiple Hokages, including two Tsunades and an identical Kakashi. Guy and the others were still in disbelief. Taking the lead, Kakashi, hailing from the third Hokage's world, stepped forward to explain that Ryan and the others hailed from parallel worlds but shared a common goal, protecting Konoha. This reassured everyone. Hashirama took charge, utilizing wood style to create houses that sprouted from the ground, fashioning an ideal Konoha city mirroring his home world. Meanwhile, the two Tsunades made their way to Konoha Hospital as the Tsunade in this world required healing due to her weakened state. Upon learning that Danzo had escaped, Minato employed the door fruits abilities, creating a portal out of thin air through which everyone rushed. As everyone closed in on Danzo, they were met with a shocking sight. Danzo's root ninjas lay scattered and lifeless, casualties of some unknown conflict. Danzo himself appeared disheveled and helpless. Ryan and the others couldn't quite make out the events unfolding, but they caught a glimpse of Danzo's swift movement. He brandished a kunai and thrust it directly at the massive purple Susanoo. Ding! The attack produced a sharp, resonating sound as the kunai snapped into two. This unexpected turn of events left everyone astounded, including Sasuke, who had summoned the Susanoo and now stood dumbfounded. Sasuke halted his pursuit of Danzo, seemingly taken aback by Danzo's unconventional attempt to pierce the Susanoo with a kunai. The entire group was puzzled by this unusual development, questioning the logic behind such a move. It's us, the Hokages, who will deal with Danzo. Tobirama proclaimed, his displeasure evident. It's not your turn, you wicked Uchiha, Tobirama emphasized, addressing Sasuke directly. As Tobirama spoke, an invisible pressure enveloped Sasuke, causing him to feel a deep sense of suppression, even while protected by his Susanoo. Not far behind Sasuke, Obito, concealed behind his mask, observed the sudden appearance of the Hokages, a sight that left him bewildered. He couldn't comprehend how he was now standing before Konoha's former Hokages. Did someone summon them using reanimation jutsu? Obito voiced his thoughts. This doesn't seem right. Their group is very strong. Sasuke, good luck. Left to his own devices, Sasuke had recently witnessed Itachi's death, unlocking his Mangekyo Sharingan and significantly bolstering his strength and self-confidence. He was no longer the same Sasuke who had once been manipulated by Itachi. Humph. One by one. No matter who you are, I won't let him escape. First, I'll deal with all of you, and then I'll settle the score with Danzo. Sasuke declared, his words echoing through the air. Upon hearing Sasuke's fierce declaration, the newly arrived Hokages fell silent. Uchiha Madara cast an intrigued glance at Ryan as if to ponder if Sasuke had always possessed such courage. At this moment, Ryan felt the urge to convey to Madara that courage wasn't the central issue. What truly mattered was their mission. This young man may need to experience the wisdom of the Hokages to understand the gravity of his actions, Ryan suggested. As Ryan finished speaking, Sasuke charged arrogantly towards the assembly, protected by the purple Susanoo. His Kusanagi sword was pointed directly at Tobirama, the second Hokage, who had just spoken. Spectators marveled as Tobirama swiftly hurled several kunai in response to Sasuke's assault. Sasuke laughed recklessly, dismissing the kunai as insignificant compared to his Susanoo's might. However, just as the kunai approached Sasuke, Tobirama activated the Flying Thunder God technique, materializing right in front of him. Sasuke, startled by Tobirama's sudden appearance, faltered. He attempted to counter Tobirama's attack, but before he could react, there was a crisp, bone-cracking sound, and a visible crack appeared on Susanoo's skeleton. Much to Sasuke's dismay, Tobirama's mighty blow instantly dismantled the Susanoo. The force contorted Sasuke's face, sending him hurtling like a cannonball into a distant mountainside with a resounding crash. As the dust cleared, Sasuke emerged unsteadily from within, still wearing his defiant and resolute expression. Despite Tobirama's impressive display of power, Sasuke's determination remained unshaken, fueled by the turmoil caused by Itachi's death. Damn it. You're all damned. Today, no one can stop me from killing Danzo and avenging the Uchiha clan. Sasuke shouted with furious determination. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 110, Chapter 109. Looking at Sasuke standing before him, resembling an angry child who had lost his mind, Ryan shook his head helplessly. This kid had been deceived since childhood, fooled by the third Hokage, fooled by Taki, and fooled again by Obito after Itachi's death. He seemed destined to either be deceived or was on the path to it. Sasuke's words even caught the attention of second Hokage Tobirama, his eyes locking on Sasuke's position. Tobirama's finger twitched slightly, indicating his readiness to take action. Ryan hurriedly spoke, this kid has been fooled way too many times. Don't kill him, there's a way to make him obedient. But first, let's teach him a lesson. Ryan proposed. Tobirama had initially considered killing the evil Uchiha, but after hearing Ryan's words, he felt more inclined to compromise. The arrogant Uchiha in front of him annoyed Tobirama, making him want to eliminate him immediately. However, now that Ryan had spoken, Tobirama found himself hesitant. Without hesitation, Tobirama activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Not only had he broken the kid's Susanoo with his previous kick, but he had also left a Flying Thunder God mark on Sasuke. In an instant, Tobirama appeared right in front of Sasuke, leaving him trembling with fear. I was just pretending to be tough. You wouldn't slap me, right? Sasuke thought to himself, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly. Damn. You are no match for my eyes. Prepare to die. Sasuke exclaimed as blood tears flowed from his eyes. He unleashed the unextinguishable Amaterasu, aiming straight for Tobirama. Confident that he would burn Tobirama to death, Sasuke's smile faltered when he witnessed his Amaterasu passing right through Tobirama's body. He realized that Tobirama had a similar ability to Uchiha Madara. How can this be? Sasuke exclaimed, shocked by the revelation. Are you also Uchiha? Sasuke hadn't paid much attention before, but he now noticed Tobirama's eyes, which were originally red. To his surprise, Tobirama had a pair of Sharingan. In the entire ninja world, only Sasuke, Kakashi, and Madara were known to possess the Sharingan at the moment. Sasuke couldn't comprehend why the white-haired old man in front of me of all people had it too. Before Sasuke could process this revelation further, a blue Susanoo appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Without wasting any time, it landed a direct punch on Sasuke. Boom. The impact stirred up a cloud of dust, and within moments, Sasuke rushed out from inside the dust cloud, managing to escape the blow. However, he appeared a bit disheveled and embarrassed. Sasuke was becoming increasingly perplexed by the appearance of these individuals who seemed to pop out of nowhere and possess the Sharingan. He had no clue about their origins. Growing more irritated, Sasuke activated his Susanoo, reaching the second stage directly. He drew his bow and aimed it at Tobirama, who also summoned his own Susanoo. To add more power to his attack, Sasuke imbued the arrow with black flames before shooting it directly at Tobirama. A buzz out echoed as Tobirama controlled Susanoo to open its arms, using a spatial force that completely swallowed the incoming arrow. This technique was reminiscent of Kakashi's Kamui Shuriken, capable of absorbing enemy attacks in a different space. Tobirama, being a grandmaster of space ninjutsu and having activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, possessed this ability. Seeing that his attack had been rendered useless, Sasuke grew anxious, eager to take down Danzo himself. He wondered why he was being held back in this battle. Just as he prepared to launch another arrow, something unexpected happened. Oh no. Sasuke exclaimed, feeling a sharp pain in his eyes. His Sharingan seemed to collapse and vanish in an instant. Tobirama raised his eyebrows, observing the sudden change in Sasuke's demeanor. Amid the confusion, Madara, who had been observing the battle from the sidelines, explained, this brat has just awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan and recklessly used its power. Now his ocular abilities are depleted, and he might lose both his eyes. With Madara's explanation, the others finally understood what had transpired. Sasuke, horror-stricken, covered his now almost blind eyes. Tobirama lost interest in continuing the fight, dismissing Sasuke as a brat who had gained power and let it get to his head. Ryan had previously said that he would spare Sasuke's life, so his Susanoo was deactivated. Observing Sasuke's near blindness, those who possessed the Sharingan in the group realized the significance of their chat group. Without this platform, they might end up like Sasuke, blind and powerless. However, they concluded that Sasuke's downfall was partly due to his arrogance. He believed he was invincible with the Mangekyo Sharingan and had recklessly depleted his ocular powers shortly after unlocking them. Alright, let's take this kid back, Tobirama said, deciding to let Naruto persuade Sasuke. He also suggested using Impure World Reincarnation to bring back Itachi, but some matters needed to be addressed by Sasuke's brother himself. As Ryan spoke, everyone quickly executed their plans. Danzo had already been defeated and brought back by Obito and Kakashi. Shisui's eyes were also snatched from Danzo. Upon returning to Konoha with Sasuke and Karin, who had been watching the battle, a white figure slowly emerged from the ground not far away. White Setsu seemed anxious as the others left. However, just as he was about to leave, Ryan appeared and grabbed White Setsu's neck. Take me to Obito. Ryan demanded. As per the original timeline, Ryan knew that White Setsu had been hiding there, and when Sasuke was in trouble, he would call Obito to come over. Ryan had been waiting for this moment, and as expected, White Setsu appeared as planned. Ryan swiftly activated the abilities of both eyes, gaining control over White Setsu. He then inserted a spirit orb using his Tensagan into White Setsu's body, turning him into a puppet, ensuring his compliance. Ryan guided the controlled White Setsu to the Akatsuki base without any hesitation. At the base, Obito was already waiting at the door when they arrived. Recognizing Ryan and the others, Obito asked the biggest question on his mind. Why is there another Obito with you? Ryan recalled the events and acknowledged, how should I put it? We are all Hokages from other worlds. You can think of it as a parallel world. In another world, you worked hard to become Hokage, and that's why you joined us. His words left Obito silent for a moment, unsure if it was because of another world or his other self. After a while, Obito took out a pair of Sharingan eyes from his sleeves and handed them to Ryan, saying, you wanted to attack his eyes, right? Here they are. Ryan was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He felt overwhelmed and confused by the situation. Why didn't he have to fight for the eyes and instead get them as a gift? Seeing Ryan's bewilderment, Obito chuckled to himself, seemingly amused by the situation. I'm no match for you all, Obito admitted calmly. So, there's no need to waste time while fighting. Hearing Obito's words, Ryan saw no reason to stay any longer. After obtaining Attack His Eyes, he swiftly used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from the spot. Obito remained standing there, lost in thought, as he watched Ryan leave. After a while, he turned his attention to White Setsu and used Kamui to suck it in. Then, Obito too vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, back in Konoha village, Naruto, Sasuke, and Uchiha Itachi, who had been brought back through Impure World Reincarnation, were wide-eyed, absorbing the explanation about the various parallel worlds. The truth had left them all in a state of bewilderment as they looked at each other. Sasuke had now learned the truth and changed his mind. He decided to protect Konoha and was ready to do so. On the other hand, Naruto remained his cheerful and silly self, expressing his joy at Sasuke's decision to stay. Ha ha ha, Sasuke, you are finally back. Naruto happily exclaimed, giving Sasuke a warm hug. He had been genuinely worried that Sasuke would leave for good. Sasuke, however, appeared disgusted with Naruto's exuberant display, and in an instant, the two seemed to regress to their childhood animosity, disliking each other once again. Seeing this playful scene, even Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but laugh. He then turned to Tobirama, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Nidame. From now on, Sasuke will protect Konoha and fulfill his dream of becoming Hokage. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 111, Chapter 110. Witnessing Sasuke's return to Konoha, Uchiha Itachi found a sense of satisfaction. As the farewells concluded, the aftermath of the second Hokage dispelling the Impure World Reincarnation and the soul of Itachi returned to the Pure World. While watching Itachi's departure, a feeling of regret returned to Sasuke's heart. Sensing this, Naruto swiftly moved to console him, fearing Sasuke might again run away. Minato, having also witnessed this scene, found contentment in the unfolding events. At that very moment, Tobirama's attention shifted suddenly, his gaze diverting to the nearby spatial disturbance. A burst of golden light indicated the arrival of Ryan into the room. Upon gauging the expressions on everyone's faces, Ryan discerned that his entry had broken the sad atmosphere. Sasuke remained rooted in place as well. Now is my cue, he thought, prompting Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan he got from Uchiha Madara. Tsunade-sensei, please assist him in the operation, Ryan directed respectfully. Second Hokage, provide him with a sense of being as well, he continued, fully aware that Sasuke would need time to acclimate to this new ocular power. Acting upon Ryan's instructions, the individuals in the room sprang into action. Tsunade adeptly combined healing jutsu with her expertise, deftly removing Sasuke's original eyeballs while Naruto observed in disbelief at the abrupt and direct procedure. Be careful, Granny Tsunade. Fortuitously, Tsunade's healing jutsu stopped bleeding the instant the eyes were extracted. She took the attack as Mangekyo Sharingan from Ryan's hands and inserted them into Sasuke's eye sockets. She was employing healing jutsu again to attach the new eyes with Sasuke's eye nerves. On the adjacent side, the second Hokage took out a senzu bean and fed it to Sasuke. The potent effects of the senzu bean were swift, facilitating Sasuke's near instantaneous recovery. The combination of attack his eyes and tortures in Tsukuyomi, again and again, had transformed Sasuke's Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This power! Sasuke exclaimed, his laughter echoing through the room. Overwhelmed by the newfound potential of his eyes, he couldn't restrain his jubilation. The unrestrained laughter and his mad expression even drew the attention of Uchiha Madara, who glanced at him curiously. His laughter bore a semblance of Madara's characteristic arrogant demeanor, an observation not lost to either Ryan or Hashirama. Considering Sasuke's personality, there was a concern that he might feel invincible once more. However, Sasuke had grasped the situation fully by this point, curbing any impulsive actions. Simultaneously, Tsunade and Kakashi of this world now recovered from their coma, hastened to join the gathering. Witnessing the Tsunade duo before here, the Tsunade from this world was understandably bewildered. Seeing the first and second Hokage once again was surreal for her. Gratefully, the Konoha leadership had been briefed about this phenomenon, tempering the shock factor. So, it's time to reach a decision, Ryan announced, addressing the assembled crowd. Who should take on the mantle of Hokage in this world? With the entire group present, the question hung in the air. The chat group had now housed 2 Tsunades and 2 Kakashis. This led to the agreement to exclude these 2 from consideration, as adding yet another version of them would only sow confusion and chaos. Aside from Kakashi and Tsunade, only Naruto and Sasuke remained in the room. However, Naruto was destined to become the future 7th Hokage, a prospect that would undoubtedly integrate him into Konoha just as Sarutobi wanted. Consequently, most attention was directed at Sasuke for the decision ahead. Ryan was also notably in agreement with this perspective. At the moment compared to Naruto, enlisting Sasuke seemed the most appropriate course of action. In all the history of Konoha, Uchihas can never become the Hokage, but at this moment even a person like Danzo dares to become the Hokage. Why can't Sasuke? Down the line, the 7th Hokage, Naruto, would become part of the chat group sooner or later, solidifying the collection of all Indra and Ashura's reincarnations. So, it's settled on Sasuke then. Ryan inquired, seeking confirmation from the group. I believe that's the right choice. He's the best fit. I'm also inclined towards Sasuke. There are already 4 Senju in the group, let's add more Uchiha. With the discussion culminating in consensus, Uchiha Sasuke was elected as the new Hokage for this world. The world's Tsunade offered minimal input, understanding it was largely a decision made by the group members. In contrast, Naruto, standing beside, exhibited dissatisfaction. Why can Sasuke become the Hokage before me? Damn it. I will be the 6th Hokage. Observing Naruto's reluctance, Sasuke appeared unusually content. As if intentionally teasing Naruto, Sasuke concurred without hesitation. The sight of Naruto's playful annoyance brought smiles to the assembled crowd. Ding. You have joined the Konoha Hokage chat group. Please continue to participate in the Hokage meeting representing your world. Simultaneously, a notification sounded within Sasuke's mind, clarifying the Hokage's reference to the chat group. Sasuke's curiosity was piqued, especially regarding the group's abilities. Nonetheless, his primary desire was to explore whether the chat group held the key to reviving his brother. After some further exchange, Ryan guided the group to bid farewell to the counterparts of this world, Tsunade, Kakashi, and the rest, as there was an impending chat meeting to attend. The 5th meeting was about to end, with the rewards yet to be revealed. Then, let's depart. As the room was engulfed in a radiant display of colors, a luminous door appeared. Ryan and the others took their leave, stepping through the light gates successively. Instantly, Sasuke's awareness immersed itself into the chat group. Swiftly, he found himself in the meeting area. Please take your seats, the meeting is about to commence. Addressing the curious Sasuke, Ryan advised him to find a seat. Sasuke complied, and with 11 Hokages present in the chat group, only 1 chair remained vacant at the circular table designated for meetings. The attendees' gazes converged on Ryan, who exchanged communications with the chat group. Afterwards, he smiled and said, "It appears that we have 11 Hokage worlds in this chat group. When the next meeting convenes, the final Hokage world will be integrated. The future lineup is set." With that in mind, Ryan shifted his gaze to the assembled Hokages. This meant that these 11 Hokage representatives would constitute the team that would stand against the interdimensional challenges in the future. However, the topic at hand had switched, naturally centering around the power ranking being the point of greatest interest for everyone present. Let's begin. Ryan proclaimed, initiating the process of ranking the worlds. As his words reverberated, the central light curtain on the conference table began to morph. The eyes of all members focused on the chat group display. The world leaderboard was gradually taking form. Participants: Hashirama Senju, 1st Hokage. Madara Uchiha, Parallel World. Tobirama Senju, 2nd Hokage. Kakashi Hatake, Original 3rd Hokage World. Ryan, 4th Hokage in the Parallel World. Minato Namikaze, 4th Hokage. Tsunade Senju, 5th Hokage. Glasses Tsunade, Road to Ninja Counterpart. Uchiha Obito, Tsukuyomi World Hokage. Kakashi Hatake, 6th Hokage. Sasuke Uchiha, new Hokage of the 5.5th Hokage World. Please note, the value of ranking rewards will correlate with the power under the participating world's Hokage. For better rewards, it was crucial to strengthen the power of each world to the best of its ability. As the names started to shift and the light screen became apparent, and tension rippled through the gathering. However, in the race for the top spot, Hashirama and Madara were especially fired up this time. They were determined to seize the number 1 position. Yet, against Ryan, who held an intimate understanding of Hokage history, the 1st Hokage duo stood little chance of triumph. While the others didn't have their sights set on the number 1 spot, it was primarily to shield themselves from heightened disappointment. The higher the expectations, the more profound the disillusionment. First place, Ryan, 4th Hokage. As anticipated, the number 1 rank materialized on the light screen, a testament to Ryan's world again clinching the top spot. Damn it. I still haven't caught up. Observing their failure to secure first place, Hashirama and Madara exhibited a mixture of frustration and helplessness. However, their disappointment wasn't absolute. They recognized that as they advanced their world's development, Ryan would remain tirelessly active. Within the chat group, they had gleaned that Ryan had successfully unified the ninja world, an accomplishment had yet to achieve. Naturally, snatching first place from him was a lofty, unattainable goal at the moment. Before long, the image of Ryan's world emerged on the light screen. The assembly began to deftly retrieve pens and paper, deftly poised to engage in a learning session. The 4th meeting has concluded, and the accelerated pace of improvement within each Hokage world has brought about pressure. You understand the need to hasten and achieve unification as swiftly as possible. You, having subjugated the land of wines and all minor nations, are prepared to take action against the Cloud Shinobi village. You recognize that those reckless stubborn rage can't be reasoned with and must be subdued through strength. In the span of next month, you led the troops to the Cloud Shinobi village, opting to attack alone and use your newly developed ninjutsu, the spiraling ring. As the scene of Ryan flying solo into Cloud Shinobi village unfolded, the Hokages watching grew increasingly animated. Such behavior was undeniably exhilarating. However, as the images showed Ryan releasing a black sphere into the air over Cloud Shinobi village, the explosive power that leveled the entire village silenced the room. The atmosphere was charged with awe. Wide-eyed and fascinated, everyone witnessed the unbelievable destruction. Especially Tobirama was left grappling with the question, what sort of ninjutsu was this? Read 40 chapters ahead on p*trin.c/Mariani. Chapter 112, Chapter 111. The attention of everyone present shifted towards Ryan as they beheld the ninjutsu capable of obliterating the entire Cloud Shinobi village. This ninjutsu was undeniably of great magnitude. Even Sasuke, a recent addition to the group, was now comprehending the sheer might wielded by the Hokages in front of him. Regrettably, it was 2nd Hokage Tobirama who initially battled against me. With Ryan as their leader, they can't help but feel that unless it's a lost cause, we're likely to be outmatched. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, Ryan remained transparently sincere. He told the inner workings of the great spiraling ring jutsu, teaching it to the group. Originally an evolved version of the Raise Nan, it stumped many with its requirements being the master of yin-yang chakra. Yet, despite this, everyone embraced the technique with joy. Could one refuse such an opportunity to learn something so powerful? With such a small ball, this technique could fall silently from the sky and swiftly devastate an entire ninja village. This unique display, captured by the movement, proved nothing short of spectacular. Ryan's jutsu far exceeded any semblance of Pain's prowess. In comparison, even the destruction done by Almighty Push paled in insignificance. Ryan, who annihilated the Cloud Shinobi village through the Great Rasen Ring and single-handedly subdued the Land of Lightning. Having conquered the Land of Lightning, Ryan discovered that the village's technological prowess surpassed that of Konoha. Consequently, he initiated the assimilation of Land of Lightning's technology. In the second month, upon the army's return to Konoha, he ordered the construction of a scientific research institute. Orochimaru, the foremost mad scientist and biologist in the ninja world, was appointed as its director. Intensive technological research commenced. In the third month, under the pressure of being surrounded by Konoha, Oniki chose peace talks with you, which led to the merger of Uegaku and Konoha Gakure. Capitalizing on Konoha's burgeoning power and your persuasive rhetoric, Oniki consented to Uegaku's assimilation, effectively integrating it into Konoha. Observing the narrative, the seamless integration of the Land of Earth appeared audacious. Even Uchiha Madara and Hashirama were left speechless. Uegaku was a tough nut to crack, stubborn and tenacious. Why does Ryan make it seem so effortless as drinking water? In their world, Uegaku was an unyielding adversary, prepared to fight Konoha to the bitter end. During the conflict, both Hashirama and Madara encountered considerable adversity. After all, the potency of Uegaku's bloodline limit was dust release, which was not to be underestimated. One touch, everything will turn into dust. Dust to dust extreme. In the fourth month, you recognized that the title of Land of Fire was a tad inappropriate for the new villages you were integrating. You formally declared to the entire ninja world the complete dissolution of national titles. From then on, all nations shall be collectively referred to as Konoha. Within the same month, as Hokage, you officially declare an offensive on the Land of Water. Your war for the ultimate peace of the ninja world resonates with all. In the fifth month, due to internal turmoil within the Land of Water, you lead your forces to the nation, encountering the leaders of the nation who ultimately surrender. Thus, the ninja world stands unified, with Konoha reigning supreme upon the continent. At this moment, the imagery on the light screen gradually halted. Observing Ryan's achievements, the collective Hokages present couldn't help but radiate admiration. In this instance, the assembled group witnessed the arrival of genuine peace within the ninja world. As expected, it's only through this path that peace can be established in the ninja world. My prior notions were truly misguided. I learn about it now. I understand the way forward. For a while, not only Hashirama or Madara but even Obito, Kakashi, and others were enlightened. Originally, everyone had been emulating Ryan's approach. Witnessing Ryan's triumph, the ninja world finally embraced authentic peace following unification, a moment that sent waves of euphoria through the hearts of the people. The understanding was clear: as long as they continued adhering to Ryan's footsteps, their world too would eventually bask in true peace. Even Sasuke, once a skeptic, stood bewildered by the instance when peace was upon Ryan's world. In stark contrast to this newfound hope, Sasuke had learned of Uchiha Madara's plan from his world, a plan centered around the ominous scheme of infinite Tsukuyomi. At this moment, from Sasuke's perspective, this outlandish scheme appeared insignificant. Could this complicated plan genuinely bring peace? Amidst the prevailing excitement, the score of Ryan's world appeared on the screen, capturing everyone's attention. The unveiling of fourth Hokage Ryan's world's national strength left them astounded. The final score of national power stood at an impressive 1,456 points. To provide context, the difference between 999 and 1001 indicated the evaluation scale. Level 1, world evaluation points ranged from 10 to 1000, level 2, world evaluation points from 1000 to 10,000, and so forth. Contemplating the score displayed on the screen, a collective astonishment washed over everyone. No one could have foreseen that Ryan's world's power would amass such a significant score. The score had vaulted directly to the standard of a level 2 world, surpassing all expectations. Those who hadn't initially grasped its significance were struck with sudden realization. Rewards were upgraded according to the highest world. It means the upcoming rewards were now determined by the standards of the level 2 world. The air was filled with murmurs and exclamations. Spectacular. Level 2 world prize pool. What treasures and new knowledge can we get this time? Who knows, but the rewards are bound to be extraordinary. For a moment, curiosity and anticipation permeated the atmosphere, overshadowing the curiosity to see the following rankings. Yet the light screen continued its spectacle, its rhythm unbroken. Faced with the next rankings, everyone could only continue to observe, caught up in a current of suspense. Swiftly, the second place was likewise decided, as the story continued to unfold. Selection completed. Second place, Parallel World, first Hokage Uchiha Madara World. Witnessing his retention of the second position, a trace of a smile graced Uchiha Madara's countenance. However, as he addressed the assembly, he couldn't help but retort, "Humph. I secured the second place last time as well. Haha, being second is your old habit. Shut up, Hashirama." Madara's ostentatious pretense invoked a collective roll of the eyes. After multiple encounters, the essence of his persona remained elusive. The arrogance was palpable. As per custom, Madara proceeded to display the events from his world. Upon returning from the Hokage meeting, you followed Obito's techniques and successfully obtained the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan through the miraculous senzu bean. Realizing that dominance in the ninja world necessitates formidable strength, you, as a single entity, aren't enough. Therefore, you set your sights on your younger brother, Uchiha Izuna, bestowing him the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Without delay, you embarked on covert operations within prominent villages, priming to unify the entire ninja world at once. Observing Madara's strategic maneuvers on the screen, a collective nod of agreement ensued. Essentially, after witnessing Obito's methods, those rewarded with Sharingan and senju beans were happy to plug out their eyes. This had become unsurprising. In the second month, you led Izuna and troops to the Land of Water, while Hashirama and Tobirama spearheaded an offensive against the Land of Wind. Both assaults unfolded together, resulting in the successful capture of both nations. In the fourth month, having considered the current power of Ryan's world, you felt compelled to hasten your efforts for the first position. Thereafter, you launched assaults on both the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth. In the sixth month, confronted with the tenacious resistance of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, the two villages recognized your and Hashirama's strength and thus opted for a roundabout tactic. They would run away as soon as they see you and attack the other strongholds. The war remained in a state of tension for a while. As the fading curtain of light caught their gaze, all eyes turned towards Uchiha Madara. None had foreseen that Madara could be stalled by such a method, which left him looking rather embarrassed amidst the onlookers' gazes. Nor did he desire this outcome. Little had he known that these two villages diverged greatly from Ryan's world, where confrontation wasn't the norm. Their approach was one of submission rather than combat. Here, surrender wasn't associated with the life and death of some genins and shunins. Each time Madara personally led troops to the front lines, they promptly withdrew. They simply refused to engage, opting instead to wait until Madara was somewhere else. It was only then that these villages would resurface, launching resistance against the Konoha army. It was during these moments of exhaustion that the realization eluded Madara the strategy of directly dismantling these villages. This understanding only dawned after observing Ryan's actions. He was struck with the realization that he could have saved so much time had he thought of this plan earlier. He should have employed Susanoo alongside Hashirama's power to lay waste to both villages in one fell swoop. Regret now plagued Madara, as he mused over the missed opportunity to take the lead. Instead, he found himself relegated to the second position. Second place, first Hokage Uchiha Madara's world national power display. Overall national power score, 963 points. This final score marked a significant leap from the previous 735 points, an impressive increase of 228 points. While this pace was commendable, it still fell short of Ryan's achievements. The possibility of elevating the score lay in the unification of the ninja world. At this juncture, the assembled crowd recognized a disheartening truth: the gap between a unified ninja world and the current one stood at a staggering 500 points. This realization spurred unanimous agreement on the urgency of unification. We must hurry, and the unification of the ninja world must be done as soon as possible. Absolutely. Unifying the ninja world is our swiftest path to enhancing our national strength. Let's return and set new plans in motion. In this instant, a determined exchange swept through the group. The collective resolve to unify the ninja world intensified, with even the typically passive Minato ready to spring into action. His previous inaction had been dictated by the masked man's threat to Konoha during his child's birth. However, the present circumstances demanded action upon his return. Amidst these deliberations, the light curtain underwent yet another transformation. Selection completed. Third place, Road to Ninja, fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Upon witnessing the unexpected third place ranking, a sense of incredulity rippled through the crowd. Hashirama and Tobirama were particularly taken aback. How is this possible? Not even one of us is in third place. Amid the skepticism voiced by Hashirama and Tobirama, even Tsunade, the bespectacled woman, found herself perplexed. Her abrupt descent to third place lay beyond anyone's predictions. Do you wish to display your national power? Upon reading the prompt on the light curtain, Tsunade glanced at the puzzled onlookers surrounding her and swiftly decided to exhibit her nation's strength. To forego this display would likely result in insomnia for some upon returning home. At this moment, Hashirama and Tobirama ceased their objections. Their focus was now steadfastly locked onto the light curtain before them. Eagerly, they anticipated Tsunade's actions that had allowed her to outpace them. Following the Hokage meeting, it's clear that swift development of your world's national power is imperative. You've witnessed the power of the Akatsuki in the chat group, leading you to recognize the potential significance of aligning with this formidable force. Drawing from the insights of undercover operative Uchiha Taki and the peace-oriented philosophy embraced by Pain, you initiated a direct talk with Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Following several discussions, the Akatsuki declared their intention to align with Konoha, resulting in a substantial enhancement of Konoha's strength. As everyone watched the display of Tsunade's strategic prowess on the screen, the transformation of a mercenary organization into a disciplined army was met with awe. The once-owed employment fees were no longer necessary, and the Akatsuki's impressive efficiency left a lasting impression. With the Akatsuki's integration, Konoha officially deploys its forces to various major nations. Konoha's prowess received a significant boost, enabling the swift fall of the Land of Water and the Land of Wind in succession. This rapid progress ignited hope for the unification of the ninja world. Around this juncture, the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning are allied. However, the notion of a unified ninja world was considered absurd. Upon receiving this news, you promptly declared your intent to dispatch troops to the landlocked country. Consequently, the Land of Earth succumbed, leaving only the Land of Lightning to struggle against the inevitable. With the backing of the Akatsuki, the unstoppable force of Konoha's shinobi path emerged. Bolstered by elite ninjas, including Minato, among others, Konoha's assault was swifter than in other worlds. This momentum led to the conquest of 3 major nations, placing the unification of the ninja world tantalizingly close. Was it not for the slight disparity in combat power between Konoha and this world and the one led by first Hokage Uchiha Madara, they might have caught up. The assembled Hokages collectively acknowledged Tsunade's adeptness at disguising her true abilities and her knack for strategic wars. There was no doubting her goal when she sprang into action. Road to Ninja, 5th Hokage Tsunade World's display of power. Overall national strength composite score, 930 points. This rapid increase from 600 to 930 points garnered a mix of emotions and amazement. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, Glasses Tsunade sported a somewhat sheepish smile. She subtly conveyed her apologies to the first and second Hokage. At this moment, Hashirama and Tobirama exhibited a carefree attitude. Hashirama jestingly remarked that since they were all part of the active chat group, it didn't matter who secured the top spot. He regarded the competition as a means to infuse fun into their lives. Hashirama's words resonated with truth. Tsunade's accomplishment did not faze them. However, their good-humored nature belied their underlying envy. They couldn't help but marvel at the Akatsuki's effectiveness, wishing they could have integrated this formidable organization. Regrettably, at this juncture, the Akatsuki organization remained outside their reach. The 2 Hokages found themselves in a momentary state of envy. As the top 3 worlds were unveiled, collective attention shifted to the light curtain, anticipation high for the remaining rankings. The majority of worlds were assured of rewards, as this segment pertained to the second-tier world prize pool. Hope was harbored for improved guaranteed rewards. 4th place, first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Having secured the guaranteed reward in the previous round, you resolved to climb to the top 3 spots and personally spearhead assaults on the 5 major villages. Your immense strength enabled the successful establishment of a factory-like country under political control. Meanwhile, Tobirama undertook the task of integrating the Land of Wind into Konoha, with a contingent of troops stationed for suppression. Your efforts were directed towards the assault on the Land of Earth. Overall national strength composite score, 870 points. Observing that he remains in 4th place, Hashirama can only reluctantly accept this reality. The standings at the forefront have shifted, and he finds himself resigned to his current position. The remaining few worlds were quickly eliminated from consideration within the chat group. 5th place, 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama's world. Overall national strength composite score, 860 points. 6th place, 5th Hokage Tsunade's world. Overall national strength composite score, 850 points. The world power rankings of these 3 worlds exhibit a mere 10-point difference. Given that these 3 worlds each conquered a major nation, the standings have now been revealed up to the 6th position. Surprisingly absent is Obito's world, which was originally among the frontrunners. Kakashi, representing the original 3rd Hokage world, gazes inquisitively at Obito. Obito, what's going on? Didn't you work on developing your national power? In response to Kakashi's inquiry, Obito adopts a serious expression and replies, we have indeed been working on it diligently, but our main efforts are focused on development. Kakashi is about to continue questioning, but his attention shifts as the 7th world's ranking emerges on the light curtain. It's Obito's world. 7th place, Tsukuyomi world, 6th Hokage Obito's world. Seeing this, Kakashi refrains from further comment. His gaze remains fixed on the light screen, tinged with curiosity about Obito's recent endeavors. Kakashi, a newcomer to this assembly, is genuinely intrigued. After all, in his world, Obito had been dead. Observing Obito as Hokage in this context is a hardening sight for Kakashi. Following the previous meeting, you consumed the awarded devil fruit, only to discover that it was the Logia fruit. However, you didn't focus much on the power of the devil fruit, instead, you became fixated on employing the senzu beans. Recognizing the limitations of Konoha's research team, you enticed Tsunade to return to the Konoha. Several days of collaborative research refined your understanding of senzu beans and Sharingan, ultimately equipping you to initiate your next strategy. At this juncture, the group is invigorated. Obito's previous charming endeavors opened up opportunities for those possessing Sharingan and senzu beans to explore eye transplantation. Presently, the anticipation is palpable, as everyone is eager to witness Obito's upcoming exploits. The narrative unfolds as the scene transitions. Familiar yet unfamiliar, the scene plays out once more. Unhesitatingly, you plug out your own eyes to execute your plans. Have fun with 2 in 1 chapter. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Marioni. Chapter 113, Chapter 112. Watching Obito's actions on the screen, even those who had expected it before couldn't help but frown. This applied to everyone, even newcomer like Sasuke who had just had his eye transplanted by Tsunade. Sasuke's expressions soon resembled those around him and the atmosphere amongst the others became somewhat subdued. Just as before, the Obito on the screen once more inserted his eye into his eye socket without uttering a single word, which caused the Sharingan to buckle down and settle into place. The transformation was such that it seemed as if these were not his own eyes. In pursuit of completing your plan, you willingly removed your own eyes. You recognized that to unite the ninja world, a formidable ally was essential. Kakashi was the prime candidate, and you sought out Tsunade to conduct the eye surgery, ensuring his body was attuned to the power of the Sharingan. With the help of Hashirama cells and senzu beans in your hands, you were ready to help Kakashi if something went wrong during the operation. At this moment, everyone cast peculiar glances toward Obito. Ryan, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but harbor a quiet admiration for the depth of Obito's plan. Indeed, it was becoming increasingly evident that Kakashi held a special place in Obito's heart. The Kakashi of Sharingan who could even stall Kagaya. A good choice for second in command. A man willing to relinquish his own eyes for another rare display of true friendship or, Ryan mused, his thoughts reflecting on the complexities of their relationship. Amidst this scenario, 2 Kakashi from different worlds, found themselves trapped in a dilemma. The fitting manner in which to address Obito eluded them. There was no denying the sacrifices Obito had made both the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and his unwavering friendship. The contrasting paths Obito's in every world had chosen now cast an odd sense of uneasiness upon Kakashi's existence, silencing him within his contemplations. At this moment, Obito's world ranking materialized upon a luminescent display. 6th Hokage Uchiha Obito's world ranking, national power assessment completed. Overall national power score, 777 points. Throughout this period, Obito had been engrossed in his research of the Sharingan and the senzu beans. His efforts had also been dedicated to aiding Kakashi's transformation. The consequence, however, was Konoha's stagnation. Its influence refrained from expanding beyond its current borders. National strength exhibited minimal growth. Nevertheless, Obito found contentment in the fact that despite these challenges, Konoha's national strength was still evaluated at an impressive 777 points. As the rankings unveiled, Kakashi secured the 8th position, with a national strength score of 750 points. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, claimed the 9th spot with a score of 620 points. Witnessing 6th Hokage Kakashi's immediate ascension in the rankings, Ryan's eyes glinted with intrigue. Amidst the world of 6th Hokage Kakashi, recent events bore an eerie familiarity to Ryan. He inquired, what's wrong with the moon in your world? Responding promptly to Ryan's curiosity, Kakashi recounted the recent developments, which included the persistent descent of moon debris. These events hinted at the presence of the Otsutsuki clan's involvement, a realization that resonated with Ryan's understanding of Kakashi's situation. The Moon Clan is located there, Ryan proposed. Therein lies the resting place of Otsutsuki Hamura, a place where Tenseigan can potentially awaken from Byakugan. Someone is undoubtedly manipulating the legacy of their Hamura Otsutsuki. In the face of trouble upon your return, Ryan continued, addressing Kakashi, don't hesitate to employ the help function within the chat group. As for Minato, who claimed the 9th position, Ryan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only acknowledge Minato as a committed and admirable individual. Observing the screen, Ryan's attention was captured by the scenes of Uzumaki Kushina, Minato's wife, being transported into the door fruit space. It was followed closely by Minato prepared to confront the masked man. However, their adversary chose to retreat, and it was clear that the masked man had yet to locate the Nine Tails, preventing any large-scale damage. Recognizing that being trapped in this location by Minato would likely make leaving quite challenging, especially considering the circumstances. The conclusion of the Nine Tails rebellion crisis yielded relatively favorable results. Only the original 3rd Hokage world and the original 5.5th Hokage world remained standing. Observing the newly installed Hokage, Kakashi, and Sasuke, who now represented these two worlds, speculation filled the air. Curiosity abounded, as everyone pondered who would emerge triumphant as the ultimate survivor among these two contenders. Sasuke and Kakashi shared a knowing glance, their eyes meeting in mutual understanding. As a newly empowered Uchiha, having recently acquired the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke naturally held a firm belief that he would not fall behind. On the other hand, Kakashi harbored a degree of uncertainty. He had expended considerable effort in restoring Konoha's combat prowess, concurrently deploying the Konoha forces to launch an assault on the Sound Village. Despite the Sound being a comparatively smaller country, this strategic move marked a significant advancement for Konoha's overall national might. Just as the collective gaze remained fixed upon the screen, anticipation reaching its peak, the final rankings for the last two contestants were unveiled. 10th place, Uchiha Sasuke, Hokage of the original 5.5th Hokage world, the display announced. Final national strength evaluation, 600 points. 11th place, Kakashi, former 3rd Hokage world, the subsequent ranking read. Final national strength evaluation, 550 points. Ha 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 ha. As expected. A boisterous laugh escaped Sasuke's lips upon glimpsing his ranking. Confidence radiated from him. Meanwhile, Kakashi bore a disappointed expression, earning a consolatory pat on the shoulder from Minato, who sat beside him. Obito, unable to contain his approval, commended Kakashi, not bad at all, Kakashi, to have progressed from 300 points to 550 points. Ryan, observing the unfolding spectacle, began to unravel the underlying scoring criteria utilized by the chat group. Worlds with formidable Hokage figures, such as Kakashi and Sasuke, who had recently joined their respective worlds typically garnered scores exceeding 550 points. Exceptions, like Sasuke's world, currently marked by his defection exhibited a notable decrease in rating. In the case of Kakashi's world, the score had impressively surged to 750 points. Consequently, the world of 7th Hokage Naruto was estimated to command a score of around 1,000 points in the future. As Ryan surveyed the current national power evaluation, which now stood at 1,456 points for the realm under consideration, a sense of relief washed over him. With the final two worlds determined, the selection process concluded officially. The 11 chosen worlds were now arranged in a cohesive lineup. The imminent reward distribution session prompted heightened anticipation among the assembled group. A palpable tension filled the air as all eyes remained fixed on the illuminated curtain, awaiting the impending allocation of rewards. Second level prize pool, the robotic voice exclaimed, triggering a ripple of eager discussions. What kind of rewards can we expect from this tier? Tobirama speculated. We shall see when Ryan gets the rewards, someone chimed in with enthusiasm. It's bound to be something worthwhile, the hopeful glasses Tsunade continued. Amidst the lively discourse, subtle changes began to manifest upon the glowing screen, heralding the forthcoming distribution of rewards. Reward distribution concluded. First place, 4th Hokage Ryan World. Selection's national strength score for first place, 1,456 points, meeting the criteria for advancing to the second level world. Rewards will be drawn from the secondary world. Choose 3 out of 5 optional rewards. Reward 1, Zanpakuto, random. Reward 2, Keto Encyclopedia. Reward 3, the world, time manipulation ability. Reward 4, vector manipulation. Reward 5, ultra divine water, unlock your potential and rapidly enhance your strength. A sharp intake of breath resounded as the rewards for the secondary world were unveiled. What does the time ability entail? And there's the perfect super god water, it can provide a direct power boost. Surveying the array of rewards, the crowd erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Even Ryan himself was taken aback by the diversity and potential of the 5 offerings. Zanpakuto, hailing from the Shinigami world, was intrigued but also posed uncertainty due to the randomness of its abilities. A chance encounter with a mighty Zanpakuto like Raijin Jaku would be a cause for celebration. However, the prospects of receiving a weak one. The Keto's Encyclopedia boasted versatile abilities that appealed to many. This choice not only held practical value but also demonstrated a flair for grandeur, as exemplified by Aizen's masterful utilization of its powers. The third option held the allure of JoJo's renowned The World Stand. The unique application of time manipulation within the JoJo universe might have contributed to its classification as a second-tier world. The world's power is its ability to stop time, allowing only the user, Dio, and anyone with the same power to act within the duration of stop time. Among the remaining choices, one beckoned with the potential of vector manipulation, while the other offered the early-stage super god water from the Dragon Ball universe. Contemplating these enticing possibilities, Ryan's mind raced over time and he found himself longing for all 5 abilities. However, the time had come to make a selection. Just as Ryan was poised to announce his decision, an unexpected alteration materialized upon the screen. At this moment, a collective pause swept through the assembly, for such occurrences were nil before this. Under the rapt attention of those present, a new line of text emerged bringing a new notification. The top 3 rankers may opt to forfeit the initially presented rewards. Subsequent draws will be made from the existing prize pool. The more rewards one gives up, the higher the likelihood of acquiring stronger abilities. Should you forego 3 or more options, the opportunity arises to transcend the current tier and access rewards of a higher level. The crowd exchanged glances, stunned by this unanticipated turn of events. The potential for getting higher rewards stirred excitement, yet a sense of weighty decision-making permeated the air. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 114, Chapter 113. What does it mean? It seems that if you choose to give up these 5 rewards, you can start a lottery to win an even better reward. That sounds a bit unreliable. Big brother, Tsunade, with your luck you too mustn't ever try this. Why Tobirama, don't you trust my luck? Indeed, Grandpa who knows what rewards will be drawn again. As they looked at the new reward mechanism displayed on the light screen, the people engaged in discussions. At this moment, Ryan was lost in thought while gazing at the 5 rewards. Except for the world, Ryan knew the power of time-related stands. Anything else wasn't of significant concern to him. The other 4 options held little importance for the current situation Ryan was in. As for JoJo stands, gaining Star Platinum or the world would undoubtedly be a significant enhancement for someone of Ryan's caliber, granting the power to suspend time. However, the current rewards were all subject to randomness. The selection of Zanpakuto's abilities and the abilities of the stands were both determined by chance, which made Ryan even more hesitant to make a choice. There are 7 to 8 time-related stands after all. Ryan, what do you think? I believe it's wiser to play it safe. Choose 3 of them. What's your opinion? Comparing the unknown rewards, Tobirama and the others couldn't help but voice their thoughts to persuade Ryan. After all, although the current rewards were also random, they were at least visible in the end. Opting to redraw could result in unpredictable abilities, which might not be as good as the initial 5. Hashirama, standing beside Tobirama, held a different perspective. Draw directly. Why overthink it? Just go for it, agreed Uchiha Madara. Tsunade's eyes seemed to sparkle. What are you waiting for? Gamble it already. The new method of gambling your rewards with uncertainty instantly captivated Hashirama and Tsunade. Consequently, some individuals were trying to sway Ryan to choose 3, while others were convinced to directly take a chance and draw again. Meanwhile, Ryan himself was carefully weighing the pros and cons before making his decision. Finally, he chose to take a chance. Since the chat group has introduced this new mechanism, Ryan thought aloud, it can't be too extreme. I choose to draw again. I forfeit my 3 chances to choose. All in. Upon hearing Ryan's choice, everyone's hearts seemed to leap into their throats. All eyes were fixed on the light curtains, and Hashirama and Tsunade were especially eager to witness what treasures would be revealed this time. Fourth Hokage Ryan has chosen to forfeit 3 selection chances. This reward will be redrawn. The drawing prize pool will be selected from the second level world and the third level world. The rewards are currently being drawn. Please wait. As they read the text displayed on the light screen, an air of tension enveloped everyone, including Ryan. All were closely following the changes in the light screen. In particular, Ryan was the most anxious. After all, his rewards were at stake this time. Having forfeited 3 selection opportunities, the outcome was critical. If the skill drawn turned out to be useless, it would mean losing everything. As time continued its steady march, all those who could have exchanged a few words were left momentarily mum. Every individual was gripped by anticipation, eagerly awaiting the shifting of the light screen. They were eager to witness the kind of ability Ryan could potentially acquire. And then, at last, a change shimmered across the light screen. Yes. Look at it. The eyes of everyone widened as they fixed their gaze upon the light screen. The reward draw was complete. Perfect body limit breaker. You will progressively grow stronger each day, yet remain unaltered at your core. As they beheld the rewards displayed on the light screen, a collective astonishment swept over the group. Ryan, too, absorbed the introduction of the reward. His entire being was suddenly consumed with exhilaration. Unexpectedly, this time, he had got a boosted version of Saitama's ability from One Punch Man. Saitama had transcended his limits through daily exercise. The level of Saitama's strength is too mysterious. Even before his training, when he was looking for a job, he killed a crab man, a tiger-level monster, comparable to some A-level heroes. And now, what Ryan had obtained could be deemed an enhanced version of Saitama's limit breaker. He never thought that such an ability existed within the second tier and third tier world reward pools. This ability radiates immense strength. Indeed, I'm growing more powerful with each passing day. Undoubtedly, being lazy is a form of art. Observers on the sidelines also gazed upon this newfound ability, casting envious glances in Ryan's direction. At this juncture, Hashirama, Madara, and others focused intensely on the description of this newfound power. A sense of dread filled their eyes, though others remained unaware. Hashirama, Tobirama, and Madara grasped the sinister implications of this ability, especially the detail within the introduction, promising increased strength each day. If there were no inherent bounds to this newfound power, in essence, from the moment Ryan possessed this ability, his strength would continually surge, growing stronger. At that moment, Hashirama and others shied away from contemplating the potentially staggering heights to which Ryan's strength could ascend, as one would expect from rewards within the second tier and third tier worlds. Though this reward may not confer immediate strength, its potential is limitless. The words of Hashirama and other Hokages contemplated the deep ramifications of this ability. It was only then that everyone fully recognized the chilling potential this ability held. Ryan himself also regarded this ability with deep satisfaction. However, Ryan's contentment was tinged with another concern. Saitama's ability had been estimated by someone in his previous life to rival the Super Saiyan 2 level in the Dragon Ball universe. Consequently, the limit Saitama had shattered potentially equated to Super Saiyan 2. With the enhanced version of Saitama's limit breaker, he had now acquired to what extent could his strength be elevated. This reward, in turn, illuminated one crucial insight for Ryan. Namely, the Dragon Ball universe comprised various tiers. This reality suggested that the Dragon Ball world he currently knew was at least a tier 3 or 4 world. The Earth world where Goku's adventures had begun might be a tier 1 world, taken to the hierarchy distinguishing the world of Hokage's timeline. With this realization, Ryan found himself slightly intrigued. To what extent could one ascend in the Dragon Ball universe, a world graced by the presence of universe erasers, creators, and Super Saiyan gods? Having concluded Ryan's initial reward selection, the stage was now set for the turn of the second place recipient. Second place, Parallel World, First Hokage Uchiha Madara World. Optional rewards, choose 2 out of 3. Reward 1, Zanpakuto, Random Ability. Reward 2, Keto Encyclopedia. Reward 3, Perfect Super Divine Water, stimulate your potential and quickly improve your strength. Faced with the 3 rewards presented, observing the outcomes for both Ryan and Madara, a growing inclination stirred to follow suit for the other members. However, upon realizing that investing in gambling he might lose the rewards from the secondary world, Madara's urge to gamble waned. Extracting abilities in the third tier world isn't an option yet, making selection from given options more appealing. With these considerations in mind, Madara weighed the pros and cons and promptly voiced his decision. I choose Zanpakuto and Perfect Super Divine Water. In comparison to Keto's Encyclopedia, Madara's interest leaned towards the Perfect Super Divine Water. It might unveil unexpected results. After all, he already possessed an array of offensive means. The Keto's Encyclopedia, though enticing, was merely a bonus. Selection successful. Congratulations on obtaining Zanpakuto and Perfect Super Divine Water. Rewards will be distributed after the meeting concludes. Having settled on Madara's choices, all eyes shifted to Glasses Tsunade. Unexpectedly, the third place was claimed by Road to Ninja Tsunade. Third place, Road to Ninja, 5th Hokage Tsunade World. Optional rewards, choose 1 out of 2. Reward 1, Zanpakuto, Random Ability. Reward 2, Perfect Super Divine Water, stimulate your potential and quickly improve your strength. Facing the 2 options, Tsunade promptly selected Zanpakuto without hesitation. As for the lottery aspect, Tsunade's personality in this world diverged and bold actions were foreign to her conduct. Moreover, she lacked substantial offensive abilities. She directly opted for Zanpakuto. Selection successful. Congratulations on obtaining Zanpakuto. Rewards will be distributed after the meeting concludes. Having completed the initial 3 selections, the guaranteed rewards for the remaining participants were unveiled on the light screen. 4th place, 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama World. 5th place, 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama World. 6th place, 5th Hokage Tsunade World. 7th place, Tsukuyomi World, 5th Hokage Uchiha Obito World. 8th place, 6th Hokage Kakashi World. 9th place, the 5.5 Hokage Uchiha Sasuke World. 10th place, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato World. 11th place, former 3rd Hokage Kakashi World. All the above Hokages will receive guaranteed rewards. Super Divine Water, use causes intense pain, but no fatality and awakens your untapped potential. Regarding these guaranteed rewards no one exhibited surprise. The rewards gradually diminished beyond the top 3 placements, an expected outcome. Painful it may be, the awakening untapped potential made it bearable. Since when do the likes of Uchiha who change their eyes like a light bulb afraid of pain? With the announcement of all rewards, a familiar prompt resounded within the chat group. Ding. Chat group member count, 11/10. Activate the multiverse travel function. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 115, Chapter 114. Ding. The number of members in the chat group has exceeded 10 members. Activating the multiversal travel function. At the sound of this familiar ding sound of notification, a wave of wonder washed over those present, followed instantly by a surge of excitement. Has the multiversal travel function been activated? So now, we can travel to other worlds. At this very moment, a group of battle-hungry people like Madara and Sasuke, known for their combat prowess, felt a sudden rush of thrill. As thoughts of encountering powerful beings from alternate worlds filled their minds, they struggled to contain their enthusiasm. Let's not get too carried away. Activating the multiverse travel function brings not only adventure and rewards but also a lot of dangers. What if the world we stumble upon is too powerful? Ryan's deliberate words quelled their excitement, and a sense of sobriety swiftly took hold. In an instant, the stakes became crystal clear, fortifying their initial joy. Yet, their happiness remained, a gnawing anticipation of diving headlong into the unknown and facing worlds beyond imagination. Just as the group settled into a contemplative silence, the chat group's notification tone chimed once more. Each meeting will unlock a new world and unveil the world's mission. Once the mission is fully accomplished, bountiful new items and new knowledge await you. Items acquired in other worlds can also be traded for points. Throughout your missions, your worlds will remain static in time, patiently awaiting your return upon mission completion. Note: in the event of death Hokage during a multiverse mission, not only will the world be lost and will be irreplaceably destroyed, the multiverse function will be permanently lost if the first mission fails. As they absorbed the supplementary information provided by the chat group, a hush descended. The actuality of the multiversal travel functions and potential risks held everyone spellbound. Most notably, the gravity of death loomed large over them. The world's irreplaceable loss echoed, impacting even further. A world, one of only 11 in the chat group. A mere 2 deaths would forever thwart the reactivation of multiversal travel. At this juncture, an intangible pressure settled upon each individual, stifling their excitement instantly. Even Madara, previously jubilant about otherworld exploration, was now shrouded in silence. Amid this palpable tension, Ryan broke the silence. So, what are your thoughts? Confronted with this weighty predicament, the group found themselves entwined in introspection. An expectant pause ensued and a heavy silence reigned supreme. Eventually, a smile graced Ryan's face, and with fervent eyes, he spoke. My friends, isn't the ninja world too limited? Ponder this, why have we gathered here? With our current prowess, can the ninja realm truly encompass our ambitions? Moreover, crises beyond our world looming on the horizon, threats from extraterrestrial entities who can absorb chakra. Should we persist down the path of shinobi, our growth will scarcely surpass the rewards of a second-tier world. Remember this vital truth, marking our battles into the multiverse. The chat group will not allow us to meet our demise so easily. Ryan's words resonated through the room, prompting each individual to return to their senses, one after another gradually. Recollections of Ryan's speech upon my induction into the group surged forth. The true peril in the ninja world emanates from outsiders beyond the stars in the night sky, namely, the Otsutsuki clan. The members of chat group are who could ascend to the mantle of Hokage, are we devoid of unwavering fortitude. At that precise juncture, second-generation Tobirama interjected abruptly. We are shinobi, we walk on the edge of death for the people we protect. A momentary hush fell upon the assembly. A spark of enlightenment kindled within each pair of eyes. Indeed, is not the ninja's profession synonymous with walking with death? A daily tryst with danger. And yet they transcend mere practitioners of ninjutsu. They are now Konoha's Hokage. As the Hokage, the flame of the will of fire was indelibly etched into the collective mentality. When the tree leaves dance, one shall find flames. The fire's shadow will illuminate the village. And once again, tree leaves shall bud anew. In that very instant, unanimity birthed a swift decision. As a harmonious chorus filled the air. Initiate the mission. Once again, the distinct chime of the notification echoed within the conference space. Ding. The multiversal travel mission is selected. Selecting a new world and new missions. At this critical moment, all lingering hesitation dissipated. And in the face of the dangers of other worlds, 11 Hokages stood united here. Given the activation of this functionality within the chat group, a rational refusal became untenable. While the other world might harbor impending danger, yet within perils lie vast opportunities. Before long, the first other world awaited their exploration. Asterisk ding. The world selection process is complete. Asterisk. Other world, the world of One Piece. One Piece. What kind of world is this? It holds a certain familiarity. As they gazed upon the designated other world, a perplexed expression crossed the faces of everyone present. Yet, an undercurrent of recognition lingered. Ryan stepped forward to provide elucidation. The devil fruits you ate and the training method of the Marine Six Styles. All these rewards were from this world. We are quite lucky. Our strength is more than sufficient to complete any mission. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. At that very moment, the distinctive notification tone resonated once more within the chat group. Asterisk missions in the One Piece world. Asterisk. Objective 1, defeat the Straw Hat Pirates. Objective 2, journey to Raftel to seize the luck of the pirate world. Objective 3, obliterate Pangea Castle and plunder its wealth accumulated over 800 years. As the group perused the posted objectives, Ryan's countenance subtly shifted. Indeed, these tasks were nothing short of fearless. Each one is more formidable than the last. The initial directive to defeat the Straw Hat Pirates already stood as a remarkable challenge, especially considering their unforeseen alignment as antagonists this time. The second task demanded a confrontation with the very embodiment of fortune in this world, an endeavor into seeking the pinnacle of the One Piece and into aspiring to become the Pirate King. And as for the third, a feat of even greater complexity, featuring an ancient behemoth and the veiled might of the world government. Who could know the number of enemies lurking within Pangea Castle? Surveying these three formidable missions, Ryan understood the gravity of their problem, realizing that by entering this world, they had inadvertently cast themselves as adversaries of the entire world. Such a mission was not entrusted lightly. Before embarking on this mission, let us first familiarize ourselves with the information we have on the pirate world. As Ryan spoke, a hush descended upon the gathered crowd. Every word he uttered was absorbed with rapt attention. They were gradually disclosed to the historical tapestry of this other world. Hashirama and other members exchanged concerned glances. The worldview of this world is somewhat distorted, even more extreme than ours. Few people who are submerged in all of the luxuries of the world and do the most crimes are viewed as gods. A disheartening reality indeed. An eagerness to set sail and embrace piracy seemed rampant. The Marines had become pawns of the world government, and the world government, in turn, was subservient to the celestial dragons. The world's humans and all other races were subject to exploitation. Powerless people were pillaged, murdered, and plundered by stronger ones. As the comprehension of this world unfolded before them, Ryan rose from his seat. And now, my friends, let us set forth. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 116, Chapter 115. All right, everyone, let's go. Ryan's voice echoed through the room. Instantly, a vibrant light door materialized within the conference room. All eyes turned to the newly formed doorway. Everyone understood its significance. Crossing through that door meant entering a whole new world. Following Ryan, they tentatively stepped forward while their excitement mingled with a touch of nervousness. As they crossed the door, a transformation occurred. The chat group world web expanded to encompass the One Piece world channel connecting their realities. 11 figures vanished within the meeting space, only to reappear on the outskirts of District 23 in the Sabayati archipelago of the One Piece world. The air shimmered as the light gate dissipated, revealing Ryan and his companions. Gazing at their surroundings, Ryan immediately recognized their location. Sabayati archipelago, he proclaimed, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Though Ryan had seen this place in a previous life, Hashirama and the others marveled at the new world before them. Their eyes widened in astonishment. A sense of wonder overcame them as they observed their new surroundings. The two Tsunades were particularly enthralled, their enthusiasm infectious. Such beauty. Could this be the other world? The scenery here is breathtaking. The allure of floating bubbles captured the hearts of the two Tsunades, their girlish spirits uplifted by the enchanting scene. After all, the breathtaking view was irresistible, regardless of age. Yet, as they reveled in the moment, they eventually regrouped around Ryan, realizing their purpose. All right, let's gather information, Ryan asserted. Our first task is to find out about recent big events. First, let's find out where the Straw Hat Pirates are. Then we can plan our next move. His words were met with unanimous agreement, a nod from each member of the group. For a team of skilled ninjas, gathering intelligence was never a simple task. Understanding this, Tobirama and Minato swiftly marked each member with the Flying Thunder God's imprint, enhancing their ability to communicate and regroup. The time had come to locate their target. However, before they set out, there was one more order of business, claiming their ranking rewards. Claim rewards. In unison, their hearts brimming with resolve, a vivid glow enveloped each individual. Ryan, as the leader, experienced a unique sensation as the Limits Breaker's power surged within him. The force emanating from his body caught the attention of everyone present. Incredible. The Limits Breaker is beyond extraordinary. With the newfound power coursing through him, Ryan's satisfaction was palpable. The speed of his advancement was astonishing. The horror of Limits Breaker can be seen when Garo fights with Saitama after the trip to Jupiter's moon. Every move of Garo does not affect Saitama. During the fight, Garo gets stronger at an exponential rate. While Garo's growth was extraordinary, Saitama's was even higher due to this one skill. Reflecting on the capabilities of this newfound power, Ryan realized he now stood on equal footing against the adversaries he'd struggled with not long ago. Among the group, Uchiha Madara wielded an Asahi at his waist, a testament to his strength. Likewise, he held a beautiful jar containing super divine water of perfect quality. The talents revealed their latent potential by using the super divine water. The true abilities of Zanpakuto were only unlocked through communion with the soul and the revelation of its true name. Before this revelation, it was merely an ordinary blade. Additionally, in the world of Bleach, there exists the path of the ninja, as exemplified by Yuriyuki Shihon. Yuriyuki has a Zanpakuto, but she has never been seen using it. This is because she can easily resolve any conflict with her speed or fists. As the Flash Goddess of Soul Society, upon laying eyes upon the Zanpakuto it rode to ninja Tsunade's waist. The bespectacled Tsunade couldn't contain her excitement and immediately delved into studying the Zanpakuto. As for the rest of the group, each individual held a jar. However, when compared to Madara's perfectly preserved jar of super divine water, the disparity was not vast. Observing the divine water held by his comrades, Madara glanced at the perfect super divine water in his hand. Without hesitation, he unsealed the lid and gulped the super divine water. Surprisingly sweet. Madara's utterance caught Ryan off guard. Unexpectedly, this perfect super divine water not only lacked the anticipated pain but also had a pleasant taste, all while directly enhancing one's abilities. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan whirled rapidly. Leveraging his existing sage body, aided by the power of the super divine water, Madara's eyes underwent a metamorphosis. In an instant, a pair of Rinnegan manifested within Madara's eyes. Unbelievable. Is that the Rinnegan? Just like the Sage of Six Paths. Could the enhancement brought about by the super divine water truly be this huge? Observing the transformation in Madara, the entire group was equally shocked. Especially upon witnessing Madara's Rinnegan, colored in an enigmatic shade of deep purple. Their excitement escalated even further. After all, they too possessed a jar of super divine water. Driven by the sight, they didn't hesitate to consume their divine water. Ryan, situated on the sidelines, contemplated intervening. But before he could voice his concerns, they had all swallowed the super divine water. This spectacle elicited a helpless shake of Ryan's head. Without delay, a chorus of agonized cries echoed through the air. Damn. What in the world is happening? Why is the pain so excruciating? Witnessing the writhing figures on the ground, Ryan sighed inwardly. The super divine water had even caused Kaku, a being of inhuman patience and tolerance, to writhe in torment. The super divine water was living up to its notorious reputation. Before being drunk by Kaku, 14 people had drunk, but not a single one survived. Every single one was a skilled fighter enough to be taught by Korin, but alas. Indeed, its notoriety was well deserved. It was a fortunate instance of chat group optimization, otherwise, imbibing the super divine water could potentially result in fatal consequences. Thankfully, these rewards had been fine-tuned. Gradually, the agonized cries subsided. As the effects of super divine water subsided, everyone regained their composure, and as they glanced at the now empty jars of super divine water, a residual unease lingered. Nonetheless, surviving the ordeal of consuming the divine water. When compared to Madara's Rinnegan, their growth appeared relatively modest. Ultimately, their physical resilience had increased and the quantity of chakra had surged by nearly twofold. Having secured their rewards, the collective promptly dispersed to gather information. Teams of 2 or more embarked on their separate quests. Ryan, accompanied by the Tsunade duo, ventured forth. According to the duo, in your world, I am your sensei, and now, in this alternate world, I am committed to your safeguarding. As your sensei, I must accompany and protect you. In response to this dual proposition, Ryan couldn't help but roll his eyes in mild exasperation. Nevertheless, he refrained from protesting. For who would willingly reject an offer of protection, regardless of the source? Ah, darn it. This world is already playing tricks on me. I started sneezing the moment I set foot here. You don't have a cold, do you? Madara, strolling along the street, found himself momentarily speechless at the Hashirama's words. The god of the ninja world, expressing concern about catching a cold, what an unexpected twist. However, Madara opted for brevity, merely guiding Hashirama toward the bustling heart of the area. Indeed, a crowd's density often correlates with the abundance of information. Separately, Obito and Kakashi, as well as Sasuke and Kakashi, along with the 4th Hokage, spread out in groups across the Sabayati Islands, all in pursuit of gathering valuable intelligence. Within the area 1. Hey, quick, look at those two. Their attire is so peculiar. Their clothes are unique too. They kind of resemble something from Wano Kuni. In hushed tones, a cluster of onlookers fixated their attention squarely on Madara and Hashirama, freshly arrived within area 1. The intrigue grew, especially upon taking in their distinctive attire, fueling the excitement rippling through the crowd. Yet, unbeknownst to these spectators, each movement of these spectators was meticulously observed by the perceptive duo. It's been ages since we saw anyone from Wano Kuni. Should we go talk to these two? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 117, Chapter 116. I haven't seen anyone from Wano country for so many years, the leader pondered with a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Boss, are we going to catch these two? His underling exclaimed in frustration, making his voice clear with irritation. If they're skilled swordsmiths, their value could be even higher, the leader noted, recognizing the potential profit. Looking at Hashirama and Madara's distinctive attire, they stood out in the entire Area 01 like a sore thumb. The scene unfolded in a grim and somber setting, a slave auction house, where lives were traded. Within its walls, numerous hunters specialized in capturing exceptionally rare individuals. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Madara and Hashirama, the spotlight on them. Their presence intensified as the unique Sengoku armor they wore came into view. Without a doubt, these two were from Wano country. Such disgusting looks. Just a bunch of worthless fools. Madara's indignant comments drew the disdain of the others, but Hashirama remained strangely silent. Even he found himself deeply unsettled by the intrusive and lecherous gazes directed at them. A visible crease formed on his brow, indicating his discomfort. Before they could take another step, a circle of slave hunters closed in on them from all sides. Hello there. So, you two are supposed to be from Wano country. No bounties on you two, hey. Do you even know where you are? The leader of the hunters looked at Madara and Hashirama closely and made sure they weren't pirates with hefty bounties. He suppressed his excitement for a moment, imagining the considerable belly these Wano denizens could bring. His underlings gathered around him, sharing his anticipation. Seeing the scenario in front of him, Madara's anger threatened to boil over. His name is enough to scare 5 Kage, but these idiots dare to look down on him. Of all things to encounter in this new world, their first encounter had to be these 4 imbeciles. Madara's hands moved swiftly, forming hand seals. Chakra surged in his chest and surged from his mouth. Fire style, fire extinction. The explosion that followed engulfed everything in a raging inferno and started consuming its surroundings. The circle of slave hunters was trapped amidst, and they were swiftly engulfed by the flames. Dancing fire silhouettes filled the air, dwindling to charred remnants. In the Area 1 plaza, unrestrained flames roared. Only the leader of slave hunters was spared by Madara. Staring at the horrifying scene before him, the blazing expanse above held him captive. Do you possess a devil fruit power? Interrupting his impending rambling, Madara materialized before him, clutching his throat. His unique Sharingan bore into the trembling man's eyes. Spare me, please. Spare me. I'm under one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I'm under Doflamingo's command. Don't kill me. I beg you. A sharp crack abruptly silenced his pleas. Madara released the lifeless form, snapping the man's neck without any mercy. Meanwhile, Hashirama retrieved the wanted poster from the fallen man's grip. It was clear that these hunters checked for such documents before confronting them. Studying the images and descriptions of rewards, Hashirama quickly assessed the contents. On the sidelines, Madara surveyed their surroundings. Area 1 was now engulfed in chaos due to Madara's fire ninjutsu. In the aftermath, the crowd dispersed in all directions. Several auction house managers and their security teams observed Hashirama and the unfolding spectacle. Madara's initial display of fire mastery had rattled them. At that moment, an auction house manager observed the scene and covertly extracted a concealed communication device. Piruru, crackled the familiar voice as the connection was made. Phew, what's happening at the auction house? The voice on the other end inquired. As the voice resonated from the device, beads of sweat materialized on the manager's forehead. Listening attentively, they responded with urgency and caution. Young master, the auction house is secure. But 2 individuals resembling those from Wano country have entered the first area. They don't have bounties, yet their eyes can shift to a strange red hue. Moreover, these 2 have killed 4 members of our slave hunters. After receiving this comprehensive report from the manager, Doflamingo, stationed in Dressrosa, involuntarily raised an eyebrow. The trademark smile that had adorned his face gradually faded away. Doflamingo was intimately familiar with Wano country. His partner, Kaido, one of the Yonko, ruled over the land. Are you certain there are no bounties on them? Without a doubt, young master. How intriguing and entertaining. Eyes that can transform. Doflamingo's curiosity was piqued at this juncture. Such an individual was unheard of in Wano country. Given that Kaido held dominion and security over Wano country, escaping its borders was virtually impossible. Therefore, these 2 newcomers were unlikely to be Wano natives. With this realization, Doflamingo promptly retrieved another Den Mushi. Concluding the conversation, his signature smile returned. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Virgo of the G5 branch reporting. Reports indicate a group of ruthless pirates has fled the New World, seeking refuge on the Sabayati Islands. These individuals have no bounty. Upon hearing this news, Sengoku furrowed his brows in response. Pirates without any bounties transitioning from the treacherous New World to the relatively calm Sabayati Islands was puzzling. However, given the disruptive presence of the celestial dragons on the Sabayati Islands, Sengoku's options were limited. Allowing these pirates to provoke the celestial dragons would lead to dire consequences. Must you report such trivial matters to me? Inform the units stationed at the Sabayati archipelago, have them increase their vigilance. Sengoku found it puzzling that Virgo had to report such minor incidents. Upon receiving the orders, the stationed Marines at the Sabayati archipelago sprang into action. The resonating alarm prompted the Marines in Area 60 to swiftly mobilize and assemble in Area 1. Meanwhile, in Area 41, Ryan had recently arrived, accompanied by two Tsunades. Both Tsunades were captivated by the dazzling array of merchandise before them. Every garment and accessory on display mirrored those in their world. One thing, in particular, caught their attention and its allure was irresistible. Without hesitation, they eagerly indulged in their old gambling habits. When it comes to the source of funds, there are always individuals who lack foresight. People around them with extra belly were somewhat unlucky. After a rough observation, Ryan meticulously surveyed the surroundings, ultimately spotting a tavern and stepping inside. The moment Ryan entered the tavern, all eyes turned towards him, including the customers who were still engrossed in their drinks. Upon taking in Ryan's appearance, his face irked the present pirates considerably. However, upon noticing that Ryan lacked any sign of nobility and had no companions, bodyguards, or crewmates with him, a chorus of taunts erupted in the tavern. Hey kid, are you still nursing on your mother's milk? This establishment doesn't sell milk for babies. Ha ha ha, kid, get out. This isn't the place for youngsters like you. Amidst the buzz and flies swarming around, Ryan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't help but marvel at the peculiar mental processes of these pirates. And those eyes, devoid of empathy. As Ryan mentally revisited scenes from One Piece. No matter how many Baileys are offered as rewards, Luffy always seems to encounter a group of clueless individuals upon entering a tavern. Even the captain of the red-haired pirates can't escape having booze spilled on his head when he enters a tavern. Ryan couldn't help but wonder, do pirates in this world consistently display such arrogance? The tavern continued to buzz with clamor. Ryan's gaze suddenly focused on a particular spot. Shinra Tensei. A powerful wave of repulsion surged forth instantaneously. The once lively tavern in an instant turned quiet and collapsed. Over half of it disintegrated into scattered debris that disappeared into the sky. The formerly closed establishment has some lamps as its light source. At this moment transformed into an open expanse under the sun. And now, only one section of the tavern remained untouched. At this juncture, silence enveloped the remaining portion of the tavern. Even the pedestrians strolling through Area 41 streets paused in astonishment. Gulp. An audible gulp emanated from an unidentified source. At that moment, the tavern's customers regained their composure, gazing at the half-torn tavern and observing the seemingly harmless Ryan before them. Fear gripped each individual, which caused them to collapse to the ground. What kind of ability is this? An unknown devil fruit power. It's a monstrous force. The initial mockers were also present. Witnessing the scene, Ryan couldn't help but curl his lips in boredom. I preferred your disobedient behavior earlier. Now I don't like it anymore. Boom. Responding to Ryan's declaration, Shinra Tensei was once again unleashed. The remaining half of the tavern disintegrated into fragments, leaving only the central bar intact. At this moment, the tavern owner, stationed behind the bar, stared at Ryan as he advanced. Frozen in place, the tavern owner trembled in fright. Meeting the gaze of the tavern keeper, Ryan took a seat in the lone chair that remained. He reached for the drink on the table and poured a glass for himself. Studying the liquid within the glass, after a slight shake of his head, Ryan's gaze settled on the tavern owner. Now, answer my question truthfully. If I receive a satisfactory answer, you'll find yourself considerably lucky today. Read 50 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 118, Chapter 117. The tavern owner, still in a state of panic, gazed at Ryan before him and sensed that he was not going to be killed. That's why relief washed over him. So he stood respectfully, poised to answer any questions Ryan might ask. With a calm tone, Ryan began, let's start with the first question. Do you possess any information of the Straw Hat Pirates? Upon hearing this query, the tavern owner felt his mind race. Images of reconstruction and recent renovations of the tavern flashed by, intermingled with a cascade of reward orders. Swiftly, among them, appeared a reward poster featuring a distinctive straw hat. I do. This reward order was updated recently, the tavern owner exclaimed. Those pirates are from East Blue, he added. Upon hearing this response, Ryan nodded approvingly. It appeared that, in the current timeline, Luffy had initiated the Straw Hat Pirates' Grand Line adventures. However, the trajectory of the plot remained unknown. For his second inquiry, Ryan inquired, since the last update on bounties, what is the current bounty for Straw Hat Luffy? Upon processing this question, the tavern owner hastened to locate the bounty poster tucked beneath the bar. Thankfully, these items adorned the counter, not yet lost in the rubble. Recalling that Straw Hat Luffy's bounty poster had been recently revised and should be at the top, the tavern owner hurriedly began to search. Before long, he located the bounty and placed it with respect before Ryan. Upon observing Luffy's beaming face, his wide grin revealed prominent teeth and the bounty of 100 million belly stated below. A sense of recognition dawned upon Ryan. A reward of 100 million belly, he stated. This particular sum held meaning. Notably, the timeline was after the Enice Lobby arc. Post this arc, Luffy's bounty was predicted to soar to 300 million baileys. Armed with this knowledge, remaining in the Sabayati archipelago became unwise. Thank you, Ryan said, content with the provided information. Naturally, he saw no need to further inconvenience the tavern owner. Hence, he handed him the miscellaneous plunder, including gold and belly which he had earlier acquired. With these, he left the destroyed tavern. Observing Ryan's exit, the tavern owner turned his attention to the substantial cache of treasures before him. Suddenly, a smile of deep delight adorned his face. These treasures could help him in the renovation of his tavern. He could even decorate it more lavishly. Having left the tavern, Ryan joined the company of the two Tsunade. At this juncture, they had accumulated a plethora of goods, mixed in varying sizes of bags. Witnessing this, Ryan found himself resigned to the inevitableness of the stereotypical shopping tendency of women. Shall we move? I am now aware of the location of Straw Hat Pirates, Ryan articulated. Let's call others, he declared. Upon hearing Ryan's proclamation, the Tsunade duo promptly used the storage scrolls to hide the clothing and jewelry they had procured. Simultaneously, Ryan activated the Flying Thunder God imprint. This activity did not go unnoticed by those still gathering intelligence on the island, signaling their impending departure. In Area 1, Ryan instantaneously emerged beside Madara and Hashirama. Gazing upon Area 1 now ablaze, Ryan couldn't help but feel taken aback. Amidst the chaos, he observed the marine personnel rapidly converging, prompting Ryan to opt for a swift solution. His impatience prevented any desire to waste time. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique, he promptly transported himself and the duo to Area 41. Following suit, second Hokage Tobirama and fourth Hokage Minato also used the Flying Thunder God, rejoining them swiftly. However, the scene that second Hokage Tobirama unveiled rendered everyone momentarily speechless. Alongside him lay a bag filled with guns, ammunition, and even a stack of books. Given that all of the time here, finding something useful and new is only natural, Tobirama responded earnestly in the face of the onlookers' curious gazes. The items had been sealed for safekeeping. Without delay, Ryan vanished once more. Upon his return, two additional figures materialized beside him, Obito and Kakashi. In short order, Ryan activated the Flying Thunder God technique once again, disappearing on the spot. When he reappeared beside the two, he immediately sensed something amiss. Civilians lined on both sides of the streets, trembling on the ground, while Kakashi and Sasuke regarded a group of individuals with displeased expressions. Hey, what manner of ability is this? He appeared out of nowhere in an instant. Father, fetch them for me, I wish to make them my new slaves. Turning to Ryan, who had emerged out of thin air, beseeched Saint Roswald with an elated countenance. In response to his daughter's request, Roswald St was naturally inclined to comply. As per his decree, 3 untouchables were summoned. According to Saint Roswald, his daughter could take them home if she wished, though they were merely playthings that she would soon tire of. Very well. Proceed and apprehend those 3 individuals. As Saint Roswald issued his command, the guards protecting the celestial dragons advanced in unison. Swiftly, they encircled Ryan and his companions, leaving the surrounding civilians kneeling in fear all the more petrified and motionless. Disaster has struck, these 3 are doomed. Who can deny it? Cross the celestial dragons and your days are numbered. They're just toying with us, trying to put on a show. Enough chatter, take care not to burn yourselves. The voices of the nearby civilians reached the ears of the trio, prompting a brief moment of speechlessness. In this world, they were, once again, rendered wordless. Surveying the celestial dragons who resembled swine, it was evident that their status far exceeded their actual power. Ryan noted a striking resemblance between these individuals and the daimyo in the Hokage world, equally wasteful and porcine. The realization elicited a surge of disgust within Ryan. He harbored no regard for such figures. Before Ryan could intervene, Sasuke took the initiative to attack. I am the proud son of the Uchiha clan, a Hokage of Konoha, and the possessor of the eternal Mangekyou, Sasuke declared confidently. Concurrently, Sasuke was lately meeting formidable monsters like Tobirama and the other Hokage. In the midst of this confrontation, Sasuke found renewed vigor in facing these weak idiots. As he faced these individuals, Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan eyes began to turn, and a spectral, purple skeleton hand manifested instantaneously. Utilizing his Susanoo, Sasuke fanned out the guards arrayed before him. His attention then turned to the three celestial dragons, and he extended control over Susanoo's skeletal form. Swiftly, he captured all three of them. Leader, they're neutralized. Sasuke announced triumphantly. However, the celestial dragons trapped within Susanoo's grasp were not willing to yield. What do you untouchables think you're doing? They protested amidst their confinement. The continuous clamoring from Saint Roswell triggered Sasuke to tighten his grip. The celestial dragon's defiant facade soon crumbled as their resistance weakened. The bubbles that had protected them were shattered. The bones of the celestial dragons creaked, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain. Their earlier bravado dissolved into near unbearable agony, leaving them nearly incapacitated. The sound of their anguished wails resonated, filling the air. In response, Sasuke further intensified his hold, causing audible cracks. The celestial dragon's wails subsided abruptly, replaced by a resounding thud as their bodies were crushed into a mass of mincemeat. The gory spectacle painted the sky with a crimson mist that dispersed from Susanoo's skeletal grasp. Sasuke's face bore a satisfied smile finally. The three pigs were silenced permanently. In the aftermath, an eerie stillness enveloped the scene. As the surrounding civilians raised their heads, witnessing the tragic demise of the celestial dragons, they found themselves momentarily entranced. It was as if they were glimpsing departed loved ones, beckoning them towards an ethereal embrace. For an instant, the air seemed to hum with an otherworldly connection. Whispers of their grandmother's voice echoed in their minds, inviting them to join her. The words promised a reunion. Come down now, I'll be waiting for you. The moment shattered with a collective scream that erupted from the crowd, igniting a fervor in the masses. Panic cascaded through their ranks like wildfire. They've killed the celestial dragons. Run, run. It's a death sentence. This is the end. This area's history is sealed. Run. Marines will be here soon. Kneeling civilians abandoned the streets and homes. Started running in every direction. Chaos consumed the scene in an instant. Observing the turmoil, Sasuke found himself bewildered. Aren't they just three pigs? What's causing this chaos? Ryan cast a casual glance at the remains of the three celestial dragons. You'll understand soon enough, he assured Sasuke. Let's go. Return to Area 41 and regroup. With that, he whisked Kakashi and Sasuke back to Area 41. Meanwhile, in the Marine residence at Area 60, an urgent message rippled through the atmosphere. Trouble. Urgent news. Celestial dragons have been killed. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Marioni. Chapter 119, Chapter 118. It's over. It's all over. The weight of those words hung heavily in the air. My life is coming to an end, the Marine Rear Admiral thought somberly. Upon receiving this news, the Marine Rear Admiral stationed at the Sabayati Islands was struck with shock. As if a bolt of lightning had pierced him. They were killed by some nobodies, the Rear Admiral pondered. A sense of finality washed over. But before accepting this fate entirely, if only we could apprehend the person responsible for the demise of those celestial dragons, a flicker of hope ignited within the Rear Admiral's mind. A glimmer of opportunity yet remained. With this thought in mind, the Marine Rear Admiral's hand instinctively reached for the emergency button. A deafening siren promptly blared. Its wails echoed throughout the Marine base, alerting all personnel. Marines swiftly congregated, a sense of urgency palpable in the air. Hurry up, barked the Admiral, urgency lacing every word. Someone has killed the celestial dragons. These damn idiots must be captured. Otherwise, we'll have no tomorrow to look forward to. As the Marine Rear Admiral urgently relayed the situation, the gravity of the situation became starkly apparent to all present. Without delay, the Marines were dispatched. They hastened towards the vicinity where the celestial dragons had met their demise. Simultaneously at the headquarters of the Navy, Marine Fort, an alarm resounded suddenly within the communication department. As the alarm pierced the silence, the expressions of all those in the vicinity underwent an instantaneous change. With haste they ran to the office of Sengoku, bearing the report. Fleet Admiral urgent report. A crisis has developed at Sabayati Archipelago. The celestial dragons have been killed. The messenger foregoing any formalities barged into the office. The attack on the celestial dragons was an event of unparalleled significance rendering the norms of protocol obsolete. What's the matter? Garp inquired while intrigue displacing his nonchalant expression. This is no ordinary attack. Sengoku's countenance revealed the severity of the situation. On Sabayati Islands 3 celestial dragons have been killed. What? Garp's response was a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Sengoku's face twisted with a mix of frustration and anxiety, mirroring the gravity of the report. Garp rushed to the desk, grabbing the report for a closer read. Having absorbed the contents, Garp was confounded, the distinction between resisting and killing celestial dragons being starkly evident. The implications diverged significantly. To all units, recall all leaves for Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals. Assemble the Admirals. Prepare the ship swiftly. We're setting sail for Sabayati Island. Sengoku's orders reverberated, initiating a flurry of activity throughout the Marine headquarters. Garp's swift reaction underscored the unprecedented nature of the situation. He sprung to action and exited the room to make preparations. As Sengoku readied to depart for the port, a distinctive den-den-mushi, symbolic of the world government's communications, began to ring on the table. Sengoku heaved a resigned sigh. The inevitable had caught up. From the other side, a somber voice emanated from den-den-mushi. Sengoku heed this order. Use all necessary means to apprehend these criminals. This violation shall not go unpunished. Their execution shall be a public spectacle worldwide. The world must remember the consequences of this taunt towards the authority of the world government. In the face of this order, Sengoku's compliance was swift. The reasons behind the world government's urgency were evident, even without explicit explanation. For 8 centuries the celestial dragons had evolved into fat idiots with the delusion of being the gods. The world too had grown accustomed to their impunity, refraining from any action against them. Yet now some nobodies had taken the lives of celestial dragons. Failure to address this would unravel their perceived invincibility, threatening their already fragile standing. Malevolent individuals seeking notoriety would inevitably target these vulnerable gods. Hence, resolute action was critical. The assembly of Marines began promptly. Sengoku and Garp joined the ranks, accompanied by the 3 admirals and various vice admirals. A formidable force set forth towards Sabayati. Fortuitously, the naval headquarters' proximity to the island was advantageous. The timing seemed favorable. Kizaru, initiate reconnaissance on the island's situation. Prevent these pirates from fleeing at all costs. Kizaru was usually nonchalant and lazy, but at the moment grasped the gravity of the situation. Moreover, Sengoku's order reminded him of his allegiance to the world government. Sengoku's command spurred Kizaru into action. Transforming into a beam of golden light, he raced towards Sabayati. Meanwhile on the island, Ryan and his group being the center of the unfolding events emerged from a shop. An eternal pose in his hand which indicates the path to Water 7. Amidst the group's movement to the shore, Hashirama contemplated shaping a wooden boat using his wood-style abilities. Such feats were well within his capabilities. Yet Ryan interjected, determining the impracticality of a wooden ship's utility. After all, such a ship offered minimal comforts. Time was of the essence. No need to indulge in unnecessary preparations. There should be a shipyard near Area 50. Plenty of boats there. Let's go and get one. With Ryan's instruction, the group members searched toward Area 50 with determination. In the wake of the celestial dragon's death, Sabayati had descended into chaos. Consequently, the shipyard that had been bustling a few hours ago now had been deserted by many who fled in panic. The number of available boats had declined significantly. Staring at the deserted shipyard, a silence fell over the group momentarily. However, hope remained as there were shipyards from Area 51 to Area 59. The search continued as they moved to the next area. After exploring multiple areas, they finally stumbled upon a newly constructed, sizable ship at Area 54's shipyard. This ship had complete facilities and was ready for the voyage. Without hesitation, they boarded and surveyed their newfound means of escape. Hey, that ship ain't yours. Yet, just as Ryan and the others were ready to set sail, an unexpected voice reached their ears which caught their attention. Turning their gaze towards the source of the voice, they found an elderly man with white hair looking at them skeptically. Upon seeing this man, Ryan immediately recognized him. The individual before them was none other than the right hand of the Pirate King, Silver Rayleigh, also known as the Dark King. Ryan's straightforward response brought their motives to light. It wasn't ours before, but it is now. The ship belongs to us. Rayleigh remained in character, feigning ignorance. I'm not concerned about ownership. However, I do ask for my fee. Coding is a labor-intensive task. With that, Ryan tossed a bag of belly toward Rayleigh. The substantial contents of the bag elicited an almost comical reaction from the seasoned pirate. Rayleigh's amusement was evident. This is more profitable than selling myself to slave houses. Content with the compensation, Rayleigh confirmed that the payment sufficed. Ryan's response drew a chuckle from the Pluton. Haha, your captain is certainly straightforward. However, coding isn't instantaneous. It will take time before you can venture into the new world. Ryan's next words seemed to perplex Rayleigh, who said we were headed to the new world. We're returning to the Grand Line. There are matters we must handle there. As for the new world, that's an adventure for another time. When we're ready for coding, we'll reach out for you and I hope you won't decline. Consider the money a deposit. As the group sailed away, Rayleigh remained bewildered by their intentions. Meanwhile, the ship smoothly navigated towards the Grand Line. Rayleigh's thinking deepened as he pondered the reasons behind the pirate crew's strange decisions. Observing the powerful individuals on board, Rayleigh noted that their strength was extraordinary, indicating them being a formidable existence in the new world. Attempting to discern their motives, Rayleigh chalked it up to generational differences. Returning his attention to the bag of money, Rayleigh's spirits lifted. Without other thoughts, he set out to enjoy well-deserved drink. As the ship embarked on its journey, a sudden question broke the peaceful area. Hey, do you know what happened on the island? Rayleigh brushed off the query. Don't worry about that, let's just focus on getting some booze. However, as Ryan's ship left the harbor and ventured into the open sea, its abrupt departure did not go unnoticed. Near the marine base in Area 60 caught sight of the hasty retreat. Ryan's shrewd instincts told him that the marine fleet on the horizon was undoubtedly pursuing them. Meanwhile, as the ship sailed further away, Kizaru noticed Ryan's ship and without hesitation concentrated a beam of light from his fingertip. Ready to attack. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Marioni. Chapter 120, Chapter 119. In response to the sudden laser attack from Kizaru, a vivid blue skeleton giant materialized above the sails of the large ship on the horizon. An explosive boom resonated through the air, instantly triggering violent waves across the sea. Ought to be able to defend my attack. Confronted with the abrupt appearance of the blue skeletal giant, Kizaru's eyes, concealed beneath his sunglasses, narrowed slightly as he directed his gaze toward Ryan's ship. Kizaru transformed into numerous golden rays of light teleport once more, already positioned upon the deck of Ryan's ship. Fixing his gaze upon Ryan and the others before him, Kizaru spoke. I'm sorry, but you can't leave the Sabayati Islands now. The reasons for this is. Before Kizaru could complete his sentence, a lightning-infused katana suddenly pierced through his body. The instigator of this swift action was Sasuke, who retracted his Kizangi at this moment. I don't know why, but listening to him speak just makes me want to kill him. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, the collective attention turned toward Kizaru. Nods of agreement rippled through the people on the deck. Indeed, Kizaru's appearance carried a rather annoying aura. At this moment, Kizaru opted to withhold further words. His gaze shifted sternly between Sasuke and then onto the coldly composed Uchiha Madara. The ability to summon skeletal giant. And this boy could hit the user of Gorogoro no Mi. In retrospect of the sudden assault, Kizaru was thankful that he had attacked them before engaging in naval ship's battle with them. Maintaining vigilance, he had already readied his elementalization against Sasuke's lightning Chidori stream. Glancing from Sasuke to the aloof Madara, Kizaru detected that the blue skeletal giant likely belonged to this formidable man. As Kizaru's eyes swept across each individual, it ultimately settled on Ryan. The figure was most likely to be the captain among them. Following the numerous Hokage meetings, Ryan, as the group leader, had subconsciously garnered the respect of the assembled Hokages. In the present moment, Kizaru abandoned his casual demeanor and became serious. You're the ones who killed the celestial dragons, aren't you? The reports mentioned the ability similar to that skeletal giant. However, the figure in the reports is depicted as purple whereas yours is blue. I'm unsure about the color difference, but it doesn't matter anymore. You're undeniably involved. With Kizaru's assertion, this world's intelligence gathering capabilities became evident to the group. The celestial dragons' deaths had been reported back in mere hours and the Marines had already compiled a comprehensive assessment of their abilities. Ryan acknowledged this with admiration, stating, the speed is truly impressive. Nevertheless, we were indeed responsible for eliminating those wretched idiots. But what's the significance, or what does it have to do with you? As Ryan spoke, Sasuke beside him stared intently and in a split second, the purple skeletal arm tried to catch Kizaru. With a swift movement by Kizaru with the glint no Mi's ability, he elementalized the moment the skeletal arm made contact. Vanishing into the air with a flash, Kizaru had now definitively identified the killers of celestial dragons. Purple skeleton. It's the correct one. Satisfied with the outcome, Kizaru dispatched a luminous orb directly into the sky. Above the sea, a brilliant burst of light unfolded in an array of dazzling brilliance. It's Porcelino signal. It seems he has located the killer of celestial dragons. Quick. Converge on their position. In response to Kizaru's signal, Sengoku swiftly ordered the fleet to encircle the indicated ships. With the death of the celestial dragons, the pursuit of the killers became a critical task, meant to smooth out the celestial dragons' unfortunate end. Witnessing Kizaru's signal for reinforcement, Ryan and the other Hokages wasted no time preparing themselves for battle. Once these Marines were defeated, they wouldn't encounter any further trouble from these individuals. Fighting with Marines down the line might hinder their mission completion. At this juncture, Kizaru refrained from launching an attack alone. Instead meticulously observed the movements of Ryan and his group from the air. In due time, the expansive Marine fleet enveloped the vicinity. Ships of varying sizes densely encircled the entire sea around Ryan's ship. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, a figure gazed downward with a fervent expression. Ha ha. Big news, big news. This time the president better give me the promotion to vice president. This spirited figure was a journalist from the World Economic newspaper. On board the ship, as Ryan and the Hokage surveyed the formidable Marine fleet closing in from a distance, they exchanged glances. Well then, everyone. Let's make some waves. As Ryan declared, confident smiles graced their faces. Tobirama leapt straight from the ship into the sea. Before Kizaru's astonished gaze, he stood effortlessly upon the water's surface. What? What kind of ability is this? A purely physical technique? Is this skill something similar to Roshiki? Wait, but even so, how can someone with abilities stand on water? No ice or anything is supporting him underneath. Tobirama's display of power baffled Kizaru, challenging his understanding. There was no visible ice or something supporting substance beneath his feet, just the surface of the sea itself. Tobirama's feet seemed to strain Kizaru's mental capacities. He was perplexed by this unheard of capability of standing on water. Just as Kizaru began to question his very existence, Tobirama initiated a sequence of hand seals. Water style, water severing wave. With his hands clapped together, Tobirama's actions elicited a tremor in the sea. This surreal phenomenon stirred a sense of bad foreboding within Kizaru as he hovered in the air. As Kizaru contemplated intervening, the formerly placid sea erupted into a torrential upheaval. Tobirama had fought Uchiha's fire style all his life with his water style. Now stood at sea, and the potency of his water style ninjutsu was awe-inspiring. Wave after wave surged forth, wave by wave, transforming the tranquil sea into a tumultuous tsunami. In an instant, the serene sea turned ferocious. Is this the water style of the second Hokage? What an astounding jutsu! So the legend is true. Second Hokage's water ninjutsu was even stronger than even the Mizukages. Witnessing the power of Tobirama's water style display, those on board couldn't help but admire it. Even Uchiha Madara, who had crossed swords countless times with Tobirama, acknowledged the Senjo's remarkable ninjutsu prowess. But where was Kizaru in the sky amid this spectacle? Confronted with this formidable display of power, Kizaru hastily retreated to the Marine fleet. Quick! Issue an order to retreat. It's too late. Upon hearing Kizaru's urgent command, panic rippled through the ranks. Before Sengoku could even issue two orders, the crew on board witnessed the towering waves hurtling toward them. At this moment, Sengoku's face underwent an abrupt transformation. Quick! All ships fall back immediately and adjust your vessels. Confronted with this sudden onslaught of massive waves, the ships risked destruction if not handled correctly. Following Sengoku's directive, the once aggressively encircling Marine fleet initiated emergency maneuvers and began to retreat. Alas, their response was a bit late. The nearest ship collided headfirst with the colossal wave, causing an immediate impact. This wasn't merely an ordinary colossal wave, rather, it was a ninjutsu executed by the second Hokage Tobirama. Imbued within this mighty torrent of sea surged the chakra of the second Hokage, endowing it with a devastating force far beyond that of a regular giant wave. Ah, help. Upon impact, the most recent battleship crafted by the scientific division of Marines crumbled like paper, disintegrating in an instant. Witnessing this horrific sight, Sengoku's pupils constricted abruptly. No. Something's amiss. Kyuzen. Act swiftly. Halt this massive wave. Hearing Sengoku's urgent orders, Aokiji leapt into action from the sidelines. Confronting the advancing torrent, his hands emitted gusts of frigid air. Ice Age. In this critical moment, Aokiji couldn't dare to be lazy. He activated his devil fruit ability to its fullest, enveloping the oncoming waves with bone-chilling cold. However, the immense waves propelled by Tobira's chakra weren't so easily frozen. The surface layer that had just been frozen suddenly ruptured, prompting a surprise from Aokiji. For the first time, he encountered a wave too big to freeze. He promptly used his fruit ability to a frenzied degree, releasing frigid air that seemed to plunge the surrounding sea's temperature several degrees. Ultimately, the enormous wave was wholly encased in ice, not far from the marine fleet. Who? This isn't an ordinary attack by any means. Their abilities are peculiar. Aokiji, who had froze the wave, regarded the ice sculpture before him with a grave expression. Had it not been successfully frozen in the end, he might have questioned the authenticity of his own devil fruit. In light of these events, Sengoku recognized that this group of unknowns wasn't to be underestimated. With Aokiji's devil fruit immobilizing the sea, their warships were rendered immobile and Ryan's ships were similarly stuck in ice. Humph. Advance. Arrest them all. Whatever they say, subdue them first. With this resolve, Sengoku led the charge while guiding the marines toward Ryan and his associates. Meanwhile, Tobirama peered down at the frozen sea beneath his feet, which piqued his curiosity. Is this a devil fruit ability? Indeed, the Logia Ice devil fruit. Upon receiving Ryan's answer, Tobirama surveyed the frozen seawater with fascination. His interest in devil fruits was undeniable. Despite attending numerous meetings, Tobirama had yet to obtain a devil fruit. This time, he seemed intent on more information on devil fruits. On board their ship, Ryan also directed his gaze toward the frozen landscape. Observing Sengoku and the others approaching, he surveyed their opponents. In addition to Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 admirals, there were a few vice admirals from the original timeline. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 121, Chapter 120. Soon, Sengoku led a platoon towards Ryan and his crew. As they gazed upon the flagless ship and the attire donned by them, Sengoku began to realize that the people standing before him were far from ordinary. The clothing they wore differed markedly from that of Uenokuni. Furthermore, their presence exuded a formidable power. Such powerful people had lain inactive and unknown in the New World until now, only to show up at Sabayati Archipelago and kill the celestial dragons. There undoubtedly existed some sort of conspiracy at play. Surround them. Sengoku commanded. Don't a single one of them is to escape today. Observing the 11 individuals in Ryan's group, the Marines of today represented an elite force in the world. Should they fail in apprehending these 11, it would be a considerable disgrace for the Marines. In compliance with Sengoku's orders, a squadron of vice admirals promptly encircled Ryan and his companions. Witnessing the Marines' coordinated actions, Ryan nearly burst into laughter. Very well, everyone, he declared. Let's put an end to this raid without delay. Hearing Ryan's words, the Hokages at his side jointly launched an assault against the Marines before them. Meanwhile, Ryan went towards Sengoku. Humph. A bunch of impudent upstarts who failed to recognize their place. Akainu's voice thundered. Every last one of you shall be apprehended and subjected to public execution. Your nerve in slaying the celestial dragons is an outrageously heinous crime. Confronted by Ryan's charging advance, Sengoku bellowed with authority. His figure underwent a sudden transformation as a towering golden Buddha upon the ICC. This colossal form swung its palm towards Ryan, unleashing a devastating strike. Big Buddha shockwave. With a resounding boom, the invisible shockwave hurtled towards Ryan at remarkable speed. But how could such a slow attack possibly land a hit on Ryan the user or Rinnegan in 10 seconds? Swiftly dodging, Ryan had already evaded the spot moments before Sengoku's attack plunged into ice. In the blink of an eye, Sengoku's assault connected with ice, shattering the sea that had just been frozen by Aokiji. Miss, did you? Ryan taunted. Before Sengoku could use another attack, Ryan's eyes transformed into both Rinnegan and Tensegan. The anomaly in his eyes didn't escape Sengoku's attention. The eyes can change. What kind of devil fruit did he eat? Sengoku found himself perplexed. Such an ocular transformation was unheard of in his experience. As far as he knew, no race or much less a devil fruit had ever displayed this kind of ability. If such a race existed, it surely would have been put up for auction or experimented on long ago. Uncertain of the opponent's ability, Sengoku's vigilance heightened. A resounding boom filled the air as a muffled clang echoed. Sengoku was abruptly propelled backwards, his Buddha form hurtling through the air, and crashed into the ice underneath heavily. The unexpected turn of events left every Marine stunned. What struck the fleet admiral? I didn't see it. It happened too fast. The opponent didn't even seem to move. In the ensuing moments, Marines who hadn't yet engaged rushed to Sengoku's side. Slowly, the golden Buddha began to rise from the thick ice. Staring at the baffling bruise on his body, Sengoku's surprise was evident. He was certain that his opponent had remained still, yet this attack had hit him. What kind of ability is this? Ryan grinned and he remained silent. At that moment his 4 shadows of limbo had positioned themselves as guardians around Ryan, forming a barrier of unparalleled force. This level of capability was tantamount to 6 paths level strength within the world of the Hokage. It was glaringly apparent that Sengoku's strength did not hold a candle to this caliber of power. However, at that moment, Sengoku was suddenly struck by realization. The instant he had been hit just before, he seemed to have sensed a faint trace of a figure through his observation haki. But upon closer thought, he deduced that it was captured in the moment of impact. Sengoku's countenance turned instantly grave. He hadn't anticipated that the individuals before him would pose such an unknown challenge. Aside from Ryan and Sengoku, 5 giants abruptly emerged on the scene. These towering figures were Hashirama, Madara, Obito, Tobirama, and Sasuke, each fully equipped for battle. As they got ready to fight, they immediately used their Susanoo form straight away. Since the aim was to conclude this fight as soon as possible, they were committed to using their full might. 5 colossal Susans materialized on the ice field, causing the Marines to momentarily freeze in their tracks confronted with the sight of these gargantuan armored giants blotting out the sky in their view. The Marines were left dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Even Admiral Aokiji had beads of sweat on his head, his gaze fixed upon the awe-inspiring giants before him. Not to mention the other Marines. What kind of ability is this? It can't be a devil fruit. Their eyes are crimson. Is this the power of their race? The Marines were at a loss for how to proceed. Akainu, another admiral, launched an attack to test their opponents. As molten magma surged in both his arms with resolute determination, he locked his fiery gaze on the 5 Susanoo ahead. Great eruption. A deafening explosion accompanied the eruption of the magma rocks, propelling them into the sky. The fiery projectiles were directed at the 5 Susanoo. However, the great eruption attack had often been a potent display of force, proved utterly ineffective in the face of Susanoo comparable to a fortress. Witnessing the admiral's futile attack, despair began to sweep over the ranks of Marines. Just as the morale of the Marines plummeted to its nadir, a figure suddenly hurtled towards a blue-armored Susanoo like a cannonball. Don't underestimate us. In an instant, a black fist the size of a cooking pot connected with Susanoo. The ensuing surge of terrifying power was immediate, causing even Uchiha Madara's Susanoo to break a few ribs and recoil a few steps. Vice Admiral Garp. Spontaneously, a chorus of voices rang out through the Marines chanting Garp's name in unison. The fact that Garp was capable of unsettling this towering monstrosity injected fresh vigor into the Marines. Madara within his Susanoo regarded the scene with eagerness. A single punch to crush a few ribs and push my Susanoo a few steps. Incredible. This power. I, Uchiha Madara, acknowledge you. As Madara vocalized his statement, Garp committed Madara's name to memory. Uchiha Madara. In that instant, Madara took action. The broken ribs of Susanoo were instantaneously restored. An onslaught of chakra-infused strikes was unleashed with his Susanoo sword hurtling towards Garp. Meeting the challenge head-on, Garp hastily imbued his arms in armament haki, blocking the incoming strike. With the sword poised against his defense, Garp readied himself. As the sword descended, Garp's face grew more solemn. Thankfully, with his powerful armament haki held the sword at bay. Just as Garp let out a sigh of relief, a second sword struck from the side. At that moment, a fusion of red and black lightning enveloped Garp's arm. Galaxy impact punched. Empowered by a surge of strength, Garp's fist collided with Uchiha Madara's colossal Susanoo. His haki-infused strike bore a ferocious gust, akin to a shockwave that assaulted Madara's Susanoo head-on. The impact of Garp's punch yielded significant results. Half of Madara's Susanoo was obliterated, revealing a rarely seen jubilant Madara within. Although Madara initially paid little heed to the punch, he now recognized it as a genuine challenge. Ha 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 ha. Brave enough to challenge me with your bare fists. You are first. However, that's as far as my praise goes. Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan activated and his Susanoo began to congeal into a more solid form. Slowly, before the eyes of all onlookers, the blue-armored warrior rose again and was even stronger than before. Towering even above Hashirama's Susanoo, the mere presence of this Susanoo exuded pressure so potent that the Marines on the ice found it difficult to breathe. Time for action. And your name is Garp, right? Come on. Try to entertain me to your heart's content. As Madara's words subsided, he drew his sword from its sheath. Instantaneously, a malevolent sword aura surged forward. Boom. The Marines on the icy field felt a shiver down their spines. A ferocious noise resounded behind them. Those who heard it turned their heads, only to find themselves stupefied. The colossal waves, which had been frozen by Admiral Hokage, were cleaved in half by a single stroke of the sword. The upper portion vanished into thin air. Silence descended upon the battlefield and the Marines' hearts started sinking. How were they to contend with such opponents? Even Garp, previously composed, was now grappled with uncertainty. Staring solemnly at Madara's towering Susanoo, Garp shifted his gaze towards the Susanoos by Hashirama and the others. If Madara's Susanoo could undergo such change, then surely the same could be true for the others. Contemplating this possibility, Garp's face shifted slightly. Sengoku. What should we do now? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 122, Chapter 121. On the battlefield at this moment, there was Sengoku, who seemed unsure of his abilities. 5 monstrous entities loomed and looked menacingly at them directly, resembling giants. 5 more were on the horizon, poised to join the fray. But their arrival seemed imminent. The only conceivable hope rested with 2 women. At this critical juncture, Sengoku's gaze suddenly locked onto Tsunade and her counterpart. If they were as strong as the men in the group, he feared he might explode in anger. But circumstances had changed. He had made a decision. It was clear that their attention couldn't be solely on these 2 women. The 5 colossal monsters alone were enough to give them a massive headache. Everyone, fall back. Sengoku barked his order. The enemies we are facing are beyond our capabilities. Upon hearing Sengoku's command, the Marines swiftly complied. Retreating in unison, Vice Admirals included. They all opted for evacuation, recognizing that the current battle exceeded their capacity to fight. Only Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 Admirals remained on the battlefield. At this moment, the 5 of them stood before Ryan and his group, their faces etched with grave concern. Sengoku, it's impossible to stop these individuals, the most experienced declared the voice of his instincts. I'm not sure if I can win against this Madara. As for the others, words failed Garp. He couldn't even contend with one of them. The other 4 shared his helplessness. Sengoku, on the other hand, harbored deep concern concerning Ryan's abilities. Facing the fearsome Madara and the 5 imposing giants, they could at least perceive attacks. However, Ryan's attack defied his understanding. He could be standing right there, yet an imperceptible force launched the attacks. Observation haki was equally ineffective. Seeing that they couldn't thwart Ryan's group, Sengoku felt a growing sense of unease. Allowing Ryan and his group to depart would undoubtedly result in the wrath of the Celestial Dragons. Even as the Marine Fleet Admiral, he couldn't withstand that burden, especially since it was the Celestial Dragons who had been killed. While Sengoku wrestled with these thoughts, Ryan suddenly turned his attention towards Madara and his companions. You'll return to the ship. Ryan exclaimed. Leave the rest to me. Ryan's words prompted an immediate response. Madara and the others released their Susanoo and hurriedly returned to the ship together. Ryan now stood alone, facing Sengoku and the remaining Admirals. Wait, what's happening? Sengoku questioned in bewilderment. They appear to be retreating. At that moment, several small truth-seeking balls materialized on Ryan's wrist. As he slowly raised his hand, these orbs whirled wildly. A brilliant golden light erupted from them, forming a massive golden sword right before everyone's eyes. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Ryan declared without hesitation, swinging the sword towards Sengoku and the Admirals. The sword sliced through the air with incredible force. The sheer speed left Sengoku and the others with contracted pupils, realizing it was too late to dodge. Witnessing the sword closing in on him, Sengoku swiftly transformed into a colossal Buddha, positioning himself in front of Garp and the Admirals. Dem pirate, he exclaimed. The sword in Sengoku's towering form clashed in an instant, unleashing a torrent of sparks from the Buddha. His haki and Buddha form granted defenses that enabled him to forcibly halt the advancing sword. Just as Sengoku believed he had succeeded, he noticed that Ryan had left the icy battlefield and returned to the ship. However, his cold gaze was met with an exclamation of alarm from the 5 of them. The ensuing explosion consumed Sengoku and the Marines in an instant, cleaving the entire sea surface in 2 with its devastating force. Even then, Ryan hadn't unleashed his full strength, leaving him pondering the potential of splitting the pirate world in 2 with all his might. Regrettably, it wasn't the time to experiment, as he had missions to complete and treasures to gather, including valuable devil fruits that could earn him points upon return. Is this the power of the Tenseigan? Madara pondered, deeply impressed by its might. It feels stronger than the Rinnegan. At that moment, Hashirama chimed in. Madara, could it be that this difference is simply a matter of individual strength? Madara's irritation flared, and he almost engaged in a heated argument with Hashirama. However, the recent blast by Ryan had already shattered the frozen sea, pushing them to focus on their mission. Let's go. Ryan declared. Complete the mission swiftly and gather devil fruits from all corners of the world. We can return after that. His comrades nodded in agreement. Tobirama, particularly keen on obtaining devil fruits, positioned himself at the ship's bow, employing ninjutsu to harness a water current. Water style, riding waves. Tobirama cast his jutsu. Underneath the ship, a powerful sea current lifted it, propelling it forward at a speed several times faster than before. The group rapidly vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, an intelligence officer observing the departing Ryan's group and the uncertain fate of Sengoku and the Marines eagerly clutched a bunch of photos in his hand before swiftly fleeing. Beneath the sea, numerous Marines initiated a search for any traces of Sengoku and the Admirals. News of the Marines' defeat swiftly reached the upper echelons of the world government. As the status of Sengoku, Garp, and the Admirals remained uncertain, and with the Marines suffering substantial losses, the gravity of the situation was apparent. The information was urgently relayed to the 5 elders. Are these pirates truly this strong? One elder queried. Even Sengoku and Garp couldn't defeat them. It seems the seas won't stay calm, another remarked. But what about the Celestial Dragons incident? Can we simply let that slide? In response to this critical question, the 5 elders lapsed into a contemplative silence. Even with Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 Admirals, they were still outmatched. Who could they possibly send now? What's the difference between sending them in and sending them to their doom? It seems like our only option is to contain the situation. Inform those fools. They mustn't leave the Holy Land anytime soon. They should just wait. With no other viable choices, they had to remain by Lord Im's side. Soon, the orders from the 5 elders were disseminated, and the Celestial Dragons in the Holy Land began to voice their protests. However, the 5 elders paid no heed to their complaints. As for those Celestial Dragons who openly defied the orders to leave the Holy Land, the 5 elders chose to remain silent. After all, if they were determined to meet their death, there was little that could be done to prevent it. Just a day after the Celestial Dragons' demise, the latest issue of the World newspaper caused a global sensation. What? The Celestial Dragons were killed. Is this for real? Let me see. Oh my goodness. Marine Fleet Admiral, the legendary Marine hero Garp, and the 3 Admirals couldn't defeat them, and their fates are unknown. Who are these people? They're incredibly tough. People eagerly read the newspaper to learn the full details of the Celestial Dragons incident that had transpired the previous day. The entire sequence of events, including the sea battle, was meticulously documented in the report. The world went into a frenzy, with everyone clamoring to purchase this particular issue of the newspaper. They were eager to discover who was responsible for the killing of Celestial Dragons that had shaken the world. The newspaper featured only photographs of the killers, with no additional information provided. However, even with just the images, the group had gained countless fans worldwide, spanning from children to old people, all captivated by their deeds. This newfound popularity stirred the ire of a self-absorbed pirate in the Grand Line, who swore to kill Ryan and his group. In the New World, within the territory of the red-haired pirates, Shanks expressed his exasperation as he read the newspaper. Killing Celestial Dragons? That's fearless. What truly concerns me, though, is the sheer strength of this group. Defeating Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 Admirals and emerging unscathed. The seas are about to get chaotic once more. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard was reading the newspaper when he heard his son's cry from below. Pops. Look at the latest newspaper. Something big has happened. Whitebeard, who was tending to his health, glanced sideways and accepted the newspaper. As he read the contents, his eyes widened in astonishment. Grrrr. Something huge will happen soon. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 123, Chapter 122. Pops, these individuals are far too strong. A pirate crew capable of opposing Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 Admirals shouldn't be unknown. Yeah, you should see the rift left by the golden sword at the end of the newspaper. It's frightening just to look at. As his sons discussed on the sidelines, Whitebeard couldn't help but feel concerned. In Whitebeard's eyes, this sudden appearance of a group of people who had boldly killed celestial dragons was very unusual. Such things hadn't occurred for centuries, not even by the Yonko themselves. Moreover, these newcomers seemed more powerful than the Marines. The emergence of this mysterious crew left Whitebeard wondering about their intentions, fearing that the seas might plunge into chaos once again. His gaze returned to the newspaper, and the sight of Ryan and the others heading to the Grand Line heightened his concerns. Ace, stay safe, he thought. It had been a long time since Ace embarked on his mission to capture Blackbeard, and there had been no news. Whitebeard's unease deepened. On Whole Cake Island, a woman enjoying a delectable feast suddenly notices the newspaper on the table, especially the images of Ryan. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Who is this? Those eyes must belong to a new race. She exclaimed, her enthusiasm growing. Find him. Find him. I want him to be my 44th husband. Suddenly, the cake in her mouth lost its flavor. She picked up the newspaper and instructed her sons. Seeing their mother's reaction, everyone hurriedly agreed, doing their best to calm her down. But when they saw the Ryan group in the newspaper, unable to match the might of the Marine Fleet Admiral and the Admirals, they too were astonished. With our strength, how can they kidnap these monsters? They exchanged uncertain glances and ultimately decided that Katakuri should make the final call. In the New World's Wano country, Kaido roared with laughter. Roar. The strength of Sengoku, Garp, and the Admirals don't stand a chance against this new crew. This sea is becoming more and more exciting. He looked at the newspaper, and his eyes gleamed. It was their first appearance on the world stage, and they had already made such a terrifying impression. The thought that his sake was more enjoyable than usual crossed his mind. King, who believed Kaido was the strongest, was equally surprised. Although he held Kaido in high regard, it was evident that these newcomers surpassed him. Kaido, please stay calm. King pleaded. The most important thing now isn't these individuals, they're too afraid to venture into the new world. If they do, we'll have plenty of opportunities to fight them. Kaido downed his sake, acknowledging the truth. He knew that his penchant for seeking danger and excitement stemmed from his formidable strength. However, he realized that fighting Ryan and his crew, given their track record, wasn't a wise move. He pondered their motives for suddenly appearing in the sea. Meanwhile, on the Grand Line, a flagless vessel hosted a group of individuals enthusiastically reading a newspaper together. One of them remarked, I must say, intelligence work in this world is quite impressive. Not long after we left Sabaody, this detailed newspaper article was published. Looking at the newspaper, Tobirama and the others were filled with admiration. They couldn't help but admire the dedication displayed in this report. Madara, on the other hand, looked at the praise and the records of his actions in the newspaper and felt a sense of self-satisfaction. Every word seemed like a testament to his accomplishments. Ha 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 ha. I quite like this newspaper. Madara exclaimed. I'll make something similar in Konoha when I return. Hey, you can have this. His plans intrigued everyone, and they thought perhaps they should start their own. With newspaper, it was clear they could shape public opinion effectively. However, Ryan noticed that there was no bounty order issued for their deeds. He couldn't help but wonder if they were too strong or the bounty would be issued later. As time passed, they drew closer to the Water 7. Glancing at the log pose in his hand, Ryan knew they were nearing their destination. Just as they were about to arrive, a news bird appeared in the sky once more. A newspaper and a stack of wanted posters suddenly descended from the sky. Ryan exclaimed as he examined the front page of the newspaper. It featured images of the destroyed and ice lobby and the Straw Hat crew. It meant that the Water 7 arc was already over. So soon. Ryan muttered, disappointed by the timing. Looking at the newspaper's contents, he realized that heading to the Water 7 would be a waste of time. The Straw Hat crew had undoubtedly left, and they had a new ship. Hashirama and the others also read the news and understood their mission objective's location has changed. We can't find the Straw Hat crew on Water 7 now. Minato questioned. No, it seems we missed them, Ryan responded. Everyone frowned in response, including Ryan. They hadn't expected the Straw Hat crew to leave the Water 7 so quickly after the ice lobby incident. Fortunately, Ryan was well versed in One Piece's plot direction, and he knew the Straw Hat crew would likely head to Moria's territory next, specifically Florian's Triangle. Adjust the course. Ryan commended. Fortunately, he had bought a log pose in Sabaody Islands that led to Moria's territory too. The ship swiftly adjusted its course, with Ryan at the helm, steering it straight toward the Florian's Triangle. This time, they had no intention of wasting any more time. Tobirama even unleashed his water-style, water wave jutsu, propelling the ship forward at an incredible speed, almost like a big surfboard on the sea. Meanwhile, as Ryan and his crew set sail for the Florian's Triangle, on Thriller Bark, the Straw Hat crew was engaged in a battle against Moria's strongest zombie. Ors the Continent Puller, Luffy was fervently absorbing the power of shadows, preparing for the impending war. Unbeknownst to them, they had become the target of Ryan and his crew. As time passed, Moria was eventually defeated by Luffy, and countless shadows were freed. The Straw Hat crew also gained new allies and a new crew member, the musician Brook. Just as everyone celebrated their victory, a large ship slowly approached Florian Triangle. It seems we've arrived just in time, Ryan remarked, looking at the thousand sunny not far away. His gaze then turned to the ominous Thriller Bark. The Straw Hat crew was on the ship, and their first mission was about to be completed. Without wasting any time, the group headed towards the central castle. Looking at destruction, the battle should already been over. Ryan anticipated the crew to hold a banquet there. As they neared the castle with Hashirama and the others, they spotted a bloody man outside. Blood was splattered all over the ground, yet the man still stood there. Despite the gruesome scene, as long as he continued to breathe, everyone assumed the man was alive. Tsunade, a renowned medical ninja, merely gave him a cursory glance and remarked, if you don't treat this man, he'll bleed out with the amount of blood he's lost. People in this world are unbelievably resilient. They won't die from this level of bleeding. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Ryan and the sixth Hokage Kakashi exchanged puzzled glances. Such words were typically not spoken by someone who knew they wouldn't die even if they were cut in half. Observing Zoro, who was seemed to be at the end of his life, Ryan suddenly had a revelation. Perhaps there was no need to kill them. With a swift motion, he appeared in front of Zoro. Although Zoro was still conscious, he realized the newcomers weren't allies but was unable to move. Helplessly, Zoro watched as Ryan's eye changed into crimson. Who are you guys? Just as Ryan withdrew his gaze, a figure descended from the sky. Senji, who had just regained consciousness, delivered a powerful kick toward Ryan. However, Ryan remained unfazed and kept his distance from Senji. Another figure swiftly immobilized Senji by pinching his neck. It was Madara. Observing Senji's futile struggles, Ryan wasted no time. He directed his Sharingan onto Senji, pulling both of them in Genjutsu. Satisfied with his actions, Ryan nodded and said, let's go. Take us to the others. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Marioni. Chapter 124, Chapter 123. In the castle's banquet hall, a melodious tune filled the air. Yo-ho-ho, 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 give me some Bink's sake. On the ship's bow, a mermaid is dancing. Towards the ocean's royal kingdom, guided by the proud whale. Bink's sake. Bink's sake. Drinking it, our ship won't sink. No matter how troubled the times, this song will never disappear. Fa la 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 la, fa la 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 la. Yo-ho-ho, 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 give me some Bink's sake. The echoes of the cheerful pirate song reverberated through the dilapidated castle. The Straw Hat crew, along with the rescued pirates, emerged victorious from a great battle against Shishibukai Gecko Moria. They gathered together, singing and celebrating, fully immersed in the joy of their triumph. Amidst the revelry, two figures made their way into the hall. Luffy, with a wide grin, couldn't contain his excitement and called out, hey, hey, Zoro. Senji. Join the party. It's a celebration. Look at me, I'm not hurt at all. Hearing Luffy's enthusiastic invitation, the entire assembly turned their attention towards the newcomers, Zoro and Senji. Laughter and cheers erupted as they welcomed the duo. Among the crowd, Robin's gaze fell upon Zoro. She was well aware of what happened last night. Kuma let go of the Straw Hat pirates because Zoro endured pain on Luffy's behalf. However, seeing Zoro appear completely unscathed left her puzzled. She couldn't help but wonder if she was awake. Just as Robin was contemplating this mystery, Luffy playfully approached Zoro and Senji, ready to bring them into the festive atmosphere. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Zoro, who had remained silent until then, suddenly drew his sword. With lightning speed drew his sharp blade upon Luffy. The banquet hall fell into stunned silence as everyone watched in shock. No one had anticipated such a dramatic twist. Nami and Usopp couldn't believe their eyes and cried out, Zoro. What are you doing? Ignoring the questioning voices surrounding him, Zoro continued to stare blankly at Luffy, who now bore a fresh cut from Zoro's blade. He raised his sword once more. Before Nami and the others could reach Luffy to intervene, Senji sprang into action. With swift and powerful kicks, he sent several people flying backwards, creating a safe distance between them. Luffy exclaimed, Senji. Zoro. What's wrong with you guys? Snap out of it. As the situation became increasingly chaotic, it became evident that something was controlling both Zoro and Senji. Luffy grew serious and scanned the castle entrance, demanding, Are you the ones responsible for this? I'll make you pay. Suddenly, those present noticed several figures standing at the entrance of the castle. It was Ryan and his group, who had followed Zoro and Senji. Facing Luffy's threats, Ryan remained unfazed, considering Luffy too weak to pose a real challenge, even in his 4th year. Without waiting for Ryan and the others to respond, Luffy instantly activated his 2nd gear mode and unleashed a Gomu Gomu no Jet pistol, aiming both fists at Ryan and his group. To ordinary observers, the attack was lightning fast, but to Ryan's group, it moved as if in slow motion. Shinra Tensei. Ryan had no time to engage in child's play with Luffy. His Rinnegan's power erupted instantaneously, causing Luffy's punch to miss Ryan entirely, sending him hurtling through the air. Luffy, determined to get back on his feet and resume the fight, found himself intercepted by Minato and Tobirama, who appeared on his left and right in an instant. In the crowd, Robin, having recognized Ryan and his group, had her complexion change instantly. Why, she exclaimed. Why would someone like you want to attack us? Robin had pieced together the identities of Ryan and his companions, a mysterious crew responsible for the recent killing of the celestial dragons on the Sabayati Islands. What Robin hadn't anticipated was that this crew would set their sights on her crew. In response to Robin's inquiry, Ryan showed no intention of answering. Right in front of the still struggling Luffy, within moments, Ryan used the Koda Amatsukami. The most dangerous genjutsu is perhaps only weaker than infinite Tsukuyomi, but alas, it can be used once every decade. The technique allows the user to enter the mind of any individual within their field of view, and manipulate them by giving them false experiences, making it seem as if they were doing things of their own free will. The moment it was used, Luffy became calm. Witnessing this, the others tried to resist but were easily subdued by Hashirama and the rest. Apart from the Straw Hat crew, the others held no significance for Ryan. He focused on controlling these individuals. Ryan placed everyone in a simple genjutsu to make them forget that they were ever here. In the original timeline, Shisui entrusted his remaining eye to attack Uchiha, who implanted it into the eye socket of one of his crows. This crow inside Naruto is a failsafe in case Sasuke, his younger brother, tries to take revenge on Konoha. The crow could cast a genjutsu on Sasuke, which would show him the truth about Itachi's actions and his love for Sasuke. Upon activation, Itachi rigged the eye itself so that the genjutsu would give the order to protect Konoha to whoever was affected by it. Ryan just put the order of being loyal to him on Luffy. As for whether Luffy or the crew will remember him or not, it's another matter. Just as the last person was inserted into a genjutsu, a familiar voice echoed in their minds, ding. The mission is completed. Please complete the other 2 tasks as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. As a fan of the One Piece and the protagonist, the Straw Hat crew held a special place in his heart. If he could avoid killing them, he would. That's why he had decided to use the Koda Amatsukami's power to control Luffy. As long as Luffy is loyal to him, so will his crew. Now that the mission is complete, Ryan said, let's move on to the next 2 tasks. The group deliberated on which task to tackle next, eventually deciding to prioritize the mission to Raftel. They believed that discovering the 4 red historical texts would reveal the location of Raftel. Among these texts, Ryan knew the location of 3, making the quest more feasible. With the decision made, they took a day's rest before resuming their journey. The Straw Hat crew, as the heroes of the One Piece world, were the ideal workforce for the job. Later Luffy woke up and introduced Ryan and chat group members as friends. After a hard night of party, while everyone rested, Tobirama's curiosity about Devil Fruit's powers grew, especially in the case of Brook, who was alive despite only being a skeleton. After studying for a while, Tobirama considered trying a Devil Fruit to better understand its power. As the day progressed, Ryan's gaze shifted to the black knife Shisui carried at Zoro's side, reminiscent of the former sword god of Wano Kuni, Shimatsuki Ryama. Second Hokage, Ryan suggested, perhaps you could experiment to see if you can reanimate an individual who knows more about New World. At this moment, Ryan suddenly pointed towards a pile of ashes outside the castle. It was the remains of Ryama's body, defeated in the battle against Zoro, now reduced to mere ashes. Aside from investigating whether impure world reincarnation could be used in this world, their other objective was to gauge the former sword god's level of strength. Second Hokage Tobirama was also keenly interested in this matter. A flash of movement occurred near the ashes, and with Tobirama's hand seals, a specialized array swiftly enveloped the ashes. Summoning impure world reincarnation, he declared, and after completing the hand seals, countless paper-like fragments surged forth from the ashes. A figure gradually materialized, its appearance no longer bearing the marks of decay but resembling the time he died. What? Ryoma exclaimed in disbelief. I am back. He gazed at himself and then at the surroundings, utterly astonished. He had indeed been resurrected, not through some crude method involving lifeless zombies and shadows. Observing the revived Ryoma, Zoro returned Shisui to him directly. He extended the sword towards Ryoma and said, Aren't you the swordsman I entrusted Shisui to? Yes, Zoro replied. But now that you've been resurrected, allow me to return Shisui to you. He held out the sword, and Ryoma, with a smile, shook his head. He tossed the sword back to Zoro, saying, Take it, lad. Since it's entrusted to you, take good care of it. With Shisui back in Zoro's hands, Ryoma shifted his gaze to Tobirama and Ryan. You've brought me back to the land of living. There must be a purpose, he noted. Ryan forthrightly explained their intent, to witness the true strength of the former sword god. Ryoma readily agreed, as a renowned swordsman of his era, that he would not turn down a challenge from formidable opponents. A grand battle ensued, with Tobirama facing off against Ryoma. It was an exhilarating clash that left everyone in awe. Utilizing the power of impure world reincarnation, with limitless stamina and immortality, Ryoma's swordsmanship held its own against Tobirama. Ryan also witnessed the might of this undead swordsman, encompassing Wano Kuni's unique haki emission and the Ryoma's swordsmanship. In terms of strength, Ryoma ranked among the top in the pirate world. Following the battle, Ryan and the others inquired eagerly about Ryoma's method of training haki, a unique power system. Bringing this knowledge back would strengthen Konoha's national power. While Ryan and his group rested in the Florian's Triangle area, inside naval headquarters, an exclamation of astonishment rang out. What? Read 42 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Marioni. Chapter 125, Chapter 124. What? Exclaimed Sengoku in disbelief. Blackbeard made a deal with the world government to secure a Shishibukai seat. The one being traded for Shishibukai seat is Whitebeard's 2nd Division captain, Ace. Upon hearing this shocking news, even Sengoku was taken aback. The bandages wrapped around his body almost seemed ready to snap. When they received Ryan's golden will reincarnation blast head-on, none of the 5 Marines perished. Even the most severely injured among them, Sengoku, managed to survive thanks to the incredible regenerative powers granted by his awakened Hito no Mi, model, Daibutsu. Now, with their injuries significantly healed, Garp and the others had Sengoku to thank for bearing the brunt of the damage, shielding them from harm. Nonetheless, the final explosion had still left its mark on all 4 of them. Sengoku, the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit user, relied on his remarkable recovery abilities to handle his marine duties, despite still being in the process of recuperating at the marine hospital. However, the sudden notification from the world government left Sengoku muttering to himself. The Marines had been thrashed by those unknown crew earlier, and now, the world government had captured Ace, Whitebeard's 2nd in command. This move was essentially forcing the Marines into another confrontation with Whitebeard. Contemplating this, Sengoku felt a dizzying wave of unease wash over him. Yet, he had no choice. Looking at the war set on the horizon by the world government, Sengoku knew he had to face it. Soon, all the Shishibukai received mandatory summoning orders from the Marines. Failure to comply would result in their Shishibukai titles being revoked, and their bounty would be activated again. As time passed, the Marines became increasingly active. All the world's factions understood that a significant marine operation was on the horizon. Meanwhile, in the New World, Zo Island found itself hosting several uninvited guests. Is this the place? Asked one of them. It looks like it. The red poneglyph is in that white whale forest, responded another. Let's go. We can retrieve the poneglyph once we get there. These visitors were none other than Obito and Kakashi. Ryan had divided everyone into 4 groups, each tasked with collecting the road poneglyphs from locations marked by red historical text. Obito and Kakashi were assigned to Zo Island. Upon their arrival, the duo headed straight for the white whale forest. Their sudden appearance sent the Ming tribe on Zou Island into immediate alarm. My Lord Duke. It's bad. We have invaders on Zou Island. Inuarashi, ruler of Day, wasted no time upon receiving this message. He swiftly led his musketeers to surround Obito and Kakashi. Inuarashi, who had been pursuing the two, suddenly realized that they were heading towards the whale forest. This is not good. These two are heading for the sacred forest. Quickly inform Nekomamushi. With little time to spare, Inuarashi hastily ordered someone to notify Nekomamushi, then pursued Obito and Kakashi. Chaos descended upon the entire Zou Island in an instant. On the opposite side of Whole Cake Island, a trio of unfamiliar faces arrived at the port. What a peculiar place. It's entirely constructed from sweets. As they gazed upon the cake-filled island before them, the three ninjas looked around inquisitively. However, their mission was to secure the road glyph currently held by the Big Mom pirates. So, after their initial exploration, they began to search for any signs of the historical text. Before they could set their plan in motion, a towering biscuit soldier blocked their path. As the biscuit soldier scrutinized Sasuke and the duo standing before him, he eventually spoke. Who are you? I don't recognize your faces. At that moment, more and more biscuit soldiers converged on the trio at the port. Sasuke, gripping a Chidori sharp blade in his hand, wasted no time. He swiftly pierced the head of the biscuit soldier in front of him, neutralizing the threat. Attack. Let's get this done quickly. Don't waste any time. Seeing Sasuke taking the lead, 6th Hokage Kakashi and 4th Hokage Minato exchanged glances and understood that they needed to join the fight immediately. The combined efforts of the three shinobi drew the attention of the entire island in an instant. What's happening? It's an enemy invasion. Cracker has already rallied the biscuit soldiers to the port. Quickly, go inform Katakuri. Suddenly, the entire Charlotte family mobilized, and news of the disturbance at the port soon reached the ears of the Big Mom in the castle. Upon hearing that enemies were attacking Whole Cake Island, Big Mom found it hard to believe. Someone dared to assault her stronghold. These brats are growing audacious. They've directly targeted my headquarters. I'm quite curious to see, who are they? At that moment, instead of expressing anger, Big Mom smiled, paying no heed to the objections of her ministers, and rushed toward the port. Outside of Wano country, Uchiha Madara and Hashirama surveyed the immense expanse of Wano country before them, their brows furrowing in concern. This place is enormous. How do we even begin searching? To Tobirama's inquiry, Madara chuckled arrogantly, search? Let them bring the road glyph to us. As Madara spoke, his Mangekyo Sharingan immediately transformed into Rinnegan. Having become intimately familiar with Rinnegan's power, he peered down at Wano country. With his hands forming seals, Madara activated Rinnegan's ability. It forcefully yanked a meteorite from space, causing the once serene sky above Wano country to abruptly darken. Is it going to rain? Why is it suddenly so dark? Beneath the colossal shadow, everyone raised their heads to the sky, sensing something amiss with the clouds. Amidst the watchful eyes of all, a massive meteorite abruptly pierced through the clouds, materializing before everyone's astonished view. The moment they laid eyes on the celestial body, fear gripped their hearts. What is that? It's a meteorite. We're done for. The meteorite is gonna hit us. Run. Help. Someone, help us. Instantly, chaos engulfed all of Wano country. Panic-stricken residents dashed in every direction, their frantic screams filling the air. Even Kaido, who had been in repose, was rudely awakened by the cacophony of terrified voices. Hey, what's happening outside? Why is it so noisy? Accompanied by Kaido's simmering rage and bewildered questions, King, Queen, and Jack hastened to his side, sharing in his alarm. Kaido-sama. This is bad. A meteorite above Wano. It could obliterate entire Wano. Upon hearing these dire words, Kaido hastily emerged from his cave. As he gazed skyward, his eyes locked onto the colossal meteorite suspended in the atmosphere. Kaido came to a standstill, his thoughts racing. Why had such an enormous meteorite seemingly appeared out of nowhere? But pondering such questions was a luxury he couldn't afford at this moment. Wano country had been his territory for countless years, and its destruction would leave Kaido with nowhere to turn. Move together. We must stop this meteorite. With these determined words from Kaido, he instantaneously transformed into a colossal dragon, rocketing toward the falling meteorite. A searing breath of bro breath erupted from his jaws, aimed squarely at the meteorite. Meanwhile, King, Queen, and Jack accompanying him showcased their unique abilities, slashing at the meteorite in a desperate bid to halt its descent. Observing Kaido's intervention, Madara couldn't help but glance at Hashirama and Tobirama beside him. Well, isn't this unexpected? Red Bone Glyph, we just need to force them to collect it for us. Meanwhile, on a small island tucked away somewhere in the New World, which once served as Whitebeard's old sanctuary Sphinx, 3 uninvited shinobi arrived. It should be here. The last fragment of the Red Road sign's location remained unknown to Ryan, but he remembered its former whereabouts. The Fishman Island's Poneglyph, which now only featured Joy Boy's apology, and given Whitebeard's rule over the Fishman Island and his friendship with Roger, Whitebeard unquestionably knew the importance of the last Road Poneglyph's significance. With the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, the Fishman's Island became a pivotal point for pirates venturing into the New World. Keeping the Red Poneglyph there would be impractical, making Whitebeard's hometown the only plausible location for the last one. This location, safeguarded by Marco in the future. He remembered a scene in which Marco had foreseen an impending war in Whitebeard's hometown. In Ryan's perspective, the conflict in Whitebeard's homeland would likely revolve around the Red Road Poneglyph left by Whitebeard. If Blackbeard aspired to reach One Piece, he would certainly aim to wrest it. So, here we are. Ryan led the two Tsunades into Whitebeard's hometown, Sphinx. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 126, Chapter 125. Inside naval headquarters, in a spacious meeting room, the gravity of the situation surrounding Ace's capture hung heavily in the air. The world government had just unveiled a shocking revelation to Sengoku. Ace was none other than the son of Roger, the Pirate King. Upon receiving this news, Sengoku's mind immediately turned to Garp, who had secretly raised Ace without divulging this information. However, even though Garp's intentions had been noble, it was now clear that the world government, once informed, would not let the blood of the Pirate King go unpunished. Ace's fate appeared to be sealed. Sengoku couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret and sympathy for Garp. He could only hope that Garp would uphold his inner sense of justice and refrain from taking any reckless actions. Just as Sengoku was about to discuss the grim task of executing Ace, an intelligence agent rushed into the conference room, urgently exclaiming, Sengoku-sama. There's critical information. Sengoku's tension escalated as he feared that more complications were arising at this critical juncture. He hastily accepted the information from the agent and, after a quick perusal, found himself taken aback by what he read. The base camps of the Big Mom pirates and the Kaido pirates had both been attacked, and evidence pointed to the unknown crew, the same group responsible for the murder of the celestial dragons. The towering figure of Susanoo was a distinctive marker. Why would these individuals target the Yonko? Sengoku pondered aloud, his thoughts racing. This sudden turn of events left Sengoku deep in thought, especially concerning Ryan's group. The wounds on his own body served as a painful reminder of the ongoing struggles within the Marine ranks. With the 3 admirals still nursing their injuries and Garp incapacitated in the hospital, there were no available strong enough individuals to discern the true motives of Ryan's crew. Set this aside for now, Sengoku instructed firmly. Our top priority remains Ace's public execution. While the Marine meeting room buzzed with activity, Blackbeard, one of the Shishibukai, observed the proceedings with great interest. Among the Shishibukai, Doflamingo stood out for his remarkable intelligence. Soon, a report reached Doflamingo, informing him of Ryan's gang's attacks on the territories of Kaido and Big Mom. Doflamingo, too, found himself taken aback by this development. What's happening in the New World? Blackbeard inquired, intrigued by Doflamingo's reaction. Doflamingo didn't hold back and began disclosing the events unfolding in the New World. Blackbeard's interest was piqued when he learned that the new pirate crew was targeting the Yonko. Comparing them to the inmates in Impel Down, Blackbeard desired to recruit a group of formidable individuals like them. However, he knew that such a venture was currently impossible. Recruiting powerful prisoners from Impel Down remained the more expedient option. As time passed, the Marine and world government's focus shifted away from Ryan and his crew's attacks, as their immediate concern was the impending execution of Ace and monitoring the Whitebeard pirates' movements. Regarding the other emperors, their conflict was confined to clashes with the remaining 2 of the 4 emperors. Meanwhile, on the island of Zou, the whale forest appeared to have suffered a devastating lightning strike, leaving it charred and in ruins. The ground was scattered with members of the Ming tribe. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, the leaders of Zou, currently faced Obito and Kakashi, who were not presenting any real opposition. Obito and Kakashi stood before Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, one wielding the power of the Mare Mare no Mi and the other possessing the Goro Goro no Mi abilities. This duo posed a formidable challenge in terms of tactics alone, not to mention that both had Kamui, an ability that made them almost invincible in the shinobi world. Thought the Logia Devil Fruit powers alone proved insufficient to defeat these Ming tribe warriors, who possessed Haki to counteract Logia's abilities. Their only recourse was to rely on Kamui, which ultimately brought the battle to an end. After all, Kamui was impervious to most physical attacks, and the Ming tribe had no effective means to combat it. They were soon overpowered by the overwhelming strength of space dojutsu. Upon securing their objective, Obito and Kakashi turned their attention to a massive red poneglyph with historical knowledge in an ancient script. Obito instantly activated his Kamui, drawing poneglyph into the Kamui space dimension. Once they had obtained it, they wasted no time and promptly disappeared from Zo. Their journey continued to Cake Island, where a colossal purple Susanoo raged ferociously. Uchiha Sasuke, the one using Susanoo, laughed maniacally as he observed the chaos. Before Sasuke, countless members of the Charlotte family lay incapacitated on the ground, while Big Mom, Katakuri, Cracker, and Smoothie struggled to hold their ground. Damn. What kind of power is this? Its defense is impenetrable. Katakuri exclaimed in frustration. Where did these monsters come from? Cracker wondered aloud, his bewilderment mirrored by the others. Facing Sasuke's overwhelming force, Big Mom and the remaining Charlotte pirate crew members found themselves temporarily helpless. Even Big Mom's most potent attack, Cognac, which was able to shatter Sasuke's defense in one blow, proved futile against the might of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Soon, Susanoo restored itself, leaving Big Mom and the others infuriated and powerless. Just when their desperation peaked, two figures abruptly materialized on Sasuke's Susanoo shoulders, accompanied by a golden flash. I have found it, one of them announced. It's time to depart. Seeing Minato and Kakashi's return, Sasuke understood they had found the road poneglyph they sought. Without hesitation, he took control of Susanoo, spread its wings, and departed from Cake Island, leaving Big Mom and the others helplessly watching as he made his escape. Quick. Return and inspect. Find out what's missing. These intruders must have come for something. Big Mom urged, her expression darkening. Soon, Katakuri returned from the treasure house, realizing that the red poneglyph was missing. Big Mom's complexion shifted drastically as the gravity of the situation sunk in. They are going towards Raftel, she exclaimed, recognizing the significance of their actions. In response, Big Mom hastily returned to the castle, intent on informing Kaido of the unfolding events. Amid the chaos in Wano country, the entire land lay in ruins, marked by vast craters created by meteorite fragments that had rained down. Kaido, in his dragon form, struggled valiantly to withstand the relentless barrage of falling meteorites, smashing them to pieces. However, before Kaido could even catch his breath, he was under a direct assault from Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Madara and Hashirama simultaneously summoned their gigantic attacks like Susanoo and Thousand Hands Buddha. Despite his formidable dragon form, Kaido was merely seen as being on par with a tailed beast in the eyes of Madara and Hashirama. They wasted no time in launching their attacks, with Hashirama activating Sage Mode and summoning Maijinman, causing several massive red torii to descend from the sky and seal Kaido to the ground. Madara, on the other hand, manipulated Susanoo to smash Kaido. The attack shattered Kaido's formidable scales, and blood sprayed forth as his body suffered severe damage. But even in his injured state, Kaido managed to break free from the Maijinman. Just as he was about to retaliate, an enormous wooden Buddha materialized in front of him, seizing Kaido by his neck. He was left utterly helpless as the duo of Madara and Hashirama subjected him to a relentless beating. The sudden turn of events left the three disasters watching in stunned silence, unsure of how to react. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama swiftly located the red poneglyph hidden in a secret tavern at the foot of the submerged MT Fuji in Old Wano. After sealing it within a scroll, Tobirama promptly vanished from the scene. Hearing his instructions, Madara and Hashirama ceased their assault, leaving Wano Kuni unsatisfied with their victory. Kaido, reeling from the intense beating, could only struggle to maintain consciousness. Nevertheless, he displayed remarkable resilience, a testament to his status as one of the most formidable pirates in the world. As the three monstrous figures departed, the three disasters rushed to Kaido's side to assess his injuries, calling out anxiously, Kaido-sama. In the New World, the villages on Whitebeard's Island remained unharmed, but the Whitebeard pirates' base suffered greatly at the hands of the Rhine and Tsunade duo. The pirates stationed there proved no match for their assailants. Once they had dealt with these pirates, Rhine's group began scouring the island for the final red poneglyph. Fortunately, their search proved fruitful, confirming that the last poneglyph was on the island. Rhine retrieved it without hesitation. With all four road poneglyphi in their possession, Rhine and the others swiftly returned to the Thousand Sunny to regroup. They were now ready to follow the coordinates the four red poneglyphi indicated, guided by Robin's interpretation. Nami, using these coordinates to pinpoint the intersection of the four islands, had identified the location of Raftel, the final island. Then, it's time. Rhine declared. To Raftel. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 127, Chapter 126. Just as Rhine and the entire crew embarked on their journey toward the ultimate destination of Raftel, the world was rocked by a shocking piece of news. Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain, Ace, has been captured. They're planning to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace at naval headquarters in just 7 days. It's unbelievable. The Navy is challenging the world's strongest man. Upon hearing this news, the entire world erupted in chaos. No one had anticipated that the Marines, still down from their recent defeat, would turn around and confront the Whitebeard pirates. Soon, this news reached Whitebeard's ears. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, the atmosphere grew oppressively tense as Whitebeard read the newspaper in his hand. His anger surged, especially when he learned that Blackbeard had handed Ace over to the world government in exchange for becoming a Shishibukai. Seeing that the execution date mentioned in the newspaper was just 7 days away, Whitebeard wasted no time. He immediately began summoning all pirates under him and making preparations to rescue Ace at naval headquarters. While Whitebeard was deep in thought about his rescue plan, his stronghold in his hometown contacted him urgently. Pops, we're under attack. The red poneglyph has been taken. What? Whitebeard's face twisted in shock upon hearing the news. Even though he wanted to focus on poneglyph, Ace's safety was his top priority. After learning the details and realizing that the enemy had only taken the poneglyph without destroying his hometown, Whitebeard felt some relief. Never mind. Everything will be settled after we rescue Ace. Little did he know that the red poneglyph held by Zo, Kaido, and Big Mom had also been taken at the same time. Whitebeard had too much on his plate at that moment. Just as the Whitebeard pirates commenced their preparations for the impending battle, somewhere in the New World, the Thousand Sunny was rapidly approaching its destination. Rhine and the others finally had a rare moment of rest. Since arriving in the pirate world, they have been constantly occupied with various tasks. Now, it was time to take a breather. As they drew nearer to Raftel, curiosity filled the minds of those on board. What awaited them on this fabled final island? What was One Piece? With these questions in mind, the Thousand Sunny navigated through turbulent waters and finally reached the much-anticipated last island. As they gazed upon the island's surrounding mountains and green forest, everyone's curiosity grew. However, after careful observation, they couldn't discern anything unusual. Under Rhine's leadership, the crew confidently disembarked on Raftel's shores. The moment their feet touched the island, a notification sounded. Please proceed to the core area of the island. As the sudden notification chimed in their mind, everyone involuntarily exchanged glances. It was then decided to let the Straw Hat crew explore the island on their own while Rhine guided the group towards the core area of Raftel. Along the way, Rhine and the others observed the island, known as Raftel, with curiosity. Rhine couldn't help but wonder about what exactly the Roger pirates had found on this island that had brought them so much laughter. He even humorously named the island Raftel Laugh Tale. As they progressed, the surroundings began to transform, and more dilapidated buildings came into view. Upon closer inspection, Rhine recognized these as the ruins of the ancient kingdom. However, for Rhine, it held no particular significance, given that he was not part of the D family and had no aspirations of becoming the Pirate King. Finally, the group arrived at the core area of Raftel, where historical texts and records related to Joy Boy and the blank 100 years of void history were stored. However, after a glance, everyone lost interest. They had expected something more significant from this final island, but all they found were these records and some secrets about ancient weapons and how to use them. Disappointed, the group sat down and began chatting while awaiting the completion of their mission. As time passed, task 2 was finally completed, and Raftel appeared unchanged. Seeing no reason to linger any longer, they quickly left the core area. Soon after their departure, most of the historical texts and relics in the core area mysteriously turned to ashes and vanished as if they had never existed. It seemed that Raftel had protected its secrets well. The group realized that the blank 100 years of history and the remains of the D family might never be discovered again, even by future visitors to this last island. Now, only one task remains. Ryan exclaimed. Once it's done, we can return to our worlds. Everyone was enthusiastic about this trip to the other world, which had provided a unique experience for all the Hokage. They had also acquired the Haki training method from Ryama's impure world reincarnation, which they could implement in their respective worlds to enhance their power. In summary, they were all delighted with their first mission in the multiverse. Get ready. Ryan continued. Before we tackle the final mission, let's pay a visit to Marigyo-ose, the home of the celestial dragons. There, we can find a lot of devil fruits. At Ryan's words, Tobirama's eyes lit up. Having not encountered any devil fruits during the first two tasks, Tobirama had been itching to find one to study. He had witnessed the incredible abilities of these fruits and couldn't wait to explore Marigyo-ose in search of them. Not only Tobirama but even Uchiha Madara and Hashirama were brimming with interest. After all, in their world, they too had a Tobirama prominent madman who invented countless forbidden jutsus, and they hoped to find something worth researching. Let's go, then. Ryan exclaimed. We should aim to bring back some devil fruits. With that resolve, the Thousand Sunny rapidly accelerated its journey back to the Sabayati Islands. Everyone eagerly anticipated the prospect of acquiring more devil fruits in Marigyo-ose, the sacred land of the celestial dragons. Despite the absence of Tobirama in his world, Ryan believed in the capabilities of Orochimaru, the foremost scientist in the ninja world, to unlock the secrets of devil fruits. 7 days later, naval headquarters was a beehive of activity. In preparation for the public execution of Ace, a large number of elite marines had been summoned, and the entire headquarters had fortified its defenses. Ace had been placed on the execution platform, and live Denmashi broadcasts were being transmitted worldwide. Oh my god. The marines are going through with this. They're going to execute Fire Fist Ace. Where's Whitebeard? Any sign of Whitebeard? Look carefully. The anger of the world's strongest man won't be easy to quell. As people around the world watched the live broadcast, curiosity abounded regarding how Whitebeard would attempt to rescue Fire Fist Ace. Meanwhile, in the new world, the red-haired pirates were also making their way towards naval headquarters. However, they were puzzled by Kaido's absence, given his recent rivalry with Whitebeard. But with the urgency of the situation, they couldn't afford to dwell on it. Their primary goal was to reach naval headquarters quickly and prevent the impending war. As time passed, the moment of execution drew nearer. Just as Fleet Admiral Sengoku was about to announce Ace's execution to the world, a fleet of ships suddenly appeared off the coast of naval headquarters. They're coming. Prepare for battle. The enemy has arrived. It was the pirates under the command of the Whitebeard pirates, but there was no sign of Moby Dick among them. Witnessing this, Sengoku scanned the sea with a solemn expression, hoping to detect any traces of Whitebeard's approach. While everyone speculated on where Whitebeard would strike from, a dramatic scene unfolded within naval headquarters inner harbor. The once calm sea began to churn violently. This is bad. Sengoku's expression shifted drastically as he witnessed the unprecedented phenomenon. To everyone's astonishment, Whitebeard chose to mount an underwater attack after coating his ship. In a breathtaking moment, Moby Dick surged out from the depths of the sea, breaking through the first line of marine defense and surging into the inner harbor. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, made his dramatic appearance, his eyes fixed on the imprisoned Ace on the execution platform. Idiot, son, stay put. Whitebeard's booming voice echoed. With Whitebeard's arrival, the war ignited instantly. Simultaneously, above the Holy Land Marigyo-ose, a mysterious portal materialized in the sky out of thin air. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 128, Chapter 127. What are these marines up to? Why don't you execute this Ace already? That's so boring. Who said it wasn't? At Holy Land Marigyo-ose, a gathering of celestial dragons flaunted their depravity, ugliness, and power while watching a live execution, accompanied by their own enslaved individuals. When Whitebeard made his entrance, some female celestial dragons found themselves even more captivated. Is he the strongest man in the world? He's incredibly powerful. It can't be from a giant family, can he? He's so tall. But it's a shame, he looks a bit old. If he has been captured as a slave, he must be the strongest, right? As they looked at Whitebeard in the image, all the celestial dragons engaged in discussion. However, they shared a common perspective. They did not regard Whitebeard, the world's strongest man, with any particular significance. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, they were the descendants of God and, therefore, these untouchables should be enslaved by them. While all the celestial dragons were engrossed in the live broadcast, one of them suddenly raised his head and massaged his neck. And then, out of nowhere, a dark hole appeared in the sky. Look, what's that? How did a hole just appear in the sky? Their voices filled with surprise, and the celestial dragons on the square raised their heads in unison. When they saw the unexpected hole, everyone appeared perplexed, unsure of what it meant. But at that moment, members of the celestial dragon CP bodyguards reacted immediately. At a glance, they recognized it as a devil fruit ability, the power of the door fruit. This is bad. We're under attack. Enemy attack. Protect the celestial dragons and retreat. The CP guards' cries filled the air, and the celestial dragons, who had previously been curious, now wore expressions of fear. The entire square descended into chaos in an instant. And then, at that very moment, the dark door in the sky opened widely, revealing several figures emerging from within. As the celestial dragons beheld these individuals clearly, they extended trembling fingers, pointing towards Ryan and his companions, who were suspended in midair. Yes, it's them. The criminals who massacred Saint Roswald and his family. Why them? This is disastrous. Run away. We'll be killed. Upon realizing that it was Ryan and his crew, panic spread among the celestial dragons on the square. While others might not pose a threat to them, the Ryan group was different. They were truly ruthless killers. Attack them. Kill them. As the celestial dragons scattered and attempted to flee, they ordered all their guards to kill the intruders. A group of guards rushed towards Ryan and his companions in the air. At this critical moment, failing to protect the celestial dragons would likely result in severe repercussions from the world government, even if they managed to escape with their lives. Protect the celestial dragons. Attack. The guards who were trained from childhood in CP techniques swiftly employed the moonwalk technique to close in on Ryan and his group. Observing the situation, Minato, who had been waiting for an opportunity to showcase his abilities, acted swiftly. This time, he had to prove his strength, no matter what. Facing the charging guards, Minato produced several specialized kunai in his hand and hurled them toward his foes. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. As he threw the Hiraishin kunai, Minato executed his seals once more. In an instant, the kunai in the air split into 2, then 4, and multiplied rapidly. A barge of deadly projectiles filled the sky, heading straight for the celestial dragon guards. Tekai. As the guards of celestial dragons, it was evident that they possessed considerable strength. They were adept in the basic marine 6 styles. When faced with a barge of kunai, the guards, skilled in the Tekai technique, promptly stepped forward to invoke its protection. The collision of kunai against their bodies produced a continuous metallic clang. The kunai appeared to be just ordinary hidden weapons, easily thwarted by Tekai, much to the guards' relief. However, at this moment, some members of the guard noticed that the kunai they had blocked, with the words Sword of Shinobi's Love inscribed on them, emitted a golden glow. Ice Pop inspired Nimbus Jiraiya Twin Whirl Sphere. In an instant, a flash of golden light illuminated the scene. Minato moved like a streak of lightning among the guards, claiming the life of a guard every time he appeared. The destructive force of the raised hand shattered the defenses of those guards attempting to employ Iron Body, crushing their internal organs with a single blow. Observing Minato's impressive display from their vantage point below, Ryan and his fellow Hokages initially admired his prowess. However, when Minato announced the peculiar name of his technique, everyone was taken aback by its strangeness. They couldn't fathom where this talent for naming originated, and even Tobirama couldn't help but find himself exasperated. If second Hokage Tobirama had foreseen the future of the fourth Hokage, he might have yelled at Minato, "You're needlessly complicating my techniques with these whimsical names." As Minato continued to engage in the battle with evident delight, both Kakashi and Tsunade from the two worlds, who had been relatively inactive until now, grew impatient. They joined the fray. This marked the first occasion that fifth Hokage Tsunade unleashed her unique power punches in this world. Boom. When Tsunade descended from the sky with a powerful punch, the square in the Holy Land of Marigyo-ose was instantly obliterated, leaving behind a massive crater. The entire square was riddled with fissures. Simultaneously, Road to Ninja World Tsunade landed on the square, drawing her Zanpakuto from her waist. Observing the guards before her, she slowly muttered to herself, "Sodi no Shiryugi." As Shinobi Tsunade's voice resounded, a terrifying aura instantly surged forth from her. This powerful presence had an immediate effect on the guards who had rushed towards her, causing them to nearly kneel in submission. In Tsunade's grasp, her Zanpakuto underwent a complete transformation. Its entire form turned into a flawless, white masterpiece, resembling more of an exquisite work of art than a weapon. At this moment, Glasses Tsunade herself appeared incredibly beautiful. With her Zanpakuto now liberated, Tsunade directed Sodi no Shiryuki toward the guards before her. Four pristine, frigid gusts of cold air materialized in front of her. The second dance, icy wind. Boom. The chilling gales, akin to an avalanche, surged toward the guard members before Tsunade. For a moment, those standing in her path were encased in an icy freeze, a breathtaking sight in the sunlight. However, this fleeting beauty soon gave way to a grim reality. As the ice shattered, the guard members trapped within it disintegrated into countless specks of ice, disappearing in an instant. This deceptively beautiful yet terrifying attack method left the remaining guards frozen in their tracks. Who could have anticipated that beneath the seemingly harmless beauty lay such a fearsome method of destruction? Glasses Tsunade's demonstration of her Zanpakuto's power captured everyone's attention. No one had expected this weapon to possess such horrifying capabilities. As Tsunade released her weapon earlier, observers noted that her aura had surged several times over upon its release. Ryan, in particular, found himself surprised by this revelation. Glasses Tsunade's Zanpakuto ability turned out to be Sodi no Shiryuki, Soul Society's most beautiful Zanpakuto. This prompted Ryan to cast a curious glance in Madara's direction, wondering about the nature of Madara's own Zanpakuto ability. Soon, the celestial dragon guards in the square met their demise. What was once a bustling plaza filled with countless celestial dragons was now deserted, with only a few retreating to the back rooms of their mansions. Most of them fled in haste to Pengia Castle, the center of the Holy Land of Marigyo-ose, where the five elders, the knights of the gods, and the most powerful figure, resided. They believed that these menacing intruders would be no match for the formidable elders there. Help! Someone, come to our aid! Five elders! We need the five elders! The desperate cries echoed at the foot of Pengia Castle, drawing immediate attention. The five elders, who had been watching the live broadcast until then, furrowed their brows. What's going on out there? Why is there such a commotion? This unexpected uproar outside Pengia Castle had left them puzzled and concerned. Read 42 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 129, Chapter 128. What's happening outside? Why is it so loud? As the cries from outside Pengia Castle reached their ears, the five elders couldn't help but frown. The atmosphere, once absorbed in watching the live broadcast execution from the naval headquarters, was instantly shattered. With a quick motion, one of them rose from their seat and moved towards the window. There, they beheld a gathering of celestial dragons below, a sight that bewildered the five elders. These individuals typically reveled in nothing but pleasure. So, why were they gathering outside Pengia Castle today? However, it didn't take long for the five elders to realize something was amiss among the celestial dragons below. Each of their faces bore an expression of sheer horror. This can't be right, one of the five elders exclaimed. It seems there's a problem, another added. The five elders couldn't help but feel a hint of absurdity. Normally, when something untoward happened in the Holy Land of Marijois, such as today, they would be somewhat dismissive. But the celestial dragons gathered outside Pengia Castle didn't appear to be jesting. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the five elders hastily dispatched someone to investigate. Soon, the gates of Pengia Castle creaked open. The celestial dragons, previously squeezed together in anxiety, suddenly saw a glint of hope. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let us in. Get out of the way. Make way for me. Slave, do you want to die? Run faster. In a frenzy, all the celestial dragons began pushing desperately to enter Pengia Castle. Gone was the appearance of world nobility, and even the so-called high celestial dragons succumbed to fear in this life-threatening moment. The already chaotic crowd descended into complete pandemonium. Amid the relentless shoving and pushing, a few unlucky celestial dragons were pushed to the ground. In an instant, hundreds of pairs of feet trampled upon them. It was not the handiwork of Ryan and his group, rather, they were directly crushed to death by their fellow celestial dragons. After all, a group of celestial dragons whose lives revolved around indulgence in gluttony and pleasure were hardly known for their physical prowess. This unfortunate circumstance led to some being fatally crushed as soon as they fell. Yet, the celestial dragons paid no mind to this gruesome sight. Survival was paramount. In due course, they all managed to squeeze into the ground floor hall of Pengia Castle, turning it into a bustling sea of human trash. To restore order in the chaos, members of CP0 quickly arrived on the scene, calming the unruly crowd. Having assessed the situation, they promptly returned to the office of the five elders. Upon learning that the culprits responsible for the Roswell family massacre had breached the Holy Land, the five elders couldn't immediately believe the situation. Many years had passed since anyone had successfully infiltrated Marijois, except for Fisher Tiger, who had scaled the Red Line. Nevertheless, before the five elders could thoroughly contemplate the matter, residential areas erupted in flames. The sheer intensity of the moment compelled them to accept the unthinkable reality unfolding before their eyes. Send the CPO there to handle the situation. Pick up the pace. We can't afford to delay the live broadcast. In that case, dispatch all CP agents. Despite my belief that there was an enemy invasion, the five elders did not take it seriously. Even when confronted with the news in the newspaper claiming that Ryan's group had defeated Sengoku and others, the five elders dismissed it as a mere joke, refusing to believe it. In their view, the contents of this news were merely an excuse concocted by the Marines to cover up their failures. They reasoned that with Sengoku, Garp, 3 admirals, and numerous vice admirals in pursuit, who could evade their capture and send all 5 of the Marines' strongest to the hospital. This formidable lineup surpassed even the strength of the New World's 4 emperors. Consequently, the 5 elders found it impossible to accept the news. As a result, they dispatched only CP agents to deal with what they considered mere intruders. It wasn't the right time for the 5 elders to intervene personally. Meanwhile, in the residential area of Marijois, house after house was being destroyed by Ryan and his group. After ransacking each room and collecting all the treasures, they set the empty room ablaze. Many houses had already been burned down by the time the CP0 arrived. When the CP members unexpectedly confronted Ryan's gang, they were met with an immediate attack. Ryan and his associates didn't utter a word, they engaged in combat right away. The CP0 agents, who had just approached Ryan's group, were easily overpowered. After all, even Sengoku, Garp, and others couldn't match Ryan's gang in battle. Ryan couldn't help but furrow his brow as he witnessed the swift defeat of the CP0 organization. It was difficult for him to reconcile this outcome with his perception of the CP0 as the strongest organization tasked with protecting celestial dragons. He had expected them to be much stronger. After the fight, Ryan almost began to doubt the authenticity of One Piece itself. He wondered if he had been mistaken about the true strength of the CP0 organization. However, upon reflection, if the CP0's strength truly rivaled that of Sengoku and Garp, it begged the question of why the Marines would allow the 4 emperors and other pirates to roam freely. With such strength at their disposal, they could easily dominate the entire seas. After grasping the situation, Ryan led his group to the top of Pengia Castle. The 5 elders sensed their presence and their expressions immediately changed. Before they could react, a voice unexpectedly pierced the air, catching the attention of the 5 elders. Startled by the sudden intrusion, their expressions underwent a drastic transformation. Observing Ryan's gang descending from the sky, the 5 elders gazed at them briefly and then chose to leave in anger. It was evident that more pressing matters required their attention, or they would not have allowed Ryan to run rampant in the Holy Land of Marijois. It's a disaster. Those monsters are here. Where are the 5 elders? Why haven't they dealt with these intruders yet? As Ryan and others appeared in the sky, the celestial dragons, who had sought refuge within Pengia Castle, were again thrown into a state of panic. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the exit of the CP agents. Now, as the intruders were here, it became abundantly clear, CP had been defeated, and the newcomers were none other than Ryan and his crew. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. Amidst the turmoil that had gripped the celestial dragons, deep within the confines of Pengia Castle, a room held the 5 elders, who had formerly held positions of great authority. At this moment, they knelt beneath the throne, gazing with utmost respect at the figure seated upon it. Lord Jagarshus Saturn exclaimed. Grant us permission to eradicate the intruders who have desecrated our holy land. I shall ensure that these pests do not trouble you, Lord Shepherd Jew Peter added. In unison, the remaining 3 elders nodded in agreement. Their allegiance was unwavering, and they awaited his command with great anticipation. Meanwhile, the supreme ruler of the world government, remained expressionless, detached from the unfolding events. Though seemingly apathetic, demeanor concealed a deep satisfaction with the 5 elders' unwavering loyalty. Casting a glance toward the prostrate 5 elders, I finally spoke, my voice measured and deliberate. Go forth and eliminate them. Do not disappoint me. It has become rather noisy, remarked calmly. Acknowledging their task, the 5 elders promptly rose and departed the hall. As they moved along the corridors of Pengia Castle, their complexions grew even more somber. The absence of CP's return and the arrival of Ryan and his gang painted a bleak picture. The CP's mission had failed. What incompetence! Shepard Jupiter seated, venting his frustration. What use are these agents? Had it not been for the intrusion of Ryan and his crew, the 5 elders would not have found themselves in disfavor with Lordheim. Their disgruntlement was palpable as they moonwalked to the rooftop of Pengia Castle. With their arrival atop the castle, a surge of menacing haki energy erupted. They addressed Ryan and his crew with disdain. You insolent pirates who dare to defy the authority of world government. Today, you shall die here. A deafening eruption followed their proclamation, as the 5 elders' forms began to grotesquely swell, and the overwhelming aura of their power intensified. Are these the 5 elders? Ryan mused aloud, his eyes fixed on their transformation. He carefully observed the elders' metamorphosis, gaining insight into their newfound strength. After all, their power appeared to surpass even that of individuals like Sengoku and Garp, albeit by only a single tier. It appears so, Tobirama concurred. But we should be able to handle them. As Ryan expressed his confidence, the 5 elders completed their transformation. 5 towering, monstrous figures now confronted Ryan's group. Prepare to meet your demise. Ethan Baron, the bald old man with glasses, bellowed. Wretched pirates. Read 40 chapters ahead on p@3n.c0m/Mariani. Chapter 130, Chapter 129. Die, to death. Insolent bastards. With a sudden burst of energy, 5 elders' hideous transformation rushed toward Ryan and the others in the air in an instant. Today's 5 elders, all possess devil fruit power, specifically, they all have Zoan mythical Zoan abilities related to yokai. It's important to note that mythical Zoan devil fruits are exceedingly rare in the sea, even rarer than Logia types. From the start of the One Piece serialization to the present, only a few mythical Zoan fruits have been introduced. Initially, there were only 3 users, Sengoku and Marco. However, with the Wano Kuni, more mythical Zoan fruits have been introduced, with characters like Kaido, Yamato, and Inamura possessing these abilities. Most notably, Luffy's rubber fruit, officially confirmed, is a mythical Zoan Nika fruit. As a result, all of the 5 elders that now stood before Ryan possessed mythical Zoan fruit powers related to yokai. Confronted by the transformed 5 elders, Ryan and the others exchanged glances. Uchiha Madara and his companions immediately sprang into action. Prepare to witness the power of Susanoo, declared Uchiha Madara. As he spoke, the colossal form of Susanoo materialized instantly above Pengia Castle. Beside him, Hashirama, Tobirama, Sasuke, and Obito summoned their own Susanoos. The 5 Susanoos reappeared, their overwhelming presence matching the oppressive aura of the 5 elders' mythical Zoan transformations. The stage was set for an imminent showdown. However, when the 5 elders faced the formidable Susanoo figures, they realized that this power exceeded even Ryan's Phase 2 Susanoo from their initial encounter in the Sabayati Islands. In disbelief, their expressions shifted. This power. How is this possible? How can you be so formidable? The one who responded to their disbelief was Madara's colossal Susanoo, towering tens of meters above them. In an instant, the 5 elders found themselves overwhelmed and unable to retaliate. The very individuals who were sent by him to deal with Ryan's gang were now being crushed into submission. This astonishing scene left the celestial dragons hidden in Pengia Castle utterly dumbfounded. They had counted on the 5 elders for protection, but now it appeared that even they were no match for these monstrous beings. A thunderous crash marked the culmination of their battle as the colossal figures descended heavily from the sky to the ground. When the dust settled, the battered forms of the 5 elders lay exposed in a massive crater. This can't be. Such a terrifying force cannot exist in those waters. Who are you people? The 5 elders were completely confounded by Madara and the others. The mighty Susanoo, the mysterious eye techniques, none of these powers seemed characteristic of this world. World government has been ruling the world for 800 years. This is the first time they have seen this kind of power. However, in response to their questions, a sudden eruption of black flame silenced them. Amaterasu. The unquenchable flames descended swiftly upon the 5 elders. Amaterasu, known for its inability to burn or kill people in the world of Naruto, was now demonstrating its devastating power in the world of pirates. The scorching black flames consumed the 5 elders in an instant. No matter how the 5 elders struggled, Amaterasu clung to them relentlessly, dealing devastating constant damage. Even as mythical Zoan ability users, their formidable recovery abilities couldn't withstand the relentless burning of Amaterasu. Especially since Amaterasu was a divine solar deity in her fire which represents the light that dispels darkness and brings illumination to the world. The 5 elders, who had initially planned to rely on armament haki in their mythical Zoan, were instantly overwhelmed by Amaterasu's wrath. Ah! Damn. It can't be extinguished at all. What kind of fire is this? Their horrific screams filled the air, prompting Obito to activate his ocular jutsu. Obito, now equipped with double Kamui, was a force to be reckoned with. As he watched the 5 elders struggle desperately, he unleashed Kamui directly, drawing all 5 individuals into the Kamui space. Even the flames of Amaterasu were sucked in, as watching 5 old men struggle under the relentless blaze was quite unappetizing. With the 5 elders displaced, Ryan's attention shifted to Pengia Castle. Their objective was clear: eliminate Aim, the true mastermind behind the world government, to complete the third task. Everyone ceased their lamentations and prepared to infiltrate Pengia Castle to achieve their goal in one swift move. Suddenly, the sky darkened, shrouding the previously clear heavens in clouds. Thunderbolts flashed within the clouds, an unexpected change that left Ryan and his team bewildered. Just moments ago, the sky had been cloudless, and the abrupt transformation caught them off guard. This eerie spectacle prompted Ryan and his comrades to gaze skyward. In the cloudy expanse, they noticed a faint light emerging, a tiny yet striking presence amidst the pitch-black cloud cover. Be careful. This doesn't look right. Ryan's eyes fixated on this peculiar sight, and after cautiously alerting Madara and the others by his side, he observed the distant light spot with great seriousness. Meanwhile, inside Pengia Castle, a massive projection displayed the figures of Ryan and his group. I'm, the true puppeteer behind the world government, sat before the projection with an emotionless visage. Even as Ryan and his team took the 5 elders hostages, it failed to elicit any emotional response from Im's gaze seemed to regard them as already dead. Disappear under the power of Uranus. Those who dare challenge my authority will vanish from this world. Muttered these words and, with a press of his brush, caused the small light spot in the sky to rapidly expand. What was once the size of a fist now engulfed Ryan and the others entirely. At this critical moment, Ryan could almost discern what was in the sky. Within the One Piece world, there exist 3 ancient weapons: Poseidon, Pluton, and Uranus. The power of Poseidon resides with Princess Shirahoshi of Fishman Island, while the information of battleship Pluton is said to be written on the poneglyph of Alabasta and Frankie's mind. As for the power of Uranus, a means to drown any island or the world or end the devil fruit users from the blue sea, it likely lies within the hands of the world government. Now, as this strange scene unfolded in the sky, it appeared that I was activating the power of Uranus. The power of Uranus, Ryan mused aloud, contemplating the extent of his current strength. Facing the impending descent of Uranus, Ryan remained composed. Several truth-seeking balls reappeared on his wrist, and upon seeing this, Madara and the others standing beside him wisely retreated from the stage. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the clouds, hurtling downward toward Ryan and his companions below. Anything the beam touched vanished instantaneously. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Ryan exclaimed. Confronted by the descending Uranus, Ryan unleashed the full might of the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion without hesitation. A dazzling golden explosion met the oncoming beam of light with a resounding clash. Boom. The collision of energies triggered a tremendous shockwave, instantly dispersing the clouds and revealing Uranus's true form, a giant eye. Despite Uranus's efforts to increase its power, it remained outmatched by Ryan's sheer force. Under the relentless assault of the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, Uranus's beam of light gradually waned. Undeterred, Ryan stared directly at Uranus, whose fading light slashed through the air. Boom. A violent explosion painted the sky red. Inside Pengia Castle, witnesses gazed in astonishment at the defeat of Uranus struggling to process the shocking turn of events. At this moment, no one had imagined that Uranus, the powerful ancient weapon, could be destroyed so easily. Damn. Damn. Im's furious voice resonated. You wretched outsiders. Why have you come to disrupt my rule? With a series of furious roars, burst through the walls of Pengia Castle in an instant, charging outward. His overwhelming aura and colossal stature offered Ryan and his comrades their first glimpse of the mightiest individuals in the world. However, Ryan was taken aback when addressed them. Unexpectedly, he seemed to be aware that they were not native to this world. He locked eyes with Ryan, his face contorted with anger. Why have you ventured into this world? Your power doesn't belong here. You despicable intruders. Im's rant was suddenly interrupted as a black shadow launched a lightning-fast attack on Ryan. Go to hell. Read 40 chapters ahead on p@3n.c0m/Mariani. Chapter 131, Chapter 130. Go to hell. Without warning, a dark silhouette lunged at Ryan. Confronted by his sudden assault, Ryan abandoned all pleasantries. In an instant, he activated the 10-second chakra mode, enveloping his body in a radiant golden chakra cloak. The sheer force of his counterattack sent the obsidian shadow hurtling away. As everyone took a closer look, they discovered the shadow to be a figure with a tail resembling a triangular head. Im's ability to discern their foreign origin surprised both Hashirama and other Hokages. Yet, as the ruler of this world for more than 8 centuries, Im's extensive knowledge hardly shocked Ryan. When faced with Im's question, Ryan and his companions opted not to offer an answer. They launched a direct assault instead, asserting their dominance as the world's masters. In an instant, I'm transformed into a colossal salamander, its tail striking out at the intruders once more. At this juncture, Ryan and his companions showcased their strengths, one after another. On the sidelines, Hashirama swiftly clapped his hands. Sage Art Maijinman. Several crimson torii gates materialized from the sky, crashing down heavily onto Im's tail, holding it in place. But the onslaught was far from over. Madara, who had eagerly anticipated a great battle for a considerable duration, drew his Zanpakuto from his waist. Witnessing Shinobi Road Tsunade's earlier display of Zanpakuto's abilities ignited Madara's curiosity, prompting him to test Zanpakuto's powers against time. All things in the universe turned to ashes. Region Jaka. As Uchiha Madara set his Zanpakuto free, the temperature within Impending Castle surged suddenly. Yet, this was merely Madara's Shikai form. The searing heat she emitted distorted the surrounding air. What's happening? Is that fire? But it's so intense. I never thought I'd see something like this. It's like the whole Marigyo-OSA is burning. I am so thirsty. The celestial dragons, concealed on the first floor, all knelt in agony. The intense heat made even breathing excruciating. Amid the celestial dragon's anguished cries, Madara brought his blade down upon Hashirama's torii gates where I was immobilized. Inferno. As Madara swung his blade, a tornado-shaped wall of flames enveloped time, spinning and burning with relentless fervor. It was destined to reduce him to ashes. Despite his attempts to shield himself with top-tier armament haki and the overpowering might of the conqueror's haki twine with his tail, he couldn't withstand the scorching temperature of region Jaka, which reached 6,000 degrees and proved insurmountable. As sharp pain coursed through his tail, I'm reluctantly severed it at the base. In that pivotal moment, I'm underwent a complete transformation. Roar. I'm now entirely transformed into a monstrous entity, unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the entire Marigyo-OSA. From the monstrous form assumed by I'm, droplets of mucus like black liquid cascaded to the ground, instantly corroding a gaping hole in the earth. This grotesque display thoroughly quashed any notion Tsunade and her comrades harbored about mounting another attack. After all, the virulent mucus posed the threat of instant death if it made contact. Without hesitation, the monstrous entity assailed Ryan and Hashirama. Massive hands plummeted towards Ryan and Hashirama in the blink of an eye. Boom. The velocity was so staggering that both of them nearly failed to react. The very spot where the duo had stood a moment ago now bore 2 colossal craters, eroded by the corrosive mucus. Upon witnessing this dire spectacle, Ryan launched a fierce, unhesitant strike against time. 80 God's vacuum attack. Delivered in chakra mode, the blow packed even greater potency. Condensed chakra slashed time without mercy. It was a blow that seemed capable of shaking the red line itself. The sheer force of this blow caused his pupils to constrict in alarm. With unwavering observation haki, he locked onto the incoming attack and hastily propelled his monstrous form to counter the attack. At this moment, he dared not hold back. Armament haki enveloped his mucus arms, and armament haki coated his body as well. Boom. The clash was instantaneous, marked by an eruption of terrifying forces that violently shook the entire Marigyo-OSA city. The mucus like his arm was dispersed by the sheer impact, splattering in all directions. Once magnificent, the Pengia castle now lay in ruins, its upper reaches corroded and tattered. Having withstood the blow, wore a horrified expression. How can this be? The arm is broken. Assessing the arm that had countered Ryan's attack, he noted that the bones within were fractured. Fortunately, given his salamander abilities, the injury would heal in due course. Nevertheless, Ryan's attack might instill time with a growing apprehension. Before I could utter a word, Ryan struck again, unleashing another 80 God's vacuum attack. This time, it was even more formidable, with a multitude of chakra formed relentlessly assaulting I'm. Confronted with this onslaught, Im's expression shifted abruptly. He hastily ensconced themselves in armament haki and conqueror's haki. Boom. As the two forces collided head-on, Im's colossal form was propelled back into Pengia castle by the sheer force of a single attack. The onslaught continued unabated, with Ryan's multitude of strikes relentlessly pursuing I'm. Boom. Boom. Amid this ferocious barrage, I'm, battered and beaten, howled amidst the wreckage. Only when Ryan's relentless attack began to wane did Im's scream slowly subside. As the billowing smoke cleared, observers noticed a peculiar absence amidst the ruins. Where was Im's figure among the rubble? Only a residual puddle of mucus remained, resembling a mere clone. Escaped. No, did you truly think you could flee? Observing the scene, Ryan and his companions could only shake their heads in disbelief. I'm had opted for flight, but within the confines of Pengia castle, there was nowhere to hide. By this point, I'm had abandoned his salamander form, exited Pengia castle, and fled desperately. I'm, the master of the world government for the past 800 years, had lived for so long that he had no intention of recklessly fighting to the death with Ryan and his companions. From Im's perspective, this group of outsiders must have a purpose for venturing into their world. It was wiser to wait and see. There was no need to meet one's doom head-on. Running away crossed his mind. As he fled frantically, I'm failed to notice a peculiar symbol on his body suddenly glowing and emitting a call. Flash. In an instant, the yellow enveloped him, and his surroundings blurred. The environment shifted dramatically. Why am I back? He exclaimed, taken aback by the partially destroyed Pengia castle before him. Confused, he glanced back at Ryan and the others, who wore mysterious smiles, leaving him utterly bewildered. Why had he returned? Before he could react, Ryan and his allies launched another assault. In addition to Ryan's 80 God's vacuum attack, Hashirama, Madara, and the others opened their Susanoo beside him. The 5 Susanoo giants drew their chakra swords and slashed at I'm. Minato, Tsunade's, and Kakashi's reinforced the forward yang formation, sealing off the entire area to prevent I'm from escaping. Boom. A barrage of attacks shook the entire holy land of Marijois. As the smoke cleared within the forward yang formation, I'm lay on the ground in a state of disarray, devoid of the demeanor befitting the lord of the world. Damn outsiders. Despite the severe beating, I'm refused to submit, continuing to shout. In response, Ryan hurled a massive spirit ball directly into Im's chest cavity, rendering him incapacitated on the ground. And after I'm was at his weakest, he was put into a genjutsu and sealed inside the purple yang formation. Without paying further attention to I'm, Ryan swiftly made his way to the deepest, most hidden chamber within Pengia castle. This was the main hall where I'm had been awaiting their arrival. Everyone soon congregated in the chamber, where they beheld a colossal straw hat and a massive model of the world. Before Ryan and his companions could act, a colorful light enveloped the enormous straw hat, the giant's coffin and the world map. Asterisk ding. Mission 3 is completed. Asterisk. With 3 tasks accomplished, the strategy for the One Piece world was now fulfilled. They would reconvene in the chat group in a week. As they listened to the system's prompt in their minds, a glint of anticipation filled their eyes. It was finally done, and they had expected it to take much longer. Little did they know that they still had 7 days before returning to the chat group. Contemplating the remaining time, their eyes lit up with the realization that they could accomplish quite a bit. After all, they had agreed before entering the pirate world that they could acquire all the devil fruits available in this realm in exchange for points. 7 days proved ample for them to collect numerous devil fruits. Moreover, they were well aware that the celestial dragons in the holy land of Marijois alone possessed a considerable number of devil fruits. At this juncture, everyone exchanged knowing glances. Take everything you can. Read 41 chapters ahead on p@trian.c/m/Mariani. Chapter 132, Chapter 131. Each according to his ability. Ryan's words echoed. Tobirama wasted no time and immediately sprang into action. He swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished in an instant. Among the 11 Hokages who had arrived in the One Piece world, Tobirama stood out as the most intrigued by the powers of devil fruits. While some of the others had varying degrees of interest, Tobirama's fascination was unparalleled. For him, these abilities were more than mere curiosity, they held immense value. Master. I'm stood respectfully by Ryan's side at this moment. Under the influence of Ryan's Rinnegan level genjutsu, I remained ensnared, completely powerless. Considering Im's conqueror's haki, Ryan had to use genjutsu, fueled by Rinnegan and 10-second chakra mode, which had reached its highest level. Alright. Lead me to your treasure vault, Ryan demanded. Of course. Follow this way. I'm obliged. As the rest of the group ventured to the Celestial Dragon's residences in search of devil fruits, he couldn't help but forget that I was the ruler here, with an undoubtedly vast collection of treasures at his disposal. Ryan soon followed him to Pangea Castle's treasure vault. Inside, he was greeted by a sight that left him awestruck. Among the treasures, Ryan spotted some renowned swords, including the Mido, one of the legendary 12 supreme grade swords. But what truly caught his attention were the more than 20 devil fruits. Additionally, piles of gold coins, antiques, and countless gems adorned the treasury. Gazing at these riches, Ryan's eyes gleamed. The devil fruit collection alone had already exceeded his expectations. These treasures were, after all, funded by the annual heavenly gold of the world government, minus their expenses. Ryan was more than content with his findings. Meanwhile, Tobirama and the others who had left Pangea Castle were busy exploring the Holy Land, Marigyo-ose. They visited the homes of the Celestial Dragons, each brimming with wealth. Wow, this residence is quite a treasure trove, Tobirama remarked, admiring the dazzling array of riches before him. Among the treasures, some items piqued his interest. Without forgetting his purpose, Tobirama carefully packed the items he desired using a scroll. The hunt for devil fruits was equally rewarding, with Tobirama swiftly securing a dozen of them. Holding these oddly shaped devil fruits, Tobirama couldn't help but marvel at their magical abilities. He resolved to study them closely. Meanwhile, as Ryan and his companions combed through Marigyo-ose in search of loot, the summit war at naval headquarters had reached its conclusion. With no big help brought by Luffy, the Whitebeard pirates suffered greater losses than in the original story. Ace remained unrescued, and even Whitebeard had fallen amid the conflict. Yet, it was none other than red-haired Shanks who had arrived to bring an end to the war. He acquired the bodies of Whitebeard and Ace. The impact of this war was enough to stir the seas once more. Especially in the original territory of the Whitebeard pirates, countless ambitious pirates swarmed in, hoping for a piece of the pie. However, with the Blackbeard pirates' forceful entry, they swiftly claimed all that remained of the Whitebeard pirates' domain. Frictions escalated further in the New World. Doflamingo, who had returned to Dressrosa, encountered an unexpected visitor at this moment. The five elders. As he gazed upon the unexpected figure before him, Doflamingo's expression turned to one of horror. Who would have expected that one of the five elders would personally arrive at his doorstep? Typically, it would be the CPO or other intelligence agents. Doflamingo didn't dare to dwell on it. Phew, I didn't anticipate. You'd come to meet me yourself. The bald elder wasted no time on pleasantries with Doflamingo. Come with me now. With a puzzled look, Doflamingo reluctantly returned to the Holy Land. Throughout the journey, countless questions swirled in Doflamingo's mind, but the elder remained silent. Doflamingo had no choice but to suppress his doubts and continue to the Holy Land. Upon arriving in the sacred place, Doflamingo sensed that something was amiss. The once aloof celestial dragons were now crawling on the ground like obedient dogs. Phew. Interesting. This spectacle brought immense joy to Doflamingo. He harbored an extreme hatred for these celestial dragons. Once, he aspired to return to the Holy Land to exact vengeance on them, and now, witnessing their humbling, he couldn't help but feel elated. Yet, soon enough, Doflamingo detected an anomaly. He spotted the Straw Hat Crew's presence, but for now, he suppressed his curiosity and followed the five elders. They eventually arrived at Pangea Castle, which was undergoing extensive renovations. The dilapidated state of the castle hinted at a recent battle. Had the sacred grounds of Marigyo-ose been attacked? Even the audacious Golden Line wouldn't dare to throw islands at these sanctified walls. Who could have possibly dared such a move in the current turbulent seas? When the elder led Doflamingo into his palace, he bore witness to a scene he would never forget. There, I'm, the ruler of the world, knelt humbly beside a young man. Even the five elders themselves knelt in submission. Seeing this, Doflamingo hurriedly joined them, humbling himself on the ground. The world sovereign bowed. What place did Doflamingo have to hold his head high? He thought, no shame. Observing Doflamingo, who understood the gravity of the situation, Ryan couldn't help but feel satisfaction. This kid was undeniably talented. Doflamingo, I have a mission for you, Ryan declared. From now on, give your all to procure devil fruits. Seize them if necessary. No holds barred. As long as you obtain devil fruits, use any means necessary. The five elders will assist you in this endeavor. As Ryan spoke, Doflamingo's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly agreed to the proposal. At the same time, he suppressed the events of the day in my stomach. Doflamingo knew exactly what to say and what to keep to himself. Meanwhile, across the globe, countries were preparing once again for the heavenly gold. This time, at Ryan's request, they were focused solely on acquiring devil fruits, and nothing else. Though the member countries of the world may not have fully understood the reason for this change, they were also somewhat relieved. After all, most nations had one or two devil fruits stored in their national treasuries. As time passed, day by day, the heavenly gold from nations around the world made its way to Marigyo-ose, amassing over 100 pieces of devil fruit in total. On average, everyone could obtain more than a dozen each, considering there were 170 affiliated countries. The abundance of devil fruits was no surprise. Additionally, Doflamingo contributed a substantial quantity of devil fruits to Ryan. Impressed by Doflamingo's efficiency, Ryan couldn't help but offer praise. Ding. 7 days remaining are over. The notification rang in their minds. You must return to the chat group. One Piece World will be available to be visited once everyone returns to the chat group. While they discussed their experiences, the chat group notification sounded instantly upon their departure from the One Piece World. Knowing that the world they left would freeze, everyone was content with this function. However, their primary concern was rejoining the chat group. They eagerly anticipated the rewards awaiting them after this mission. Observing this, Ryan wasted no time and addressed the chat group. Let's return. As soon as he finished speaking, a colorful light curtain enveloped the group, and they vanished from the pirate world. The entire pirate world, left behind by Ryan and his team, was instantly frozen by a mysterious force, bringing it to a complete standstill. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 133, Chapter 132. In the secret meeting space, a burst of colorful light suddenly appeared out of thin air. Ryan stepped out, followed closely by Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage. As they gazed upon the familiar meeting space they had longed for, a deep sense of emotion filled everyone. Finally, we're home. Ryan exclaimed, surveying the unchanged surroundings. The Hokages collectively let out a sigh of relief. This place still feels comfortable, Hashirama remarked. Tsunade and her clone rushed to the seats, unable to contain their excitement. One Piece World is truly fascinating. But this is where we truly belong, our real home, Tsunade added, echoing the sentiment. Having spent a considerable time in the pirate world, they were now beginning to miss their world. As the emotion settled, all eyes turned to Ryan, anticipation written on their faces. I can't wait. Let's see what rewards await us. Madara exclaimed eagerly, his anticipation palpable. Indeed. Have all our missions been completed? Obito questioned, his tone reflective of his meticulous nature. You Uchiha are always so impatient, Tobirama muttered dryly, displaying his characteristic pragmatism. The excitement in the room was palpable. Even the second Hokage Tobirama, known for his calm demeanor, couldn't hide his enthusiasm. After all, this was their first mission that spanned a whole new world, a unique opportunity to obtain treasures from different worlds. The rewards promised to be unlike any they had received before, fueling their anticipation. Everyone, please be quiet. Ryan implored, gesturing for silence. Reluctantly, the Hokages quieted down, eager to hear the summary and rewards from the system. Just as the room fell into silence, the notification tone of their chat group finally sounded. Congratulations, everyone. The first mission spanning the multiverse was a resounding success. Details below. Mission completion status. Task 1. Defeat the Straw Hat Pirates. Completed. Reward per person, 5,000 points. The mission rewards were distributed equally among everyone, granting each a substantial 5,000 points. This amount could already secure them valuable items from the store or be used for betting. The Hokages couldn't help but feel that the task had been a simple one, making the points appear almost like a gift. Senju Hashirama and the others couldn't hide their excitement. For just our first mission, we've received so many points. I can't wait to place more bets in the mission wall, Tsunade declared enthusiastically. With the points accumulated, she hoped to secure significant gains. Observing Tsunade's enthusiasm, some of the other Hokages exchanged knowing glances. They were aware that Tsunade's luck in gambling could be as unpredictable as ever, and they couldn't help but chuckle at her determination to try again. The reward for the first mission is just a teaser, Ryan announced. The next 2 rewards, he continued, that's where the real excitement lies. Ryan's words were perfectly timed, serving as a reminder for everyone to pay attention to the chat group's hints. A hushed silence fell over the room as they awaited the next notification. The chat group's notification tone chimed in once more. Task 2, journey to Raftel and completing a wish of the pirate world. Perfect completion. Task reward, 50,000 points per person. The mention of 50,000 points elicited excitement from everyone present. It was a substantial sum, considering that the Hokages had previously received only 10,000 points to buy perfect devil fruit. 50,000 points? That's incredible. Minato exclaimed. It seems that the rewards from these missions are quite generous, Hashirama noted. Imagine what we could do with these points in the mall, Kakashi remarked. The idea of acquiring everything they desired was no longer a dream. Only Tobirama and Ryan remained relatively composed. Tobirama examined the mall's offerings, including the Scion blood priced at a staggering 10 million points. Although 50,000 points was a significant gain, they still had a long way to go. Ryan shared Tobirama's sentiment. He knew that the truly powerful techniques and items in these worlds came at astronomical prices, often reaching hundreds of millions of points. Obtaining such treasures would require substantial effort and dedication. After the initial excitement settled, the group eagerly awaited further updates from the chat group. The notification from the chat group sounded once more. Mission 3, destroy Mary Gosa City and plunder its wealth accumulated over 800 years within the One Piece world. Perfect completion. Task reward, 100,000 points per person. With the rewards for all 3 tasks distributed, each member received a total of 155,000 points. It was a sum beyond their wildest imaginations. Excitement and joy filled the room. Uchiha Madara couldn't contain his curiosity and turned to Hashirama, asking, Hashirama, what are you planning to exchange for? Hashirama replied with equal enthusiasm, oh, I haven't decided yet. How about you? The two of them immediately began a private conversation, discussing their plans. Others in the group joined in on the discussions, sharing their dreams and aspirations for their newfound wealth. Amidst all the excitement, Kakashi raised a question. These rewards are a bit unusual, aren't they? All the rewards are evenly distributed among us, he pointed out. Isn't there usually a ranking? A moment of contemplative silence followed. Then, one by one, the group members agreed. Yeah, you're right. Something does feel missing without a ranking. Ryan, still calm as ever, finally explained, don't forget, the main event's rewards haven't been started yet. Each of us stole quite a haul of devil fruits and valuable treasures. These will be the keys to determining our ranks. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 134, Chapter 133. After hearing Ryan's words, a sudden realization swept over everyone. Yes. I almost forgot, and this. Kakashi exclaimed with excitement. The rest of the group chimed in, caught up in the moment. Ryan, on the other hand, remained silent, as if he had something to hide. In the pirate world, they all had truly become pirates, amassing a trove of treasures. These included an assortment of devil fruits, as well as a plethora of gold, silver, and other valuable items. The selection of these treasures had been a carefully considered endeavor, with each item chosen for its significance. However, the most astonishing aspect was Ryan's achievement. He managed to collect more devil fruits than anyone else, but also took a few other things too. This hidden feat was unknown to the others, and Ryan had no intention of divulging the secret. Revealing it might lead to dire consequences, particularly at the hands of other Hokages, as Senjo Tobirama pointed out. That's right, Tobirama affirmed. In the world of pirates, we accomplished our mission, and the chat group has set aside a week for us. It seems this time is designated for us to hunt for more loot. In doing so, the chat group rankings can be determined. The rest of the group nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of Tobirama's words. They were all waiting for the rewards to be distributed, as they had yet to receive their well-deserved prizes. A notification from the chat group interrupted the silence. Ding. The group missions are over. Next, start rewarding across the leaderboard. This announcement brought smiles to the faces of those present. Ryan's earlier prediction had been spot on. In previous world quests, the rewards were divided evenly among participants, but the hunt for devil fruits was an individual pursuit. Now, a brand new leaderboard had emerged, sparking excitement and anticipation among the Hokages. Uchiha Madara and a few others wore confident expressions, confident in their chances of ranking highly in the competition. The prospect of bonus rewards for top ranks added to the anticipation. Please note, the chat group continued, the more treasure and mission you complete, higher the amounts of points you will collect, the higher the leaderboard rewards. The top 3 will have extra rewards, with the first place receiving additional choice among the prizes. These rules heightened the excitement among the Hokages. The potential for bonus rewards on top of their collected treasures was a welcome surprise. The meeting space grew tense as everyone anxiously awaited the ranking results, each hoping to secure the coveted top positions. Ryan, however, wore a mysterious smile, hinting that he already knew the outcome. He didn't need to speak, his actions spoke louder than words. Amidst the collective anticipation, the first place winner was swiftly announced. Selection completed. First place, Ryan. Upon seeing Ryan's name at the top of the leaderboard, the room filled with astonishment and resignation. It's Ryan again. Hashirama said. It's no surprise anymore, his strength and foreknowledge are on a whole different level, added Madara. Hashirama and the others couldn't help but wear expressions of mild defeat. They had grown accustomed to Ryan's exceptional achievements, which consistently surpassed everyone else's. The revelation of Ryan's collected treasures only heightened their shock. 61 devil fruits, plus various treasures collected by Ryan, totaling an astronomical 530,000 points. Minato exclaimed. The gathered Hokages collectively gasped in disbelief at the astounding wealth that Ryan had amassed. The total reached an astonishing 590,000 points. This was beyond belief. You see, before this mission, everyone's points were in the thousands range. Earning hundreds of thousands of points seemed like an impossible feat. But here was Ryan, with an outrageous number of points. Even Ryan himself was taken aback by the magnitude of his achievement. He never expected to accumulate such a wealth of points. How could these items be worth so much? Initially, he had thought that the collected treasures might be worth 1,000,000 points, which would have been satisfying enough. Yet, unexpectedly, the tally was above 600,000 points. Many of the Hokages were left in open-mouthed amazement and struggled to find the words to express their astonishment. Senjo Tobirama was the first to regain his composure. He turned to Ryan and inquired, how did you manage to acquire so many devil fruits? Others only got a dozen devil fruits, he pointed out. Ryan chuckled as he replied, when the looting began, all of you went to the Celestial Dragon's residence in search of treasures. That's true, they admitted, but it seems we forgot something crucial. The ruler, had the most treasures. Upon hearing Ryan's reminder, they all felt a pang of regret. Yet, how could I forget that? Tsunade exclaimed. Yes. I was so focused on searching that I overlooked the most important place. Kakashi added, shaking his head. Even Tobirama couldn't help but facepalm. Yet, how did I forget his palace? What a blunder. As Ryan elaborated on how he had found so many devil fruits, others realized they couldn't possibly envy him. Ryan, however, failed to mention one crucial detail. During the later stages, the 5 elders in Doflamingo had also assisted him in acquiring a substantial quantity of devil fruits. Without their help, amassing over 60 devil fruits, including some artificial ones with lower value, would have been impossible. Reward for the first place. Reward, 50,000 points. After tallying Ryan's first place achievement, the chat group displayed his rewards. It was still points, but a whopping 50,000 points. This was equivalent to the reward for completing an entire world task. Now, Ryan had accumulated over 600,000 points in one go, not to mention the previous group rewards. In total, he possessed an astronomical 800,000 points. This left others feeling envious and somewhat resentful. The chat group then moved on to calculate the rewards for the second place finisher. Second place, second Hokage Senjo Tobirama. Tobirama's collection, 30 devil fruit total. Total value, 200,000 points. Senjo Tobirama was delighted to see his name in the second position. He sported a smug smile because he had been the fastest collector among them, effortlessly amassing nearly 30 devil fruits. Additionally, each person later found about a dozen that were sent as over as the heavenly gold for celestial dragons. In total, Tobirama's collection reached an astonishing 30 devil fruits. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 135, Chapter 134. Tobirama had amassed an impressive number of harvest points. This left other members in utter disbelief. However, after the unveiling of Ryan's exaggerated numbers, Tobirama's achievement seemed somewhat more reasonable to everyone. Envy painted the expressions of everyone else, particularly the two Tsunades. If only I had as many points, Tsunade mused. In the arena, I could place countless bets. Hashirama exclaimed excitedly. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Grandpa, can you lend us some? Glasses Tsunade chimed in eagerly, speaking simultaneously with her counterpart. Hashirama gazed at Tobirama with the Tsunade duo with anticipation. Brother, you've managed to accumulate so many points. Would you consider sharing some with your brother? In response to Hashirama's and Tsunade duo's request, Tobirama could only feign deafness. My unreliable family, Tobirama thought to himself, if I let them loose, who knows when I'll ever get those points back. He kept his thoughts to himself, choosing not to voice them aloud. It was often referred to as borrowing, but those borrowed money or points were seldom returned. Amidst the chatter among the numerous Hokage, a notification chimed in the chat group. Reward for a second place. Reward, 30,000 points. The second place finisher was also awarded a generous 30,000 points. While not as extravagant as the first place reward, Tobirama was content with the prize. To put it in perspective, before embarking on missions in the world of One Piece, he only possessed a mere few thousand points. These 30,000 points were a substantial boon. However, Tobirama differed from the others in one key aspect. He had collected various unique items in his scrolls, items exclusive to the One Piece world. Most were valuable objects worthy of extensive research. Although these items couldn't be converted into points, they offered invaluable assistance in his ninjutsu studies, providing ample inspiration. Among his findings were several prototypes of entirely new forbidden techniques, ideas that Tobirama had already envisioned. To Tobirama, the value of his harvest far exceeded what met the eye. The announcement of the second place reward concluded without much fanfare. The Hokages patiently awaited the following updates from the chat group. They hoped the chat group would soon unveil the rankings. The reward rules had been clear, only the top 3 would receive additional rewards. The first 2 had already been revealed. All that remained was the last spot. Nervous anticipation filled the air among the remaining Hokage. Each secretly wished to secure that final position. As they anxiously waited, the chat group notification finally sounded. Selection completed. 3rd place, 6th Hokage Kakashi. Finally. Kakashi exclaimed upon hearing the news. His excitement was palpable. This achievement meant more to him than just reaping the rewards. It was also proof of his capabilities. In previous elections, Kakashi's world points had never been particularly high. His ranking often fluctuated between the middle and even the lower end. Such inconsistencies had always irked Kakashi, a genius ninja since the young age he had a great pride. Becoming Hokage had not elevated him above the rest. This disparity had gnawed at him. Now, securing a spot in the top 3, even if it was 3rd place, brought him immense satisfaction and a newfound sense of self-assurance. Congratulations, Kakashi. Obito wasted no time in extending his heartfelt congratulations. The expressions on the faces of the others were somewhat mixed, not particularly cheerful. Nevertheless, they were all in good spirits. After all, only the top 3 contenders would receive additional rewards. Luckily, each of the Hokages proved to be quite level-headed. They swiftly moved past this disappointment and turned to console themselves. This journey to the One Piece has been incredibly lucrative. Even without additional rewards, our acquired items surpass our wildest expectations, Tsunade remarked with satisfaction. Yet, I'm more than satisfied. Minato added, sharing Tsunade's sentiment. Speaking of which, the unknown items and knowledge we've unearthed are worth more than points. There's no reason to feel disheartened, Tobirama reassured, looking over the gathered treasures with a sense of accomplishment. As the Hokages consoled each other, the chat group began to reveal the specific earnings of the 6th Hokage, Kakashi. 6th Hokage Kakashi's collection, 24 devil fruits. Total value, 180,000 points. Various gold and silver treasures, weapons, and other valuables, total value of 10,000 points. Grand total, 190,000 points. Kakashi's overall income amounted to an impressive 190,000 points. This was just 10,000 points shy of Tobirama's earnings, a negligible difference. Even the reward for 3rd place was in points. Reward for 3rd place. Reward, 10,000 points. Next, the chat group began to announce the earnings of the other participants. 4th place, Uchiha Sasuke, 5.5 Hokage. 5th place, former 3rd Hokage world, Kakashi. 6th place, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. 7th place, 5th Hokage Tsunade. After the chat group's detailed announcements, everyone was astonished to realize that, in essence, they all secured 3rd place and their gains were nearly identical. Most of the devil fruits that were converted into points were obtained through heavenly gold, largely thanks to Ryan. He had employed the devil fruit search system created with the help of 5 elders in Doflamingo, effectively locating nearly all the devil fruits in the One Piece world. In contrast, the other Hokages, lacking the support of underground forces and nobility and also being unfamiliar with the world, had a significantly limited collection of devil fruits. While many had accumulated gold and silver treasures, these were mostly of little value, not worth much at all. Gold and silver can be found in every world, but devil fruits are the specialty of One Piece. As the rewards were disclosed, the selection ranking officially concluded. Everyone's gains were accounted for, with most Hokages earning over 100,000 points. The difference is between them merely a few thousand points. Therefore, there were no disputes over the ranking selection. Next, the chat group opened a separate exchange link for everyone. They had the choice to either convert the devil fruits they had acquired into points or keep them. Ryan swiftly decided to exchange all his acquisitions for points, given that his current strength rendered the devil fruits useless. Wealth was also of no concern to him, and his point balance grew into an astonishing number. Following Ryan's lead, most others also chose to convert their acquisitions into points. Only a select few, like Tobirama, retained the items as research materials for future ninjutsu development. The Tsunade duo, in a silent understanding, exchanged only a portion of their wealth, keeping the rest of the gold and silver jewelry, which they had been eyeing for quite some time. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 136, Chapter 135. After the chat group session, rewards were distributed, and everyone returned to their respective worlds. As Hokage, they were all incredibly busy, with numerous responsibilities awaiting them in their worlds. In the main world, as Ryan exited the meeting space, he found himself in the familiar Hokage office. The rewards from the chat group had already been credited to his account, adding a substantial 745,000 points. Out of this total, 155,000 points were rewards for completing missions in the pirate world, while the remaining 590,000 points were earned by Ryan himself. This substantial gain was the result of their successful completion of the first heavenly mission, leaving Ryan feeling confident about tackling future missions of this magnitude. However, Ryan hadn't yet decided how to utilize these hundreds of thousands of points. He contemplated the possibility of exchanging them for powerful items or abilities, but he ultimately chose to save them for now. Accumulating points seemed like a better plan, allowing him to exchange them for even more potent abilities in the future. Ryan opted to temporarily collect the rewards and wait for the practical moment to exchange them. He knew that when he possessed the ability to significantly enhance himself, that would be the time to make those exciting exchanges. Currently, he had more pressing concerns at hand confronting Uchiha Madara of his world and the Black Zetsu. Despite the apparent prosperity of the Leaf Village and the various forces under his command, Madara continued to operate secretly, eluding Ryan's search efforts. This heightened his vigilance. Given Madara and Black Zetsu's remarkable evasive abilities, Ryan couldn't predict when they might launch a sneak attack. To prevent such incidents, he decided to take proactive measures and prepare to confront Madara forces head-on. Ryan believed that the best candidates to handle Madara were those who knew him well. Individuals like the first Hokage, Hashirama, and others who had grown up alongside him and fought alongside him for decades possessed an in-depth understanding of Madara. However, many of those ninjas from that era had long since passed away, leaving Uchiha Madara as the sole survivor. Ryan quickly devised a plan, realizing that he needed to resurrect individuals like Hashirama who possessed invaluable knowledge about Madara. The outer path, Ryan rebirth technique, which could resurrect the dead, was his chosen method. Fortunately, Ryan possessed the Rinnegan required for this powerful ninjutsu. Although the technique was known to exact a heavy price, the user's life, Ryan discovered that it wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. Nagato might indeed die after employing it, but this was due to his depleted life energy from years of using the Gedo statue severely drained Nagato Uzumaki's physical vitality, leaving him emaciated, frail, and in constant pain, reliant on mechanical support for mobility. Upon careful study, Ryan found that the technique didn't inherently lead to the user's death. It primarily consumed a significant amount of life energy, and Nagato's demise had been a result of his already weakened state. This revelation prompted Ryan to further investigate and experiment with the outer path, Ryan rebirth technique. The life energy required for this ninjutsu was practically negligible when compared to his overwhelming life energy. It was merely a drop in the bucket. With the Rinnegan as the main focus, the user channels their chakra into the King of Hell, a spectral entity, which then releases the souls of the deceased back into their bodies. Understanding this fact, Ryan made up his mind. He decided to utilize the Ryan Tensei technique to summon a large number of powerful ninjas, significantly bolstering the fighting power on his side. With this, he would no longer worry about whatever Madara had planned. Ryan chose to experiment first by resurrecting 2 powerful Hokages to test the technique's effectiveness. If everything went smoothly, he would proceed with the mass resurrection of other ninjas. Ryan's eyes transformed into an Eden, and an immense chakra energy emanated from his body. Suddenly, a colossal portal appeared in the open space before him. 2 green souls emerged from the portal and gradually solidified into bodies identical to ordinary people. The first to be resurrected was Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, followed by Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage. As the 2 realized they had been brought back to life, they were overcome with shock. What is this? I've been resurrected, said Hashirama, his voice filled with disbelief. Tobirama Senju wore a more serious expression. Could it be pure world reincarnation? No, Hashirama replied, this sensation is no different from being alive. While the 2 Hokage were still stunned, Ryan remained silent, allowing them to process the experience. He observed them to see if there were any discomforts or unusual sensations. After a thorough examination, Ryan felt satisfied. No special sensations, he remarked. Just a minor loss of chakra. It seems I can perform a large-scale resurrection next time. Ryan couldn't help but smile at the prospect of summoning a multitude of powerful individuals to bolster his forces against Madara. This could potentially tip the odds heavily in his favor. Hashirama and Tobirama's attention then turned to Ryan's attire, noticing the Hokage robe he wore. Curiosity got the better of them. Are you the new Hokage? Hashirama inquired. Which generation? Ryan replied, I am Ryan, and I am the 4th Hokage. Hashirama nodded thoughtfully. Ah. It appears not much time has passed. Is Monkey dead too? Tobirama asked. Ryan confirmed it with a nod and proceeded to divulge the unsettling actions and decisions made by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura. Upon hearing the news, Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged dismayed glances, their anger simmering. They couldn't believe that such an individual had been chosen as Hokage. It was a grave mistake. After understanding the situation and looking at their fully resurrected bodies, Tobirama couldn't contain his impatience. Boy, why have you resurrected the 2 of us? Is there some new forbidden technique invented by you? Tobirama was, as always, primarily interested in ninjutsu. Ryan explained, this is the outer path, Ryan Tensei technique, a ninjutsu capable of completely resurrecting a person. It's different from techniques like impure world reincarnation. You are fully revived in your original state. Both Hashirama and Tobirama were left in disbelief. Konoha, has it progressed this rapidly? Hashirama pondered. Even to the point of having this kind of ninjutsu? Tobirama asked, his curiosity piqued. Ryan smiled and reassured them, not only this Konoha has united the ninja world. Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged puzzled glances, awaiting further explanation. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 137, Chapter 136. Konoha unified the ninja world? When they heard that the Konoha had unified the ninja world, Hashirama and Tobirama couldn't believe it at first. They had spent their entire lives struggling to keep themselves and their families alive and never dreamt of unifying the world of ninjas. Even then his 2 brothers Itami and Kawurami Senjo died in the struggle for peace. Their focus had always been on ensuring the safety of Konoha. So, who was this 4th Hokage, and how had he achieved the seemingly impossible task of unifying the ninja world? Tobirama quickly assessed his surroundings. The Hokage's office is much larger, he observed, noting the improved interior of the office. He flipped through various documents, including the Miss Shinobi branch development report and blueprints for different ninja villages. Even the ever-suspicious Tobirama had to admit that it all seemed genuine. Ryan was the key to this remarkable unity of the ninja world. With the news confirmed, Hashirama patted Ryan on the shoulder and burst into laughter. Ha ha. Young man, you have a bright future ahead of you. You truly are the successor of our Will of Fire. I believed in you from the moment I saw you. Tobirama, ever the realist, offered a reminder, brother, let's not forget, this happened long after our time. Ryan responded, in short, the ninja world has entered an unprecedented era of peace. The original ninja villages now operate as our branches, and ninjas are no longer beholden to individual countries. Our village has become a country on its own and the largest there is. Hashirama was overcome with joy, his eyes welling with tears. This was my life's dream. Even when I gathered all the tailed beasts, I couldn't achieve this. It's amazing. Tobirama, however, was more cautious. We'll discuss this later. Ryan, there must be a reason you brought us back to life. Do you need our help? Ryan didn't conceal anything and continued, you're right, Lord Tobirama. The issue involves one person, Uchiha Madara. He's alive. What? Hashirama and Tobirama exclaimed simultaneously. Hashirama's voice echoed with disbelief and a hint of lingering horror. How is that possible? I ended his life back then. I saw it with my own eyes. It haunted me for the rest of my days. It can't be a mistake. Ryan clarified, we believe Madara used a suspended animation in his Zangi to deceive you and managed to survive to this day. We only recently discovered this. Hashirama's irritation was palpable, while Tobirama clenched his teeth. The Uchiha clan is truly sinister, Tobirama remarked bitterly. We must find him. I want to end him with my own hands. Hashirama's gaze hardened as well, sharing Tobirama's determination. Please, share all of his information. Madara is my responsibility, I will be the one to end him, Hashirama requested. Ryan responded by shaking his head. There's no need to worry just yet. Let's discuss this when everyone is present. His determination was evident. He knew the Ryan Tensei technique would have minimal impact on himself, consuming only a portion of his chakra, making it a non-issue. So, there's no need for concern. Let's proceed by summoning the great cages and warriors directly, he declared. Since the prominent figures were being summoned, there was no need to reiterate the current situation. Ryan swiftly activated the technique, his eyes transforming into the Rin Eden. An immense surge of chakra emanated from him, leaving both Hashirama and Tobirama in stunned disbelief. Ignoring their reactions, Ryan initiated the Ryan Tensei technique once more. A colossal illusory figure, several meters tall, materialized instantly the king of hell. From his gaping giant mouth, a deluge of green light gushed forth, each beam representing the soul of a different individual. These souls descended and took human form one after the other. These were old experts who had once achieved renown, including Hashirama and Tobirama's father, Senjo Betsuma, Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Miko, Kirigakuru's first Mizukage, Byakuren, the second Mizukage, Gengetsu Hosoki, and the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa. Each of them had endured a lifetime of struggles. Despite the strength of later generations, they couldn't compare to these pioneers. As these formidable figures appeared, many recognized one another, some even shared past grievances or friendships. Emotions ran high, leading to tears and nearly sparking conflicts. Taking a commanding position, Ryan addressed the assembly. I implore everyone to be patient. He exuded an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki, instantly capturing everyone's attention. All eyes below turned toward him, acknowledging him as the one who had brought them back to life. There was no doubt about his strength, he was undeniably powerful. Ryan continued, his voice steady and resolute. I am Ryan, the 4th Hokage and the current leader of Konoha. I have achieved the unprecedented feat of unifying the 5 major nations, bringing lasting peace to the entire ninja world. What? The exclamation of shock reverberated through the assembly. To unify the 5 shinobi villages and establish peace. Such notions seemed like mere fantasies to these seasoned individuals. After all, everyone present was a formidable figure from the Sengoku era, known for their strength, resolve in the bodies they had buried in their life. Ryan wasted no time on empty words but led the senior experts to view undeniable evidence. Beneath the mountain, irrefutable proof awaited them, forcing everyone to acknowledge the truth. Ryan, this young Hokage, had indeed accomplished the nearly impossible. The shockwaves of his achievements rippled through the gathering, leaving those present in awe. It was an unprecedented spectacle, a display of power that far surpassed the collective might of everyone in attendance. Ryan seized the opportune moment, saying, I urge each of you to temporarily set aside your grievances. My actions serve one singular purpose, to create genuine and lasting peace in the ninja world. With this, Ryan shared videos depicting the contented lives of present-day ninjas, living in harmony and prosperity. These carefully selected videos showcased beautiful environments and happy, thriving ninja communities. Many of those featured were descendants or disciples of the old dead now alive figures present. Seeing their descendants leading such joyful lives, the resurrected powerhouses began to contemplate the possibility of letting go of their long-held grievances. Hashirama and Tobirama lent their support to Ryan's persuasive efforts, aiding in convincing others of the potential for reconciliation. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 138, Chapter 137. Under Ryan's leadership, they deliberated for a while, each summoned cage make their own decision. They were willing to abide by Ryan's directives and work towards peace. As he observed the scene before them, Ryan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. These ancient powerhouses possessed remarkable abilities, and if they were to defy his philosophy, it could prove to be quite troublesome. Luckily, Ryan had made thorough preparations, and with the grand goal of unifying the entire ninja world and bringing peace to the war that had been going on since the time of Hokage, he had successfully gathered all these individuals. With the current situation stabilized, Ryan resumed speaking. Regrettably, someone has decided to disrupt my plans. That someone is Uchiha Madara. The mere mention of Uchiha Madara's name instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Madara's notoriety was well known, and his name and power once upheaved the world. As Ryan disclosed that Uchiha Madara was alive and still working in the shadows to undermine the current peace, those with past encounters or knowledge of Madara couldn't help but wear concerned expressions. Uchiha Madara, after all these years, is still not satisfied. Senjo Butsumu remarked, his tone laced with both frustration and disbelief. What a cunning individual, the Hokage added, shaking his head. I heard about his death when I was young, but I never imagined he would persist until now. Uzumaki Miko, Hashirama's wife, nodded solemnly. Madara's ambition has always been boundless. It's no surprise he would find a way to endure. Byakuren, the first Hokage, frowned. His defiance has always been a thorn in the side of peace. This persistence is troubling. The second Hokage, Gengetsu Hosoki, chimed in. Madara has always been a formidable foe. Even after my death, his influence lingers. Ishikawa, the first Hokage, crossed his arms, contemplating. We must be vigilant. Madara's schemes are never straightforward. Hashirama looked around at the gathered leaders, the weight of their combined wisdom and experience heavy in the room. We will face him together. His cunning will not prevail against our united strength. The ancient powerhouses expressed their dissatisfaction. They had witnessed the happiness of their children, villagers, and disciples under Ryan's rule, and the prospect of Uchiha Madara disrupting this harmony was infuriating. Tobirama, unable to contain his anger, spoke up, addressing Ryan directly. What is Madara trying to accomplish? Do you know the specifics of his plan? Ryan, opening Shikai to explain Uchiha Madara's scheme, said, Madara's plan, known as Project Tsuki-no-Mi, revolves around evolving his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan into a Rain Sharingan and then unleashing infinite Tsukuyomi. Projecting the infinite Tsukuyomi from the moon to trap the entire world in a dream, thus saving mankind from destroying itself but also at the price of robbing free will from the entire world. Upon hearing Ryan's explanation, the assembly erupted in curses directed at Madara. They expressed their vehement disapproval of his plan, considering it sick and reprehensible. Damn Uchiha Madara. What a twisted scheme. He's deranged. The ninja world has finally achieved unity and peace, yet he seeks to destroy it for such a fake peace. Unforgivable. Mito's voice was filled with frustration and determination. Tobirama nodded grimly. His persistence is infuriating. Sinister Uchiha always making trouble, can't even let me die in peace, he muttered, his voice tinged with a mix of frustration and resignation. The sentiment against Madara was unanimous among the assembly. Despite their grievances, they recognized that dealing with Uchiha Madara took precedence. Ryan refrained from providing further details about Madara's plan, as it mostly consisted of delusions. Such fanciful ideas were intended to keep Madara in the dark, and under normal circumstances, they would not be taken seriously by anyone sane. Consequently, the assembly quickly agreed, Uchiha Madara's plans must be thwarted at all costs. At this moment, Hashirama, who had maintained silence, decided to speak up. Even among the assembly of ancient powerhouses, Hashirama stood out as the foremost figure. His words carried weight, causing others to voluntarily hush and pay attention. Addressing Ryan, Hashirama said, Fourth Hokage, I understand. Madara's actions are our shared responsibility. You've resurrected all of us, and I'm sure you have a plan. Tell me what you need us to do. As long as it's reasonable, we are all willing to cooperate. The god of ninjas had spoken, and the others readily concurred. Their voices echoed in agreement, expressing their trust and support. Byakuren's voice resounded with unwavering conviction, that's right. Gengetsu nodded solemnly in agreement, his eyes reflecting deep understanding. Ishikawa's declaration rang out firmly, Fourth Hokage, rest assured, we stand firmly by your side. Observing the enthusiastic response from the assembled seniors, Ryan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. His plan had proceeded remarkably smoothly. The authority and respect commanded by the first Hokage were undeniable. Ryan responded without hesitation, addressing this esteemed group directly, I appreciate your willingness to help. However, I must be candid. With our current ninja capabilities, we may not necessarily be a match for Uchiha Madara. That's why I need your assistance. Together, we can thwart Madara's malevolent scheme, a battle crucial to the fate of the ninja world. I hope you will follow my lead during this conflict. Ryan concluded his speech, and the response from the other seniors was swift and unanimous. That's agreed. We'll set aside any grievances for now. Indeed. Let's show these young ones what real ninjas are capable of. Hashirama, Tobirama, and the others expressed their enthusiasm. It's been a while since I've had a serious fight. Let's remind them of our strength. Ryan continued with his instructions, directing them to fulfill various roles during the upcoming battle. Senior Hokage, he said, I'd like you to serve as a staff officer in this war. Tobirama, I hope you'll accept the role of commander-in-chief for the battle against Uchiha Madara. Tobirama and Hashirama readily agreed to their designated positions. The rest of the senior experts didn't exhibit any dissatisfaction either. Ryan assured them that Hashirama would internally discuss and determine the specific combat roles for the remaining powerful individuals. These arrangements were left in the capable hands of the senior leaders. Meanwhile, Ryan asked Tobirama and Hashirama to assemble the others while he served as the convener. He directed his subordinates to gather and called for representatives from the major ninja departments. It was a call to action that was met with utmost seriousness. Konoha had unified the entire ninja world over the past 2 months, marking the first instance of such an urgent and critical assembly. Everyone recognized the gravity of the situation and responded accordingly. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 139, Chapter 138. In less than a few hours, all the ninjas had gathered, including Ryan's elite team consisting of Minato, Kakashi, and Maikai. Additionally, there stood representatives and liaisons from various ninja divisions, such as Miss Shinobi's Terumi Mei and Neo, as well as San Shinobi's Raza and Cho. This assembly represented a remarkable concentration of power, essentially uniting the majority of the ninja world's strength. Ryan, observing that everyone had arrived punctually, nodded and began addressing the assembly, emphasizing the gravity of the matter at hand. Today, I've called all of you here for a matter of utmost significance, one that pertains to the survival of the entire ninja world. This statement sent a ripple of seriousness across the faces of those present, for it was evident that this was no ordinary issue. Furthermore, the fact that it was Ryan who was delivering this message added even more weight to it. The ninjas present awaited Ryan's explanation with bated breath. Ryan proceeded to reveal the shocking revelation: Uchiha Madara is not only alive, but he is also plotting the destruction of the entire ninja world. These words left everyone in stunned silence. Disbelief and alarm filled the air. Uchiha Madara's survival alone was enough to send shockwaves throughout the ninja world, but his intention to obliterate it was a dire revelation. Ninja Shura is still alive. This poses a significant problem, Joe remarked. If he's been active behind the scenes for so many years, we can only speculate how formidable he has become. Many shared these concerns. Madara's power and ruthless character were well known, and the prospect of him orchestrating a major catastrophe was deeply unsettling. At this point, several voices rose, with individuals voicing their worries and the need for guidance. They implored Ryan to share a plan of action. Master Ryan, please provide us with a way to deal with him, pleaded Terumi Mei, her voice filled with urgency. We cannot allow the younger generation to live in fear, Joe insisted, her eyes reflecting years of wisdom and resolve. I witnessed Uchiha Madara's strength firsthand. It far surpasses that of current ninjas, Oniki added, his tone solemn. Recognizing the threat Uchiha Madara posed, everyone was keenly aware of the necessity for action. Ryan responded, my stance on this matter is crystal clear. We must thwart Uchiha Madara's plans, or else the ninja world will undoubtedly face catastrophe. His words garnered unanimous agreement from the assembly. Master Ryan is right. We must prevent this before it occurs. However, one question remained: did they possess the necessary strength to achieve this goal? Uchiha Madara's proactive approach and the formidable adversaries he commanded posed a significant challenge. Addressing this concern, Ryan smiled mysteriously and assured them, do not fret, my friends. I have secured the aid of the very powerful allies to defeat Madara. This statement piqued the curiosity of those present, who eagerly awaited the unveiling of Ryan's mysterious helper. To their astonishment, Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama, accompanied by a cadre of seasoned experts, stepped forward. The shock on the faces of the assembled ninjas was palpable, with many of them rising from their seats in disbelief. Lord. First Hokage. Kakashi questioned in disbelief. Lord Second Hokage. Minato asked, his voice tinged with awe. Grandfather. Tsunade exclaimed, her surprise evident. Master First Mizukage. Am I dreaming? AO wondered aloud, his expression one of disbelief and admiration. The scene erupted in chaos as ninjas who should have been deceased for years now stood before them, alive and well. Contemporary ninjas were nearly speechless, some struggling with their fragile psychological endurance, on the brink of fainting. After the initial shock of encountering these resurrected relatives, the ninjas on both sides gradually regained their composure. It was evident that Ryan, who had performed this astonishing resurrection jutsu, was responsible for this miraculous reunion. The looks of awe and admiration in their eyes were impossible to ignore. The mere idea of returning from the dead was pure fantasy for most people, yet here was Ryan, having accomplished this feat and brought back so many powerful individuals. Even Grand Macho, who trembled as she spoke, acknowledged Ryan's ability. Lord Hokage, she began, I've dabbled in resurrection jutsu too, but it typically requires a life in exchange. I'm curious about how you managed to bypass such limitations. Ryan responded with a slight smile, his words filled with confidence. Such restrictions apply to ordinary ninjas. At my level, it's merely a matter of chakra consumption. His response was undeniably arrogant, bordering on dismissive of the gravity of life and death. But it left everyone convinced. After all, he was the one who had orchestrated this extraordinary resurrection, and his words carried the weight of undeniable truth. The ninjas, once plagued by worries and concerns, were now filled with excitement and newfound confidence for the upcoming battle. With Lord Ryan leading the way, we have nothing to fear. Yes, with all these veteran ninjas by our side. Uchiha Madara is no match for Lord Hashirama. Laughter and applause filled the venue as the ninjas rallied behind Ryan's leadership. Meanwhile, on the other side, Madara and Black Zetsu were busy with their plans. They had been sneaking around, desecrating graves and exhuming corpses, all while trying to evade detection by ordinary ninjas. Their goal was to amass a collection of strong dead shinobi for the completion of their dream. Fortunately, Black Zetsu had spent years secretly gathering information, including details in the black market. With this information, they were able to acquire a sufficient number of corpses, although it had required considerable effort. As they stood in an underground cemetery, both Madara and Black Zetsu gazed at rows of coffins with a sense of accomplishment. It's finally time for our plan to begin, Uchiha Madara exclaimed with excitement. He clapped his hands and shouted, Impure World Reincarnation. In an instant, thick plumes of smoke rose, and the lids of the coffins opened, one after another. A group of powerful individuals emerged from their resting places, including Goldenhorn and Silverhorn, the second Hokage, second Mizukage, Yujito and Hands of the Salamander, and more. Uchiha Madara couldn't contain his laughter as he looked upon these resurrected figures. The pieces of his grand plan were finally falling into place. The fourth Hokage and Konoha shall fall before me. Their defiance is futile against the power I wield. His voice carried with a commanding authority, filled with the certainty of impending triumph. The time has come to complete the infinite Tsukuyomi. The air crackled with his overwhelming aura, a harbinger of chaos and upheaval to come. Black Zetsu smirked with a sinister satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he saw the culmination of his elaborate scheme drawing near. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 140, Chapter 140. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara burst into maniacal laughter, a trademark of the Uchiha clan. After indulging in his laughter for a prolonged moment, he finally ceased, his demeanor oscillating between amusement and a chilling intensity that marked his presence on the battlefield. Not only do we have such formidable allies, and they are under our complete control. This time, we are destined to achieve a resounding victory. Madara spoke with unwavering confidence, his face contorting into a sinister grin. Indeed, Black Zetsu replied in agreement. Furthermore, we possess an army of white Zetsu. I truly wonder how the so-called Konoha plans to face us. Hearing these words, Madara's confidence swelled even further. It was as if he could already see victory on the horizon. Then, a thought crossed his mind. By the way, have you heard any recent news about Ryan and his allies? He was deeply concerned about the enemy's movements and strength. Black Zetsu promptly produced a scroll. Here is the latest information on Ryan's subordinates. They've been steadily expanding their power. Moreover, in Uegakure and Kumagakure most clans have surrendered. There remains a small faction dissatisfied with the situation. They might be planning some actions. Upon hearing this intelligence, Uchiha Madara's face bore a satisfied smile. Excellent. I knew that their consolidation of power wouldn't be without its challenges. Uegakure and Kumo. In this war, they will be our allies. Let's proceed. It's time to pay some rebels a visit, he instructed Black Zetsu. After Madara and Black Zetsu had their secret discussions, they parted ways, each heading toward a different destination, Kumagakure and Uegakure. Madara arrived at the location where Cloud Shinobi village had once stood, surveying the devastating ruins wrought by immense destructive ninjutsu. He couldn't help but be impressed by Ryan's prowess. This Ryan, he muttered to himself, his scale and power in ninjutsu are truly remarkable. However, this realization also fueled his determination. The existence of Ryan may be the biggest obstacle to his plans. Most of the former Cloud Shinobi village inhabitants had taken refuge in Konoha, leaving behind a hauntingly quiet wreckage. As Uchiha Madara explored the area, he contemplated his next move and retrieved a coffin from a scroll he had prepared for this very moment. The time had come to enact his plan. Impure World Reincarnation. With this ninjutsu, a figure materialized before him. It was the third Hokage, who had been killed by Ryan. The third Hokage gazed at Uchiha Madara in disbelief. Shriengen. You. Uchiha Madara. How is this possible? You've been dead for many years. Madara scoffed. I have been alive because I never died. As a Hokage, how can you trust news sent by Konoha? As the third Hokage took in the implications of his resurrection, he recalled the events leading to his death. His expression hardened as he muttered, Damn you, Hokage. He obliterated my Cloud Shinobi village. I must have my revenge. Madara observed the third Hokage's response and was satisfied with it. It seems I don't need to persuade you. You will join my cause. The third Hokage hesitated briefly before replying, although I loathe him with every fiber of my being, it's impossible. It appears you haven't witnessed the true extent of his power, he continued. His strength surpasses that of ordinary Hokage level. Even I, the third Hokage, would likely fall short against him. Madara frowned. Are you saying you're afraid? Are you willing to let Konoha rule the people in Cloud Village? These two sentences struck a chord deep within the third Hokage. If it weren't for the Impure World Reincarnation controlling him, at this point, the third Hokage might have launched an attack on Madara. He retorted, how is that possible? I despise him to the core, and I'm determined to avenge our village. But the revenge you speak of now is utterly absurd. Just the two of us? Against that monster, Ryan. It's inconceivable. His subordinates include numerous Hokage-level elite ninjas. They could easily overwhelm us. Before the third Hokage could finish his statement, Uchiha Madara formed a hand seal and declared, let me show you my true strength. With those words, many figures emerged from the shadows, all powerful individuals from the Impure World Reincarnation under Madara's control. The third Hokage's pupils widened in astonishment. Kinkaku and Kinkaku. And so many others. He was profoundly shocked by the sheer number of formidable allies at Uchiha Madara's disposal. His confidence surged. With so many Impure Worlds reincarnated shinobi, we might stand a chance against Ryan. He turned to Madara and affirmed, good. I will do everything in my power to persuade my former subordinates to join our cause. Madara nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the significance of not just the third Hokage's might but also his ability to rally the Cloud Shinobi village's ninjas to their cause. Meanwhile, on the other side, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground, catching Oniki by surprise. The elderly Oniki, much like Madara, held grievances against Ryan for coercing Uegakure's elite ninjas into surrendering and working for him. Oniki's disciples had followed suit, which deeply irked him. He had claimed retirement and remained at home, but in reality, he was constantly plotting how to revive Uegakure. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's explanation and seeing the formidable Impure World Reincarnation army, Oniki was thrilled. He saw an opportunity to revive Uegakure and didn't hesitate to join forces with Black Zetsu. Thus, the remnants of Cloud Shinobi village and Uchiha Madara's Impure World Reincarnation army allied. With Uchiha Madara as the leader, Black Zetsu took on the role of liaison between the factions while Oniki and the third Hokage commanded their respective subordinates. Together, the three parties pooled their strength and prepared to launch a preemptive attack on Konoha. Their movements were swiftly detected by Ryan's elite ninjas, and within half a day, the news reached Ryan himself. Ryan observed the actions of Uchiha Madara and the others and couldn't help but sneer contemptuously. So, you finally decided to make a move? An alliance won't alter the inevitable outcome. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 141. Chapter 141. Ryan issued a war command directing Minato, Kakashi, and other ninja clan patriarchs to lead separate divisions. Their mission, to safeguard Konoha from every direction and prevent any invasions by shinobi under Impure World reincarnation. Simultaneously, he ordered them to divide into 5 divisions and approach from various directions, encircling Uchiha Madara and his Impure World reincarnated shinobi completely, leaving no escape routes. On the frontal battlefield, Ryan would personally lead a group of seasoned and powerful ninjas who had returned from the Pure Land. Their mission was to confront Uchiha Madara and the shinobi under him head-on, defeating them decisively, sealing them, and ensuring there was no chance for Madara to stage a comeback. Meanwhile, on Uchiha Madara's side, the 3 parties had completed their rendezvous and were preparing to march and launch an assault on Konoha. Ryan. And those foolish Konoha ninjas. I will show you what true strength is. Uchiha Madara declared arrogantly, his confidence bolstered by his formidable power and numerous Impure World reincarnation allies. He believed that they were more than capable of dealing with Ryan. As both sides initiated their attacks, the scouting teams at the forefront quickly detected the enemy's presence, and the battle commenced. Ryan and Madara, both exceptionally fast leaders, appeared directly above the battlefield the moment they received the news. Madara gazed at Ryan with an air of arrogance. Ryan. I will demonstrate the true strength of a real powerhouse. My plan will finally come to fruition. Surrender willingly, and you may spare yourself from despair. In response, Ryan smiled coldly. Absurd. I'll show you what a Hokage is. Hashirama also saw his old rival couldn't help but sigh and said, Madara, it's been a long time. Madara's voice was resolute. Hashirama, Konoha has brought peace, but it's not the world I envisioned. I cannot rest until I have defeated you and realized my dream where everyone can be happy. Peace without free will is nothing more than slavery. Without wasting any more words, Ryan activated his Rinnegan and Tense again, both of which he had mastered to perfection, boasting extraordinary power even beyond the comprehension of Super Cage level shinobi. On the other hand, Madara swiftly executed the fire style, majestic destroyer flame, generating a colossal sea of fire capable of consuming an entire plane. Witnessing this formidable display of Madara's strength, the ninjas below couldn't help but tremble in fear. Could Lord Hokage withstand such an attack? To their astonishment, a powerful repulsive force emanated from Ryan's side, seemingly isolating everything. Under the influence of this invisible force, the sea of fire vanished. The ninjas on Ryan's side erupted in cheers, and even the seasoned experts revived from the Pure Land couldn't help but admire him. Ryan shook his head at Madara. No need to try to flee. I'll send you on your way directly. He began gathering yin release chakra in his hands, forming a pitch-black raisin that gradually took shape. As chakra continued to flow in, a dark purple raisin-like orb of chakra was formed and was surrounded by a series of white rings of chakra that orbited the main sphere. These rings then aligned into one disc-like shape around the orb, causing the rings to resemble planetary rings. With a golden flash, Ryan's figure disappeared. In the next instant, he reappeared behind Madara, wielding the power of this terrifying ninjutsu, which had once obliterated Cloud Shinobi Village. Uchiha Madara had never encountered such a formidable ninjutsu, and his intuition warned him of imminent danger. He swiftly activated his Mangeki Sharingan. Susanoo. Purple Susanoo immediately enveloped Uchiha Madara's body. Boom. The massive ring raisin struck him directly, resulting in a mushroom cloud blooming at the impact point. The tremendous shockwave left the air hanging in place momentarily. After the storm subsided, Uchiha Madara vanished completely. Uchiha Madara, is he dead? That was so effortless. As expected of Lord Ryan. With ninjutsu like that, he could take on even a god. Cheers erupted from many of the ninjas. Ryan had proven himself to be the most powerful Hokage, without a doubt. He had effortlessly slain the formidable Uchiha Madara. However, Madara's allies wore troubled expressions. Was it this simple to defeat Uchiha Madara in combat? Madara seemed to be no match for Ryan at all. Ryan, not one to let down his guard, looked around. The powerful shinobi from the past being under Madara's Impure World reincarnation had not disappeared. It was proof that Uchiha Madara was still not completely dead. Indeed, with a burst of ash, he began to reform, his figure reappearing in front of everyone. Humph. Your ninjutsu is truly impressive, Madara remarked to Ryan. But how many times can you use a ninjutsu of that magnitude? I'm unlike you, he continued. I possess the body of Impure World reincarnation, granting me limitless chakra and the ability to be resurrected endlessly. How do you intend to defeat me? Madara's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Indeed, the Madara before them was a product of Impure World reincarnation. Who could kill him? Hokage brat. You can't kill me. Uchiha Madara taunted confidently. His teammates joined in, sharing his pride and increasing the morale of the army. Humph, Madara-sama is invincible. Even if his body is destroyed 1,000 times, it's futile. Ryan merely considered their taunts as jests. The notion that Impure World reincarnation was invincibly betrayed their limited knowledge. Ryan had a secret weapon, yin-yang release. This ninjutsu could not only destroy the body of Impure World reincarnation but also obliterate the opponent's soul, rendering them incapable of resurrection. You seem quite pleased, Ryan retorted. But your joy is premature. Behind him, a black truth-seeking ball materialized instantly. Activating 6-path sage mode. Ryan wasn't going to allow Madara to escape this time. He tore open the fabric of space and launched an attack, taken to the Amenaminika, a jutsu that allowed him to traverse space freely. Uchiha Madara had never encountered anything like it. Ryan employed yin-yang ninjutsu, annihilating Uchiha Madara's body, and leaving it beyond repair. Uchiha Madara's face twisted in disbelief. Ryan wouldn't grant him any more chances. He extracted Uchiha Madara's soul directly and trapped him inside his Amenaminika space. Uchiha Madara was defeated, his soul forever imprisoned. He would never pose a threat again. With Madara's death, his Impure World reincarnation minions also faded away, one by one. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 142, Chapter 142. In full view of everyone, Ryan asserted his dominance. In less than a minute, Uchiha Madara, despite his reanimation jutsu body and unlimited chakra, met his demise. The men who were reanimated by Madara disappeared alongside him. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the battle of ordinary ninjas had not even officially commenced. On the sides of Uegaku and the Cloud Shinobi Village, those who had allied with Madara found themselves utterly dumbfounded. No one could have fathomed such an ending, the effortless and unexpected demise of Madara at the hands of Ryan. With Madara's death, all the leaders on their side vanished, including the leader of the Cloud Shinobi Village, the Rayleigh. The rest of the ninjas were swiftly disarmed and forced to kneel in submission. Faced with Ryan's overwhelming might, resistance was out of the question. After dealing with Oniki and the leader of Kumo remnants, as the turmoil caused by Uchiha Madara had completely subsided, the ninjas busied themselves with battlefield cleanup. A contented smile graced Ryan's face. Uchiha Madara is no more. Now, the ninja world can finally embrace true peace. Marvelous. All thanks to Lord Ryan. Ryan himself knew it. The chapter of Uchiha Madara had come to a close. But this was not the end, for hidden adversaries lurked. The true enemies were concealed on the moon and the stars, the Tsutsuki clan. Sooner or later, they would emerge as the real threat. In the first Hokage's world, led by Senjo Hashirama, Konoha's army, exhausted from facing other ninjas, had just conquered the territory of neighboring nations and villages. They were already en route to the land of water, not taking a moment's respite. This swift progress troubled Senjo Tobirama. Brother, shouldn't we take a break? We've conquered 2 nations in rapid succession. He voiced his concern. Such rapid progress gave him pause. Could their forces truly endure this pace? Besides, the 2 conquered nations had not been thoroughly managed, leaving potential dangers of rebellion in their wake. Senjo Tobirama, the more practical of the 2 brothers, considered these matters thoroughly. Hashirama, on the other hand, intent on quickly unifying the ninja world, brushed these concerns aside. Ryan's world had been unified now, and there were similar signs of unification in other worlds. In contrast, his progress felt insufficient. Hashirama directed Tobirama, saying, "You handle these matters. Whether it's the land of water or the other 2 nations, whatever occurs, you must oversee it personally." Hashirama decided to delegate these responsibilities to Tobirama, who could handle them as he saw fit. After all, Hashirama had been Hokage of Konoha, and in the face of trouble, he had always managed things similarly. Tobirama felt quite helpless about this, especially since he had not even finished dealing with the situation in the Land of Wind. Now, another nation has entered the management of Konoha. Even with multiple shadow clones, I don't have time to deal with so many matters. But Hashirama remains resolute, and Tobirama is not persuaded in the least. He can only request that some ninjas be left in the field to handle various tasks. This way, Hashirama can be slowed down. Hashirama readily agrees, displaying no hesitation at all. He takes the few remaining ninjas and proceeds directly to the Land of Water. Tobirama is left completely dumbfounded. With Hashirama and only a few ninjas, are they going to confront an entire land of water? Isn't this akin to a suicide mission? What he doesn't anticipate is how fast Hashirama moves. Their arrival in the land of water can only be described as lightning quick. They promptly declare war on the entire land of water, leaving the Mizukage and others in disbelief. Who could have imagined that Hashirama would be this audacious, attacking 3 shinobi villages consecutively? The Mizukage and others rush to confront Hashirama, who, without delay, unleashes his most potent abilities. He entered sage mode and opened his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. With style, drew several thousand hands. A colossal figure, larger than a mountain, emerges from Hashirama's jutsu. He used Susanoo as armor for his wooden Buddha jutsu, generating a colossal shockwave with a single hand that turned the battlefield into a deep pit. The Mizukage doesn't even have a chance to respond. He is instantly killed. The other ninjas are left even more astounded. In a hurry, they summoned the 3 tails, exuding tail beast chakra and might. However, the 3 tails appear insignificant compared to Hashirama's might. Before 3 tails can even condense a tail beast bomb, he is obliterated by Hashirama's punch, dispersing into chakra. The other ninjas accompanying Hashirama don't even have an opportunity to act. The entire battle concludes so swiftly that no one can react. The ninjas in the land of water, desperate to save their own lives, are left with no choice but to surrender immediately. Even those who claim to be ruthless among them are too afraid to utter a word. Their once formidable ninja 7 swords now seem like mere nail clippers before Hashirama's wooden hands. The entire land of water fell at breakneck speed. The daimyo of the land of water, unaware of what transpired, is forced to abdicate his position, and everything is handed over to Hashirama's subordinates. News of these events reaches Tobirama, who is in the land of wind at the moment. He is left in sheer astonishment, bewildered by the incredible speed of these developments. He thought that his elder brother would get in a lot of trouble this time. Unexpectedly, Hashirama did not waver. He made the opponent surrender almost in the blink of an eye. Of the 5 great powers, the last one remained the land of lightning. The only reason they survived wasn't because they were stronger than other countries, but simply because they were distant, and Hashirama had yet to reach them. In the second Hokage Tobirama's world. After Tobirama returned to his world, he refrained from expansions or wars and instead focused on studying the items he had acquired from the One Piece world. This included some secret devices from the home of the celestial dragons and the devil fruit he had intentionally not exchanged into maul points. Other daimyos and cages weren't sleeping at all, seeing that Tobirama had taken no action. They assumed that either his ambitions were over and left their land untouched or he was planning a big move. What they didn't know was that Tobirama was fully immersed in his research and technological pursuits. He had no time to deal with external matters. Before long, Tobirama's research yielded significant successes. He said to himself, it's time to evaluate the results of my research and assess its effectiveness. Tobirama summoned Konoha's high-level officials and declared his intention to wage war on the land of Earth. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 143, Chapter 143. As Tobirama began to speak, a sense of unease gripped many high-ranking shinobis of Konoha. In light of this situation, I'm immediately putting the entire Uchiha clan on high alert and be ready for battle, declared Uchiha Kagami. Other prominent shinobis also chimed in, advocating for the mobilization of their clan shinobi in preparation for the imminent conflict. The atmosphere was tense, and anticipation hung thick in the air. But then, Tobirama surprised everyone with his words. There's no need for such complications, he asserted. We won't require a large number of shinobi this time. Instead, each clan will assemble a team of their own, and they will follow my lead. This declaration sent shockwaves through the room. Was Lord Hokage planning to implement a ruthless strategy, involving spying and secret assassinations, within the land of Earth? Speculation ran rampant among the shinobi clan's paddy rocks, but no one dared to question Tobirama's decision. After all, Tobirama was renowned for his brilliant intellect and strategic insight. He never took action without a well-devised plan in place. His confidence in this unorthodox approach suggested thorough preparation. High-ranking shinobi swiftly organized elite ninja squads and set out with Tobirama to the land of Earth. What happened next took everyone by surprise. Tobirama summoned 10 scrolls, each a testament to his extensive research and experimentation. When unrolled, these scrolls conjured forth replicas of Tobirama, each endowed with a unique devil fruit ability ranging from Paramecia to Logia and Zoan. This team of Tobirama clones was, in essence, an arsenal of 10 peak cage level combatants, each with distinct, formidable powers. Their presence eclipsed even the destructive force of Pain Six Paths, which would have once wreaked havoc on Konoha. As the Konoha shinobi readied themselves for battle, Tobirama signaled for them to remain stationary, allowing his clones to take the lead. Their diverse devil fruit abilities posed significant challenges to the land of Earth's ninja forces. Dealing with the Logia abilities was manageable to an extent, as the land of Earth's ninja understood the concept of elemental weaknesses. However, the Paramecia powers introduced unprecedented challenges. Their unpredictable and exaggerated effects caught the enemy off guard. What exacerbated the situation was the inherent nature of devil fruit's unrestricted activation of jutsu-like ability without the need for hand seals. Coupled with Tobirama's mastery of the flying thunder god jutsu, the clones were swift and elusive, moving like the sharp wind. Over a dozen Tobiramas coordinated their attacks, and the battlefield was marked by a multitude of flying thunder god marks. These marks had the remarkable ability to interact with each other seamlessly. As a result, the land of Earth's ninjas found themselves facing a calamity. An adversary who had been a Logia user one moment might suddenly possess Paramecia powers the next. The sudden shifts left them bewildered and vulnerable to serious injury or worse. Tobirama watched this chaos unfold with satisfaction, keenly aware of the impact his new jutsu was having. In addition to his combat prowess, he had a scroll in hand, meticulously documenting the shortcomings of each clone's abilities. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas stood in awe, realizing that this battle was nothing like what they had anticipated. Who could have foreseen the bloody challenge they thought were up against? It was a merciless and crushing war that was not for them but for Uegaku. They hadn't even used a single jutsu, yet the battle seemed nearly over. Even Tobirama himself stood in awe of the situation. Setting aside everything else, the clones alone were strong enough to defeat a shinobi village. Before long, the assembled ninjas, including the Tsuchikage, found themselves utterly drained and defeated. It was a moment of despair for all of them. None were a match for those clones, not even when joined by their own elite Genin. There seemed to be no hope whatsoever. Surrender became the only option, a decision compelled by the depletion of their chakra and the inevitability of further unnecessary casualties. In this manner, Tobirama secured victory once more, and the land of Earth fell directly into the hands of Konoha. In the 5th Hokage Tsunade's world. Following the recent attack by Pain, Obito gained a deep mixture of fear and respect for the strength of the other Hokages. He thought twice before acting recklessly, aware that engaging so many formidable opponents even the real Uchiha Madara would likely be defeated. One Hashirama was enough to defeat Madara. What am I supposed to do with the remaining 9? Therefore, for the time being, Obito refrained from any hostile activities against Konoha. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu dared not continue his operations in proximity to Konoha, knowing that their unique Mayfly jutsu could be detected. Instead, Obito opted for a more indirect approach, seeking alternative ways to undermine Konoha from its vulnerable underbelly. Nagato's death paved the way for Obito to obtain the Rinnegan, an essential component of his grand plan. He tracked down Konan, and the ensuing conflict between the two ninjas was monumental. She detonated 600 billion paper bombs over 10 minutes, specifically designed to counter Obito's intangibility. However, Obito survived by using his Negi, a forbidden Uchiha technique, sacrificing one of his Sharingan to rewrite reality and negate his death. Ultimately, Obito forced Konan to reveal Nagato's resting place and then killed her. He eventually acquired the Rinnegan. With the Rinnegan in his possession, Obito began to set his intricate plan into motion. He utilized a variety of strategies to sow discord among major powers, fostering an alliance between the land of Earth, the land of water, and the land of lightning to launch an attack on Konoha. Only the Kingdom of Wind remained an exception due to its strong alliance with Konoha due to the friendship between Naruto and Gaara. Obito, unable to incite discord among them, employed various tactics to exaggerate the perceived threat posed by Konoha. He whispered secrets to the leaders of several other nations, using his Sharingan's illusion to infiltrate hidden locations inaccessible to ordinary ninjas and manipulate the thoughts and consciousness of key figures. Through relentless effort, Obito's plan gained traction, causing senior officials in multiple countries to grow wary of Konoha and even consider preemptive action. Obito had achieved his objectives without personally getting involved, as he had witnessed firsthand the power of the Hokages and was cautious not to engage directly. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 144, Chapter 144. 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato's world. Minato had never thought about invading the other shinobi villages. This was due to the danger of the Nine-Tails rebellion if the assailant had succeeded, coinciding with the birth of his son. Minato had turned his focus inward, dedicating more of his energy to the care of his own family. Additionally, he aimed to restore Konoha to its former glory and elevate the strength of its ninjas. These actions were all part of his long-term plan. One thing was clear to Minato: his world, though not expanding as rapidly as Hashirama's had its unique advantages. No shinobi village had dared to stand against the Konoha's current strength, a fact not unknown to the other Kages and daimyos. Although Konoha had recently weathered a crisis that nearly destroyed the entire village, now it not only survived but also restored the peace of days gone by. Those who lived through this transformation were considered fortunate. Minato and other weaker members of the group knew they had the support of other Hokages in an emergency. Moreover, Minato's strength had grown immensely. Not only did he possess the power of the Marine Six Styles, but his physical prowess and agility had also greatly improved. His repertoire even included space-type devil fruit powers, such as the Doa no Mi, which he successfully combined with his Flying Thunder God technique. This made his attacks elusive and nearly impossible to guard against. No one, even fellow Konoha ninjas, could detect any hidden signs and would fall to his attacks. Meanwhile, outside of Konoha, the rest of the world remained ignorant of Minato's activities. In truth, using his Door Fruit, Shadow Clones, and the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato had secretly visited the neighboring small countries, conducting extensive intelligence investigations. This allowed him to gather a wealth of valuable information about these villages and daimyos' mansions, including the actual strength of their ninjas and samurai in the country. Minato, in collaboration with his advisors, meticulously documented these findings, preparing for future wars. After a period of preparation and assessment, Minato finally initiated his plan, commencing attacks on the nearby small buffer nations, carefully avoiding confrontations with larger nations like the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. His extensive intelligence gave him a significant advantage, allowing him to secure victories over the smaller nations with minimal losses. Minato intended to gradually absorb these neighboring small countries, one by one, expanding his influence. Tsukuyomi 6th Hokage Obito's world. Obito was also embarking on his strategic endeavor, inspired by the tactics he had learned from Ryan. His first step involved launching attacks on neighboring nations, much like Ryan's approach, targeting less resistant, smaller countries. Obito planned to gradually annex these countries, a process that unfolded smoothly. Obito was a formidable force in his own right. He wielded the Mare no Mi, which, when unleashed, could generate large-scale fire-style attacks. The ninjas from small shinobi villages had never witnessed such a battle before. Obito's style of combat scared them all. Some quickly realized that they were outmatched and had no choice but to surrender to save their lives. Under Obito's command, Konoha's territory rapidly expanded. However, neighboring major nations weren't oblivious to these actions. Konoha's aggressive stance immediately drew the attention of the surrounding powers in neighboring countries, causing them to become cautious. The world of first Hokage Madara. Externally, the battles were astonishingly one-sided. Madara's strength was truly overwhelming. He possessed not only a formidable eternal Mangeki Sharingan but also the Rinnegan. Additionally, his Hashirama sage body bestowed upon him immense chakra reserves, enabling him to unleash colossal scale ninjutsu with incredible power. He even had new abilities like Zanpakuto Region Jaka at his disposal. The cumulative might of these abilities left him without any challengers. Even without the aid of his many potent abilities, Madara could contend with numerous Genin single-handedly. With these abilities, he was an unstoppable force in battle. His blade, Region Jaka, cut down swathes of ninjas with ease. Madara's incredible strength rendered tactics unnecessary. He simply overwhelmed his opponents. In his battle against the Tsuchikage, he proved no match for Madara. He barely had time to release a single ninjutsu before being gravely injured by him. The other ninjas were equally powerless to resist. Madara systematically dismantled all resistance. Faced with such a formidable force, the Land of Earth had little choice but to surrender to avoid complete annihilation. The Land of Earth fell under Madara's control almost at the speed of light, with the entire battle lasting less than a day. It was a swifter victory than the ninjas had spent on the journey to get there. Madara wasted no time and pressed on, launching a relentless assault on the Land of Lightning. Learning of the Land of Earth's fall, Rayleigh was filled with dissatisfaction and decided to show Madara what true super speed and unstoppable attack power meant. However, the outcome was unsurprising, as Madara's Rinnegan and sage body rendered him nearly invincible in both speed and taijutsu. Rayleigh hadn't even finished his first words when Madara, with the help of super scale senjutsu, ruthlessly defeated him. The Rayleigh, once a formidable figure, lay helpless on the battlefield, his body bearing the severe consequences of this encounter. Midway through the battle, he sustained serious injuries that left him unable to continue. Rayleigh's fate mirrored that of many other ninjas who had fallen to the ground, victims of the devastating super large-scale jutsu. The surviving ninjas, despite any initial reluctance, had no choice but to surrender. Madara's release of such a terrifying ninjutsu left no room for defiance. Those who dared to resist knew that the entire Cloud Shinobi village would face destruction. In an astonishingly short period, Madara successfully conquered both the Land of Earth and the Land of Thunder. The world of the fifth Hokage, Kakashi. In this particular world, Kakashi's background was, in fact, less privileged. Unlike other worlds where powerful figures held sway and remarkable feats were common, Kakashi was left with relatively limited human resources. He possessed the Annals Gorogoro no Mu, which did strengthen him compared to his previous state. His speed was now on par with his sensei's teleportation, and his attack power had increased significantly. Kakashi was tasked with addressing the challenges left behind by the former third Hokage. He found himself unable to launch attacks on other nations, burdened by the responsibilities he inherited. The Chunin exams proceeded as usual. Orochimaru, with his mastery of disguises, managed to infiltrate Konoha village. However, he received shocking news that would change his plans dramatically. The third Hokage had passed away. This unexpected turn of events forced Orochimaru to reevaluate his schemes, as his sensei had been killed without his knowledge. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 145, Chapter 145. Orochimaru swiftly grasped the current situation in Konoha village. The third Hokage had passed away, and a young genius ninja from back then, Kakashi now held the position of Hokage. Even Danzo and the other two elders were dead too. Orochimaru, after a brief moment of shock, realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Konoha was in a vulnerable state, and it was the perfect time to proceed with his Konoha Crush plan. The village was weak with only Jonins, and it was time to execute his plan to team up with the Sand Shinobi and attack Konoha. Orochimaru believed that this time, the gains might be even more significant, possibly allowing him to directly conquer the entire Konoha and the Book of Seals. He envisioned a future where he could do as he pleased. After all, he was from Konoha in the end, and in the world of shinobi strength matters the most. If the rumors of how his sensei died were true, the shinobi clans of Konoha may even support him for the position of Hokage. However, Orochimaru was unaware of the true strength of the current Hokage, Kakashi. He had become extraordinary, thanks to the Gorogoro no Mi's blessing. His attack power and speed had reached a level that ordinary Kages couldn't contend with. Kakashi now possessed the world's most powerful lightning style. But still, Orochimaru's plans could spell trouble for him in Konoha. Troublesome events in the 6th Hokage Kakashi's world. Konoha village faced an unprecedented crisis. Satsuki Tonari, a descendant of the Satsuki clan, had awakened and intended to use the moon as a weapon to destroy the entire Earth. This alarming situation put the entire world, not just Konoha, at risk of annihilation. 5.5 Hokage world, Sasuke's rule in his world. As Sasuke joined the group quite late, he didn't have as many power UPS or more information about the future from the chat group as Hokages who joined before him. His primary strength lay in his various abilities from the Uchiha bloodline and the super divine water. While his power was crushing, he recognized that conquering other shinobi villages and nations wouldn't be as straightforward as the Madara, Hashirama, Ryan, and Tobirama. Sasuke had another strategy, to infiltrate the Land of Wind, not through warfare, but by morally kidnapping Gaara. Gaara had a deep bond with many Konoha ninjas, particularly Naruto, who had deeply affected him. Sasuke asked Naruto to help persuade Gaara to consider a permanent cooperation treaty or even a merger between Konoha and the Susanoo. Merging two of the 5 strongest shinobi villages would create a formidable force to challenge other major villages. Initially, Gaara thought the plan was absurd, considering the past conflicts between their nations. However, Naruto, with his talking skills, was determined to make it work. He led a delegation to the Tsunade to negotiate with Gaara. While the idea seemed unrealistic, Naruto believed that, after the merger, the ninjas in the Tsunade would have a better and happier life. Sasuke's plan received strong support from Naruto, civilians, and the Konoha shinobi clans, and the negotiations began with the Kazekage. The aim was to unite two villages into a more potent alliance that could challenge and intimidate other major nations and villages if there was a war. The Land of Wind was a harsh environment, shrouded in yellow sand. Ninja or civilian life there was incredibly challenging. In contrast, the Land of Fire enjoyed a pleasant climate and abundant food and resources, with lush forests and grasslands the envy of their desert counterparts. After the merger, these promising places could be opened up to the ninja from the Land of Wind. However, many found the idea of settling in such regions very tempting. Given the choice, no one wanted to live in a place dominated by yellow sand. The appeal of a change of environment to a place like the Land of Fire was strong for many Susanoo ninjas. Naruto was fervently discussing the situation, emphasizing that their actions were not for just Konoha or Susanoo but for the peace of the entire ninja world. Unifying the ninja world was the only way to put an end to endless battles and create a peaceful future where children could grow up without fighting each other. Naruto's words about love rekindled many memories in Gaara and resonated with him. Moved by Naruto's passionate speech, Gaara agreed to the idea. Other high-ranking members from the Suna, such as Beiki, Cho, Ebizo, Kankuro, and Temari, also expressed their support for Naruto's vision. Both parties' high-ranking officials quickly reached an agreement to initiate deep cooperation. The two villages would commence a strong alliance, and the Konoha and Sand ninjas would work together. Under the leadership of Gaara and Sasuke, they would start joint operations against other major countries. On with the road to Ninja Tsunade. A powerful enemy, Menma, had begun an assault on Konoha to obtain the Red Moon Scroll. Menma possessed incredible strength and ruthlessness, making use of devastating jutsu like the Great Spiraling Ring, which could rival the Super Shinra Tensei. Additionally, he had summoning techniques at his disposal, including 9 masked beasts of Hashirama and the Black Nine Tails to assist him. Black Nine Tails had the power to decimate an entire shinobi village. In the face of this grave situation, Tsunade, as Hokage, confronted Menma outside of Konoha. The two initiated a fierce battle. Tsunade, with her formidable ninja skills, was a mighty shinobi in her own right. Furthermore, she had been training in numerous abilities, such as the Marine Six Styles, which significantly enhanced her physical abilities. This was complemented by the ability to use moonwalk, allowing her to move effortlessly through the sky and deliver powerful strikes powerful enough to cause minor earthquakes. One of Tsunade's unique abilities was the Tempest Kick, a powerful attack that generated a massive shockwave capable of toppling entire forests with a single kick. Even colossal rocks and hills were easily cleaved by Tsunade's might. Menma underestimated Tsunade, thinking he could overpower her in his regular form. However, he soon realized he was no match for her. Even when he summoned the 9 masked beasts, Tsunade managed to deal with it effectively. Desperate, Menma unleashed the Black Nine Tails against Tsunade, but she had additional tactics up her sleeve. With a fierce swing of her Zanpakuto, Sodi no Shiryuki, Tsunade channeled her formidable power, weaving a world of ice and snow around them. The air crackled with frost, swiftly engulfing the massive form of the Nine Tails in a blinding cascade of shimmering ice. Tsunade-sama, be careful. Minato's voice echoed from the sidelines, filled with concern as he watched the battle unfold. Tsunade's gaze remained fixed on the Nine Tails, her resolve unshaken. Stay frozen, you beast. The Nine Tails bellowed in defiance, its mighty roars echoing through the icy prison that now bound it. Rarg. The beast's struggles shook the ground, but Tsunade's icy grip held firm. Unyielding, Tsunade's determination blazed as she tightened her grip on her Zanpakuto. Not so tough now, are you? Her sword shimmered with intensified brilliance, the cold grip tightening around the Nine Tails with each heartbeat. Delicate frost patterns spread across its dark fur, locking it in place with an icy embrace. Grrrr. Despite the creature's attempts to break free, Tsunade's icy world held strong, a testament to her unwavering strength and resolve. Subsequently, Naruto and others rushed in to provide support. With numerous formidable allies, Menma found himself outmatched and was forced to retreat. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 146, Chapter 146. Ryan had resolved the Uchiha Madara's plan of infinite Tsukuyomi, but now there was a sense of inactivity in the air. Black Zetsu seemed to have been destroyed with Yin Yang Chakra. Let's just hope that this guy doesn't pull out an Orochimaru. The staff was tirelessly working on the construction and development of Konoha village, and everything was proceeding remarkably smoothly. As Ryan glanced at the chat group's interface, he couldn't help but wonder, hasn't the next Hokage group meet started yet? The progress bar indicated that there was still some time before the meeting commenced, leaving him with a lingering feeling of emptiness. The immense responsibility of unifying the entire ninja world rested solely on his shoulders. It was a remarkable achievement, but he couldn't flaunt it in front of his group members because he couldn't meet them yet. It felt like he was forgetting something. Then, an idea struck him: the cross-world chat function. This new feature appeared following the latest chat group upgrade. It allowed communication across the world, even when the Hokage meeting was not in session. Quickly, Ryan accessed the chat interface and initiated a conversation, asking, "How's everyone doing?" His message appeared as a light screen in front of the other Hokages. Senjo Hashirama responded, "I feel somewhat bored." He continued, "Just a while ago, we effortlessly captured the Land of Water. It seems like the unification of the ninja world is imminent. Ryan, how about you?" Hashirama was content with his recent achievements, having conquered the Land of Water in one swift move. Ryan replied, "I'm in a similar situation. I've unified the ninja world. Uchiha Madara, who sought to cause a rebellion with the help of impure world reincarnation jutsu, was sealed by me." After Ryan's message, the chat group fell into a long silence, leaving him bewildered. Did my message not go through? Is there a single problem? He wondered. Hashirama finally responded in the chat group, "Okay, I admit it, my confidence has shaken little. Perhaps the Madara of your world is a little weaker." Tobirama added, "Seriously, Ryan, you're too fast." Tsunade chimed in, "This is unbelievable. Can you let the other Hokages have a moment to breathe before showing off again?" Minato, with a mix of disbelief and disapproval, said, "Ryan, if you're going to boast, at least give the rest of us a fighting chance first." The rest of the Hokages quickly agreed, adding their own playful jabs. In Ryan's world, the unification process had been remarkably swift, which greatly unsettled the other Hokages. Some Hokages had barely started the process, and Ryan had already achieved everything, creating a significant disparity that left them feeling envious. Ryan tried to shift the conversation, saying, "Don't worry. How's the progress in your world? Let's discuss it." Finally, the topic shifted, providing some relief to the wounded pride of the other Hokages. Tobirama explained, "I've developed a new ninjutsu to rival devil fruit abilities. The initial tests have proven very effective, and I used this new ninjutsu to easily secure the Land of Earth." The other Hokages expressed their admiration and curiosity, diving into a discussion about Tobirama's newly developed ninjutsu. In the world of the shinobi, bloodline limits were decided upon birth, and yet the pursuit of new abilities through ninjutsu remained an irresistible temptation. If you weren't a lucky ninja like Jiraiya or mad scientist like Orochimaru, then in your entire shinobi life all you can master are 5 elemental jutsu. Hashirama initiated a chat, asking, "Madara, how's your world faring?" Madara responded, "Not much of a challenge." With an air of nonchalance, he shared his recent victories, having effortlessly conquered 2 countries, the Land of Earth and Thunder. Hashirama, undeterred, replied, "I'm on my way to world unification. You're about to catch up with my progress." Madara, with a hint of playful rivalry, retorted, "Haha, Hashirama, just wait, I'll soon outpace you. I'm going to surpass you." Without further words, Hashirama was ready to take action. "No more talking, I'll send troops right away." As the Hokage exchanged words, their chat didn't last long. Mainly, it was Ryan, Hashirama, and Madara who spoke again. They all enjoyed a moment of leisure, unburdened by pressure. However, some Hokages, such as Kakashi and Minato, remained largely silent. Their worlds were troubled with internal and external challenges, and their plans to attack other lands and villages were still works in progress. They were not in the mood for casual conversation. Nonetheless, each Hokage reported on the progress within their respective worlds, with most achieving significant success. Even in worlds with less notable advancement, they were poised for the next stage of technological development. With the chat group exchange completed, Ryan closed it, preparing to tend to affairs in his world, aware of the tasks at hand. Yet, just as he was about to depart, a piercing sound reverberated in his ear, the unmistakable emergency notification of the chat group. Ryan glanced at the emergency help button, contemplating whether Hokage required aid. It was a curious coincidence, aligning with their prior conversation. Ryan discovered a plea for help, originating from the world of the 6th Hokage, Kakashi. Ryan pondered, is it this world? Given the timing, it must be related to Tonari's attack on Konoha. Kakashi's situation seems urgent. Ryan promptly responded to the call for help. In the second Hokage Tobirama world, inspired by Ryan's recent achievements, Tobirama was motivated to continue developing more potent ninjutsu, aiming to integrate even more formidable devil fruit abilities and astonish the other Hokages. Just as Tobirama contemplated his next steps, a piercing siren interrupted his thoughts. An emergency from Akatsuki's world. Tobirama grinned with excitement. This is my chance to unveil my latest invention. It's sure to leave them in awe. In the third Hokage Kakashi world, Kakashi, caught off guard by a call for help from his other self, responded without hesitation, recognizing the need to assist despite his challenges. In the Tsukuyomi 6th Hokage Obito world, Obito focused on improving his plans and accelerating the conquest of other nations, received an alarming signal. His countenance grew serious. Is this from Kakashi's world? Obito mused. I'm on my way. He promptly responded, unwavering in his commitment. In the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato world, fresh from conquering a neighboring country, Minato hadn't yet celebrated his victory. However, upon receiving Kakashi's call for help, he understood his duty as a teacher to assist his disciples. With a warm smile, he replied promptly. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 147. Chapter 147. In the night sky, darkness enveloped everything like ink. Beneath the moon's silvery glow, a barrage of meteorites rained down, hurtling in the direction of 5 major shinobi villages, and menacing the entire world. The consequences of their impact would be catastrophic for not only the shinobi villages but the entire world. Gaara, with his mastery over sand, quickly erected multiple protective shields over Tsunade. The meteorites crashed down but were effectively repelled by Gaara's absolute defense. A legion of sand-wielding shinobi added their might, ensuring the survival of Tsunade. In the Cloud Shinobi village, the Rayleigh and his shinobi swiftly deployed their latest weapon, the Chakra Cannon, to intercept the falling meteorites. With booming explosions in the sky, they obliterated the remaining rocks, sparing their village from harm. However, the situation in Konoha was dire. It stood apart from other ninja villages, enduring the meteorite shower. Countless, smaller meteorites rained from the night sky. Rayleigh and his comrades, brimming with chakra, united their efforts. With a resounding battle cry, they soared into the sky like a massive green bird, propelling themselves towards the approaching meteorites. This is the fire of youth. Guy roared, his passionate slogans echoing as they successfully cut the meteorite in two. The jubilant cheers of Konoha's ninjas filled the air to celebrate their hard-won victory. But atop a roof, Hokage Kakashi observed the scene before him, devoid of excitement. His face bore a solemn and determined expression, a reflection of the dire circumstances that loomed. Though others remained unaware, Kakashi understood that this crisis would not be resolved easily. Until the main culprit was defeated, the meteorites will keep coming. Suddenly, the night sky over Konoha plunged into darkness, obscuring the once dazzling moon. Another massive shadow loomed, perplexing all the observing ninjas. Their collective anticipation hung in the air as they wondered what was coming now. The answer came when the moon's blockage revealed its true form, a gargantuan, supergiant meteorite. Its scale dwarfed even the most devastating ninjutsu, and its red-hot, lava-like appearance struck terror into the hearts of all who saw it. Such a colossal meteorite could only spell catastrophe for Konoha. Panic and disbelief swept through the crowd. How can we block something of this magnitude? Rayleigh wondered aloud. It's impossible. We're done for. Yet, amid their despair, they maintained trust in Lord Hokage, who appeared outwardly calm and collected. But underneath his composed facade, Kakashi's heart raced. He understood one undeniable truth: with his current strength and that of the current Konoha, they were ill-equipped to combat this colossal threat. If the meteorite were to strike, Konoha would face unimaginable devastation, and Kakashi would be forever remembered as the Hokage who failed his village. Kakashi was determined not to let that happen. Konoha had endured countless trials, including 4 ninja wars, civil unrest, and the Nine Tails incident. It had survived each time. Under Kakashi's leadership, it would not meet its end. He was prepared to sacrifice himself to ensure Konoha's safety. In the present moment, the guy, confined to a wheelchair, called out, Kakashi. If there's another way, now's the time to reveal it. He calmly reminded everyone. My guy was now unable to stand. The guy of old could have unlocked the 8 inner gates and shattered the colossal meteorite. All he could do now was gaze at the immense threat, hoping Kakashi had a plan. Meanwhile, Rayleigh and his companions appeared perplexed. They had expended nearly all their energy dealing with the smaller meteorites earlier. In their current state, they felt powerless to confront this impending catastrophe. Even the idea of attempting another strike with their remaining chakra was out of the question. Hokage-sama, what's our course of action? Rayleigh implored. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi. We can't wait any longer. The urgency in their voices intensified. Kakashi remained expressionless, wordless, but the anxiety in his heart was palpable. My distress signal has been sent. Hokage-sama, please act swiftly. We can't hold on any longer. The meteorite drew nearer, and a sense of desperation hung in the air. On Kakashi's face, a hint of concern flickered. Then, a sudden burst of vibrant light illuminated the surroundings. Everyone turned to see a colorful spatial rift beside them. Walking out of it was another Kakashi but from the world of the third Hokage. The ninjas were stunned by the unexpected sight. They exclaimed, another Lord 6th Hokage? Is this a shadow clone of Hokage-sama? Before they could voice all their doubts, more figures emerged from the rift, Uchiha Obito and Tsunade. Uchiha Obito? Didn't he die in the ninja war? Lord 5th Hokage? What another 5th Hokage-sama? Perhaps I am dead and this is pure land. Kakashi promptly explained, this is Hokage-sama from a parallel timeline. Don't be alarmed. They're here to help us. My guy and the others were left in even greater astonishment. They hadn't expected that Kakashi could summon Hokages from other worlds. It was a sight beyond their wildest imaginations. Did Kakashi hide a Mangekyo Sharingan back then? The first Hokage Hashirama and the second Hokage Tobirama soon emerged from the spatial rift. My guy was taken aback and almost knelt in reverence. First Hokage and Nidame? Even the strongest Hokages are here. Now, we will be saved. As the shock wore off, Rayleigh and the others grew accustomed to the extraordinary sight. After all, in a world filled with ninjas who predict the future, control time, and deceive the Shinigami, such events were not entirely unexpected. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 148. Chapter 148. One by one, Ryan and the other Hokages emerged from the multicolored light. In Kakashi's world, the ninjas witnessing the arrival of the multiple Hokages exuded unwavering confidence in them at this dangerous moment. With all these Hokages present, Konoha's stability was guaranteed even with the colossal meteorite looming in the sky. On their side, an impressive lineup of 11 Hokages stood, creating an unprecedented and strong team enough to defeat all other ninja villages. The 6th Hokage, Kakashi, and the Kakashi from the 3rd Hokage world. 5th Hokage Tsunade also had a double from Road to Ninja world. Additionally, there were members from the Uchiha clan like Obito, Madara, and Sasuke who held the title of Hokage in their world. Their power was undeniably formidable. The ninjas in Kakashi's world, led by the 6th Hokage, had all endured the 4th Ninja War. Deep psychological shadows marred the past of Uchiha, Madara, and Obito. And let's not forget the iconic 1st Hokage, Hashirama, and the revered 2nd Hokage, Tobirama. Hashirama, often hailed as the god of ninja, was among them. With such an assembly of formidable figures, the risk of a massive meteorite seemed trivial. Even if more meteorites descended unexpectedly, one would clone could multiply into 10. There was no room for apprehension. The enigma in their midst was Ryan. All the other Hokages had their gaze locked on him, expressing unwavering trust. Their expressions conveyed, we believe in you. Gaining the trust of these powerful Hokages was no minor achievement. Rayleigh and Guy realized it too. Ryan was undeniably an extraordinary powerhouse. This time, there was no need for them to take action. They merely stood aside, observing the Hokage's performance. As Kakashi watched everyone rush forward, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. His tense expression gave way to a smile. Hashirama's gaze shifted from the meteorite in the sky to the other Hokage. So, who will resolve this matter? His tone was calm and composed. It became apparent that what had fallen from the sky was not a colossal meteorite capable of threatening the entire village. It was more akin to a mere fly or mosquito. Many Hokage turned their attention towards Ryan. The strongest among us will handle this, they implied. Ryan also rose to his feet, stating calmly, there's no need to make a fuss over such a matter. I'll handle it as I see fit. His words exuded tranquility. Seeing him stand, the other Hokages willingly moved back. This left all the ninjas in Kakashi's world, led by the 6th Hokage, astonished. This enigmatic figure they hardly knew turned out to be the most potent of them all. Even in the face of a meteorite, his composure remained unshaken. His true strength was immeasurable. Ryan focused on the impending meteorite. In his hand, the truth-seeking ball materialized, summoning a massive golden sword. Golden will reincarnation explosion. With a simple wave directed at the massive meteorite, a sudden gap appeared at its center. Then, the colossal meteorite split into 2, followed by 4, 16, and so on, all with a mere wave of Ryan's hand. The one sky-blocking meteorite vanished into dust, invisible to the naked eye. Ryan, with understated confidence, declared, solved. Many chat members were unsurprised. They had witnessed Ryan's overwhelming attack before in Pirate World. However, for other ninjas present, this was nothing short of astounding. His strength was unparalleled, a feat they had never seen, even those who had experienced the fiercest ninja wars. Okay, next, it's time to address the danger on the moon. Ryan turned to Kakashi, the native Hokage of this world. Kakashi nodded and said, Naruto and his friends are still battling on the moon. They need our support. All right, let's go. Hashirama immediately agreed, clapping his hands as dark lines appeared on his face, signaling his entry into stage mode. With a swift motion, he summoned a massive wooden dragon jutsu. We're heading for the moon. The wooden dragon coiled around Hashirama, lifting him into the sky. The other Hokages followed suit, either using their techniques or joining Hashirama on the wooden dragon, ascending into the sky and heading towards the moon. All 11 Hokages were on the move, responding to the crisis caused by Tonari's invasion. Some were seasoned veterans, while others were new to the situation. During their flight, Kakashi briefly introduced the newcomers. Tonari is a descendant of Hamurid Satsuki and the last survivor of the Otsutsuki clan's branch family on the moon. Now, Tonari was fighting Naruto and Hanabi's rescue team on the moon, ready for a fight, and they needed to intervene to prevent Tonari's arrival in Konoha village and the ensuing destruction. As they reached the moon, they found Naruto and Tonari locked in a fierce battle. Naruto had entered his magnificent Nine-Tails mode, with a massive golden Kurama battling against Tonari. In response, Tonari summoned his Tenseigan energy vessel, a colossal, radiant structure that pulsated with immense chakra. He used its power to create a colossal rock giant to combat Naruto. Naruto was struggling, his chakra depleting quickly in this intense form. Despite his best efforts, Tonari was relentless, continuously generating stones from the moon's surface to replenish his rock giant and fuel his attacks. Suddenly, powerful voices resounded across the lunar landscape. Over a dozen Hokages descended, led by Hashirama, who had summoned his wooden dragon jutsu. The dragon coiled around him, providing both a means of flight and an additional source of power. Madara, clad in his formidable Susanoo, and the other Hokages, each with their unique abilities, unleashed their mighty ninjutsu in a coordinated assault. The combined power of the Hokages overwhelmed Tonari. Hashirama's wooden dragon constricted the rock giant, while Madara's Susanoo delivered crushing blows. Minato, using his flying thunder god technique, struck with lightning speed, and Tobirama, fascinated by the technological prowess on display, used his water style to disrupt Tonari's chakra flow. The Tenseigan energy vessel, once a symbol of unstoppable power, began to falter under the relentless barrage. Its panels cracked, and the radiant light dimmed. With a final, coordinated strike, the Hokage shattered Tonari's armor, revealing his true form beneath. Tonari's expression turned extremely grim. He couldn't comprehend how Naruto had so many formidable allies, each matching Naruto's power. Some even possessed truth-seeking balls. One-on-one fights had now turned into a chaotic brawl. Tonari altered his strategy, relying on his Tenseigan and incredible speed to attack Naruto. But even that plan was foiled when Ryan revealed his blue Tenseigan, identical to Tonari's. Tenseigan? Me too. Tonari felt helpless as the Hokages teamed up against him, obliterating him with their combined strength. The clash between Ryan's Golden Will reincarnation explosion and Tonari's version resulted in the moon's destruction and Tonari's defeat. Unlock 40 exclusive chapters and dive deeper into the magical world on patreon.com/Mariani. By becoming a patron, you'll gain access to my other fanfictions, participate in engaging polls, and enjoy a range of additional benefits. Chapter 149. Chapter 149. Tonari was in serious trouble, even with Ryan fighting by his side. Things got even more intense when 10 powerful Cage and Super Cage level chakras suddenly appeared on the battlefield. This group of strong shinobi joined forces, leaving Tonari completely confused and unable to grasp what was happening. Naruto, watching this, was even more confused than Tonari. He saw more than a dozen Hokages appearing at once, which stunned him. It felt like he had been transported back to the Fourth Shinobi War. The sudden appearance of these incredible figures was astonishing. The scene was so unexpected and extraordinary that there was no time for explanations or reactions. It was beyond anything anyone could have imagined. Not one, but two Kakashis, and even two Tsunades. Alongside Naruto's father, Minato, the first Hokage, Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Tobirama. This gathering matched the caliber of those seen during the Fourth Ninja Wars in Pure World Reincarnation. However, this group of shinobi before them was not in an impure state of reincarnation bodies. Naruto stood there in confusion, his gaze fixed upon the sixth Hokage Kakashi, who stepped forward. Let's go, Naruto. Kakashi declared. As soon as the crisis is over, we can return to Konoha. As for the questions in your mind, don't worry, I'll answer them later. The crisis that had loomed over them was surprisingly resolved. The Hokage swiftly returned to the Leaf Village. Hashirama was eager to return to his world, driven to continue forging alliances with other smaller villages and daimyos. Ryan had ignited a spark within him, compelling him to push forward relentlessly. While becoming the first to unite the ninja world might remain an elusive goal, there was no shame in pursuing it as the second in line. Tobirama, on the other hand, displayed a different demeanor. Instead of rushing back to his world, he initiated discussions with the other Hokages. Tobirama remarked, have any of you noticed? The technological advancements in the sixth Hokage Kakashi's world are truly remarkable. We must research and learn from this. Except for Hashirama, the others responded swiftly. Ryan added, indeed, I specifically observed how other shinobi villages in their world defend against meteorites. The range of the chakra weapons of the Kumagaku can even reach beyond the earth. This technology could prove highly advantageous. The others nodded in agreement. The sixth Hokage, Kakashi, activated a holographic display to show them the current state of technological advancement in Kumagaku. Look at this, Kakashi said, gesturing to the advanced tech on the screen. My world seems like a relic in comparison. It's only been a few years, and yet, the gap between us is immense. Kakashi continued, who had been silently observing, adding, the technology in my era now feels almost archaic. The progress has been so rapid that it's hard to keep up. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, visibly concerned, remarked, I'm experiencing the same issue. The technological advancements in the current world have left my era's progress far behind. It's worrisome how quickly things are evolving. Meanwhile, the first Hokage, Uchiha Madara, interjected with a touch of his usual bravado, you all have it easy. My world is still stuck in the Sengoku era, with only a few major villages just beginning to take shape and I am already invading them. Nobody has the time to develop technology yet. Who among you can claim to be more outdated than me? The Hokages engaged in discussions about technology, a subject they had previously paid little attention to. This visit to the sixth Hokage Kakashi's world exposed them to a different level of technological advancement, highlighting significant disparities in various areas. As the events unfolded, everyone had experienced them firsthand. Ryan, too, had witnessed the impact of such a large-scale chakra weapon. Countless thoughts raced through everyone's minds. Ryan himself felt determined. With his world now unified and Uchiha Madara vanquished, it was time to set his subordinates on a path of technological development, further enhancing the world's prowess. Ryan recalled that the Land of Lightning was renowned for its advanced technology. Fortunately, several individuals from that village were still alive in his world. Once they returned to their own, they would offer invaluable first-hand insights into their cutting-edge advancements. At this moment, Tsunade from the Road to Ninja world spoke up with urgency. We can't afford to waste any more time. My Konoha is under attack, and we need to act quickly. Hashirama, visibly concerned, asked, what's happening to my dear granddaughter? Do you need our help? Tobirama, ever the strategist, responded calmly, I'm ready to move at a moment's notice. The other members, recognizing the seriousness of the situation, also expressed their willingness to assist Tsunade immediately. Ryan had a thought and asked, is it Minma? He began counting the time, suspecting that the crisis Tsunade, Road to Ninja, faced coincided with Minma's invasion. Tsunade from Road to Ninja confirmed with a nod, yes, it's him. But the enemy I'm dealing with is no pushover. Hashirama reassured her with determination, don't worry. I'll be there to support you. Ryan agreed, adding, I believe that your strength, combined with us, is more than enough to handle someone on Minma's level. He knew that, even among the many Hokages, Tsunade's strength, enhanced by the Marine Six Styles, Slippery Fruit, and Zanpakutsuri no Shirayugi, coupled with her innate medical abilities, placed her on a remarkable level. Defeating Minma would be well within her capabilities. With the reassurance from both Ryan and Tsunade, the other Hokages accepted Tsunade's invitation and set off for the Road to Ninja world. They were eager to explore this alternate version of Konoha. In the world of glasses Tsunade, Minma Uzumaki hides his true self behind a mask and causes chaos everywhere he goes. With Obito Uchiha's help, he captured several tailed beasts, including the 9 tails, Kurama, and the 7 tails, Kome. During a critical confrontation, Minma engaged Jiraiya in a fierce battle, targeting the Red Moon Scroll that Jiraiya sought to protect. Despite Jiraiya's efforts, Minma's overwhelming power proved too great. Jiraiya was gravely injured in the fight, and, though he managed to seal away the Red Moon Scroll before his death, he succumbed to his injuries shortly afterward. Before Menma arrived in Konoha, he had schemed against the village's lower ranks. To his surprise, Tsunade, the Hokage, displayed incredible strength, nearly defeating him outright. He had no choice but to make a hasty retreat. Returning to his base, Menma recognized the limits of his current strength. It was impossible to conquer Konoha at this time. Instead of obsessing over increasing his power, he sought an alternative route. Menma devised a strategy to convince the Kages of Kumigaku and Kirigaku to unite for a coordinated assault on Konoha. In this world, these shinobi villages had already demonstrated a tendency towards collaboration. Leveraging his ability to sense negative emotions and persuasive skills, Menma aimed to rally them into a collective attack against Konoha. Unlock 40 exclusive chapters and dive deeper into the magical world on patreon.com/Mariani. By becoming a patron, you will gain access to extra chapters of my other fanfictions too, participate in engaging polls, and enjoy a range of additional benefits. Chapter 150. Chapter 150. In the road to ninja, Tsunade's world. Outside Konoha village, a large number of ninjas were approaching from the Kirigaku and the Kumigaku. Their leaders were the Hokage, Mizukage, and the masked man Tsunade received this sudden news and immediately led a large group of ninja to block their advance. As they made their way, Tsunade decided to seek help from Hokage from another world. With the forces from the Kumigaku and the Kirigaku, it was clear that Konoha couldn't handle this situation alone. Near the Valley of the End, two figures confronted each other. The masked man looked at Konoha's ninja with a smirk. Hokage-sama, your strength is indeed impressive, he commented. But we have more people on our side. Tsunade's expression soured as she glanced at Hokage and Mizukage. Are you both seriously willing to work with this shady individual who won't even reveal his face? Aren't you worried that he might betray you? Mizukage Terumi chuckled, her eyes glinting with amusement. Oh, Tsunade, you know how it is. Safety in numbers. I'd rather not risk getting hurt in a lone ninja village fighting against Konoha. Besides, I always have a few tricks up my sleeve. Hokage seemed disinterested, his arms crossed over his chest. War is troublesome, but sometimes it's unavoidable. He paused, casting a glance at Tsunade. I don't like it, but we all have to make tough choices. If this alliance helps Kumigaku avoid a bigger war, so be it. Tsunade clenched her fists, her anger barely contained. You're both fools if you think you can trust someone who hides in the shadows. This isn't just about strength, it's about honor and trust. Mei smiled, a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Tsunade, in the world we live in, honor and trust are luxuries we can't always afford. We have to be realistic. Hokage shrugged. I am not here to make friends, Hokage. I'm here to ensure the safety and survival of our villages. If working with him gets us that, then it's a risk I'll have to take. Tsunade took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. Fine. But don't say I didn't warn you. This alliance will bring nothing but trouble. The Kages in this world appear gentler and more peaceful than in other worlds. However, the blue lightning style surrounding Hokage indicated his strength. On Konoha's side, the ninja were nervous. They expressed their concerns to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, it seems we're in real danger this time. The enemy has not only gathered ninjas from two major villages but also has the Black Nine Tails. How are we going to deal with this? One of the ninjas asked. Tsunade remained calm and assured them, don't worry. Our reinforcements have arrived. With that, Tsunade's voice led to the appearance of a bright portal beside them. Out of the portal emerged another Tsunade, and the sight left all the ninjas present in disbelief. Is this another Tsunade-sama? Kakashi exclaimed, his Sharingan wide with amazement. First Hokage. Am I seeing things? Shizune gasped, struggling to comprehend the sight before her. My lord, the fourth Hokage? Isn't he dead? Guy wondered aloud, his usually confident demeanor shaken. Tsunade clarified the situation. These are all Hokage from other worlds. The allies I called for help. 11 Hokage stood up, leaving the ninja on the opposite side even more astounded. The masked man remained numb. Don't be afraid. They're just trying to intimidate us. These are probably clones using transformation techniques, he said to reassure his allies. However, Hokage couldn't hide his exasperation. Isn't it obvious? Do they think we're fools? Terumi was equally astonished. Hokage from another world. This is too bizarre. But judging by Tsunade's confidence, it's likely true. Meanwhile, Obito, who was hiding in the shadows, was equally shocked. The real mastermind was inwardly dismayed as he observed the team of Hokages from other worlds, which included two versions of Kakashi and even Uchiha Madara and himself. In other words, he could potentially become Hokage himself. However, he soon realized something crucial. The opponent's lineup was incredibly strong, and there was no chance of defeating them. It was a definite loss. Recognizing this, Obito didn't dare to slack off. He immediately concealed himself within the Kamui space, disappearing to seek safety and distance from the formidable group of Hokages. Obito had invested a lot of effort into guiding Menma, but given the current situation, he had no other choice but to give up on the situation. If he could escape, he would consider himself lucky. Back on the battlefield, Menma, unaware of the sheer absurdity of facing so many powerful Hokages, chose to launch an attack. However, the battle that followed was entirely one-sided as the Hokages unleashed their formidable abilities in rapid succession. Before Menma could even react, he was bombarded with a barrage of ninjutsu from every direction. He found himself surrounded by four of the most formidable figures, Kakashi, Minato, Tobirama, and Ryan. Each brought their unique and devastating powers to the fight. Kakashi swiftly used the power of the Thunder Devil Fruit, creating electric storms that crackled with lethal energy. Minato, the fourth Hokage, utilized his unparalleled speed with the Flying Thunder God technique, combined with the spatial manipulation of the Dordor Fruit to teleport and strike from unexpected angles. Tobirama, a master of the Flying Thunder God technique, coordinated with precision, his movements blurring as he teleported across the battlefield. Ryan transformed himself in light using the Glint Fruit, and chased Menma relentlessly, leaving trails of blinding light in his wake. Menma, caught off guard and overwhelmed, found himself restrained by these four cages. Each attack numbed his body, rendering him incapable of countering any effective attacks. The combined might of four Hokages was too much for him to handle. Observing the overwhelming display of power, the Black Nine Tails wisely chose to remain passive. As he watched, he could sense the immense chakra of his attackers. The Hokages were not ordinary shinobi, their chakra levels were staggering, plus he could sense at least two shinobi with the chakra of Indra and Ashura. The sheer amount of chakra they possessed was overwhelming, making any attempt at resistance seem futile. Menma's defiance crumbled in the face of the Hokage's relentless assault. The battlefield, once a chaotic clash, became a testament to the Hokage's dominance and strategic prowess. Their coordinated efforts and individual mastery of their respective techniques ensured a swift and decisive victory. Meanwhile, Hokage and Mizukage were left in utter disbelief. Witnessing Menma's swift defeat and subsequent surrender, they hadn't anticipated this outcome when they decided to collaborate with the mysterious young ninja. In the end, they had no choice but to surrender, raising their hands and giving up any resistance. Surrendering was preferable to facing certain defeat, and other ninjas on their side followed suit. The world of Road to Ninja had now been unified, as the Kumo and Kiri had initiated the surrender themselves. This was a cause for celebration for the Hokages, with Tsunade, in particular, relishing in the achievement, despite having done nothing to unite the entire ninja world. The first Hokage Hashirama, on the other hand, felt a bit disgruntled. He had hoped to be the second person in the chat group to unify the ninja world, only to be overshadowed by his granddaughter. After a period of sulking, he eventually decided to let it go, realizing that family triumphs were still victories. As for Ryan, upon returning to his world, he prioritized the vigorous development of science and technology. He allocated resources for scientific research to advance technology based on the Land of Lightning's achievements. Additionally, he dispatched numerous ninjas to search for the elusive Black Zetsu, the slippery foe who had eluded capture during the clash with Uchiha Madara. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action. Join the community now. Chapter 151. Chapter 151. When Ryan fought with Uchiha Madara after he unleashed his first ninjutsu, Black Zetsu felt uneasy about it. He had been lurking in the ninja world for thousands of years. Let's not even mention his strength, his vision and scheming were impeccable. He recognized the threat posed to his being instantly. He had been manipulating shinobi clans for hundreds of years so he could free his mother. The power displayed by Ryan might even surpass that of his mother, plus he had Rinnegan. Black Zetsu left a clone in place right there, while he submerged himself underground to witness the battle. He watched the battle until Ryan unleashed the Amatsu Hirasaka, that jutsu had left him terrified. Without hesitation, he fled the scene, never looking back, abandoning the long-planned conspiracy. Whether it was Uchiha Madara or Impure World reincarnated shinobis, he wanted no part of it. Saving his own life took priority. Black Zetsu declared, this person might be from the Satsuki clan. Being the creation of Kaguya and her will, he knew more about her than Hagoromo. He wouldn't dare approach someone like Ryan, lurking in the underground world, never daring to reveal his presence. Ryan had already foreseen this. The ninjas dispatched to locate Black Zetsu were all Earth-style grandmasters, solely focused on sensing anything underground, and few members of Uzumaki's Fuinjutsu grandmasters. They quickly discovered Black Zetsu's hiding place and sealed him. Ryan immediately used Yamato Hirosaka to effortlessly deal with the troublesome manipulator. He used the creation of all things technique and erased Black Zetsu, the physical manifestation of Kagai's Satsuki as well. Having been created to secure Kagai's revival, it secretly instigated many events that shaped the shinobi world from Indra's rebellion to the being Madara's will. Finally, another problem had been resolved. Ryan's world could be summed up as a place free from concerns for a long time. First Hokage Senju Hashirama's world. This time, his big brother told him to develop the village rather than waging more wars, surprising Tobirama. His elder brother had once again changed his mind, a welcome change. In reality, Hashirama's eagerness to secure the title of the second person to unify the ninja world to bring peace was due to competitive spirit or his childhood dream that no children shall be forced to die for their clan wars. En route to ninja, Tsunade's world had already unified the ninja world ahead of him. After this development, Hashirama's obsession with quick wars and victories lessened. Nevertheless, they received the latest news. In Kumagakure, many were already leaning toward surrendering to Konoha. It seemed that the unification of the world of first Hokage Hashirama was imminent. Tobirama, the second Hokage, had developed a new ninjutsu that elevated his strength to an extraordinary level. Conquering other shinobi villages and countries by force was now a trivial matter. With only the Land of Lightning left, Tobirama decided to act swiftly. Besides unifying the ninja world, he had another priority, acquiring the Land of Lightning's technology for research. In the world of Road to Ninja Tsunade, with the help of many Hokages, the unification of the ninja world had been easily achieved. In the world of first Hokage Uchiha Madara, progress towards unifying the ninja world was nearly complete. Now, all that remains are the finishing touches, and that's not a problem. Among the various Hokage worlds, including Minato's and third Hokage Kakashi's worlds, they have made similar progress. In most worlds, the most challenging issue of conquest has been resolved, leaving only governance matters, which are typically handled by subordinates. Originally, the Chunin exams began in the Kakashi's world. The premeditated involvement of Sand Shinobi and ninjas from Odagakure has caused quite a stir, but Kakashi remains unaware of these developments. After taking on the role of the Hokage, he dedicates most of his time to administrative duties. The Hokages from other worlds did not remind him of these events, as they were ancient history for many. Hashirama, for instance, was unfamiliar with future events. As for Ryan, he saw no trouble in it and didn't bring up the issue. Orochimaru's intentions mirrored as in the other timeline, where he planned to invade with Sand Shinobi and launch an attack during the Chunin exams, creating chaos in Konoha to kill his sensei and kidnap Sasuke. Some of Orochimaru's subordinates employed formations to isolate Orochimaru and Kakashi on the rooftop, preventing other ninjas from assisting. Meanwhile, Shikaku's rampage caused a considerable disturbance. This left Kakashi to face Orochimaru alone. Suspicion flickered across Orochimaru's face as he addressed Kakashi with a sneer. Hehe. Kakashi. I didn't expect you to become Hokage. Has Konoha village really sunk so low that you're the best it can muster? Forget it. A village with such withered talent might as well be destroyed. Orochimaru's tone was laced with disdain, reflecting his contempt for Kakashi. Orochimaru had never held Kakashi in high regard. To him, Kakashi was merely an apprentice's apprentice, a tool used by the Hokage. Although Kakashi was a very famous shinobi across the entire ninja world, Orochimaru believed his fame was due more to his possession of the Sharingan than to any inherent skill or ability of his own. If Sensei were still around, perhaps I'd show some mercy, Orochimaru continued, his tongue flicking out in irritation. But with you, forget it. His frustration was evident. He had missed the chance to eliminate Hiruzen, and now Kakashi's unexpected ascent to Hokage only added to his annoyance. Kakashi, however, remained composed. Unlike a few years ago, he was no longer paralyzed by fear when facing the Snake Sunin. Though the disparity in their power was evident, Kakashi had gained a crucial advantage. Having consumed the Gorogoro no Mi, a Logia-type devil fruit, his attack power and speed had surged dramatically. He felt more than ready to fight Orochimaru. How about I give it a shot? Kakashi proposed, his voice steady and determined. Orochimaru responded swiftly, unleashing his hidden shadow snake hands jutsu. In a seamless counter, Kakashi activated his lightning style ninjutsu, the crackling energy crackling with newfound intensity from the devil fruit's power. After a few exchanges, Orochimaru's expression shifted toward seriousness. Kakashi, you have gotten stronger since we last met. Perhaps you have already caught up with your father. It seems I have to summon some helpers to kill you. Kakashi's heart sank as he saw the emerging coffins. It's over, he thought, his mind racing with a mix of dread and disbelief. Orochimaru still has this jutsu up his sleeve. The impure world reincarnation jutsu was infamous for its terrifying capabilities. By using this forbidden technique, Orochimaru could summon the spirits of the deceased and reanimate them, restoring their bodies to their former state and retaining all their powerful abilities. The reanimated figures were under Orochimaru's complete control, making them formidable and dangerous opponents. Orochimaru had also attempted to summon the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, but his efforts had failed. Kakashi's heart sank as he saw the reanimated Hokages. The sight of Hashirama and Tobirama brought back to life and ready for battle was overwhelming. Kakashi knew that his knowledge of sealing jutsus was inadequate to seal them while dealing with Orochimaru. His face tightened with frustration and determination as he realized the gravity of the situation. Orochimaru, with a sneer of satisfaction, glanced at Kakashi. You should thank Sarutobi-sensei and Danzo, he said, his tone dripping with mockery. Without their allowance for me to study this jutsu, I wouldn't have been able to perfect it. His eyes gleamed with malevolent triumph as he recalled the dark pact that had granted him access to the forbidden technique. Kakashi's anger surged at the mention of Danzo. Damn you, Orochimaru, he cursed, his voice thick with fury and disdain. Desperation edged his voice as he called out for help. Hokages. Dash. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action, join the community now. Chapter 152, Chapter 152. The moment he witnessed the Hokages emerging from coffins, Kakashi acted without hesitation and decided to ask for help. There seemed to be no viable solution anymore. If only Orochimaru was alone, Kakashi believed he could still defeat him. However, with the addition of the previous Hokage summoned through the impure world reincarnation, he realized the odds were against him. It was a critical moment, and an ear-piercing emergency notification reverberated throughout the worlds inhabited by many Hokages. Ryan was the first to notice. Oh, is this concerning the third Hokage's world, Kakashi? Ryan mused. It appears that Chunin exams are ongoing in his world, he added. Ryan had a strong conviction that within the third Hokage world, Kakashi's strength was relatively modest compared to the other Hokages. This deficiency became even more apparent with the sudden appearance of these formidable foes, like Orochimaru, an unkillable shinobi who can have reanimation jutsu bodies with unlimited chakra and invulnerability. His power had not evolved significantly, and the current events in his world should have centered around the Chunin exams. Kakashi was the least equipped to handle such a dire situation, but he swiftly pressed the response button without hesitation, knowing other Hokages would help him. Other members also asked for help to deal with their enemies and no one was disappointed. The situation on the battlefield was dire as Orochimaru joined forces with the first two Hokages to attack Kakashi simultaneously. Kakashi had to rely on the power of his devil fruit, continuously transforming into a blue streak to evade jutsus. Chakra is running dangerously low, he muttered to himself, feeling the exhaustion of his physical strength. I'm on the brink now, Kakashi realized. Why aren't they here yet? Orochimaru was filled with excitement, confident that he had the upper hand. Humph. You're finished, Kakashi. Just as his triumph seemed imminent, he spotted something unexpected on the horizon. A vibrant, radiant portal materialized, exuding an otherworldly aura. From it emerged a figure, none other than the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Orochimaru and the others were left dumbfounded. What? The first Hokage? Can a single person be summoned twice with reanimation jutsu? Orochimaru, the local reanimation expert, exclaimed, shocked to his core. As shocked as he was, the presence of the first Hokage made his instincts scream at him. He appeared not as a lifeless puppet but as a living, breathing person, in stark contrast to those he had summoned through impure world reincarnation. The shock was palpable as if he had seen a ghost. Yet, this astonishing turn of events was far from over. Following the first Hokage, more Hokages emerged, one after another, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Obito, and even the formidable Uchiha Madara. The last one was Ryan himself, the 11th Hokage, neatly standing beside Kakashi. Orochimaru could hardly fathom what was happening. What's going on here? Am I in the genjutsu of Sharingan again? He muttered in disbelief. Still, Tsunade is missing, Hashirama noted. While they were unfamiliar with some of the Hokages, Tsunade was known as one of the Sunin, and her presence was conspicuously absent. Then, at that very moment, two Tsunades appeared simultaneously, and it was clear that they were not mere shadow clones. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Fantastic. The Hokages have arrived. Things are finally stabilizing, he exclaimed with great enthusiasm. No longer did he need to dodge, hiding from Orochimaru's poisonous sneak attacks. First Hokage Hashirama fixed his gaze upon the impure world reincarnation before him, then he glared at his brother Tobirama's reanimation. Are you intrigued by my impure world reincarnation, Lord First? Orochimaru inquired. Tobirama, I told you to seal this jutsu and never let it see the light of day, Hashirama scolded. What a mess. Tobirama muttered as he observed the situation. Meanwhile, the Hashirama moved closer to his impure world reincarnation bodies. Here I come with my impure world reincarnation, Hashirama announced. At this moment, the impure world reincarnation of Hashirama looked at himself with a look of shock. What's happening? He wondered aloud. Why am I alive? No, I'm still bound by impure world reincarnation, he realized, feeling the weight of Orochimaru's control over his body. The most shocking reaction came from the impure world reincarnation of Tobirama, the very creator of this ninjutsu. Orochimaru, utilizing their body, launched an attack on Hashirama. Hashirama, in response, showed no mercy and swiftly moved to defeat Orochimaru directly. Similar events unfolded with the second Hokage capable of easily sealing his impure world reincarnation body. Orochimaru recognized the dire situation of this confrontation and sought to transform into a small snake to escape. However, amidst the senses of Hokages who knew Sage Mode, escape was an unattainable goal. These shinobi possessed not only Sage Mode but also Mangeki Sharingan, which indicated their intent to catch him alive. Four violet flames formation that had been maintained up to this point by Odo 4 now crumbled, overwhelmed by the Hokages. Orochimaru was captured, leaving Odinans in a quandary. Ryan stepped forward with ease, wielding a truth-seeking ball in his hand that transformed into a long, black rod, slicing the formation in half. The Konoha and shinobi who had been observing the battle were left dumbfounded. They had been desperately seeking a way to break through the formation but found it impossible to destroy it or immobilize it. Anyone who came in contact with the purple flames was instantly burned alive. However, the Hokages managed it effortlessly with a seemingly random stick. Orochimaru was now behaving like a child looking at the Tsunade, Hashirama, and Tobirama with curiosity. Amid these events, some ninjas from the Tsunade had caused a lot of trouble. Fortunately, Konoha's ninjas were more than capable of handling the situation. Even the one-tailed Shikaku was no match for Minato, who effortlessly condensed a massive raised man with an overwhelming aura that far exceeded the tailed beast bomb's power. Surrender was the only option left for Shikaku. The chaos quickly subsided, and Konoha emerged as the clear victor. Some ninjas from the Tsunade perished, while others were taken captive. The Tsunade promptly claimed that they, too, had been manipulated by Orochimaru and sought their shinobi's release. However, this plea for clemency was not entertained. The attack was initiated by them. Now it was too late for apologies. All the attacking ninjas were to be kept hostage until a deal was struck or the ransom was provided. While Gaara and one-tailed Shikaku were taken as trophies, and detained in Konoha. The only exception was Orochimaru, who was placed in a secluded laboratory under continuous surveillance, engaging in scientific research and aiding Kakashi in advancing Konoha village's technology. Orochimaru realized how close he was to death. The only reason he was alive was due to his talents. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action. Join the community now. Chapter 153. Chapter 153. After the outcome of Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan, Konoha once again entered a state of peace. Kakashi gained fame as Hokage. The reason for this, of course, was very simple. In times of crisis, Kakashi would directly summon 10K level shinobi to help out, ensuring that any conflicts would be solved. Now Konoha shinobi under him find themselves in a state where the worship of Kakashi has reached its peak. Among several other ninja villages, Kakashi's name is also very notorious, with unanimous agreement on his capabilities. It doesn't matter how strong Kakashi is individually, what matters most is his ability to summon 10Kages to fight a very critical advantage. Regardless of the opponent's strength, Kakashi's ability to summon 10Kages makes any schemes or strategies seem futile. Simply put, no matter how formidable jonins are, they can't change the flow of war. It's better not to agonize Konoha at the moment. After the settlement, many other Hokages were ready to go back to their worlds. But before leaving, Obito inquired, Kakashi, what are you going to do next? Kakashi responds, it's the same as in any other world. I will unify the ninja world under Konoha. Kakashi nods, stating, of course, we have to do this, but it shouldn't be rushed. Right now, Konoha is not strong enough. I think should start with the smaller countries with weaker ninja villages. His plan received unanimous nods and praise from other Hokages, and soon everyone returned to their original worlds. Shortly after, considerable changes take place in every world. In the world of Ryan, after the unification of the ninja world, peace prevails in elemental nations after thousands of years. With Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu dead, there is no one daring enough to trouble Konoha. Ryan's strength is widely acknowledged, preventing any other thoughts. Plus the shinobi who had seen the cruelties of war loved peace. This time is marked by peace, with occasional crimes easily resolved under the watchful eyes of the ninjas. Simultaneously, a new generation is being born. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata were a few months old, plus Neji was 1 year old. Witnessing the dawn of a new era, Ryan's primary focus lies in scientific research, emphasizing a commitment to technological progress and innovation. After unifying the Land of Lightning, Konoha's technological level experienced rapid evolution. The technology in the Land of Lightning was highly advanced compared to Konoha. Upon integrating with the unified ninja world, Ryan successfully unified talents proficient in scientific research from major ninja villages, providing them with abundant resources and substantial research funding, ensuring they could focus solely on their work. Researchers being supported by such a huge amount of resources and manpower entered a new era of progress, concentrating on the development of various scientific research technologies, spanning biotechnology, ninjutsu, and chakra-related technology. This support facilitated the emergence of numerous patented technologies, the continual evolution of chakra weapons, and the invention of scientific ninja tools. Advancements were not limited to weaponry. Medical ninjutsu also progressed rapidly, enhancing the level of medical treatment and biotechnology. As a result, the living standards of ninjas saw constant improvement. The introduction of new technologies promised to transform the ninja world into a better place. Amid these advancements, Ryan was preparing himself for the next Hokage chat group meeting. Kakashi, one of the elite ninjas, entered the office and presented the latest scientific research to Ryan. This action surprised Ryan, as it was unusual for such matters to be reported directly, especially by Kakashi. Ryan questioned why Kakashi, being one of the busiest individuals in this peaceful age, took the time to report in person. Kakashi explained, this invention is extraordinary. You issued the order when the project was approved. Any progress is to be reported immediately without mistakes. Listening to Kakashi's words, Ryan understood which research Kakashi was talking about. Upon opening the scroll, he confirmed his suspicions. The latest chakra cannon, a remarkable invention by the Ministry of Scientific Research. This cannon possessed an exaggerated level of power, capable of smashing meteorites into slag with a single shot. In the original timeline, developing such a chakra cannon would have taken at least 10 years, and the Land of Lightning's involvement would have been necessary. Yet, under Ryan's leadership, this feat was accomplished much earlier. Ryan quickly assessed the demonstration's level. Essentially, it is similar to the chakra cannon in the world of 6th Hokage Kakashi. Undoubtedly, it was already ahead of its time, leaving Ryan highly satisfied. Very nice, he exclaimed to Kakashi. For the scientific research staff behind this development, double their bonus for this year. Kakashi noted down Ryan's instructions. Ryan continued with his thoughts, expressing the need for further development of the chakra cannon. It's best to miniaturize this thing, he suggested, envisioning a scenario where ninjas could carry it with them. According to Ryan, this would significantly enhance everyone's combat effectiveness. Kakashi nodded in agreement, documenting Ryan's vision for future reference. Looking ahead, Ryan anticipated ongoing development by other scientists. In the world of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Hashirama effortlessly secured the land of Earth with his formidable strength. However, chaos ensued within the land of Lightning, as many high-level officials acknowledged Hashirama's overwhelming power. Faced with the choice between feudal resistance and survival, some proposed surrender. The rugged faction, led by Hokage, vehemently opposed this idea, advocating for a fight to the death. The faction led by Kaku and Kaku refused to surrender to Hashirama, even if it meant being the last standing against the Cloud Shinobi village. The news of the chaos caught the attention of Tobirama. Recognizing a unique opportunity in the unfolding chaos, Tobirama shared his strategic insights with Hashirama. He proposed a multifaceted plan that took advantage of the enemy sphere in the civil war inside Kumagakure. He suggested employing a divide-and-conquer approach to split the Hokage forces from the Kinkaku and Ginkaku factions, using misinformation. He also recommended undermining the morale of Kumo, exploiting rivalries, and spreading confusion. In addition, Tobirama advised a strategic deception feigning a retreat to lure the Kinkaku's faction into a vulnerable position, where Hashirama could then launch a decisive counterattack. He also emphasized the importance of targeting key leaders to disrupt the command structure and capture the remaining forces. Taking the advice seriously, Hashirama swiftly acted on the plan proposed by Tobirama. The result was a decisive victory over Hokage and his shinobi in the Land of Lightning, leading to the surrender of the remaining forces. As a consequence, the Land of Lightning fell under Konoha's control, marking the dominance of Konoha village over all 5 giants of the ninja world. Only a few small countries in remote places, such as the Land of Snow, remained to achieve complete unification. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action. Join the community now. Chapter 154. Chapter 154. In the world of the second Hokage Tobirama. During this period, Tobirama refrained from making direct attacks but ordered strategic information-gathering missions. He dedicated himself to advancing technology consistently, having brought some innovative tech from the Kakashi's world during his prior mission when he went to help him. Upon returning to his world, Tobirama delved into the study of these technologies tirelessly. Simultaneously, he trained a select group of scientists to elevate the technological prowess of Konoha as a whole. While contemplating the unification of the ninja world, Tobirama displayed patience, expressing that there was no urgency. With the other 3 countries already under Konoha's control, only the Land of Lightning remained independent. Despite the existing strength disparity, Tobirama believed that raising Konoha's technology by one more level and increasing the standard of living would inevitably lead to the Land of Lightning surrender, making haste unnecessary. In the world of the 5th Hokage Tsunade, Obito, after witnessing the formidable strength of multiple Hokages, chose to avoid any confrontation with Konoha. Fearing the formidable Hokages, he refrained from taking any actions that would draw their attention. Having obtained the Rinnegan from Konan, Obito sowed discord among other major shinobi villages against Konoha. He identified a crucial figure, Sasuke, who, at that time, remained oblivious to many truths and past events. This lack of awareness provided an opening for Obito to manipulate him. Obito located Sasuke and successfully recruited him into Akatsuki. With the stage set, Obito prepared to initiate the 4th Ninja War directly, confident that even the multiple Hokage wouldn't be able to control such a large-scale conflict easily. In the world of the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato effortlessly subdued the surrounding small countries with the help of his large information network. Once the investigations were complete, ninja forces were swiftly dispatched to strike neighboring small nations, resulting in complete devastation. These smaller countries were ill-equipped to contend with Konoha, especially given Minato's formidable strength. Each conflict concluded with remarkable speed, leaving no opportunity for other major shinobi villages to intervene. Despite the desire to seize the chance and expand Konoha's influence, finding a suitable opportunity proved unreachable. Eventually, the battles concluded, and the surrounding small countries surrendered to Konoha's might, further elevating its strength. Throughout this period, Minato utilized his abilities to observe other shinobi villages and their daimyos preparing for potential conflicts with major powers. Now Minato had a clear path for world unification. In the 6th Hokage Obito world, under Obito's leadership, Konoha's level steadily progressed. Each conflict was planned, leaving no room for other shinobi villages to exploit vulnerabilities. The overwhelming strength of Konoha swiftly subdued surrounding small countries and even the Land of the Wind. Tsunade, known for its defensive ninjutsu, proved powerless against Obito and Kakashi combined Kamui. Neither puppetry nor any other jutsu posed to challenges Konoha easily dismantled their defenses, continuing preparations to attack other villages. In the road to Ninja Tsunade world, the current world of affairs was one of complete peace. The recent invasion forced Tsunade to ask for help from other Hokages. Upon their arrival, they decisively eradicated the threat and eliminated all hidden dangers, including 2 major villages acting in cohort with Minma. This collective effort resulted in the direct unification of the ninja world in the Tsunade's world, leaving no room for doubt. In the Uchiha Madara world, progress initially surged at an impressive pace. Uchiha Madara's world and Senju Hashirama's world consistently competed for 2nd place. Both desired to be the second world to unify the ninja world. Madara swiftly conquered all other countries, successfully achieving unification. The powerful ninja sure left the ninjas in that world utterly defenseless, unable to resist or mount any significant opposition. In the 3rd Hokage Kakashi world, after the Konoha collapse plan concluded with Konoha's victory, Kakashi's famed sword. It became even greater than Sarutobi Hiruzen's gathered in 40 years of being Hokage. Orochimaru contributed all his scientific research findings, enhancing the skills and equipment of Konoha's ninjas. Medical technology also progressed rapidly, prompting Kakashi to launch attacks on neighboring small countries. After subduing these territories, he planned to target larger nations, utilizing his devil fruit abilities to strengthen his forces continuously. In Sasuke's world, he dispatched Naruto to negotiate with Gaara, successfully uniting the Land of the Winds. The alliance between the Nation of Fire and the Nation of Wind formed the uncontested strongest power in the ninja world. The united forces of the 2 nations stood against other major powers, causing panic among the Land of Earth, Land of Water, and Land of Lightning. Envoys were sent to the other 2 major shinobi villages, seeking an alliance against the formidable Konoha. Faced with the unprecedented might of the Konoha, the remaining 3 villages hesitated but eventually considered joining forces. The united front of Konoha and Susanoo was formidable, making it apparent that unity was their only viable strategy against them. However, long-standing grudges and internal conflicts hindered their ability to unite, leading shinobis of the 3 villages to be wary of each other. As the combined army of the Konoha and Susanoo reached the gates of Kirigakure, the impending battle was about to unfold. In the world of Ryan, he had just witnessed the latest technological advancements. Bored thoughts occupied his mind as almost half a year had swiftly passed, following the established routine. Anticipating the imminent chat group meeting, Ryan reflected that time seemed to fly whenever he awaited these gatherings. This time felt different, given the unique feature of cross-world chat groups that allowed interaction with other members even outside of meetings. Despite the continuous chats, a new meeting was on the horizon, bringing the prospect of fresh participants. Ryan's excitement grew at the prospect of welcoming the potential newcomer, likely the last remaining Hokage. Speculating about the unknown individual, a familiar mechanical sound resonated in Ryan's mind, lifting his spirits. "Join," he exclaimed eagerly, as the chat group meeting reset. Upon hearing the familiar voice signaling the meeting's commencement, Ryan breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Finally, it's here." Having communicated with other Hokages, Ryan was well aware that his world's progress remained at the forefront. "Turn it on," he ordered, prompting the system to announce, "Ding. The Hokage meeting is about to start. Do you want to invite newcomers?" Without hesitation, Ryan chose to invite and received confirmation that the invitation was successful. "Ding. The invitation has been accepted," announced the system. 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto joined the group chat, marking the beginning of the anticipated meeting. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action. Join the community now. Chapter 155. Chapter 155. Upon hearing the news, a bright light burst in Ryan's eyes. Finally, it's Naruto Uzumaki. It also makes a lot of sense. Ryan thought so. After all, among the many Hokages in the Orthodox branch, Naruto is the only one missing from the chat group. All the Hokages from the first Hokage Hashirama to the sixth Hokage Kakashi have joined the group. Of course, Sarutobi's exclusion doesn't count as a major loss. Plus the group chat has united them with numerous Hokages from parallel worlds, like Road to Ninja, Tsunade, and Hokages from parallel timelines like Obito and Kakashi. I wonder if there is a world where Kushina is the Hokage. Naruto, if he saw that, would surely feel a pang of envy. If there is a world where she is the Hokage, what an amazing family each member of their family can become the Hokage. Next, Ryan considered the current ranking in the group purely in terms of strength. Undoubtedly, Naruto might not be number 1 anymore with him present in the chat group. Whether others can still keep the second or third spots is uncertain. Although Naruto's strength is formidable, everyone in the chat group has reached a remarkably high level, including first Hokage Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Even Obito's strength is no joke. If there's no accident, Naruto can likely reach the top 5, but what kind of strength will evolve after he receives his reward and strengthens himself is unknown. While Ryan was lost in thought, the luminescent light of the chat group appeared and enveloped him. He instantly entered the chat group space. First Hokage Hashirama is also looking forward to the unfolding of the next meeting. He had unified the entire ninja world. This time, he was confident of reaching the top 3 in the ranking. At this moment, the sound of the meeting opening echoed in his mind. Group admin Ryan calls for a regular Hokage meeting. Please accept the invitation to attend. Hearing this news, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Finally, it's here. He confidently chose to join. Meanwhile, in other words, second Hokage Tobirama, fourth Hokage Minato, third Hokage Kakashi, and others received the meeting invitation and all opted in. It had been 6 months since the last meeting, and everyone was eagerly anticipating it. During the past months, none had been idle. They were working hard to develop their world and make their Konoha stronger. Now, they can finally see the results of their hard work. It had been 70 years since the founding of Konoha no Sato. As evening settled over the land of fire, the Hokage's office was illuminated by the soft glow of the desk lamp. Outside, darkness had begun to envelop the village, and most people had already finished their dinners. Yet, Naruto remained diligently at work, carefully reviewing the stack of documents on his desk. On the table in front of him, the paperwork piled up like a mountain. Since becoming Hokage, he has been constantly busy, leaving little time for anything else, not even for his own family. He had always dreamed of being a Hokage, but being a Hokage turned out to be a much harder job than he had imagined. At that moment, Konoha walked in with a large pile of documents. 7th Hokage. This is the latest information about possible chins who are eligible to be Enbu. As he spoke, he placed a substantial stack of documents on the table. Naruto nodded. I see. You go back and rest. After Konoha left, Naruto glanced at the seemingly endless file. He stretched himself. Well, it looks like I won't be making it home tonight after all. I'll just review these documents a bit longer, then catch some sleep for tomorrow. Just as he prepared for the evening and continued to process the documents, a voice suddenly sounded in Naruto's mind. Ding. You have joined the Konoha Hokage chat group. The group admin, Ryan, is holding a Hokage meet. Please attend now. What? After hearing the sudden voice, Naruto couldn't help but look up and scan the room. In the room, it was as quiet as ever. There was no one else but himself. Naruto could feel 2 Enbu and Konohamaru's chakra breaths outside. Other than that, there was no one around. Naruto rubbed his eyes, bewildered. What's going on here? Am I so tired I'm starting to see things? It seems that Hinata is right, sometimes I need to take a break. Naruto thought so in his heart. He continued to prepare to rest his head and deal with the papers. The robotic voice from earlier echoed in Naruto's mind again. The group admin, Ryan, is holding a Hokage meeting, please join now. This time, Naruto could hear it. Not hallucinations. The voice in his head was real. Is this genjutsu? Naruto thought a little warily, but it seemed unlikely. If it was an illusion, the one invading his mind directly must be a powerful ninja. Just when he was wondering, the chat group responded to his query. This chat group invites Hokages from different timelines of Konoha. Please participate. After hearing this voice, Naruto also understood. If so, then I must go in and see for myself. I might even see my dad. Okay, I will participate. Naruto said. With his consent, a luminescent light covered his body. Naruto's consciousness instantly came to the Hokage chat group space. Naruto opened his eyes. The first thing he saw were 2 Kakashi, both staring at him. Wow, 2 Kakashi-sensei. Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi had become the 6th Hokage. Unexpectedly in this group, there is another Kakashi-sensei who became Hokage. How lucky. Became Hokage twice. Naruto muttered. Then he turned his gaze to the others present. Next, he saw 2 Tsunade sitting side by side. 2 Granny Tsunade. As cunning as Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said this in shock. Naruto? Are you Naruto? At this time, a familiar voice came from the side. Naruto looked back. He saw his father, Namikaze Minato. The moment he saw his dad, Naruto's tears almost came out. Dad, it's me. It's great to see you here. He spoke very excitedly. Minato looked at the current Naruto, and there was a gratified expression on his face. You've grown up. The hair is a lot shorter, and it looks much more mature than before. Most importantly, congratulations, Naruto. You've become a Hokage too. Minato was happy that his son had achieved his dream. At the same time, Kakashi, Tsunade, and others also congratulated him. Dash. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action. Join the community now. Chapter 156. Chapter 156. The arrival of Naruto also captured the attention of the other Hokages. Naruto himself spotted more familiar faces, which surprised him even more. He glanced at Sasuke beside him. Sasuke, you're a Hokage too. That's great. Naruto exclaimed joyfully. It was a delightful realization that your close friend could fulfill his dream of being Hokage. Despite Sasuke's attempt to remain expressionless, he responded quickly. Naruto, you're so old. Following this, Naruto moved on to Obito as the new Hokage. Heartfelt congratulations were extended to him. He vividly recalled the end of the Ninja War when Obito underwent a transformation and revealed his lifelong dream of becoming a Hokage. It was nothing short of what Obito achieved in his parallel world. Naruto hadn't displayed his prowess yet. Hashirama, Tobirama, and the others observed Naruto being surrounded, and they couldn't help but express their emotions. Hashirama remarked, although I don't know the 7th Hokage, he is quite popular just like me. Madara, eyeing Naruto with his scowl, muttered, great. Another Hokage who's just as irritating as Hashirama. Tobirama chimed in, I don't know why, but I always feel that this guy is a bit like you, big brother. Hashirama laughed, really? Haha. You feel it too. It's quite interesting. Madara's irritation was palpable. And now it seems the 7th Hokage has inherited the same annoying charm as you, Hashirama. How delightful. Hashirama, oblivious to Madara's frustration, just chuckled. Well, isn't that a compliment in its own way? As the Hokages were all active now, Ryan took note of the excitement. With everyone present, it was time to commence the meeting. In this meeting, a new member joined, adding to the anticipation. In the world of the 7th Hokage where Konoha is 70 years old, progress should be impressive. It remained to be seen how far he could go. Ryan urged others, okay, let's all take our seats. Since everyone has arrived, shall we begin now? Upon Ryan's words, Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and the others promptly took their seats. They were all eager to see the outcome of their rankings after half a year and were confident in their abilities to unite the ninja world. The anticipation to check the rankings was palpable, and they couldn't wait to get started. As for Tsunade and Kakashi, they habitually took their seats and prepared to wait for the meeting to begin. Minato appeared a little disappointed. It wasn't easy for him to meet his son, and he hadn't finished talking about everything he wanted to talk about. Naruto had matured over time, and Minato wondered if it was time for him to get married and have children. He reminisced about his own life at Naruto's age when he was already married. However, Minato chose not to rush into further communication with Naruto. Instead, he seated himself, ready for the meeting. Among those present, only Naruto, who had just arrived, didn't fully grasp the rules. Ryan patiently explained them to him. Oh, is it that good? Not only can you make friends, but there are also rewards. Naruto expressed immediate interest upon hearing this. He was particularly looking forward to these two functions, especially the ranking feature. Since becoming Hokage, Naruto's life had become monotonous, filled with daily tasks in Konoha village and endless paperwork. The excitement of his teenage years, like fighting with friends, had become a distant memory. The thought of competing with the previous Hokages in the world ranking stirred a fiery enthusiasm in Naruto's heart. I see. Let's get started, he exclaimed eagerly. Observing Naruto's enthusiasm, the others chuckled. It seems that Naruto is very confident in his world. There's no stage fright at all. Everyone shared lighthearted remarks. At this moment, just like Naruto, everyone was looking forward to the world ranking. 6th Hokage Kakashi smiled and remarked, I wonder who will be number 1 in this ranking. Ryan's position might be threatened. The 7th Hokage's strength is extraordinary. Minato, the 4th Hokage, nodded thoughtfully as he listened. Kakashi is right. Naruto is my son, and I couldn't be prouder. There's so much to look forward to. Uchiha Madara smirked, you're all caught up thinking about Naruto. Veterans like us never admit defeat. Hashirama chuckled in agreement, absolutely. Let the younger generation see the true spirit of the shinobi from the Sengoku era. Everyone was eager to participate, looking forward to the upcoming ranking. Ryan himself, of course, was extremely confident. Since everyone agrees, Ryan declared, let's wait and see. Do you want to open the world ranking? Let's start. Following Ryan's command, the central light screen of the round table meeting began to change. Countless words were rapidly arranged and combined, and the results were about to be revealed. At this moment, everyone stared intensely at the light screen, their nerves taut. Naruto, being part of the meeting for the first time, widened his eyes. This entirely new experience fascinated him. World Leaderboard starts ranking. Participating members: 1st Hokage Hashirama, 1st Hokage Madara, 2nd Hokage Tobirama, 4th Hokage Ryan, 4th Hokage Minato, 5th Hokage Tsunade, 5th Hokage Kakashi, Road to Ninja Tsunade, 6th Hokage Kakashi, 6th Hokage Uchiha Obito, 6th Hokage Sasuke, 7th Hokage Naruto. Please note, the rewards and their level of rarity are related to the strength world participating in the ranking. If you want better rewards, increase the development of your respective world as much as possible. This time, the number of participating Hokage reached a staggering 12. The strength of the Hokages has significantly grown. Most importantly, with more Hokages participating, the reward remains the same as before. The rewards for the top 3 are undeniably the most lucrative, and the first place winner gets to choose the best rewards. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the central screen, eagerly anticipating the images and words that would appear next. The culmination of half a year's effort in development in each world was about to be revealed. No one squandered their time, each world was diligently enhancing its power as swiftly as possible. The ultimate goal was to secure a high rank in this pivotal meeting. Soon, the moment arrived, and the first place result was unveiled on the light screen. As the line of large characters appeared, the faces of the Hokages displayed a mix of emotions, veering towards helplessness. However, there was one exception: Ryan, who wore a delighted expression. What materialized in the light screen was first place, 4th Hokage Ryan World. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action. Join the community now. Chapter 157. Chapter 157. Madara's frustration was palpable. Damn it. It's still Ryan. Hashirama, trying to console the group, added with a sigh, I've already mentally prepared myself, it's okay. Tsunade shook her head in agreement, Ryan's world is just too much, as time passes by surpassing it will get harder and harder. Once again, Ryan claimed the top spot in the world rankings. Expressions of helplessness spread across everyone present, but this time, the reaction was more intense than before. The old members, however, appeared calmer this time around. Ryan securing the first place was not a novel occurrence, it had happened multiple times before. They had grown somewhat accustomed to it, even if they remained unwilling to accept it. Hashirama, the 1st Hokage, appeared notably composed and his calm demeanor was in contrast with the disappointment in the room. Ryan, you have clinched the first place again. Well, it's not the first time, Hashirama commented with a measured tone. Madara and Road to Ninja Tsunade shared similar sentiments. Madara's thoughts echoed those of the Hashirama, while Tsunade had previously found it nearly impossible to defeat foes in her world. Now harbored expectations after the Hokage supported her, leading to a significant boost in her world's progress. Curiosity sparked in Hashirama's eyes. I wonder who secured the 2nd place, he mused. Tobirama's face expressed great anticipation. Over the past 6 months, he had dedicated efforts to enhance the technological level of his world, hoping for a higher ranking than his big brother, Ryan, and Madara. The disappointment of not being first in his eyes suggested otherwise. Could it be that Ryan's world has even more advanced technology? Tobirama pondered aloud, voicing the collective curiosity of those present. Naruto, newly added to the group, as not a young genin but a Hokage who was ruling over Konoha, observed the proceedings with keen interest. The novelty of the situation intrigued him and he watched the others closely. Ryan, on the other hand, reveled in his victory. His elation was evident, after all, winning the top spot again was satisfying especially when competing against the other Hokages. Upon receiving a prompt in the chat group about showcasing world progress, Ryan gave his consent. Show it. With that, the screen transformed, revealing the unfolding comprehensive presentation of Ryan's world. The countdown began, building anticipation among the Hokages. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the world progress show commenced, capturing the undivided attention of Tobirama and the others as they observed the screen in real time. Prepare to meticulously document everything Ryan has done. Upon returning, learn from and plan to propel the rapid development of their world. Coming back from the chat group, you immediately embarked on a new journey. Utilizing the outer path of the Rin Eden, you resurrected a considerable number of old strong experts from various eras, persuading them to join your cause and become your allies. Minato, with his usual determination tempered by concern, broke the silence, directly bringing the dead back to life. This power is too extraordinary. His eyes were alight with a mix of wonder and apprehension. Tsunade, ever the seasoned leader, nodded solemnly. Indeed, Minato. Such a power could disrupt the natural order. Even with my medical expertise, the notion of resurrecting someone of tempering with life and death is something we must approach with the utmost caution. Once the gate is opened, nobody will be able to close it. The present Hokages exclaimed in unison upon witnessing this description. It's not that they were unaware that the dead can be summoned from the pure world. Rather, Ryan bypassed the hurdle by bringing the dead back to life completely, even startling the newly added Naruto, whose eyes widened in shock. The ability to resurrect the dead and pull them from the Pure Land carried deep implications that no one could ignore. After all, everyone in the shinobi world has someone they love who is now in Pure Land. The other Hokages were similarly incredulous for quite some time. After a prolonged silence, 2nd Hokage Tobirama finally spoke. This kind of resurrection ninjutsu has its limitations and side effects. But you achieved it with just chakra, Ryan. Your strength. I truly don't know how formidable it is now. Even someone as analytical as Tobirama expressed his awe. It was evident that Ryan's actions had left all the Hokages astonished. Obito's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he addressed the group. Rin, he murmured thoughtfully before his excitement got the better of him. I can try it in the future, he immediately exclaimed and was filled with excitement. If I can do what Ryan did, I can finally fulfill my other dream. Kakashi looked at Obito and then looked at his other self with a knowing look. Both had eye smiles. As the screen continued to unfold, it revealed that Ryan had integrated former powerhouses and current subordinates, forming a new ninja army. The goal: prepare to confront Madara. Upon witnessing this development, Madara couldn't help but express his dissatisfaction. Although I understand your point of view, this Madara is vastly different from you, Hashirama reassured him. You shouldn't let it bother you. After all, it's just a parallel world. There's no need to take it to heart. Madara's eyes narrowed, his expression one of dissatisfaction. Just a parallel world, you say? His voice was laced with a mix of disdain. Seeing this version of myself and how he is waging war after Konoha has finally brought peace in the world, it is difficult not to feel a sense of disgust. The path he treads seems so different from what I dreamt. Hashirama placed a reassuring hand on Madara's shoulder, his gaze steady and empathetic. I know it's hard to see a different outcome, especially when it diverges so much from what we fought for. But remember, this world is not ours. Our struggles and ideals shaped our reality, and this parallel world is Ryan's. He will surely protect the peace. However, the attention of the other Hokages was focused elsewhere at this moment. They were eager to learn precisely what Madara had done to warrant such serious attention from Ryan. After all, Ryan's strength was the strongest, and among all the present Hokages, he undoubtedly stood out as the most powerful. Though some may be reluctant to admit it, Ryan's strength could be considered unparalleled. With such power, should there be any reason for him to be cautious of Madara? At this juncture, the screen continued its presentation. On Madara's side, he collaborated meticulously, stealing bodies from the cemeteries from all over the ninja world. He dispatched all formidable dead shinobi to impure world reincarnation, forming his army. Subsequently, he united the shinobi from the Uegaku and Kumagaku, organizing 3 armies to launch a coordinated attack. The Hokages observed Madara's strategy with solemn expressions. The scale of his actions surpassed their expectations, resembling the magnitude of a ninja war. Madara, somewhat discontented, mused, with such strength, why not engage in a more direct battle rather than destroying the world? If only I had moral ground and such convenient jutsu. I could have possibly unified the entire ninja world in one go. He expressed deep disappointment in himself within this alternate reality. Meanwhile, Hashirama and the others became increasingly vigilant around Madara. This guy has a lot of evil plans, just as Grandpa said, remarked Glasses. It seems like he's under the influence of the evil of Uchiha. On the battlefield, Ryan had already dismantled formidable opposition, crushing Madara and his reanimated army. The directive was clear: all enemies will be punished, and none shall escape. Subsequently, Ryan developed various technologies to propel the rapid advancement of all aspects of Konoha. Any traces of lingering threats of rebellions were systematically eradicated. From that point onward, the ninja world entered an era of complete unity, free from further threats. It heralded a new age of comprehensive and rapid development. As the screen slowly darkened, it showcased Ryan's world and detailed actions during this period, highlighting his operational strategies and individual strength. The Hokages were visibly shocked by the overwhelming might he displayed in battle, prompting them to reflect on their progress, sensing that they may have fallen behind once again. The chat group's evaluation of Ryan's world was also exceptionally high, marking an unprecedented recognition of your achievements. Soon, the screen revealed new changes, captivating everyone's attention. Anticipation filled the air as onlookers wondered how many points Ryan would accumulate in the world this time. The announcement declared, building suspense for the final comprehensive national strength score. 4th Hokage Ryan's world strength is dash. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action. Join the community now. Chapter 158, Chapter 158. 4th Hokage Ryan's world power. Final world power ranking, 1,800 points. Note, first tier worlds are evaluated with points ranging from 10 to 1,000, second tier worlds from 1,000 to 10,000, and so on. As the results flashed on the screen, Madara's eyes widened in disbelief. Look at those numbers. 1,800 points is off the charts. It's like Ryan's world finds a new strategy every time. His tone was a mix of astonishment and begrudging admiration. Hashirama chuckled, shaking his head. I have to admit, there's a twinge of jealousy here. How does Ryan do it? It feels like he's always one step ahead, making the rest of us look like we're slow. His smile betrayed his envy, though he tried to maintain a lighthearted demeanor. Tsunade crossed her arms, her expression a blend of awe and frustration. Seeing this, I'm a bit envious. If Ryan's world can achieve this, then maybe we need to rethink our strategies. Or at least steal some of his. Her voice carried a hint of playful exasperation as if plotting her comeback. Minato nodded with a resigned grin. Yeah, Ryan, thanks for setting the bar so high. Now, we'll just have to work twice as hard to catch up. No pressure or anything. Observing Ryan's world, received a direct rating of 1,800 points from the chat group. Everyone present couldn't help but sigh. Since the last evaluation, Ryan's world has advanced to the secondary tier. This time, it soared to an impressive score of 1,800 points. Without a doubt, the prize pool for the secondary world would be their choice again. The Hokages recalled that in Ryan's world's previous evaluation, it had reached around 1,400 points. This time, it had escalated by 400 points. Tobirama, ever the strategist, nodded approvingly. As expected, the second tier is where things start to get interesting. With this prize pool back in play, it's a great opportunity for us. Hashirama, his face brightening with enthusiasm, added, fortunately, we can choose from the prize pool in the second tier again. I've been eagerly awaiting this. The second tier has so many incredible items. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with determination. I've been keeping an eye on the potential prizes since last time. There are quite a few amazing options, and this time, I'm determined to get at least one. Minato, his expression a mix of excitement and resolve, chimed in, I remember seeing some fantastic prizes last time. We've all seen how valuable these rewards can be. The Hokages eagerly anticipated their draws. To be honest, given the choice, they would undoubtedly opt to draw first. Rankings and ratings could wait. The lottery was the focal point. However, their fantasies were just that, fantasies. As usual, the ranking continued. First Hokage Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Road to Ninja Tsunade all held their breaths. Besides Ryan, they had made the most substantial progress. Second place was crucial, as the best items not selected by the first ranker would likely be chosen by the second. The second place selection was highly anticipated. Selection completed. Second place, 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. Madara's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the screen. What? Second place? It's newcomer's world. Hashirama, his eyebrows furrowing in surprise, couldn't hide his astonishment. It's Naruto. I thought for sure this time it'd be me. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Minato exchanged glances, their faces breaking into proud smiles. Kakashi's eyes twinkled with a rare, genuine warmth. Well, look at that, he said with a hint of admiration. Naruto's made us all proud. Upon seeing the ranking for second place, everyone present erupted in surprise. The second place was claimed by the new member Naruto. How could this happen? Especially Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Glasses Tsunade. They had just unified the ninja world. Can it still can't compare to the Konoha of the future? Impossible. These Hokages are far from convinced. And familiar faces like Naruto's Kakashi, Minato, and Tsunade looked equally surprised. They knew Naruto's governance was strong, but straight to number 2? Was that not a bit exaggerated? Even Naruto himself couldn't believe it. Naruto blinked at the announcement, his disbelief evident. Second place? This can't be right, he muttered to himself, still trying to process the news. I'm just joining this meeting for the first time. Tobirama, brimming with enthusiasm, clapped Naruto on the back. Let's look at it, he said with a grin. I'm eager to see what makes this world stand out. It's even surpassing the world we've developed over so many years. The room buzzed with excitement as everyone agreed with Tobirama's sentiment, their excitement building imagining the Konoha of the future. Exactly, they agreed, their voices charged with curiosity and high expectations. The presentation began to showcase the national power of the Naruto world. Upon your birth, your mother died, and your father sacrificed himself to seal the yang half of 9 tails within you. As you grew up, the people of Konoha viewed you as the reincarnation of the demon fox, but you never let their cold eyes deter you from pursuing your dream of becoming the Hokage. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, under Kakashi's leadership, you soon formed Team 7 alongside Sakura and Sasuke. Naruto's development in this world was well known to both Ryan and Kakashi. As they saw these familiar scenes, they were tempted to fast forward, while the rest of the group watched with great interest. Hashirama couldn't hide his admiration. This kid is remarkable. His will of fire is truly impressive. Madara, observing with a hint of approval, added, indeed, excellent material. No wonder he became Hokage in the end. The most concerned, of course, was the 4th Hokage. For the first time, he saw the detailed growth of his future son from childhood to adulthood. His eyes were already wet. Naruto. These years have been hard on you, he said emotionally. He couldn't believe that the son of a hero, Naruto, had been treated so coldly by Konoha. Simply outrageous. Minato watched the summary unfold with a proud smile. When the screen highlighted Naruto's victory over Garp during the Chunin exams and his training under Jiraiya, he nodded with appreciation. It's no surprise, Minato said, his voice filled with warmth. Jiraiya-sensei has always been a remarkable teacher. Naruto's incredible growth and achievements are a testament to his guidance. It's clear that Jiraiya played a crucial role in shaping Naruto into the strong, capable Hokage he is today. Naruto, his smile tinged with a hint of sadness, replied, You're right, Dad. Erosenin was tough on me, but he pushed me to be my best. I couldn't have made it this far without his training and support. I just wish he could be here to see everything. I'm sure he'd be incredibly proud of how far I've come. A look of nostalgia appeared on both Minato and Naruto's faces simultaneously. Upon returning to Konoha village, you played a crucial role in the battle against Akatsuki and rescued Kazekage Garp from their clutches. You mastered Sage Mode and heroically saved the village during its near destruction by the Akatsuki leader Pain, solidifying your status as a true Konoha hero. This passage represents one of Naruto's happiest moments, the rebuilt Konoha village and the tremendous impact of Naruto's super strength on everyone present. Hashirama couldn't hide his admiration as he said, I can't believe you mastered sage mode so quickly. It's truly impressive. Your chakra levels are enormous, almost rivaling my own. Tobirama then interjected, Naruto's strength is also due to his heritage. He's from the Uzumaki clan, just like Mito. Being a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails gives him a unique edge. Plus with his huge chakra, he is using my multiple shadow clone jutsu to its full potential. Naruto, overhearing, couldn't resist adding, everyone keeps talking about my Uzumaki heritage. I mean, where's my red hair? Shouldn't I be rocking some fiery locks instead of this blonde mop? Hashirama laughed heartily. Ah, Naruto, not everyone can pull off red hair like Mito did. Maybe it's a good thing you wouldn't want to be mistaken for a walking torch in the middle of a battle. Madara smirked, true, red hair does have its drawbacks. The feats Naruto accomplished were truly extraordinary, far beyond what ordinary shinobi could achieve. Especially at the same age as him. In the Fourth Ninja World War, Naruto reconciled with the Nine Tails, elevating his strength to a higher level. You ultimately received the yang half of the Sage of Six Paths powers from Hagio Romo. With this newfound strength, you, alongside Team 7, defeated Obito, Uchiha Madara, and the originator of chakra, Satsuki Kagaya, bringing true peace to the ninja world. Unfortunately, after the final battle, that power was expended to shield Satsuki Kagaya. Otherwise, Naruto's strength could have even claimed the top spot at this time. This recounting of Naruto's life further amazed everyone. It was the ability passed down by the legendary Sage of the Six Paths himself and clarified that Naruto and Sasuke were the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. The Kagaya is the mother of the Sage of Six Paths and the grandmother of Indra and Ashura. Hashirama had a rare moment of enlightenment, his eyes reflecting a deep understanding of Naruto and Sasuke's being the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. He turned to Madara, who met his gaze with the same contemplative look. Both chose to remain silent, acknowledging the reincarnation cycle and its implications. After years of honing your skills and proving yourself as a shinobi, you ascended to the position of the 7th Hokage. Under your wise leadership, Konoha flourished, and the entire ninja world acknowledged the strength of Konoha, and an era of enduring peace began. As everyone read Naruto's journey, they were amazed, finding his journey truly legendary as expected from the child of prophecy. It's truly incredible. First Hokage Hashirama remarked with a warm smile. Konoha has become a remarkable and safe haven where children can grow up with hope and security. This is exactly the kind of Konoha and ninja world I envisioned back in the Sengoku era. Minato and the others even had red eyes, deeply moved. Just when everyone was filled with emotion, the light curtain displayed Naruto's current national power score. 7th Hokage Naruto's worldwide national strength is displayed. The final world power score is 1,500 points. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action, join the community now. Chapter 159. Chapter 159. Hashirama looked at the rankings with wide eyes. Is it possible that the first-time participant is scoring over 1,000 points? Tobirama sharply nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. To just come in and immediately be classified as a second-tier world is no small feat. Tsunade Senju, impressed and slightly awed, added, such a result is downright terrifying. It's amazing to see how far Naruto has grown. The other Hokages echoed similar sentiments, their expressions reflecting both admiration and surprise. When they first joined the chat group, their world's overall strength was far below 500 points. In comparison, Naruto's achievements were extraordinary. Kakashi, with his usual calm demeanor tinged with a hint of pride, remarked, when we first joined, our scores were below 400 points. To see Naruto's world soar to this level reflects both his ninja way and the incredible progress he's made towards his dream of becoming Hokage. Minato added with a smile, it wasn't until the last meeting that Ryan's world reached the second tier level. Even then, his score was slightly lower than Naruto's. My son is truly a genius just like his parents. Naruto's current strength is no laughing matter. Taking this path hasn't been easy, said 6th Hokage Kakashi, expressing his emotions. He's one of the people who knows Naruto's upbringing the best. However, being a shinobi means listening to orders. He couldn't go against the 3rd Hokage before joining the chat group. Even Minato was quite shocked by this. After Naruto became Hokage, what he did was even better than we imagined. You've become a great Hokage, Naruto. Minato exclaimed excitedly. This brings him immense joy. Even Ryan himself is grateful. Luckily, Naruto just joined the group. Otherwise, with his super high score of 1,500 points, the previous number 1 in the last meeting would undoubtedly not be him. Those rewards would have been lost. Ryan's current strength would not be so exaggerated. Ryan pondered it carefully and realized that Naruto world having such a high score is entirely reasonable. After all, the world he lives in has been at peace since the 4th Ninja War and its combined and hidden strength is extraordinary. Naruto's unparalleled combat power, coupled with Sasuke's, makes them the highest combat power in the ninja world. This strength cannot be underestimated. The enemies they faced were not to be trifled with lightly. Even in Ryan's world, no enemies of the 6th path level have appeared yet. With such a strength, it's not surprising at all. After a while of controversy and discussion, they all expressed their congratulations to Naruto, hoping he could get better and better. After all, the 7th Hokage is the youngest of everyone present. Every Hokage intended that Konoha could develop better down the line. Just when everyone was discussing, the screen in the center flashed again. Selection completed. 3rd place, Uchiha Madara's world. As the announcement for 3rd place echoed, Madara's eyes sparkled with a mix of pride and triumph as he saw the announcement. Fantastic. Once again, it's me at the top. Hashirama, though, wore a rueful expression, his shoulders slightly drooping. You've outpaced me again, Madara. I truly believed I might finally close the gap this time. Madara's laughter, rich with satisfaction and a hint of challenge, echoed through the room. Oh, Hashirama, you're always so close. Maybe next time you'll finally beat me. Hashirama shook his head with a smirk, his voice tinged with playful defiance. Enjoy your lead while it lasts, Madara. You know I'm always ready to give you a run for your money in the next round. Others were also prepared in their hearts. In the previous interworld chats, they also knew that in the world of Uchiha Madara was finally unified. It's not surprising to be able to get 3rd place. Do you want to show your world's progress? Look at the prompt on the screen. Uchiha Madara chose yes without hesitation. He wants everyone to acknowledge the awesomeness of his operation. It's not going to be easy for Hashirama to catch up with him. After attending the group meeting concluded, you began relentlessly conquering other lands. Konoha's strength is extraordinary. You effortlessly subdued the land of earth and the land of thunder. At this point, all major ninjas villages have been unified. The smaller villages offer no resistance at all. Ninja world unification. Madara's world progress is rather simple, perhaps because his unification process was exceptionally smooth. Both villages fell with minimal effort. Tobirama couldn't help but think, it seemed like another score that could reach the 2nd tier world. Sure enough, it was almost as he had guessed. Uchiha Madara's world strength display is complete. Final world strength evaluation, 1,200. Another score that surpassed 1,000 points and secured a spot in the 2nd tier world's prize pool. Madara is perfectly content with that, despite only ranking 3rd. However, the top 2 are truly strong, there's no comparing oneself to them. Despite the fierce competition, he remains in the top 3, surpassing even Hashirama and Tobirama. Madara couldn't help but feel a profound sense of pride. At this point, there's no more anticipation. In a sense, this meeting can be considered over. The most crucial top 3 have been ranked. The rest is essentially guaranteed rewards. Who's in the lead? Who's trailing behind? None of these things seem that important. Since the chat group allows daily communication, the Hokages know their world's ranking. They all know the level of development in every world very well. So there's no suspense about the ranking. Everyone gazes at the screen simultaneously, awaiting the conclusion of this ranking. The excitement builds as they wait for the results to unfold. 4th place, Road to Ninja Tsunade's world. In the previous fight, men led IWA and Kyumo Shinobi to launch an attack against you. However, with the support and assistance of Hokages, you emerged victorious. Furthermore, you now govern the entire ninja world. Final world strength evaluation, 1,102 points. Tsunade found herself in 4th place, with a score that surpassed 1,000 points. She was somewhat embarrassed. This achievement wasn't entirely of her own making but rather achieved with the help of other members. It feels like a bit of cheating is involved but the other Hokages are incredibly generous and don't mind such things. 5th place, 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama's world. Final world strength evaluation, 1002 points. 6th place, 2nd Hokage Senjoto Byramas world. Final world strength evaluation, 910 points. 7th place, 5th Hokage Tsunade Heims world. Final world strength evaluation, 900 points. Even the 5th ranked world has surpassed 1000 points this time. It's worth noting that everyone has made significant progress. Moving down the list, there isn't much difference between the scores. Just a 10-point distinction. Their progress is remarkably similar and everyone is well aware of it. Originally, their rankings should have been higher, but the addition of the 7th Hokage Naruto world this time shifted everyone's rankings a step back. They all resign themselves to this fate, understanding that this time, there's no favorable chance. They plan to try again at the next Hokage meeting. 8th place, Parallel world, 6th Hokage Uchiha Obito world. Final world power evaluation, 850 points. 9th place, 6th Hokage Kakashi world. Final world power evaluation, 800 points. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action, join the community now. Chapter 160, Chapter 160. Progress in Obito and 6th Hokage Kakashi's world. Over the past 6 months, their progress has been steady, and has annexed several countries and shinobi villages. Consequently, the power of Konoha has been notably increased. All Hokages are acutely aware of the points they can potentially attain by achieving certain benchmarks, which is no surprise. The progression unfolds perfectly, leaving them thoroughly satisfied. One undeniable fact emerges within these 6 months: their actions prove highly effective, devoid of any wrong turns and wasted time. 10th place, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato's world. World power evaluation, 680 points. The Minato world has exhibited comparatively modest progress this time. This can be attributed to Minato's strategic decisions. While others engage in a period of aggressive wars, Minato focuses on securing smaller neighboring nations and villages. His approach involves skirmishes with minor countries rather than large-scale full warfare. Thus, the earned score aligns with his expectations, given the nature of his pacifist actions. Everyone acknowledges Minato's composed demeanor and formidable strength. Undoubtedly, he will eventually unify the ninja world, effortlessly taking over all major countries and shinobi villages without assistance from fellow Hokages. Consequently, he maintains a cautious approach because there is no need to rush. 11th place, 6th Hokage Uchiha Sasuke's world. World strength evaluation, 650 points. 12th place, Kakashi's world. World strength evaluation, 640 points. Examining this ranking, neither Sasuke nor Kakashi expresses surprise. In Sasuke's world, progress this time is moderate. While in Kakashi's world, advancements have been extraordinary over the past 6 months. Kakashi's world recently underwent a critical event, the Chunin exams. Additionally, Orochimaru's influence has spurred technological advancements in Konoha. Consequently, this world is experiencing rapid technological growth. With the conclusion of the selection process for the last 2 worlds, this ranking has officially ended. All 12 worlds are neatly aligned. The much anticipated reward session commenced, which made everyone sit up straight, their attention fixed on the screen. No one dares to slack off, nervously awaiting the distribution of rewards by the chat group. Madara glanced at the others with a smirk. Everyone's ratings have seen significant improvement this time, he commented, his tone carrying a hint of pride. It seems our efforts weren't in vain after all. Hashirama chuckled, nodding in agreement. The rewards should be better than last time. We've made so much progress, it only makes sense. Tsunade folded her arms, eyeing them both. They were already impressive last time, she said thoughtfully. But knowing how things work around here, this time it'll likely surpass our expectations. Hashirama's grin widened. If that's the case, I'm ready for whatever comes next. The chatter is lively and has recently been joined by Naruto. Naruto listens in on their exchange. He can't help but eagerly anticipate the forthcoming rewards. His curiosity piques. What kind of rewards await the second place achiever? Amidst the conversations, the screen undergoes a gradual transformation. Reward settlement completed. First place, 4th Hokage Ryan's world. The world strength score of the top ranking participant in the ranking is 1,800 points, reaching the second tier world standard. Rewards will be drawn in the secondary world. Reward options, choose 3 out of 5. Reward 1, stand, random space type stand. Reward 2, Zanpakuto, random. Reward 3, perfect super divine water, unlocks your potential and will quickly improve your strength. Reward 4, can of sense of beans. Reward 5, conqueror's haki. Tobirama folded his arms, his gaze focused. The rewards are still enough to improve our strength, he remarked, his voice measured as usual. Obito, leaning casually against a wall, smirked. That's fantastic. Getting all 5 would be amazing. The more abilities we can stack, the better prepared we'll be. Minato, always calm and collected, chuckled lightly. Is it the perfect super divine water again? He asked, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. I'd love to have it. The power boost from that would be hard to pass up. Tobirama gave a small nod, his mind already analyzing the strategic benefits. If it is, we'll need to think carefully about how to use it. Every reward has to count. Obito shrugged, his smile widening. Or just take everything. Why hold back? Minato grinned, though his tone remained cautious. True, but we also need to be smart about it. One wrong move and even the best reward might not help. Tobirama, agreeing, responded, exactly. It's not just about having power, it's knowing how to use it. Everyone exclaims at the sight of these formidable rewards. Indeed, these are no ordinary rewards. Super divine water has been consumed by everyone before and it provided an immediate boost in strength. Ryan is particularly content with this set of rewards, some of which bear similarities to the ones from the previous meeting. Despite the desire to choose all of them last time, certain items were chosen over others. This time, there's no need to give up. 3 out of the 5 items can be selected. The first choice is stand with a space system ability, randomly assigned once again. After careful consideration, Ryan decided to forego the stand as he had last time. The reason is that he didn't even gain the ability to manipulate the time stand in the previous reward session. This time, he is given the option for the ability of the space type stands, which offers a broader range of choices. However, he concedes the risk involved if the randomly assigned ability turns out to be weak. Wasting the reward opportunity is a situation he doesn't want to be in. The second ability remains Zanpakuto from Shinigami, similar to the previous options with randomness still a factor. Ryan chooses not to rely on luck and decides against gambling on his fortune. As for the remaining 3 options, he selected the perfect super divine water without hesitation. Its immediate and substantial improvement in ability makes it a practical choice. After the last reward session, all Hokages utilized all their rewards immediately, which resulted in significant improvements in their strengths. Following suit, Ryan decides to make use of the rewards. Regarding items like senzu beans, he views them as a temporary insurance policy. The ability to instantly heal any injury, even the severe ones, could prove invaluable in case of accidents. Lastly, there's Conqueror's Haki, a surprise for Ryan. It's recognized as one of the top powers in the pirate world, an ability only possessed by a select few and deemed as the qualifications of the king. Ryan sees it as highly suitable for him. It will provide the power to eliminate opponents without physical action and the capability to handle vast numbers of enemies instantly. With these choices, Ryan is poised to become an even more formidable force in future battles. As Ryan completes his selection, attention shifts to the second place recipient. Second place, 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto world. Reward options, choose 2 from 3. Reward 1, observation haki. Reward 2, marine 6 styles. Reward 3, Zanpakuto, random. Naruto stood frozen, staring at the 3 unfamiliar options on the screen. Unlike the other Hokage, he had no idea what these powers truly entailed. Observation haki, marine 6 styles, Zanpakuto. They were all new to him, yet he knew he had to make a decision. Feeling indecisive, he glanced at Sasuke and Minato, hoping they could help him choose. Sasuke, his voice calm but serious, spoke first. Naruto, if I were you, I'd prioritize abilities that enhance your sensing and combat skills. Observation haki can even help you look into the future briefly. It sharpens your perception to an incredible degree, almost like the Sharingan but in a different way. You'll be able to predict movements and sense danger. It's ideal for someone who fights in close combat like you. Minato nodded in agreement before offering his take. I agree with Sasuke. Observation haki is the best choice for staying ahead of your opponents. As for the marine 6 styles, from what I understand, it's a collection of high-speed, versatile combat techniques that can elevate your taijutsu to another level. You're already fast, Naruto, but this could make you even faster and more agile. Combining it with observation haki would make you almost unstoppable. Naruto looked between the two Hokage, absorbing their words. And what about the Zanpakuto? It sounds kinda cool. Sasuke shook his head. Cool, maybe. But it's too random. You don't know what kind of weapon you get, and it could be one that doesn't suit your fighting style. Why take the risk when the other two choices are guaranteed to improve your power? Minato chimed in, smiling at Naruto. Besides, Naruto, the first two will complement your strength far better than relying on an unknown sword. Speed, awareness, and power, that's how you've always fought. This way, you won't need to change your fighting style too much. As Naruto finalized his decision, Minato placed a hand on his shoulder, his tone thoughtful yet encouraging. Naruto, there's another advantage to choosing the Marine 6 styles. You're not just gaining power for yourself, you can teach these techniques to the shinobi under you as well. Imagine how much stronger Konoha would become if the entire village learned those combat moves. Naruto's eyes widened as the realization hit him. Wait, so it's not just me? I can pass this down to the others. Minato nodded with a smile. Exactly. Techniques like Sora for high-speed movement, Jeppo for moving through the air, and Tekai for defense would revolutionize how your forces fight. Your whole village would benefit from it. Naruto grinned, the idea of strengthening his comrades fueling his excitement. That's perfect. Konoha will be unstoppable. Thanks, Dad, this is exactly what I needed. Naruto scratched his head and grinned. I don't want a weird sword slowing me down. Thanks, guys. Guess I'll go with observation haki and Marine 6 styles. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action, join the community now. Chapter 161. Chapter 161. After attending several chat meetings, the group of Hokages found they shared similar perspectives. Since it was Naruto's first time receiving rewards, he needed to acquire abilities that would yield immediate results. This way, he could enhance his chances for future battles. Most of the members here already had techniques like Marine 6 styles, recognizing the value of increasing Konoha's combat power. It's an efficient and good training method for the shinobi of Konoha with minimal room for error. Another option is haki, which syncs well with Naruto. Among the 3 options, this seems to be the best choice. After all, the best sensor from Konoha was Mito Uzumaki. Observation haki will mesh well with Naruto, who is known for his kindness, listens to everyone's suggestions attentively, and decisively makes a choice based on their input. Congratulations on your choices. Congratulations on acquiring observation haki and Marine 6 styles. Rewards will be dispatched after the meeting. With all eyes now on Uchiha Madara, who was in the 3rd position, expectations rise for his choices for the rewards. 3rd place, Uchiha Madara World. Optional rewards, choose one of 2. Reward 1, Armament Haki. Reward 2, a random devil fruit. After considering both options, Madara takes a moment to deliberate and ultimately selects Armament Haki. Considered the strongest and most versatile among the Hokages, Madara had previously acquired the powerful region Jaka through his Zanpakuto. His attack power was already formidable, and opting for Armament Haki complemented his current simplified approach. This technique enhances both attack and defense, with a particular emphasis on fortifying one's defenses. In the world of ninjas, high attack power is a must for cage level shinobi, especially for top-tier ninjas like Uchiha Madara. Having the ability to use S-class ninjutsu, it will grant significant power, but it comes with apparent weaknesses. One major drawback is the notably low defense, even for someone as formidable as Madara and Hashirama himself. Ordinary blades can inflict injuries, although he can use Susanoo for defense. However, this skill is typically reserved for wartime, creating a massive Susanoo capable of defending against attacks from all directions but consuming a considerable amount of chakra. In contrast, Armament Haki is a more versatile choice for normal missions, offering the convenience of being usable anytime, anywhere. Its ease of use and portability make it a practical option, and perhaps it can also be combined with Madara's Susanoo. As for the option of a random devil fruit, Uchiha Madara, indifferent to any specific choice, recognizes that the randomness can yield either a stronger or weaker fruit. Plus, they got and saw a lot of devil fruits when they went on their last adventure, and none of the devil fruit he found were strong ones. Congratulations on your choice. Congratulations on acquiring Armament Haki. Rewards will be issued after the meeting ends. Following the selection of the top 3 rewards, the announcement is made on the screen, revealing the remaining guaranteed rewards for everyone. The remaining ranks are as follows: 4th place, Road to Ninja, Tsunade. 5th place, 1st Hokage Senjo Hashirama. 6th place, 2nd Hokage Senjo Tobirama. 7th place, 5th Hokage Tsunade. 8th place, Tsukuyomi World, 5th Hokage Obito. 9th place, 6th Hokage Kakashi. 10th place, 4th Hokage Minato. 11th place, 6th Hokage Uchiha Sasuke. 12th place, 5th Hokage Kakashi. All the above worlds receive a guaranteed reward. Senzu beans can quickly recover from near-death injuries. The members express satisfaction with this guaranteed reward, especially the Uchiha, but they didn't secure a spot in the top 3, so the rewards are indeed not as impressive. However, when it comes to rewards like senzu beans, it's still quite valuable, being capable of healing any injuries. Regardless of the world, it's considered a scarce commodity. The 2 Tsunades, being strong medical ninjas themselves, don't place much importance on such items. However, others appreciate their guaranteed reward. As all the rewards were announced, the hosts returned to their usual business, engaging in discussions and making plans for the future. Unexpectedly, Sasuke broke the silence. Hey, Naruto. Naruto turned, curiosity flickering in his eyes. What's up? I don't believe you're stronger than me. Let's fight. Sasuke asserted, his voice edged with aggression. Frustration simmered beneath the surface. In his world, he had always considered himself either stronger or on the same level as Naruto. Naruto's expression shifted, a grin spreading across his face. Is that a challenge? You know I'm always ready for a good fight. But this Naruto secured 2nd place upon entering the chat group. While he is 2nd last, intensifies Sasuke's feelings of rivalry. Determined to test the difference in strength between them, Sasuke challenges Naruto, doubting the gap between them. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes with fighting spirit. Okay. Where do we fight? The mention of a battle between the 2 immediately excites the Hokages. Duel field. The chat group has an exclusive duel field. The crowd escorts the 2 combatants to the duel arena, and in an instant, the entire chat group space transforms. The Hokages were already seated on the stands on both sides of the arena, while Naruto and Sasuke stood at both ends of the duel arena. It's about to start. Everyone, let's bet who will win. Tsunade shouted excitedly. Everyone looked towards the odds of the bet. But the 2 Tsunades and Hashirama, already very excited, rushed to place bets. At this point, everyone had accumulated a considerable number of points, having gone through a world mission. Each person held at least 100,000 points, which they hadn't had the opportunity to spend until now. The excitement of the worst gamblers in the shinobi world was almost palpable. Finally, there was a chance to bet, and they hurriedly prepared to place their bets. Their speed is even more exaggerated than Flying Thunder God. The odds between Naruto and Sasuke appeared on the illuminated screen of the duel field. 7th Hokage Naruto, odds 1 to 1. 6th Hokage Sasuke, odds 3 to 1. After seeing the odds, everyone had their calculations in their hearts. It was evident that Naruto was considered better and significantly stronger than Sasuke. At this point, Tsunade boldly invested 10,000 points. Stop it. Are you that confident betting on that Uchiha brat? Tobirama exclaimed, disbelief evident in his voice. Tsunade, why are you in such a hurry? He added, watching her excitement. This is 10,000 points. It's not a joke, he insisted. Despite Tobirama's concerns, Tsunade's confidence was contagious. One by one, the others followed her lead, each investing 10,000 points. Hashirama could only watch in speechless disbelief. The situation felt eerily familiar, and then it hit him, this was exactly how Tsunade had lost all her points last time. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action, join the community now. Chapter 162. Chapter 162. The only thing that could be considered good news was that Tsunade was somewhat wise this time. She didn't bet everything, avoiding a bad situation if things went south. Her demeanor remained unchanged as she placed her points on the one with the highest odds, regardless of the significant difference in strength between the 2 rivals. After placing their bets, everyone's attention shifted to the duel arena where Naruto and Sasuke were getting ready for their showdown. Sasuke, exuding confidence, declared, Naruto, I'll show you how strong I have become. His assurance stemmed from his strength and the confidence gained after killing Danzo and unlocking his potential with the help of super divine water in the last mission. On the opposite side, Naruto appeared much calmer, having faced many challenges, including fighting Sasuke and the strongest Uchiha during the Fourth Ninja War and reaching middle age during his tenure as Hokage. As the duel began, Naruto activated Sage Mode, which covered his entire body with the golden Nine Tails chakra, instantly reaching his strongest state. Sasuke was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, "What's this?" Disbelievingly, he wondered when Naruto had acquired such flashy abilities. The other Hokages, watching the match, were impressed. Minato remarked proudly, "My son has learned Sage chakra," recognizing the utilization of Senjutsu along with Nine Tails. Unable to dwell on Naruto's newfound strength, Sasuke swiftly activated his Mangekyou Sharingan and summoned Susanoo. The two collided in a fierce clash. However, there was nothing more to describe the collision. Naruto's power was overwhelming compared to Sasuke's Susanoo, and he didn't even need to use his signature jutsu. Naruto scratched his head, looking rather calm. "Hey, this Sasuke is weaker than my Sasuke. Naruto is stronger than me." On the flip side, Sasuke began to question life. "Naruto, what's going on? Why are you so much stronger than me? I couldn't even use a single ninjutsu yet. You can completely crush me in both speed and strength. How did you get this powerful?" Seventh Hokage Naruto, having undergone many battles, had experienced much more than Sasuke. Not to mention inheriting the Sage of Six Paths during the Ninja World War and numerous strength improvements later on. It was no wonder Sasuke found himself overmatched at this stage. Obito, his excitement palpable, exclaimed, "It's so cool. I've made a lot of money." Minato laughed, shaking his head. "Haha. Do you doubt my son's strength?" Kakashi, with a proud smile, chimed in, as expected of Naruto. The group shared a joyous laugh, all having bet on Naruto and reaping their rewards. However, the only discontented person in the group was the Tsunade duo and Hashirama. 10,000 points. 10,000 points gone. Tsunade exclaimed, letting out a howl. For others, more points meant more earnings, but for her, it was the complete opposite. The more points she gained, the more she lost. "I'm going to find someone to," Tsunade declared, clenching her fist. Losing the gamble meant she had to fight hard and let out her frustration. She scanned the present Hokages and then pointed to Ryan. Hashirama called out, "Suna, wait. We can ask Tobirama and Madara for points if we need more." Tsunade and Tobirama both looked at him sharply and denied it. "Hell no. Ryan. Come and fight with me." Hearing her challenge, the other Hokages turned with great interest. Tsunade versus Ryan. Such a battle promised to be very interesting. Ryan smiled in response. There was no need for excuses, he entered the arena confidently. "Then come on. I haven't gone all out since last time. After getting the limit breaker. Even I don't know how strong I am. Well, let's seize this chance to put it to the test," Ryan thought. Tsunade also enters the arena, and Ryan just stands opposite, his body looking very relaxed, not even moving. There was no intention to release any ninjutsu. Seeing him like this, Tsunade was very upset. "Ryan. I didn't challenge you to take it easy on me," she said to him. Ryan just loosened his shoulders. "This time, I've decided not to use any ninjutsu or dojutsu. I'll only use pure taijutsu to fight with you." His words sent a ripple of shock through the gathering of Hokages. "Are you out of your mind?" Tobirama exclaimed, narrowing his eyes skeptically. "Don't underestimate him," Hashirama interjected, trying to maintain some level of calm. "He must have confidence in his taijutsu skills." "Taijutsu alone?" Minato raised an eyebrow, doubt evident in his tone. Does he really believe he can outmatch Tsunade in that arena? The question hung heavily in the air. Tsunade, renowned for her formidable chakra-enhanced strength, was a powerhouse in combat. The idea of anyone let alone Ryan challenging her to a test of raw strength seemed ludicrous. What kind of strategy is that? Kakashi muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Does he not realize the risks? As they exchanged glances, the uncertainty was palpable. A contest of pure strength against Tsunade? It was a gamble that could easily backfire. Tsunade was also very surprised. "Since you say so," she began, "then I won't hold back." Saying that, Tsunade moved directly near Ryan, with the chakra condensed on her fist, ready to unleash her terrifying punch. Ryan saw the situation in front of him and with a slight movement, he waved his fist. Boom. The two fists faced each other, and a terrifying shockwave erupted immediately. Under the shock, it felt like the entire arena was trembling slightly. As the smoke cleared up, the eyes of the audience present widened instantly in disbelief. Ryan still maintained the posture of his casual punching. As for Tsunade, she flew and was stuck in the arena's wall. She was defeated with a single punch. Hashirama's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, did I see that right? Has Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strength failed? Tobirama stared at the unfolding scene, a mix of astonishment and skepticism on his face. No way. That can't be possible. She's always been a force to be reckoned with. How could she let her guard down like this? No. It's just Ryan's physical strength is greater than Tsunade. Madara said with a surprise. Tsunade stood up from where she was, looking confused. When attacking just now, Tsunade felt nothing but an overwhelming force of terror from Ryan's punch, and then she flew out like a kite with a broken string, with no power to fight back. As one of the two sides of the battle, Tsunade knew better than the audience. Ryan's strength completely crushed her. Hashirama looked interested. Is Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strength can't even delay Ryan's punch? I'm a little intrigued. The same sentiment echoed from second Hokage Tobirama. Perhaps it's a new kind of taijutsu or another forbidden ninjutsu. Dash. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action. Join the community now. Chapter 163. Chapter 163. Tobirama, renowned for his discerning eyes, couldn't help but sigh. Ryan's strength is truly becoming more and more extraordinary. Every group meeting his strength surpasses another level. During every Hokage meeting, Madara, Sasuke, and the members who joined the chat group later expressed their surprise at Ryan's astonishing power. Ryan's number 1 ranking in the leaderboard was not without reason. The most curious about Ryan was Naruto, a recent addition. While older members were grown adapted, they somewhat understood the capabilities of those present. However, Ryan's strength, akin to that of a monster, was an enigma, especially for Naruto who was quite new to the group. Among the members, Ryan was the most mysterious figure. He had never encountered or even heard about him in his world. Thus, witnessing Ryan's formidable strength left him even more astonished. Ryan smiled in response, maintaining his characteristic low-key demeanor. His recent display of power was merely from an ordinary punch, a testament to his restraint. Otherwise, with his current powers, he could be deemed to have surpassed the second-tier level. A formidable force, even posing a potential threat to Tsunade. After the battle concluded, a collective silence settled over everyone, awaiting the next development. Naruto, unaware of what was about to unfold, observed the reactions of others and remained silent. Soon, a notification from the chat group interrupted the stillness. The multiverse travel event is about to begin. Excitement rippled through everyone upon hearing this announcement. The much-anticipated last highlight of the meeting was finally approaching. Each meeting will open a portal to a new world and release the multiverse missions. After completing the missions, you will earn reward points which you can use to obtain items from the chat store. Treasures obtained in other world can also be exchanged for points. During the missions, the respective worlds will be in a time static, waiting for you to complete the mission and come back. A note of caution followed. After dying in the mission, the member's world you belong to will also be destroyed, and it will be forever lost. As this information sank in, the new member in the chat group considerately explained the rules of the multiverse missions. All were in high spirits, eager to embark on their next adventure. Ryan, however, turned his attention to Naruto. Naruto, do you understand the risks? Do you still want to participate? He inquired. Since it was Naruto's first time attending the group meeting, the decision to join the mission rested entirely on his shoulders. Unlike other Hokages, Ryan didn't insist on such matters. The mission could start with just 10 participants, and Naruto's absence wouldn't impact the travel function. After hearing Ryan's question, Naruto took a moment to think. His gaze shifted toward the others, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, and even his father, all displaying eager grins in anticipation. Sasuke stood quietly, pride evident in his posture, while Kakashi smiled with a more measured caution. Seeing the reactions, especially the confidence in his father's eyes, Naruto's resolve solidified. What's there to be afraid of? I'm in, he declared decisively, his voice strong. The Hokages, upon hearing his decision, erupted into a mix of excited cheers. Okay. Now everyone's ready. Tsunade said with a grin, her eagerness apparent. I've been looking forward to it for half a year. I can't wait any longer. Sasuke added, his voice laced with both pride and impatience. The last time we visited a world, it was simple, but we also gained a significant harvest, Tobirama noted, his cautious nature bubbling to the surface. But we shouldn't underestimate what's coming next. It's like a super family picnic. Naruto chimed in, clearly excited, while Madara's eyes gleamed with greed. The spoils could be even greater this time, Madara mused. Why settle for less? Minato, standing calmly beside Kakashi, couldn't help but share in the thrill of the unknown. I wonder what the world will be like this time, he said with a smile, though he remained watchful of the group's next steps. Recalling the positive experience of the pirate world from their last adventure, each Hokage had their motivations. Some, like Tsunade and Naruto, sought new excitement and discoveries. Others, like Sasuke and Madara, were drawn by the potential for power and wealth. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Tobirama remained ever vigilant. But despite their different feelings, one thing was certain: they were ready for the challenge. Simultaneously, there were concerns and worries in their hearts. Exploring brand new worlds was no laughing matter. Inadequate strength or lack of caution could lead to unexpected consequences. Each Hokage harbored a secret wariness as they prepared for the upcoming mission. Ryan joined the conversation with a laugh. I don't know which world we're heading to this time, but I'm looking forward to it. At that moment, Minato took the opportunity to explain numerous details to Naruto. He outlined specifics, such as time standing still in their world during the mission. Upon completing the task and returning, they would be rewarded with a substantial number of points. These points can be exchanged for various rewards at the mall, where you can exchange them for all sorts of things. However, there are also disadvantages. Once dead, not just Naruto himself, but the entire world he lives in will be destroyed. Upon hearing this, Naruto didn't feel scared. His eyes became firmer, and he declared, even if it's dangerous, we must go because there is still a new adventure waiting for me. Date bail. Naruto's resolute attitude brought smiles to everyone else. The first Hokage, Hashirama, praised him, saying, that's great, Naruto. This belief is worthy of being a Hokage. At that moment, the notification tone of the chat group echoed in the conference space once again. Ding. The mission of the multiversal travel world is open. Everyone's attention was focused, awaiting the content of the next world. Soon, the other world they were about to join was selected. Ding. The world draw is complete. Other world, the world Shinigami. Shinigami world. Naruto wondered. What kind of world is this? The same Shinigami as in Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Observing the newly selected other world, everyone looked puzzled. The name Shinigami suggested it wasn't a simple world, given its connection to matters of life and death. In response to their curiosity, Ryan explained, the Zanpakuto and the complete Keto Encyclopedia are from the Shinigami world. This time, luck can be considered a bit bad. But our strength at the moment has gone through many evolutions, should be enough to deal with them. But don't let your guard down for a moment. After listening to Ryan's explanation, everyone nodded. At that moment, the notification of the chat group sounded again. Mission released. Mission 1, defeat Kurosaki Ichigo. Mission 2, defeat Aizen, Waiwak, and Genryu Saishigakuni Yamamoto. Mission 3, completely defeat the three forces of Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the Shiden Barike. Upon seeing the posted tasks, Ryan's complexion couldn't help but change slightly. Are we against the whole world again? These 3 tasks require us to take down all the factions in the entire Shinigami world. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action. Join the community now. Chapter 164. Chapter 164. Ryan is aware that this mission poses more difficulty than the previous one in the One Piece world. The strength of the Shinigami, humans, Quincy, Hollows, and Eren Cars should not be underestimated. The 3 missions require them to defeat formidable enemies, increasing the level of challenge with each. The first task is particularly challenging, defeating Kurosaki Ichigo. Similar to the Straw Hats, they are also considered the chosen protagonist of the world. However, there is a difference. When they visited the pirate world, the members of the Straw Hats had not yet reached their ultimate strength. Unlike that scenario, Kurosaki Ichigo has already reached a very advanced strength stage. The Hokages, especially some of the weaker ones like Kakashi from the Hiruzen's world, can't defeat him alone. The second and third tasks are interconnected. Defeating Aizen, Waiwak, and Yamamoto Genryusai, who lead their respective factions, essentially means overcoming the 3 major forces in the Shinigami world with thousands of years of history. It's a battle against the entire world in countless eras. Ryan takes a moment to think and then addresses the group. Okay, before starting on this mission, let me provide you with an overview of this world. As Ryan spoke, all members fell silent, attentively listening to every word. It appears to be a battle against the strongest in that world. This mission is not that simple, Ryan emphasizes. First, Tsunade is a city in the center of Soul Society and serves as the headquarters of the Shinigami. Its leader is Genryusai Shigakuni Yamamoto, the captain of the Godiai 13's first division and the most powerful Shinigami alive. His Zanpakuto is the oldest and most powerful fire-type Zanpakuto, and has greater offensive power than all other Zanpakuto in Soul Society. The Hokages are well aware that they must not underestimate their adversaries in this mission. Uchiha Madara contemplates the Zanpakuto in his hand, acknowledging its formidable power. If you meet a mild-featured man with brown scholarly hair with square glasses, along with soft brown eyes, be very careful. The special ability of his Zanpakuto Kakasujutsu is that it controls the 5 senses to the point where it can make the target misinterpret another person's form, shape, mass, feel, and smell to be an enemy's. Once everyone is prepared, Ryan stands up and says, okay, let's go. Following his words, a colorful light door instantly appears in the conference room. The Hokages, feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation, enter the colorful light gate. The moment they step in, the channel between the chat group and the Shinigami world opens, and the group of 12 figures disappears from the conference space. Shinigami world. Soul Society. Suddenly, a portal made of light materialized out of nowhere. Ryan and the others exited the light portal, a familiar experience from their last mission. Having learned from their previous encounters, the first order of business was clear to everyone: claim their ranking rewards. Strengthening themselves before facing the upcoming challenges was deemed necessary. Withdraw rewards. With a unanimous confirmation, a colorful glow instantly enveloped everyone. Ryan, being the first, saw 3 new items materialize on his person: Conqueror's Haki, Perfect Super Divine Water, and Senzu Beans. Conqueror's Haki manifested directly in him, and though outwardly unchanged, Ryan sensed profound transformations within his soul. It felt as if a regal force, aspiring to command the entire world, coursed through him. Familiar with this sensation due to his role as the unifier of the entire ninja world, Ryan adapted to it instantly. Without hesitation, Ryan also consumed the Perfect Super Divine Water. As the liquid passed his lips, an intense pain surged through his body, torturing every cell. Fortunately, the agony was fleeting, lasting only a few seconds. The side effects dissipated, leaving behind a noticeable enhancement in his body and chakra reserves. Pleased with the evident improvements, Ryan silently nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the potential for accelerated growth. Regarding the Senzu Bean, a potent life-saving medicine, Ryan chose to store it for later. On another front, Naruto acquired 2 new powers, feeling a surge of excitement as a novel force manifested within him. The heightened senses allowed him to detect movements in distant places with a mere bit of concentration. After experimenting with observation haki, Naruto opened his eyes excitedly, expressing his satisfaction. This feeling. It's not much worse than Sage's perception. Well worth the reward, he exclaimed. Regarding the Marine 6 styles, Naruto didn't rush into studying it. The other Hokages maintained their current strength levels and stored away the Senzu Beans acquired this time. Recognizing the bean's value as a life-saving measure, they decided to reserve them for the most critical moments when their efficacy could be maximized. Once everyone had redeemed their rewards, they set out. Stay vigilant, everyone. Underestimating the enemy is not an option. The adversaries we face this time have the strength to destroy continents, and their abilities are no joke, warned Ryan. His words were met with cautious nods from the Hokages. Each of them, seasoned in the ways of the ninja and having faced numerous battles, understood the importance of not underestimating their opponents. For this mission, Ryan opted not to divide the group into separate teams but instead chose for everyone to go together. Knowing the fixed locations of Waiwak and the others, they focused on concentrating their strength to swiftly and decisively eliminate their targets. We are currently on the outskirts of Tsunade, Rukonga. Make your way to Tsunade swiftly. Our mission goals are all centered there, Ryan reminded them. The group dispersed at high speed, heading towards Tsunade. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara noticed something hidden in the bushes along the road. What is that? It seems to be watching us, he remarked. The Hokages halted and directed their attention towards the bushes. At that moment, the hidden figure revealed itself. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action. Join the community now. Chapter 165. Chapter 165. From the clearing emerged a colossal figure, its form entirely devoid of any recognizable biological features. However, a distinctive feature stood out: a long, white nose mask. Sensing human presence, the creature swiftly advanced toward the life signals. Tisk, that's an ugly being, remarked Tsunade, visibly irritated. What kind of creature is this? Tobirama inquired with curiosity. He keenly sensed its uniqueness, distinct from ordinary or even chakra beasts. This is a unique creature in this world, replied Ryan. It's a hollows or a race of creatures that are born from human souls who, for various reasons, do not cross over to soul society after their death and stay in the human world for too long. They are corrupt spirits with supernatural powers which devour the souls of both living and deceased humans. Without hesitation, Ryan instructed, when you encounter this creature, just kill it directly. The Hokages nodded in agreement after receiving Ryan's explanation. Hollows come in different grades, Ryan continued. In the future, some may even evolve into something resembling a human. The one before us now is not very high level. The colossal hollow approached him as Ryan spoke, casting a dark shadow above his head. Is there anything to watch out for? Kakashi inquired, jotting down notes. Ryan pondered briefly before stating, there's nothing special. They're just nuisances, eliminate them without hesitation. With those words, he raised his fist and delivered a powerful punch into the hollow's body, resulting in a resounding boom. A massive hole appeared in the middle of the hollow. The scenery behind the hole became visible, catching the hollow off guard. In a moment of unawareness, the hollow slowly drifted away, ultimately disappearing an instant kill by Ryan. Let's move quickly, Ryan urged, not bothering to inspect the defeated creature. Grab the samples and make a swift exit. Once they departed, a thin figure emerged at the scene, an unremarkable boy who observed Hollow's death with a lingering fear, admiring the backs of the hollow killers. So strong, he mumbled, captivated by their prowess. Guiding the group forward, Ryan led them at a rapid pace, swiftly traversing the expansive area outside Tsurade. Upon entering Tsurade, Ryan relied on his instincts to search for the elusive Wandenreich, a name that means the Invisible Empire. Despite scouring the human world and Wiggomundo many times, Shinigami were never able to locate their headquarters, as it was cleverly concealed within the shadows of Tsurade's buildings. In this covert mission, the group split into several teams, each pursuing individual objectives. To avoid confronting formidable adversaries, strategic divisions were made, with Sasuke, Naruto, and 2 Kakashi forming one team, and Hashirama, Tobirama, 5th Hokage Tsunade, and Obito comprising another. In Ryan's group, which stood out as the most formidable, Uchiha Madara, Road to Ninja Tsunade, and Minato joined him. Ryan believed that if anyone could locate the target, it would be their group. Leading them into the area, a tall figure suddenly materialized, a tall man with a long face, broad chin, and pronounced cheekbones. He has long black hair, which reaches to his lower back, and reddish-brown eyes with thin eyebrows and a black robe, precisely one of their sought-after targets. Waiwak. The symbol of Waiwak's ability, the Almighty, manifested when Ryan and the others entered the Wandenreich. Waiwak detected them, recognizing the intrusion. Minato remarked, "Oh, it seems our cover got blown." A subtle smile crossed Ryan's face as he calmly declared, "This isn't just any man. He is the son of the creator of this world. We've located our target." Upon hearing Ryan's words, the Hokages rallied, relieved that their half-day journey might finally yield results. Waiwak, on the other hand, displayed a hint of surprise. "You know, it's unusual," he commented. "You guys are not Shinigami, nor Quincy. How did you manage to find this place?" While Waiwak asserted the Almighty, it wasn't absolute. The Hokages hailed from 12 distinct worlds, a fact beyond Waiwak's all-encompassing knowledge, demonstrating the limitations of his purported abilities. But does he possess knowledge of the other worlds? At this moment, Waiwak remains clueless about the origin of the opposing party, instilling a sense of wariness in him. His attention shifts to Uchiha Madara and Tsunade, both following the path of the ninja, primarily because they carry Zanpakuto on their bodies, resembling Shinigami. Your weapons. I feel somewhat familiar. Zanpakuto. Waiwak inquires, seeking further clarification on their attributes. Several Hokages exchange glances as Madara confidently steps forward. Leave this guy to me first. It's been a long time since I had a good fight, he declares, prompting Ryan, Tsunade, and Minato to quickly step back, displaying their confidence in their comrade. Uchiha Madara approaches Waiwak, confidently drawing his Zanpakuto. On the B, he announces, revealing his weapon. The moment Waiwak witnesses this attack, an unprecedented shock appears on his face. Is that Shigekuni Yamamoto's Zanpakuto? How dare it be in your possession? Waiwak questioned, his voice laced with incredulity and a hint of menace. For Shinigami, Zanpakuto serves as a symbol of the soul, with each individual's weapon being unique. The fact that Uchiha Madara wields Yamamoto's Zanpakuto defies the most basic principle of soul society. Without explaining, Madara rushes forward. Seizing the opponent's momentary chaos, he unleashes a tornado-like flame, shouting, "On the B." Simultaneously, a long sword emitting blue light materializes in Waiwak's hand. Die, invader. Waiwak declares as his weapon collides with Regen Chaka. In that instant, he senses the distinctiveness of Madara. Although it is the same blade, the power and intent of moves are completely different. Not as old-fashioned as old man Yamamoto. Waiwak immediately recognizes the divergence in styles between Uchiha Madara and Yamamoto. Dash. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action. Join the community now. Chapter 166. Chapter 166. After a fierce battle had waged for a while, Waiwak exuded inexplicable confidence. In his mind, his opponent, Madara, was no match for him. Little did he know that Madara had yet to unleash his full strength. He was gathering info on Waiwak's abilities and reserving the power of Regen Chaka. At this crucial moment, Tsunade joined the fray, adding another layer to the unfolding chaos. Fly. Sodi no Shiryugi, she exclaimed, releasing a burst of icy aura that instantly turned the surrounding area into a frozen tableau. Humph, it doesn't work on me. Waiwak sneered, confident in his abilities. Bloodbene Yanhuban, he declared, raising his hand and creating a spherical Reishi defensive field using his body as the center. Waiwak, convinced of his precognition, addressed his opponents. Your Zanpakuto. How long can it deal with my ability? He taunted, considering himself the strongest presence on the battlefield. In his eyes, none could match his strength, and any struggle against him was futile. Unbeknownst to Waiwak, Madara and Tsunade exchanged a knowing smile. Their strength extended beyond their Zanpakuto. Uchiha Madara, with his wood style, summoned Susanoo, a colossal giant that transformed Regen Chaka into a massive blade, igniting the sky with flames. Simultaneously, Tsunade delivered a powerful punch directly at Waiwak. The impact sent Waiwak soaring through the air, a look of shock etched across his face. Perplexed, he questioned the unfolding events, unable to comprehend the nature of the abilities displayed by his opponents. Despite considering himself all-knowing, Waiwak found himself at the mercy of unprecedented and unanticipated powers. As the attacks continued relentlessly, Waiwak was forced to dodge, his thoughts interrupted by the overwhelming onslaught of his opponent's newfound abilities. In the end, Waiwak's overconfidence led to a careless move, and he found himself knocked down to the ground. The once confident expression on his face twisted into an ugly grimace. Since that's the case, he muttered, a hint of frustration in his voice. I have to use a stronger move. Waiwak declared, preparing to reveal his final, trump card, a desperate maneuver to absorb all his subordinates' lives and abilities into his own body, reaching what he considered a perfect condition. However, as Waiwak initiated this crucial ability, an expression of extreme shock replaced his determination. No. What's going on here? Why can't I foresee their future? He exclaimed, his disbelief evident. Even the earlier blows from Uchiha Madara and Tsunade hadn't unsettled him as much as this unforeseen turn of events. Despite being knocked down, Waiwak realized that his other potential cards were gone, leaving him without any remaining trump cards. Panic and confusion etched across his face, and beads of cold sweat broke out on his skin. The situation was entirely out of Waiwak's control. Despite being the master of the Invisible Empire, he found himself facing an opponent he couldn't under. At that moment, Ryan stood before him, accompanied by others like Jugram Hashwolf, Pernida Parncages, Askinak Elivar, and more Waiwak's once loyal subordinates. To Waiwaka's bewilderment, these former faithful followers now regarded him with a strange and indifferent gaze, as if he were the enemy. Ryan, with a relaxed and happy expression, revealed the shocking truth. Just now, while you were occupied with my friends, I've dealt with all your minions. It's a lot easier than I thought it would be. The contradiction of the situation struck Waiwaka with disbelief. These elite members of his once formidable force, capable of effortlessly defeating all the Shinigami captains, were now extinct within a matter of minutes at the hands of Ryan. The reality was as unbelievable as Ryan's casual demeanor in the face of this unexpected triumph. Waiwaka, struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events, asked with difficulty, "What did you do to them?" Ryan, with a calm demeanor, simply explained, "It's nothing, they just all became my subordinates." During the battle between Waiwaka and the Hokages, Ryan had also entered the fray, ready to ensure the confrontation remained undisturbed. Ryan efficiently froze one of Waiwaka's subordinates and grabbed them by the neck, using the King of Hell that compelled immediate obedience. In moments, Waiwaka's once rebellious subordinates became docile under Ryan's reign. Members with spiritual desires within their bodies were dealt with swiftly, as Ryan continued to gain control over them one by one. In just a few minutes, all of Waiwaka's subordinates were instigated and controlled by Ryan. Minato, observing nearby, was surprised by the ease with which Ryan handled the situation, recognizing Ryan's growing strength. Waiwaka, now completely wilted, realized his utter helplessness against these formidable opponents. Ryan, not sure to be able to control Waiwaka, directly sealed him. At this crucial moment, a familiar notification tone echoed in their minds, signaling a message from the chat group. The system prompt indicated the progress of the task, to defeat Waiwaka, completed. The group was reminded to complete the other two tasks for rich rewards. Ryan and his allies felt relieved, confident that Waiwaka was now sealed inside the King of Hell. The system's confirmation reassured them of the efficacy of the King of Hell in restraining souls. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action, join the community now. Chapter 167, Chapter 167. Ryan defeated Waiwaka and the Quincy, shattering the Wanden directly in the process. The aftermath sent ripples through the entire Soul Society and the vast Shinigami world. Countless formidable Shinigami had sensed it and were left bewildered. The mystery deepened as the news spread. The Shinigami, especially those who had encountered Waiwaka, knew the magnitude of his strength. The Wanden had always been their formidable adversary, destined to be their greatest challenge. Surprisingly, it was obliterated by an unknown group, individuals whose strength and identities were a complete mystery. The older Shinigamis, who had faced Waiwaka thousands of years ago under the leadership of the venerable Yamamoto, understood the colossal threat he posed. Yet, the recent events showcased an incomprehensible power gap. Waiwaka's strength had evolved to a level that surpassed their memories of the old battles. The shock resonated within Godi I-13 as the news reached them. Old Man Yamamoto, the leader of the Shinigami, issued a command for all captains to convene urgently. In the captains' meeting room, faces of disbelief and confusion greeted each other. Yamamoto spoke with urgency, his voice sharp and commanding. "Spread the word. Summon all the captains to an immediate meeting. This news must be disseminated throughout the entire Soul Society without delay. Prepare for the highest level of alert." As the captains gathered, Yamamoto shared the astonishing development. The room fell into stunned silence. Shunsui Kiraku, known for his composure, couldn't hide his shock. Amid the turmoil, nobody noticed his uncharacteristic reaction. "Captain, is this information reliable?" Kiraku questioned, mirroring the disbelief that echoed through the room. Yamamoto nodded gravely. "Yes, it's confirmed. Furthermore, it appears the assailants didn't just defeat Waiwaka. The situation is more dire than we thought." The air hung heavy with the weight of the unknown, leaving everyone grappling with the chilling reality of an unprecedented threat. After exchanging crucial information, the captain issued a resolute command. "Starting today, all teams, immediately assume a state of emergency preparation. Everyone must be ready to unleash your Zanpakuto at a moment's notice. Beware of all outsiders. Also, send a message to Kurosaki Ichigo and the Kisokura requesting support in times of urgency." In the human world, Kurosaki Ichigo and his friends were equally shocked upon hearing the news. The unprecedented strength and anonymity of the enemy left them concerned. Even with their group and the multitude of Shinigami captains, injuring the Waiwaka was far from guaranteed. Unexpectedly, someone else had already taken action and vanquished Waiwaka. Kisuke and his associates tirelessly searched for news, eager to uncover the identity of the mysterious attackers. In the lowest level of the underground prison, Infernal Hell, Aizen was serving a sentence of at least 200,000 years, his eyes and mouth sealed. However, Aizen found a way to glean information from the outside world. Upon hearing about Waiwaka's demise, a smug smile graced Aizen's face. "How intriguing. It seems this world has intriguing visitors." He mused, uncertain of when the constraints on his face had disappeared. "It's only a matter of time before I'm released." "Captain Yamamoto, don't you think so?" With Waiwaka vanquished, all the Hokages gathered together, though the members of the other two teams were displeased. Despite the happiness of the mission being accomplished, that was something to celebrate. They hadn't even had a chance to witness Waiwaka's strength. Ryan and the others had swiftly resolved the situation. Having dealt with Waiwaka, they now had the opportunity to explore this new world. Breaking into the Soul Society, Minato raced ahead, eager to discover what lay beyond. On the contrary, Tobirama seemed engrossed, surveying various corners of the world with intense focus. Aside from him, hardly anyone paid attention to these matters. "So, this is the world of souls, hey? Fascinating. It certainly feels different from the living world almost, heavier, yet full of potential. The power structures here are far more intricate than anything we've encountered in our world. I see. I wonder if I can get an inspiration for." Tobirama muttered to himself while engrossed in his studies, continuously sealing various items into the scroll in his hands. Among all the Hokage present, Tobirama's scientific research prowess was unmatched. His ability to sense the soul was unparalleled, being the creator of ninjutsu like impure world reincarnation, showcasing a deep understanding of the soul and death beyond ordinary comprehension. In Soul Society, Tobirama's gains were substantial. In just a few hours, he amassed a wealth of materials for future ninjutsu studies. However, not all Hokage shared Tobirama's seriousness. Most were thrilled by the prospect of exploring this new world. Tsunade exclaimed, "It's so much fun. Different world, completely different style. Thanks to the chat group, we can witness all of this," she added, sparking agreement from the other Hokages who found the experience equally fascinating. Amidst the excitement, Naruto, experiencing this world for the first time, was utterly speechless and shocked. Indeed, doing paperwork all day is too boring. After a brief moment of awe, Ryan addressed the other hosts. "Okay, everyone, get ready. We're starting a new battle right away. We've resolved one mission, Waiwaka. Next up, Godi I-13. Upon hearing Ryan's words, the group rallied. The hosts from the two teams were particularly eager, having observed the intensity of Ryan's team in the previous skirmish. Although they had just arrived in this world and hadn't fought any battles, the prospect of immediate combat lifted their spirits. "Okay, let's go." Guiding the Hokages, Ryan led them towards Godi I-13, preparing to face its members. The Hokages, numbering 12 against the 10 captains of Godi I-13, welcomed the challenge, eager for direct one-on-one duels. "Leave the strongest one to me," Ryan declared, charging towards the captain's territory. After all, in this world, many plans have been ongoing for centuries. But one thing they all have in common is how to defeat Genryu Saishigakuni Yamamoto. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action, join the community now. Chapter 168, Chapter 168. Captain Yamamoto prepared to examine new information on Wandenreich, when suddenly, he sensed a formidable aura rapidly approaching me. He furrowed his brows. "On guard. The enemy is coming," he commanded, gesturing towards the energy source. He gazed in the direction of that intense presence. "It's such a strange aura. It's not right so, but it exudes a strong sense of oppression. Could this be the unknowns who defeated Waiwaka?" Yamamoto pondered, already harboring suspicions. Without hesitation, he discarded his worn coat, revealing a scarred yet robust physique. He held a walking stick in his hand, and flames ignited around him. In an instant, his walking stick transformed into a Zanpakuto. Simultaneously, Ryan appeared before him. Observing Yamamoto, commander of the Godi I-13 preparations, Ryan offered a slight smile. "It seems you're ready for a fight," he remarked. "Enough with the chatter. Let's fight," Yamamoto declared. With those words, Ryan vanished instantly. Yamamoto expressed mild surprise. Regent chakras erupted into hot red flames, swiftly slashing behind him. As the flames dissipated, Ryan stood unscathed before him. You're quite old, but your reflexes are impressive, Ryan commented, acknowledging Yamamoto's ability to match his speed. Why, precisely, do you think I have served as captain commander of the Godi I-13 for 1,000 years? Because in all those 1,000 years, no Shinigami was born to rival me in strength. But the Soul Society's strongest Shinigami, Yamamoto, fell short according to their respective levels. In Ryan's grasp, the truth-seeking ball transformed into a golden, long sword. Golden will reincarnation explosion, he exclaimed, unleashing a mighty force that slashed at Yamamoto. Regent Chakra. Yamamoto's blade erupted into wild flames, resembling a volcanic eruption, colliding fiercely with Ryan's attack. Following an explosion, a terrifying shockwave emanated between them, sweeping away everything nearby. Buildings were obliterated, turning the surroundings into a desolate plain. As expected, Ryan calmly remarked, holding the golden sword. There are few who can match me. You're one of them. Be cautious, though. Upon hearing Ryan's words, Yamamoto's eyes froze instantly. The opponent's recent move left him feeling immensely drained, almost unable to block it. Why are such monsters unknown? Yamamoto wondered, taking a deep breath and displaying a dark expression. Go to Mugen and release Aizen, he commanded his adjutant, deciding to unleash Aizen, who was imprisoned. In this moment of intense confrontation, there seemed to be no other choice. Simultaneously, Yamamoto's blade, the form of an ancient and worn-out katana, was severely scorched by fire. Zankan no Tachi, he declared, facing the formidable adversary, Ryan. Choosing Bankai directly, he unleashed East, Rising Sun Edge. The clash between the two was instantaneous. Observing Ryan's tyrannical and terrifying strength, Yamamoto's adjutant swiftly rushed to hell to release Aizen. Aware of the urgency, he recognized that Yamamoto might not be able to last much longer. As the idea took hold, he was taken aback. Never before had he imagined that Yamamoto's strength would surpass that of the entire Soul Society. Despite facing a powerful opponent he could hardly handle, he knew seeking Aizen's help was imperative. Arriving in Central Great Underground Prison's 8th level Mugen, Aizen was already there, waiting, and before he could make a plea, Aizen was already in motion. I know why you're here. Seeking help, right? Release me quickly, or your captain might meet an unfortunate fate. As Aizen rushed to the battlefield, Yamamoto was already battered, bruised, and panting, looking defeated. Aizen was even taken aback by the state of the captain commander. Arriving in record time, it didn't take Aizen a minute. Was Ryan's strength truly this formidable? Even during this brief period, the captain commander struggled to hold on. Observing Aizen's arrival, Ryan wasn't surprised. Aizen's Sasuke, he remarked casually. Also, if you both attack together, you might pose a slight threat. With those words, a more potent chakra erupted from Ryan's body, catching the attention of both Yamamoto and Aizen. Could it be that Ryan hadn't been fighting seriously until now? Was he merely toying with Yamamoto? Had 90 black coffin. Aizen, raising his hand, cast a high-level kid, shooting a giant black coffin directly into place, attempting to control Ryan. Had no 99, 5 swirling dragons of destruction technique. Another powerful Kido followed. The giant dragon formed by 5 rides arose from the ground, crushing everything into powder. Yamamoto also unleashed his ultimate move, Zankan no Tachi, South, Great Burial Ranks of the 10 trillion fire dead. It was a desperate attempt against Ryan's overwhelming strength. Too weak. Ryan's voice sounded incredibly calm. Yamatsu Hirasaka, he intoned, and in an instant, he vanished from the spot, reappearing directly behind the two. 80 God's vacuum attack. Using his mastery of chakra, Ryan gathered it in his palms and then manifested it around his arms to enhance his attacks into a sequence of countless fists in the air. The chakra transformed into countless massive fists, bombarding Yamamoto and Aizen, causing even the entire sky to shake violently. After half an hour, the dust settled. The chief captain lay on the ground with scars covering his body, and the same fate befell Aizen. Ryan stood atop the two, suspended in midair, as he activated the King of Hell. Simultaneously, the notification sound of the chat group echoed. Ding. The task is completed. Defeat Yamamoto of Yamamoto to complete. Ding. The task is completed. Defeat Aizen to complete. Please complete the last task as soon as possible. Upon hearing these notifications, the Hokages and other locations were in high spirits. Ryan is so fast. Then I have to speed up the progress, exclaimed the first Hokage, Hashirama. As he looked at his opponent, teammate captain, Kuraka Shunsui, Hashirama apologized. Sorry, I wanted to play a little longer. It looks like it's going to be a quick battle. Hashirama clapped his hands together, and a black eye shadow appeared directly on his face. Sage mode. Shunsui's face gradually turned serious. Are you serious, old man? Bankai Kaiden Kaikotsu, Karamatsu Shinjei. Kuraka Shunsui unleashed his own Bankai. However, the next moment, his eyes froze instantly. Majestic attire, Susanoo drew several thousand hands. Dash. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action. Join the community now. Chapter 169. Chapter 169. Majestic armor, Susanoo drew several thousand hands. The gigantic wooden golem appeared before Kuraka Shunsui. Then came the terrifying fist attack, 8 into bombs. Boom, boom, boom. After the earth-shaking bombardment, Kuraka Shunsui fell to the ground, his fate uncertain. First Hokage Hashirama looked at the fallen captain. Perhaps that was a bit too much, he mused. Ryan advised against killing them all. Let's wait for him to handle his battle. He glanced at the other Shinigami surrounding him, members of Teammate. At this moment, their bodies were trembling in fear. Meanwhile, in another battle, second Hokage Tobirama faced off against the captain of the stealth force, Sui FNG. I hear you're famous for your incredible speed, Tobirama said. Let me test it out. In an instant, the two figures vanished. Famous, hey? I'm glad my reputation precedes me. But talk is cheap. Let's see if you can keep up. Jackarate Ben. A gold armor missile launcher base encases Sui FNG's right arm. Your attack is too slow to be a shinobi, Tobirama remarked calmly. Flying Thunder God slash. One strike. It was over. Fifth Hokage Tsunade faced Torabashi RJR. Tsunade clapped her hands, activating Sage mode. Her strange power fist attacked fiercely. Bankai, Kinsara dance troupe. Boom. Tsunade's fist landed on her opponent's face without mercy. The genjutsu of this level is too weak, she said coldly. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato faced the captain of the 5th division, Shinji Hiriko. Bastard. Shinji was already drenched in sweat from the beginning. The strength of his opponent was simply overwhelming. Like a golden flash, Minato moved so quickly that Shinji couldn't keep up. Even when he wanted to release his Bankai, he couldn't locate Minato. Moreover, Minato possessed a skill that allowed him to teleport. I've invented some new variations of Raise Nan, Minato said, sounding disappointed. But it looks like they won't be necessary this time. Let's finish this quickly. Sage mode. 6th Hokage Obito opponent, Team 6 captain, Byakuya Kokiki. State your name and purpose. You stand before Byakuya Kokiki, captain of the 6th division of the Godi I-13. Hey there. You must be the one of the nobles, the leader was talking about. So scary. Ooh, I'm shaking in my boots. Bankai, Senbonzakura Keiyoshi. Susanoo. Facing countless attacks from Byakuya Kokiki, Obito activated Susanoo, using its superior defense to protect his entire body. Despite the relentless onslaught from his opponent, every attack proved futile against Susanoo's impenetrable defense. King Baboon Zabimaru. Abarai Renji joined the fray to assist Byakuya. Just as their combined attack was about to hit Obito, the attacks passed through him. Kamui. This facial ninjutsu was unknown to them, leaving them bewildered. 2 against 1, how despicable. I'm deadly serious, when I need to be. But right now, it's playtime. Ready or not, here I come. Obito said in a sing-song voice. Suddenly, a raging flame erupted from his body. Mare fruit. Let me introduce you to its power. Boom. Flames soared into the sky, incinerating everything in their path. Ninja Tsunade opponent, captain of the 4th division, Anoha Naretsu. Anoha Naretsu appeared gentle, but she was, in fact, the first Hokage Kenpeki, one of the most feared and bloodthirsty Shinigami in the Soul Society. Tsunade remarked, I heard you specialize in healing. Coincidentally, so do I. Anoha Naretsu responded, although I am in charge of medical care, I also enjoy fighting. Tsunade clenched her fists. Coincidentally, so do I. Head number 88, Hirigekizoku Shintenrei. Tempest kick. The two attacks collided ferociously. Sensing the strength of her opponent, Anohanaretsu's excitement grew, her eyes turning wild with anticipation. Tsunade had seen those types of eyes in two men, her grandfather Tobirama and Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara opponent, Komamura Seijin. Bankai, Kokujo Tenjin Muo. Komamura Seijin released his Bankai at the very beginning. The colossal warrior giant appeared, its enormous body towering like a hill. Madara observed the scene before him, but instead of excitement, he looked disappointed. This is boring, he said. Did I get such a weak opponent? It's not even close to my previous ones. Pathetic. Komamura Seijin seethed with anger at Madara's words. You want to die, he shouted. Let's see you handle this. With that, the enormous blade of his Bankai swung down. Madara's eyes remained indifferent as he unsheathed his Zanpakuto. To deal with someone like you, this is enough. Rijinjaka. The moment Komamura Seijin saw the blade, his eyes widened in shock. This. How can this be? That's the captain commanders. Before he could finish his sentence, Uchiha Madara attacked mercilessly. You talk too much. It was an instant defeat. Third Hokage Kakashi opponent, Meguruma Kensei. At this time, Kakashi wielded the power of the Thunder Fruit. As the battle began, his body was enveloped in blue electricity, and he vanished from sight. His opponent couldn't even track his movements. Kakashi executed a swift and effortless duel without needing to release any ninjutsu. Tisk, Kakashi muttered. How did I trounce him? He was displeased. The fight had been simpler than he anticipated, with no significant resistance. This was supposed to be a captain, yet he was killed instantly. I wanted to develop the power of my devil fruit in battle, Kakashi mused, but this is boring. With a sigh, he left the battlefield. 6th Hokage Kakashi opponent, Yudamura Lisa. Smash. Yudamura Lisa's Zanpakuto Nodoki takes the form of a double-sided glaive or halberd, with a long staff and a blade on each end, swinging it fiercely at Kakashi. Isn't this too straightforward? Kakashi muttered to himself. Having been strengthened by the super divine water, his chakra had increased several times. He could now easily unleash numerous powerful ninjutsu. Rigori, purple lightning. Boom. A burst of thunder resounded through the sky. Yudamura Lisa fell to the ground, instantly losing her fighting ability. Uchiha Sasuke opponent, Zaraki Kenpeki. Sasuke, wielding the Kusanagi sword, clashed with Zaraki Kenpeki in an intense battle. Zaraki Kenpeki's face lit up with crazed excitement. Very good, he shouted. Sasuke remained calm and indifferent. Your fighting style feels somewhat familiar, Sasuke remarked. Susanoo. Uzumaki Naruto opponent, Hitsuge Ichiwear. Wind style, Rasen Shuriken. Bankai, Daigyuren Harinmeru. Boom. Explosions echoed through the sky, reverberating throughout the Godai 13. Terrifying explosions filled the battlefield, marking the traces of numerous fierce battles. Captain-level Raitsu could be felt everywhere, and many captains' Raitsu declined instantly, indicating they had been defeated in the blink of an eye. Other fighters couldn't even intervene. The sheer aftermath of these battles was enough to render them unconscious. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action. Join the community now. Chapter 170. Chapter 170. The battle between the Hokages and Godai 13 didn't last long. Before most people could even react, most fights had already ended. The result was no surprise. The strength of the Hokages was overwhelming. Even with their newest addition, Naruto, all the Hokages swiftly crushed their opponents. Ryan was particularly busy. After defeating his opponents, he moved on to assist the Hokages in other areas. The duration of each battle was remarkably short, and wherever Ryan passed, the opponents were already down on the ground. At this point, Ryan only needed to release the King of Hell and use its authority. The Shinigamis would then become his loyal subordinates, completely controlled by him. In this way, Ryan easily took control of everyone in Godai 13. He couldn't help but feel emotional. The Naruto path is too tempting, he thought. In terms of manipulation of human emotions, resurrection, or domination of souls, it is the strongest. Using the Naruto path brought many benefits beyond just avoiding the need to kill. For instance, once the opponent's soul was dominated, they would completely surrender to the user. Their personality and abilities would remain unchanged, but their loyalty would be unwavering. Ryan could sense that this would bring significant rewards. With the help of Uech and many members of Godai 13, any rewards Ryan sought would come quickly. After controlling the souls of these people, Ryan and the other Hokages gathered together. At this time, they looked upon the disarray of Godai 13 with satisfaction. A blue screen notification appeared in front of every member of the chat group. Ding. Mission completed. 3 missions completed. Shinigami World Saga completed. Everyone will return to the chat group space after a week. Hearing the system prompt in their heads, everyone's eyes brightened. This mission was completed much faster than the previous one. They initially thought it would take a long time, but the Hokage's strength had grown immensely. The Shinigami had no chance to fight back and were crushed swiftly. The task was completed quickly, much faster than expected. With 7 days left before returning to the chat group, the Hokages were excited. They remembered how they collected a lot of valuable items in Pirate World during their last mission, earning at least 100,000 points each. They had never seen so many points before. Similar to the devil fruits in Pirate World, the Zanpakuto in this world could be brought back for points, as explained in the previous chat group. 7 days were enough to collect many Asashi, and being within Godai 13 made it even easier to grab the Asashi. Many felt they could accomplish this in just a day or so. In addition to Zanpakuto, there were various troves of knowledge about souls in combat in this world that could be taken back in exchange for points. Of course, if they didn't want to redeem points, they could keep the items for themselves. At this time, everyone looked at each other. It's up to each of us, Ryan said. Hearing Ryan's words, the Hokage sprang into action. Tobirama's figure vanished instantly. The speed of his flying thunder god technique was impressive. Moreover, Tobirama was very interested in the Zanpakuto of this world. Last time, collecting devil fruits in the One Piece world allowed him to develop several new ninjutsu, significantly increasing his strength. This time, he was certain the Zanpakuto would be just as beneficial. With excitement, he departed, unleashing all the chakra in his body. While the others were also interested, their main motivation was the points they could earn. Therefore, their actions were not as enthusiastic as Tobirama's. Minato, too, activated his flying thunder god technique and disappeared. Everyone else followed suit, running around Godai 13 to collect items like Zanpakuto. Lord Ryan. At this time, only Ryan remained stationary. Voices surrounded him, Aizen, Captain Yamamoto, and Waiwak. They all stood before him, looking at Ryan respectfully. Due to his spirit control, these formidable leaders were under his command. Okay, you all go and collect as many Asakais as you can, Ryan ordered. By the way, is there someone named Tsunade here? Ryan asked. If he remembered correctly, Tsunade was the creator of all the Zanpakuto. Finding him would undoubtedly yield significant rewards. He is the creator of Zanpakuto, and he is in Team Zero, Yamamoto said respectfully. Okay, take me there, Ryan nodded. There are many things I want, Ryan thought. In addition to the existing Asashi, I want Tsunade to make some for me. I don't know how many he can create in a week, but it will be enough to put a huge gap between me and the other hosts. Ryan then looked at Aizen. By the way, I also want all the treasures in Wikomundo. Take your men and collect as much as possible. Listening to Ryan's order, Aizen lowered his head without hesitation. Yes. I completely obey your orders, he said before disappearing instantly. Next, Ryan made a similar request to Waiwak. There should be some good things in your Wondenreich. After all, thousands of years of accumulation is no joke. After giving his commands, Ryan followed Captain Yamamoto to Team Zero. Meanwhile, the others set out to complete their tasks. Tobirama quickly shuttled between the rooms of Godai's 13 members, finding many treasures, especially from the quarters of the noble families. Want to dive deeper into this epic saga? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. Plus, you can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your interests. Don't miss out on the action. Join the community now. Chapter 171. Chapter 171. There are many treasures in the Shinigami world, especially among the nobles of the Soul Society. These noble families have existed for thousands of years, amassing countless valuable items over such a long period. However, I am uncertain what kind of rewards these treasures can be exchanged for in the chat group. But if they are there for the taking, it would be a waste not to seize them. Hokages will undoubtedly be on the lookout for loot. Tobirama, in particular, sees the entire Soul Society as a treasure trove, an aspect many overlook. He intends to gather everything he can for his research. What interests him the most is the 12th Division, the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. Their various inventions greatly appeal to him. For example, they have created artificial bodies, GAI, designed for souls to inhabit. These innovations are precisely what Tobirama finds fascinating. He records all these discoveries on a scroll, preparing to bring them back to his world for proper research. Based on his predictions, there is so much valuable research that he expects to develop several new jutsu, potentially even forbidden techniques. Meanwhile, other Hokages are manually collecting Izuashi and resources. With so much to acquire, they have overlooked the fact that there might be a more efficient way to gather these items. At this moment, Ryan has already obtained many valuable things, including those from Waiwat and his subordinates. The one Denrike has accumulated numerous treasures over the years, all of which have now been contributed. Whether it's Zanpakuto or other types of treasures, nothing is held back. Everything Ryan finds valuable is now in his possession. On the other side, the Godai 13th Division was busy under Yamamoto's leadership. He captured numerous captains and many Shinigami, leading them on a daily quest through the Soul Society to gather all the valuable items they could find and hand them over to Ryan. Ryan did not forget the abundance of Asashi, which were not only possessed by the Shinigami but also found in places like Rukanga. Many Shinigami, before joining the ranks, come from outside the Soul Society, meaning there are significant numbers of Zanpakuto in the periphery as well. In addition to these weapons, there are various Shinigami techniques, all of which Ryan eagerly accepted. He did not disappoint his new subordinates' efforts. 7 days passed quickly, marked by a treasure hunting carnival for the Hokages, where everyone acquired numerous valuable items and techniques. Beyond the Zanpakuto, there were many local treasures and unique abilities inherent to the Shinigami world, such as Kid and Hakuda. These techniques could also be taken back to their worlds for further training. Despite these significant acquisitions, Ryan remained low-key. The Hokages were unaware of his special collections. If they knew, his image in their eyes would likely collapse. Ding. The 7 days have come. You can return to the chat group. The Shinigami World's quest has been completed. After everyone returns to the chat group. As everyone was talking, the notification tone of the chat group sounded in their minds. They understood that, just like the pirate world before, the Shinigami World would be accessible to them once they left. Everyone was very pleased with this feature. However, the most important thing now was to return to the chat group space. They were impatient, eager to know what kind of rewards they would receive after this mission. Especially a few of them, who believed the treasures they had gathered were substantial, felt confident in securing a top 3 finish and were therefore even more anxious. Seeing their excitement, Ryan didn't waste any time. He addressed the members. Finally going back. With his voice command, a familiar, colorful light screen instantly appeared in front of everyone, enveloping them all. The moment they left, the entire Shinigami world was connected to chat group space by a mysterious and incomparable force, placing the whole world in a suspended state. In the meeting space on the other side, a colorful portal materialized. Ryan and the others stepped through it, returning to the chat group. All 12 Hokages returned intact. Upon seeing the familiar space, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally home, they exclaimed, talking excitedly among themselves. The world of Shinigami is certainly fresh and interesting. However, it is this familiar meeting space that makes them feel truly at home. Even Naruto, who is new to the meeting space, feels the same way. Everyone returned to their seats. A few imposing Hokage, all without grace, slumped into their chairs. Surprisingly, Tobirama included, he was utterly exhausted. In the Shinigami world, there were countless benefits to collect, and he wanted to bring everything back. As a result, he consumed a large amount of chakra performing sealing techniques, leaving him more drained than after a battle. The other Hokage were also feeling a bit tired. However, their excitement was palpable as they shared their experiences. It was a whole new world for them once again. Naruto, on the other hand, looked at them enviously. It was his first time entering another world, while for the other Hokage, it was already their second time. He envied their rich experiences in which he had joined earlier. At this moment, Ryan spoke. Everyone, calm down. The part we are most looking forward to is about to begin, the summing up and rewards. Upon hearing Ryan's words, the Hokage looked excited and immediately fell silent, eagerly waiting for the chat group's prompt to see the summary benefits. After everyone quieted down, the notification tone of the chat group finally started to ring. Congratulations, everyone. This mission across the heavens and worlds is a complete success. Below is an explanation of the task completion status. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and gain access to exclusive benefits such as my other fanfictions and participate in exciting polls. You can request one-shots or a 3 to 6 chapter series tailored to your tastes. Chapter 172, Chapter 172. Among the many Hokages eagerly waiting, the chat group continued to announce the completion of the task. Mission 1, defeat Kurosaki Ichigo, complete. Reward, 5,000 points per person. Just like the last mission, everyone received the same reward, 5,000 points each. Sure enough, Kurosaki Ichigo's strength is greater than that of the protagonists in the pirate world. Kakashi remembered. There was a reason for this observation. In the Shinigami world they visited, the timeline was at a relatively advanced stage. Kurosaki Ichigo, being the protagonist, had almost fully evolved in strength. One Ichigo could easily take on the entire Straw Hat crew from the pirate world. In contrast, during their previous mission in the pirate world, the timeline was still at the Marineford War, meaning the Straw Hat crew had much room for growth. The fact that both missions awarded 5,000 points demonstrated that the difficulty of completing them was similar. Of course, given the combined strength of over a dozen Hokages, this task was relatively easy, more like a relaxing but cautious adventure. For these 5,000 points, the other Hokages were quite calm. Having seen greater points and rewards before, they didn't find these points particularly impressive. Naruto, however, was new to the concept of points and their use, so he didn't react with much excitement to the 50,000 points. The only one particularly excited was Tsunade. She was beyond thrilled. Haha. Finally, points again. Who's up for a fight in the arena? I want to place a bet. This enthusiastic outburst was typical of Tsunade. The announcement left everyone a bit speechless. Tsunade had just lost 10,000 points in the arena, and now she wanted to risk the newly acquired 50,000 points. Didn't she learn from her previous loss? To prevent Tsunade from going bankrupt, everyone decided to ignore her. Okay, let's hurry up and wait for the next reward, Ryan said quickly, trying to keep the hosts on track. It was time to focus on the rewards again and not get distracted. Listening to Ryan, everyone fell silent, eagerly anticipating the next reward from the chat group. After a moment, the notification sounded again. Mission 2, defeat Aizen, Waiwak, and Yamamoto Genrasai Shigakuni. Mission completed perfectly. Mission reward, 60,000 points per person. 60,000 points. This substantial reward immediately excited the Hokages. This was a reward on a whole new level compared to the previous mission. Though the difficulty of the first mission paled in comparison, the Hokages remained relatively calm, unlike their reaction to the 5,000 points from the first mission. They didn't jump from their chairs, but 60,000 points were enough for them to indulge for a while. While they needed to accumulate more points for the most powerful items, these points allowed them to freely exchange for ordinary items, granting them a form of wealth freedom. So many points again. Minato exclaimed. After getting all the rewards for this mission, I'm taking a break. I want to spend all these mission points. After all, the points you spend are truly yours, Obito added. Any ideas on what to exchange for? I haven't decided yet. The Hokage spoke excitedly, sharing their plans and ideas for spending their hard-earned points. This time, there were a lot of points up for grabs again. While the previous mission awarded 5,000 points, this time it was 60,000 points, with a difference of 55,000 points. Although it might not seem like much, but a sum of 65,000 points can make quite a difference. For example, with 10,000 points, one could exchange for several sets of Sharingan, and even attempt to mimic Danzo by transplanting a bunch of Sharingan onto themselves to use as an Egi. A backup plan for unknown variables. After all, not everybody can be on total alert all day like Tobirama. However, none of the Hokages present had such extreme ideas. Their strength was already sufficient, and they did not need such drastic methods. Moreover, considering the feelings of the Uchiha clan members in the group, they avoided such thoughts out of respect. Ryan, as calm as ever, kept his focus on the top-tier items that required exorbitant amounts of points, often over 10 million. He understood that in terms of points, he still had a long way to go. Without needing a reminder this time, the Hokages all consciously fell silent as the chat group notification rang for the last time. Mission 3, completely defeat the 3 forces of the Shinigami, Hueco Mundo, and the Wandenreich. Mission completed perfectly. Task reward, 120,000 points per person. 120,000 points. This reward brought smiles to the faces of all the Hokages. So, after completing all the tasks this time, everyone gets a guaranteed 185,000 bonus points. Madara exclaimed. The magnitude of this reward was impressive, even by the standards of them all. Everyone was thrilled with their accomplishments and the substantial points they had earned. At this point, the points for the 3 missions had all been issued. Everyone received a substantial number of points. Compared to the last mission, everyone got an additional 30,000 points. These extra points could accomplish a lot. Happy smiles spread across everyone's faces. Dad, what can these points be used for? Naruto asked, looking confused. He didn't yet understand the full value of the points. While the other Hokages were thrilled, Naruto couldn't grasp what was so exciting. Minato showed Naruto the system store. As they browsed the items, Naruto's expression turned to one of amazement. He was completely dumbfounded, feeling lightheaded as he walked. This time, he was genuinely shocked by the exaggerated benefits the chat group offered. Whoa, believe it. I can buy 40 types of ramen here. Date bail. This is gonna be the best day ever. Naruto, I know how much you love ramen, and believe me. But imagine how much stronger you could become with some devil fruit or learning a new jutsu. These can help you protect your friends and fulfill your dream of best Hokage. You can always have ramen later, but the knowledge and new powers you gain now will stay with you forever. What do you say, son? Let's invest in your future as a Hokage. At that moment, Naruto had only one thought, how lucky he was to be pulled into this chat group. It was an extreme stroke of luck. The points obtained from completing this task alone could significantly enhance his strength to an incredible level. Currently, Naruto, the 7th Hokage, has reached middle age. He was overwhelmed by the daily responsibilities of his work and various other commitments. His strength was far from its peak, as he hadn't practiced seriously for a long time. Now, the progressive enhancement method presented by the chat group reignited his potential. Dash. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Marioni and ko-fi.com/Marioni to gain access to exclusive benefits to advanced chapters of my other fanfictions. Chapter 173. Chapter 173. At this point, all the collective mission rewards had been fully distributed. The Hokages consciously closed their mouths and quieted down, creating an atmosphere of anticipation. Naruto was puzzled by the sudden silence. What's the matter? Why isn't anyone talking? He asked curiously. Did you say something? Kakashi replied with a smile. It's as if we're all waiting for something. Minato interjected, because more rewards are about to be announced. Naruto was immediately surprised. What? There are more rewards. He was completely dumbfounded. Haven't the rewards already been given out? And they were so generous. Was that only a part of it? Minato explained further. Every mission to the other worlds works like this. After completing all tasks, the chat group gives each of us the same overall reward. But the main event is still to come. Each of us has collected treasures from the worlds we visited, Zanpakuto or devil fruits, things like that. These can be exchanged for points. Hearing Minato's explanation, Naruto finally understood. I see. He remembered that the chat group had mentioned this rule before their departure, but he hadn't understood it at the time and had ignored it. Now, with Kakashi's reminder, it all made sense. Naruto also recalled that each Hokage meeting involved a ranking system. Before entering the mission to the other world, his ranking was second. The rewards were also ranked: the more treasures one collected, the more points one earned, and the higher one's ranking would be. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but feel fortunate. Luckily, he hadn't been idle in the Shinigami world. Like the other Hokages, he had searched for and collected many valuable items, enough to earn him a substantial number of points. At this time, Tobirama confidently said to the other Hokages, this time, Ryan might not be number 1. I've collected too many things. It's possible that all of you combined may not have as many as I have. The other Hokages were a little skeptical. Instinctively, they didn't believe Tobirama's words. After all, his claim sounded too exaggerated. But given Tobirama's character, he wasn't one to boast without reason. If he said something so confidently, he likely had good reason to. Could Tobirama be right? Many couldn't help but glance at Ryan. Hashirama and Madara stood together, watching the results unfold. Both were taken aback by Tobirama's claims. See how confident my brother is, Madara. Tobirama pushed himself this time. Hashirama remarked, a hint of pride in his voice. Madara nodded, a rare smile tugging at his lips. Indeed. For once, it seems your brother has surpassed us both. Quite the feat. Hashirama chuckled. I always knew he had it in him, but seeing it happen is something else. He's usually so focused on inventing new jutsus. True, Madara agreed. But it seems he put his heart into this one. It's almost inspiring. Almost. Hashirama teased, raising an eyebrow. Madara smirked. Let's not get carried away. But yes, it is impressive. To see him come so close. Ryan smiled slightly and spoke firmly. Don't worry about the second Hokage's claims. There's no doubt that I will be taking the first place this time. Just aim for a second place. After listening to Ryan, the other Hokages showed helpless expressions. Too arrogant. However, they couldn't refute him. Foremost, such words would seem whimsical. But from Ryan, they felt like the truth. Over many Hokage sessions, Ryan had consistently taken first place, leaving others to compete for second. This track record spoke volumes. Okay, Obito interjected, trying to smooth things over. Stop arguing about this. Let's wait for the chat group to announce the results. Following his words, everyone fell silent, eagerly awaiting the chat group's statistics. They all knew their rewards would be significant. Ding. All rewards are now distributed. Next, we will announce the leaderboard rewards. The chat group's prompt rang in the ears of all the Hokages. Upon hearing it, smiles spread across their faces. Finally, the most important part was here. They were about to learn the value of everything they had worked so hard to collect. And, of course, find out who would be number 1 this time. Just look at the announcement from the chat group. Everyone wore eager expressions. Not just Tobirama, everyone else felt the same anticipation. Although no one voiced it, the sentiment was shared by all. They all believed they had a shot at a good reward. They hoped to place well, perhaps even first, and if not, securing a spot in the top 3 would still be excellent. As they waited, the chat group's voice rang out again, repeating the previous rules. The more treasure points you collect, the higher your leaderboard ranking. The top 3 will receive extra rewards. The first place will get an additional grand prize. After hearing this, smiles spread across everyone's faces. The rules remained the same as before. Not only could the collected treasures be converted into points, but there were rewards for everyone based on their rankings. Everyone was curious about the rewards this time, wondering if they would be as generous as the last. Ryan smiled confidently, certain that he would secure first place. He knew his efforts had paid off. Collecting treasures with the help of many powerful allies, including Iwash, Captain Yamamoto, and Aizen, who had all gathered valuable items for him over a week, he was sure of his success. Amid everyone's anticipation, the chat group's voice rang out once more, this time announcing the reward rankings. Selection completed. First place, Ryan. Upon hearing the chat group's announcement, the Hokages displayed helpless smiles. Oh, it's Ryan again. Tsunade exclaimed, shaking her head with a wry smile. It's not surprising at all. Kakashi added, his tone resigned but amused. At least it isn't that idiot. Sasuke admitted, a hint of frustration in his voice. They all echoed similar sentiments. It's not me. How strange. Tobirama said in amazement. This time, he was genuinely surprised. He had worked incredibly hard to secure first place, nearly exhausting all storage scrolls he had brought with him. Yet, despite his efforts, he still couldn't surpass Ryan. Tobirama felt a bit disheartened. No, what on earth did you do? How did you win first place again? He asked Ryan curiously. What secret jutsu or method did Ryan use that allowed him to secure first place once more? Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Marioni and ko-fi.com/Marioni. Chapter 174. Chapter 174. Before Ryan could answer everyone's questions, a notification sounded in the chat group. Do you want to announce the specific information about the mission? After hearing the prompt, Ryan spoke directly and without hesitation. It can be announced. He had nothing to hide. Everything he collected was above board, with no shady operations involved. He relied entirely on his strength, earning everything fair and square. Others could only watch his achievements. As soon as he finished speaking, the specific content of Ryan's collection was displayed in the chat group. Ryan's collection, 80 Ashachi, and knowledge about Sanjutsu, Hakuda, Hoho, and Kido. Total value, 650,000 points. Various gold and silver treasures, weapons, and other items, total value of 100,000 points. Hashirama glanced at the number of points with a puzzled expression on his face. Ah, he murmured slowly. Tobirama being confident in his hard work doubted his eyes. Is this a statistical error? Is this order of magnitude really serious? No, this is too exaggerated. No way. Ryan, are you cheating? Seeing the exaggerated point total in front of them, many Hokages were dumbfounded. 80 Ashachi? How did he do it? Did he find the hidden ones they didn't know about? This time, their shock was justified. The total value of Ryan's collection reached an astounding 750,000 points. To put it in perspective, even combining the points of all the other members wouldn't come close to 630,000. The boast Ryan made about himself came true, which no one expected. Ryan himself remained relatively indifferent. After his last search in Pirate World, he had already amassed a significant number of points, so he was somewhat prepared for his haul in the Shinigami world. He knew that with the help of powerful allies like the 5 elders in Doflamingo in the Pirate World, his success this time was inevitable. This time, however, it was Aizen, the Yamamoto, and Waiwaka's forces. Each of these 3 individuals is the top leader of their respective factions. It's no wonder so much was collected. Even so, Ryan felt that time was not enough. This was his only regret. They had only 1 week, and the Shinigami world was vast. Despite their strength, the amount they could gather in 7 days was limited. If they had more than a month, it wouldn't be impossible to increase their points several times over. After a period of inexplicable shock, Tobirama finally regained his composure. He understood that with all the things he had collected, it would never reach 750,000 points. He calmed himself and looked at Ryan curiously. Naruto, on the other hand, spoke first. How did you get so many good things? This number is too exaggerated. I found only a dozen Ashachi in total. Listening to Naruto's words, many others nodded in agreement. That's right, me too. Yet, it feels like there aren't that many Zanpakuto around. Exactly. And the points from what we collected aren't that impressive. Everyone was talking, looking at Ryan with curiosity. Ryan didn't intend to hide anything and explained to them. It's very simple. I used the authority of the King of Hell, making those souls extremely loyal to me. They then dedicated everything they had collected to me, simple as that. The main reason is that the people I control are quite powerful and have extraordinary backgrounds. So, naturally, the harvest was extraordinary. After listening to Ryan's explanation, everyone was enlightened and could only express their envy. They wanted to replicate such an ability, but they knew it was impossible. After all, many conditions were needed to achieve what Ryan did this time. First of all, evolving a powerful Rinnegan requires overcoming a significant threshold. Moreover, the strength of the Rinnegan obtained by each person varies. Even if others possess the Rinnegan, they may not achieve the same abilities as Ryan. So, they can only envy him without much else to say. Alas. This time, it was a failure again, Tobirama said, clearly annoyed. It seems that if he enters the next mission, he will need to pay more attention to his methods. Simply relying on his high speed and diligence to collect treasures is not enough. After all, with someone as formidable as Ryan and Hokage, surpassing him takes significant effort. At this moment, the voice of the chat group rang in everyone's ears again. First place reward, 100,000 points awarded. 100,000 points? Upon hearing this reward, the many Hokage present were amazed. The chat group was exceptionally generous this time around. They all remembered clearly that after the first mission of the heavens, the points for first place were 50,000. Even that amount was significant, making everyone envious. But this time, the reward was even more exaggerated, 100,000 points. 100,000 points, what level is this? Last time, several Hokages who ranked relatively low collected treasures for 7 days, and their total rewards were around 100,000 points. This shows just how substantial the first place reward is. The reward for Ryan matched the results of their hard work over many days. The gap was becoming increasingly apparent. Seeing Ryan's score, everyone had only 2 words in mind. Envious. Many began to regret not trying harder in the Shinigami world. If they had put in more effort to gather more treasures, the 100,000 point reward might have been theirs. Tobirama couldn't help but sigh. It's 1 step behind and forever behind. With the bonus points, Ryan can directly get more than 800,000 points. Including the group rewards, the total can even exceed 1 million points. 1 million points. This extremely exaggerated number immediately stimulated everyone's nerves. It must be said, this number is incredibly large, unbelievably large. After the last mission, everyone had seen what 100,000 points looked like for the first time. Now, breaking the record with 1 million points was beyond exaggeration, it was outrageous. The Hokages could only use these words to describe Ryan. Dash. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and ko5.c*m/Mariani37. Chapter 175, Chapter 175. Not to mention the shock and surprise of the Hokages, even Ryan himself felt it. At this moment, I am somewhat shocked by myself. Tobirama's words struck a chord. Millions of points. The reward I received for a mission unexpectedly reached this level. He had never considered this before. After all, before the first mission of the multiverse, everyone's points were only in the thousands, not much at all. Yet, after completing this task, and with the added rewards and collections, the points I obtained finally exceeded 1 million. Including the points from my last mission, I now have over 1.8 million, nearly 2 million in total. With so many points accumulated, even the multiverse mall offers enough to exchange for some pretty good stuff. However, Ryan is not in a hurry to exchange those items right now. He understands clearly that the more points you need, the more valuable the items in the mall become. For example, 100 million points can be exchanged for extraordinary things like Scion blood, and at the billions, you can obtain powerful skills for universal erasure. Super Scion is, of course, very powerful, but compared to the super skills practiced by characters like Susanoo and Madoka name, it's still lacking. What is the point of destroying the world? People only follow those who can build, preserve, and develop the world. Ryan knows his current strength is sufficient. There's no rush to exchange for more powerful items to increase his strength. It's better to temporarily collect all the rewards and use them when needed. While everyone is discussing. At this moment, the voice of the chat group began to ring. Second place, second Hokage Senjo Tobirama. Tobirama's collection, Asashi, 22 in total. Total value, 150,000 points. The second place winner was indeed Senjo Tobirama. When Tobirama saw this ranking, he didn't seem very surprised. He must have worked hard to achieve this rank, though he had expected to be number 1. Compared to the ambition required for first place, second place was also acceptable. However, the other Hokages displayed expressions of surprise. Madara looked intrigued by the results, commenting, strange. Minato pondered aloud, yeah, Naidame-sama, why did you collect only a little over 20 Asashi this time? Tsunade expressed her surprise, saying to Tobirama, I didn't expect you to fall behind Grandpa. Hashirama, with his wisdom, remarked, don't you know if you give them to your talented subordinates, there's a chance they'll awaken a Zanpakuto spirit. The Hokage spoke curiously. It wasn't that they looked down on Tobirama, rather, they were surprised by the relatively low number of Azuashi he had collected. It didn't meet their expectations, especially considering that they had collected almost as many. With Tobirama's speed and strength, he should have gathered more. After all, in the last Pirate World mission, Tobirama collected 30 devil fruits. This time, in the Shinigami world, his collection was less than last time. Isn't this a regression? Despite what everyone said, Tobirama remained calm and even revealed a mysterious smile. You underestimate me, he said, laughing. Do you think all I have are these Azuashi? Seeing this smile, everyone's hearts tightened, especially Hashirama's. He knew his brother too well. When Tobirama showed this expression, it meant he had something hidden, a scheme up his sleeve. In the past, even the Tobirama from his world used to smirk like this when the Uchiha fell into his traps. Sure enough, before anyone could say more, the system continued to prompt. Various gold and silver treasures, weapons, and other items, total value of 230,000 points. 230,000 points. Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. You robbed the entire Shinigami world. Ninja Tsunade added, incredulous. So this is where the real haul was, Tsunade remarked, realizing the magnitude of Tobirama's achievements. The entire group exclaimed in surprise. They finally understood why Tobirama hadn't collected many Zanpakuto this time. The cunning second Hokage had shifted his focus. Tobirama gave a confident smile. I told you, don't underestimate me. He had amassed rewards worth 230,000 points and other treasures. Even Ryan himself hadn't gained that much and was slightly taken aback. He realized that when he instructed people to collect items for him, he always emphasized Zanpakuto, with other treasures being secondary. Tobirama, however, had taken the opposite approach. Unlike the other Hokages, Tobirama had thought ahead. He knew that with all 12 Hokages vying for the same Zanpakuto, there would be too much competition and not enough to go around. Instead, he focused on other valuable items. Tobirama had noticed many valuable treasures in the rooms of the nobles and decided to focus on collecting these miscellaneous items. This strategy not only suited his research needs but also allowed him to gather a significant amount of points, killing two birds with one stone. Thus, Tobirama's plan was very successful. Besides Ryan, he managed to secure second place. Tobirama is indeed the smartest and fastest in the shinobi world, Hashirama remarked with admiration. When it comes to collecting treasures, it depends on my brother. No one can beat him. At this moment, amidst the many Hokage chats, the notification tone of the chat group rang again. Reward for the second place. Reward, 50,000 points. The mission rewards this time had indeed been uniformly increased. The first place reward had increased from 50,000 to 100,000 points, and the second place reward had changed from 30,000 to 50,000 points. All of a sudden, Tobirama had gained nearly 500,000 points. Of course, compared to Ryan, this scale was still much smaller, but Tobirama himself was very satisfied. He had gained a lot both treasures and items for research. Especially with the 12th Division Special Science and Technology Research Department, there were all sorts of innovations being explored, each providing Tobirama with immense inspiration. He was very happy with this. After returning, he planned to study these contents eagerly. Even in the matter of unifying the ninja world, Tobirama felt it could take a backseat to research new ninjutsu. At this time, everyone involuntarily fell silent. With two of the top 3 rewards revealed, only one person remained. Who would it be? Just then, the notification voice of the chat group rang out again. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/mariani and ko5.c*/mariani37. Chapter 176. Chapter 176. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the chat group notification finally rang. Selection completed. Third place, 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. Ah. 5th Hokage Kakashi questioned incredulously, his single eye widening slightly beneath his mask. No, I heard that right. Minato affirmed with surprise, his expression reflecting both astonishment and pride. Naruto, how did you get so lucky? Kakashi wondered aloud, his usual calm demeanor momentarily disrupted by genuine curiosity. Upon hearing the announcement of the third place candidate, all the Hokages present were dumbfounded. No one had expected it was Naruto who had secured the third place. Was this even plausible? Unlike the other contenders, Naruto was participating in this mission for the first time. He had only joined the meeting a few days ago and was new to missions across the multiverse. Achieving such remarkable results in his debut left the members in awe and surprise. They all looked at Naruto, trying to comprehend how he had accomplished it. While the top 2 rankings seemed reasonable, 1 ST, 2nd, and 3 RD, Naruto's placement seemed a bit extraordinary. After all, Ryan's consistent dominance in securing first place had become somewhat expected in every Hokage meeting. Tobirama, with his unmatched flying thunder god technique and profound scientific ninja skills, naturally claimed second place. His expertise in strategy and understanding of various disciplines far exceeded the norm, making his achievement predictable among the group. However, Naruto's unexpected success left everyone marveling. Minato, looking at Naruto with immense pride, remarked, as expected of my son. Naruto, I'm so proud of you. When Minato spoke these words, the atmosphere among the Hokages shifted once again. They all had a special bond with Naruto in one way or another, after all. Witnessing Minato's congratulatory words, they warmly celebrated Naruto's achievement of third place this time. The rewards he received would undoubtedly boost his progress and catch him up with those who had joined the meeting earlier. Embarrassed, Naruto scratched his head and thanked everyone sincerely, saying, hey, thanks, everyone. Honestly, I'm not sure how I ended up in third place. Must be luck, I guess. The other Hokages adjusted their attitudes, curious to see what Naruto had earned this time. After a moment of silence, the chat group announced the specifics of 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto's acquisitions. 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto collection, Azuashi, 23 pieces. Total value, 155,000 points. Various gold and silver treasures, weapons, and other valuable items, total value of 100 million points. Total value, 255,000 points. Naruto's total earnings amounted to an impressive 255,000 points. Such an abundance of points and rewards filled him with excitement and anticipation. Minato had previously shown Naruto the appealing items available in the mall. Now, with this significant accumulation of points, Naruto couldn't help but wonder what treasures he would exchange them for. As he pondered, Naruto also noticed how the rewards had enhanced the strength of his fellow Hokages. The generous rewards from this chat group significantly bolstered everyone's abilities and resources. Since Naruto had just joined the meeting, he hadn't received any rewards or power-ups yet. However, Naruto believed in his strength. Receiving words of encouragement, he felt empowered. Achieving a top 3 position among all the Hokages solely based on personal strength seemed entirely possible to him. But leaving Naruto's thoughts aside, the other Hokages now focused on his accomplishments. They discussed it among themselves. There are more Azuashi than Tobirama. Madara exclaimed with surprise. Yet, it shows Naruto collected them meticulously, Minato added, nodding in agreement. The disparity lies mainly in the treasures aspect. The difference is quite significant, Tsunade noted, assessing the situation critically. Well, considering it's Naruto's first participation, this harvest is impressive enough to make us envious. Kakashi concluded, summing up their collective thoughts on Naruto's achievements. The Hokages voiced their thoughts one after another. Just then, the chat group notification sounded. Reward for third place. Reward, 20,000 points. Naruto received an additional 20,000 points as a reward, which he found quite satisfactory. Moving forward, the Hokages anticipated the announcement of their gains. Since none of them made it into the top 3, they waited patiently for their results. After the announcement and their respective harvests were confirmed, a solemn silence fell among them. They eagerly awaited the system to reveal their rewards promptly. Post-announcement, they would return to their respective worlds, enriched with newfound points and enhanced strengths from their ventures in the Shinigami world. Despite their experiences, they all longed for their world once more. At that moment, the chat group notification rang out. 4th place, 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama. 5th place, formerly 3rd Hokage Kakashi. 6th place, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. 7th place, 5th Hokage Tsunade. 8th place, 6th Hokage Uchiha Sasuke. 9th place, Tsukuyomi World 6th Hokage Uchiha Obito. With all 12 rankings now determined, the reward session finally came to a close. Except for Ryan, who held the top spot in every session, and Tobirama, who secured a significant second place, the other Hokage's harvests were fairly consistent. In truth, this was to be expected. While the Soul Society boasted numerous Zanpakuto, they were scattered across various locations. Even with the Hokage's impressive speed, locating different Zanpakuto proved challenging and time-consuming along the road. Given their comparable strengths, their findings tended to align unless luck played an exceptionally favorable or unfavorable role. Tobirama's exceptional results stemmed from his innovative approach, achieving what others hadn't considered possible. Ryan, on the other hand, benefited from his extensive network of capable subordinates, each formidable in their own right. Their collective efforts ensured efficiency and success, underscoring the power of teamwork in accomplishing even the most challenging tasks. After everyone's rewards were announced, the reward selection ranking officially concluded. Following the usual protocol, the chat group presented the hosts with a choice, whether to retain some of their acquired items or convert all of them into points. Ryan, as always, opted to exchange all his items for points. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/mariani and ko5.c*/mariani37. Chapter 177. Chapter 177. Ryan's plan to spend points remains unchanged. Since he doesn't have anything specific he wants to exchange right now, it's better to accumulate points first and wait until there are enough points. Then, exchange them all for a mighty skill or ability, directly boosting your strength. This is an excellent choice for him. On the other side, many of the other Hokages share the same mindset. They choose to retain their points and later exchange them for more potent items. Tobirama kept a portion of what he retrieved from the Shinigami world, particularly from the technology development department, including technological materials and various items like Jigai, an artificial body used by Shinigami. These are highly valuable to him but cannot be directly converted into points. Tobirama prefers to redeem himself with fewer points while ensuring he has enough materials for his ninjutsu studies. All Hokages return to their original world. Upon his return, Ryan found numerous reports awaiting him on his desk, which displeased him greatly. As the dignified Hokage, he can't spend every day buried in paperwork, that would be far too tedious. Being a paper pusher isn't exactly his ninja way, you know. Unlike Naruto, he's more about action than paperwork. Just as Ryan began contemplating passing these files off to someone else to handle, he was surprised by the arrival of someone unexpected. Orochimaru. Ryan rarely saw Orochimaru's visit. The main reason is Orochimaru's lack of presence in the village. Though he is one of the three Susanons, an immensely powerful scientific ninja, he has kept a low profile during this period, avoiding public appearances. According to Mbu, he conducts his research mainly in his basement lab secretly. Ryan didn't understand why. In truth, Orochimaru was afraid. Afraid of Ryan's strength. It wasn't just strength anymore, it was overwhelming power on a whole other level. While other ninjas, even powerful ones, might not be intimidated, Orochimaru felt differently. He, too, was strong, but Ryan was something else entirely. Ryan's power had transcended the limits of shinobi. Orochimaru's instincts screamed at him every time he met him. Despite being older and more experienced than Ryan, with higher qualifications, Orochimaru faced him with respect. Why are you here, Orochimaru? Ryan asked. You're a busy man, and it's rare to have visitors at my place, Ryan said, injecting a touch of humor into his words. Orochimaru seemed visibly flustered. No. Especially during this period, I've been immersed in researching and developing new technology projects, he continued, explaining his absence. Studying new technology consumes most of my days, it's easy to lose track of time. Ryan listened intently, narrowing his eyes slightly. Ah, so your technology must have made significant progress, he remarked. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here now. Orochimaru nodded eagerly. Exactly. I've come to invite the fourth Hokage to come and take a look. We've made considerable strides with the chakra cannon project, he explained eagerly, and I wanted to inform you personally that it's now ready for actual combat deployment. That's why I came straight to you without delay. Ryan's interest was piqued. He remained keen on the project, having seen successful prototypes in other worlds. The chakra cannon promised immense power and impressive accuracy. For Ryan, such enhancements to his combat skills were unnecessary. However, this device held crucial importance for weaker ninjas. On their own, these individuals wouldn't make much impact on the battlefield. But when they channeled all their chakra into this weapon, it could unleash a formidable power. Such technological advancements were indeed valuable. Ryan followed Orochimaru to a clearing near Konoha village, now transformed into the testing ground for the chakra cannon. Shortly after their arrival, other village members began to gather. Among them were ninjas like Kakashi, Minato, and several others. Orochimaru and his research team were visibly confident in the chakra they had infused into the weapon. A fusion had been selected for the test, which intrigued Kakashi and the other ninjas. Why this particular Chunin for the test? Kakashi asked, his curiosity mirrored by the others gathered. Orochimaru elaborated, we've chosen these Chunin to conduct trials because they provide a good representation of the weapon's versatility. After this, some Genins will also participate. Even with different levels of chakra input, it will demonstrate functionality, albeit with varying degrees of power. Minato, nodding thoughtfully, interjected, and using several Genin would also serve the purpose, showing us how effective it can be across different levels of chakra. The assembled ninjas watched attentively as the experiment unfolded, eager to see the capabilities of Orochimaru's new technological marvel in action. As Orochimaru spoke, everyone nodded involuntarily in agreement. This demonstrated the true practical application of the chakra weapon. After all, there were relatively few Genins, and most were extremely busy. Having them power up a chakra weapon would undoubtedly be a waste of time and resources. In contrast, using Chunin or even Genin was more efficient. The potential scenarios for applying this chakra weapon were broad, which piqued everyone's curiosity as they awaited its demonstration. Several Chunin stepped forward to infuse chakra into the chakra cannon. Instantly, a blue beam shot out from the cannon's muzzle, striking a distant boulder. The resulting explosion shattered the boulder into countless pieces. Excellent. Very impressive. Ryan applauded enthusiastically, setting the tone for the others. This weapon surpasses my expectations, and its potential to enhance Genin and Chunin is substantial. Once optimized and matured, I believe it could be mass-produced. His statement was met with agreement from the assembled ninjas, including Orochimaru, who led the project. Even he seemed surprised by Ryan's eagerness. So eager. Orochimaru mused aloud, not having anticipated such a quick push for mass production. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/mariani and ko5.c/mariani37. Chapter 178. Chapter 178. It is naturally a good thing when one's researched inventions are appreciated. However, Orochimaru felt a vague sense of uneasiness from Ryan. It seemed like something was about to happen. Ryan already knew this, but the other ninjas were still in the dark. He resolved to keep a close eye on Ryan and gather more information, his curiosity piqued by the mystery. Plus his instincts had never been wrong. The other ninjas were curious and didn't understand why Ryan was in such a hurry. In their view, the entire ninja world was at peace, with all territories under Konoha's rule. Previously, when Uchiha Madara and Zetsu tried to cause trouble, they were easily thwarted. Ryan's strength was simply too overwhelming, crushing all opposition. To them, there seemed to be no reason for urgency. They didn't know that the threats previously dealt with were just minor compared to the real danger approaching the Tsutsuki, clans this ancient extraterrestrial. They travel across different worlds to consume their natural resources and harvest chakra fruits from the god trees, which grow by absorbing the energy of the planet and its inhabitants. Ryan knew this in his heart but couldn't reveal it to them. If he did, they might think he was a lunatic. After the experiment, it was clear that the chakra cannon was highly viable. It was very powerful and had a low usage threshold, making it suitable for ninjas who weren't particularly strong. Next, Orochimaru introduced several other technological inventions. It was evident that, during this time, Orochimaru hadn't wasted any of his time. The results of his work were impressive. It's likely that the technology from the Land of Lightning also provided some assistance, accelerating Konoha's progress. Ryan was quite satisfied with this development. He then called Minato and the others for a serious discussion about the future development of their village. The most important aspect is technology, Ryan told Minato and the others. He knew in his heart that cultivating a strong ninja was no easy task. It required evaluating the individual's talent and more than 10 years of preparation. Moreover, if a ninja lost their life in war, it would be a huge loss. However, technological products didn't have such limitations. Mass-produced items, even if damaged, could be quickly replaced. This meant that technology could compensate for combat effectiveness in a short period. This was crucial for Konoha, which was about to face significant threats. Minato, Orochimaru, and Kakashi nodded in agreement with Ryan. Ryan continued, the most important thing is to speed up the improvement of our nation's strength. Let Konoha become stronger. Be mindful of development. The heads of the major ninja ministries all nodded to show their support and agreement. In Hashirama's world, the first Hokage, Senjo Hashirama, had agreed with the other great powers previously. With his strength, those countries couldn't pose a significant threat. Hashirama had no worries about backlash. After all, Hashirama was not alone in this world. Behind him was his brother, Senjo Tobirama. Tobirama was not just a fighter, he was incredibly intelligent with high attainments in both ninjutsu research and governance. While Hashirama fought to expand the country, Tobirama would efficiently renovate and organize it. After a period of preparation, the major countries were fully integrated. Following the example set by Ryan's world, they became part of Konoha. The original major ninja villages were now Konoha's ninja departments, functioning as local branches. Each branch utilized the local geographical and economic features to enhance its ninja expertise. There were also some small, inconspicuous countries left. Hashirama hadn't even needed to touch them as several small countries surrendered directly. For example, the land of hot water, which relied entirely on tourism and was famous for its hot springs, had no significant military power. With no decent ninjas, only hired ones, they couldn't hope to contend with the real powerhouses. Thus, they simply surrendered and announced their integration into Konoha village, becoming a special tourist attraction. For these countries, Hashirama was very satisfied. He appreciated their pragmatic approach. These small countries, with little chance of winning, had made a wise decision. When encountering an irresistible, strong opponent, surrendering quickly can save lives and ensure a better future. Those who refused to surrender, however, often faced dire consequences. For example, the land of snow, located in a remote and icy region, thought they could resist. They believed that Konoha's ninjas wouldn't be able to adapt to the harsh conditions, and even the famous ninja god Hashirama would be powerless against them. They relied on their geographic location, thinking their powerful freezing capabilities would guarantee victory. Hashirama, however, taught them a harsh lesson. He demonstrated the ability of trees to grow even in ice and snow. When he used Sage Art would release, drew several thousand hands, armed with Susanoo, the ninjas of the land of snow were terrified. The resistance was crushed by the Buddha's terrifying hands, which were powerful and could absorb chakra. The remaining people realized they should have surrendered sooner. As a result, the first Hokage Hashirama completed the unification of the ninja world. In the second Hokage Tobirama's world, unification was also achieved unexpectedly quickly. Even Tobirama himself hadn't anticipated such rapid success. Tobirama was not initially in a hurry to unify the ninja world. Upon returning to his world, the first thing he did was dive into research. He had brought back valuable items from the One Piece world, which he hadn't finished studying yet. Now, he also had a new batch of treasures from the world of Shinigami, including many training methods for souls in the fascinating Zanpakuto. For Tobirama, the temptation to explore these new abilities was too great to resist. He locked himself in his room and began his research with fervor. However, his studies were soon interrupted by an unexpected event. What did you say? The Land of Thunder dares to declare war against us. Tobirama's disbelief was evident as he listened to his subordinates. He hadn't even considered attacking them first, yet they couldn't hold back. A sneer appeared on Tobirama's face at the thought. Very well, he said, let them see the consequences of their actions. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and ko5.c*m/Mariani37. Chapter 179, Chapter 179. The Land of Thunder, home to Kumigakuer, saw Konoha's momentary peace and non-aggression as a sign of weakness and decided to strike, hoping to exploit what they perceived as an opportunity. The situation turned out to be quite chaotic after Tobirama retaliated. Last time, Tobirama demonstrated his terrifying strength, throwing the Land of Thunder into disarray. While the Hokage and the daimyo were desperate to surrender, hoping to avoid unnecessary casualties, while others stubbornly insisted on resisting. Amid their arguments, Kinkaku led a large allied force straight to Konoha, determined fighters with a singular goal, to bring Konoha village down. They dismissed any other considerations as irrelevant. When Tobirama emerged and saw the approaching enemies, he immediately took charge, refusing the requests of others to join him. Just watch from the sidelines first. Let me deal with them. Upon hearing Tobirama's words, the ninjas of Konoha retreated obediently. In the past, they might have protested, knowing the importance of Hokage's safety. But after the Great War with the Land of Earth, they had come to understand one thing: Tobirama's power was utterly overwhelming. There was no need for anyone else to act. Now, it was time for Tobirama's show. The Konoha ninjas, fully aware of his prowess, stepped back to give him the stage. As Tobirama eyed the approaching ninjas, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. It's a pity they didn't come later. I could have completed my research on the brand new ninjutsu I am developing. Now, I can only rely on my old techniques. With those words, he clapped his hands, ready to unleash his formidable power. Immediately, another pattern appeared in the corner of his eyes. Sage mode. Do you think the perfect Sage Art training method is a joke? At the same time, Tobirama's eyes transformed into the Scarlet Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Susanoo. A huge purple giant armor materialized around his body. Moonwalk. Tobirama activated his technique, and the enormous Susanoo was lifted into the sky by him. The sight left Kinkaku and Kinkaku utterly dumbfounded. They had planned to use the weapons left by the Sage of Six Paths to deal with the second Hokage. Who would have thought Tobirama's strength was completely different from what they had heard? Wasn't he supposed to be just a master of the Flying Thunder God technique? What were these new powers? Faced with such an overwhelming display, Kinkaku knew they couldn't hesitate. They immediately charged forward, even though their opponent was piloting a giant like Susanoo. Tobirama, unfazed, pulled out several scrolls with strange symbols on them. He threw the scrolls down directly. Terrifying explosions erupted across the battlefield. The ground shook violently as if struck by a magnitude 9 earthquake. A massive dust cloud appeared in the sky, signaling the sheer power of Tobirama's attack. The terrifying shockwave cut through the surrounding forest. After half an hour, the dust finally subsided. Tobirama, unharmed, descended to the ground. His enemies were annihilated, not even a trace remained. Only some so-called artifacts lay scattered on the ground. Tobirama picked up these items and sealed them in his scroll. Very good. I didn't expect them to deliver something so good to me. Quite convenient. The ninjas of Konoha were in awe, their shock bordering on numbness. Yamanaka marveled, her voice tinged with awe. Lord Hokage's strength is beyond belief. Narashikuro nodded firmly in agreement, emphasizing, absolutely. The enemy never stood a chance against him. Akimichi Kohei chimed in with a mix of disbelief and admiration. To challenge Tobirama-sama's power was nothing short of foolishness. Everyone spoke with genuine admiration. In this encounter, Tobirama needed less than 10 minutes to defeat thousands of powerful ninjas. After this battle, the Land of Thunder was in ruins. Even if they had any remaining strength before, it was completely gone now. Their elite ninjas were decimated, leaving them unable to continue the fight with Konoha. Tobirama, aware of the extent of his victory, returned to Konoha village with his ninjas. He buried his head in the scrolls, eager to study them again. There are so many things to explore this time, I murmured to myself. Treasures from the pirate world, valuable items from the world of Shinigami, and artifacts contributed by the Golden and Silver brothers. These will keep me busy for at least half a year. Such a delightful problem. Tobirama's excitement was palpable. For him, having so much to study was a dream come true. His only regret was the lack of time. Meanwhile, on the other side, the high-ranking ninjas of the Land of Thunder were in shock upon hearing the news. This information can't be right, can it? Rayleigh said in disbelief. Tobirama single-handedly defeated thousands of tough ninjas, including the Golden and Silver brothers with their artifacts. It sounded too incredible to be true. However, the ninja who had investigated the scene had a solemn expression. Every word is true. It didn't even take him 30 minutes to annihilate all our forces. Rayleigh, despite his disbelief, had to accept the reality. Is this his true strength? He muttered to himself. We have absolutely no strength to resist. He realized how futile their resistance had been against such overwhelming power. Rayleigh, once a staunch fighter, now saw the hopelessness of their situation. At this point, their thinking had completely changed. Upon hearing the news, all the ninjas in the Land of Thunder abandoned any notion of fighting. The only thought on their minds was surrender. Otherwise, they knew they would likely meet their end at the hands of the enemy. So, after a few days, Rayleigh personally led all the high-ranking ninjas from the entire country to Konoha and handed over their proof of surrender. After Tobirama accepted it, the Land of Thunder became a part of Konoha. The remaining small countries that had not yet surrendered were dealt with by other powerful ninjas, using Tobirama's scrolls. Victory was easily achieved, without any casualties. Second Hokage Tobirama's world was now unified. In fourth Hokage Minato's world, Minato had exchanged his reward points from the last mission for the Sharingan. Like many others, he had accumulated quite a lot of points during the two other world missions. He decided to use his points to improve his strength. I won't be left behind by my son and Kakashi next time, Minato declared, determination blazing in his eyes. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani and ko5.c*m/Mariani37. Chapter 180, Chapter 180. Minato's thoughts were clear. The best items in the chat group store required a lot of points, and he wanted to exchange them for the very best. Even if he spent all his points, it still wouldn't be enough. Take, for example, an ability he wanted, the Scion Bloodline. It was incredibly powerful but also came with an exorbitant cost of 50 million points. In comparison, his hundreds of thousands of points seemed insignificant. So, Minato decided to settle for second best. He aimed to redeem something effective but not too costly. As he scrolled around the different sections of the store, he discovered what would work best for him, the Sharingan. Originally, he was a ninja renowned for his high speed, with extremely fast reflexes. With the Sharingan, these advantages would be further enhanced. The Flying Thunder God was invented by Senjo Tobirama as an instantaneous attack to deal with Sharingan's predictive capabilities and the danger of falling in genjutsu when looking at Sharingan. The seamless integration of Sharingan's predictive prowess, Rasengan's devastating power, and Flying Thunder God's unparalleled teleportation abilities would create a formidable and terrifying force on the battlefield. The other Hokage who redeemed this item also confirmed its effectiveness. For instance, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senjo who dislikes Uchiha the most still chose the Sharingan. He had significantly improved his strength after acquiring the Sharingan. So, Minato spent tens of thousands of points to get what he wanted. After returning to his world, he began implementing his plans of annexation of the other nations. Previously, due to the danger of the Nine-Tails Rebellion and the recent birth of his child, Minato needed time to recuperate. Now, 6 months have passed, and those issues have been thoroughly resolved. It was time for other nations to face their misfortune. Minato first turned his attention to the nearest and weakest nation, the Land of Wind. He led the Konoha ninjas and declared war directly on the Land of Wind. Naturally, the Land of Wind was not intimidated. In their eyes, Minato was just a newly appointed young Kage. In the entire history of shinobi villages, Konoha had never declared war on anyone. They have always defended Konoha. They thought he must be out of his mind to start a war at this juncture. However, on the battlefield, the terrifying power of the yellow flash was quickly revealed. Sage mode. In an instant, his eyes are marked with special patterns that glow with natural energy. These markings show he's more in tune with nature, making him super aware of his surroundings. He looks more focused and intense, like someone who has deep wisdom and power. Watch out for his flying thunder god technique, warned Yashimaru, glancing at young Beiki beside him. But his jutsu needs a mark on a person, young Beiki added hastily. Just make sure he doesn't mark you. Yashimaru emphasized, knowing the danger Minato posed with his teleportation technique. The ninjas of the Sungakure didn't yet realize that Minato was the same Minato who had fought in the last shinobi world war. They believed his signature skill was the flying thunder god technique. But before their eyes, Minato's figure vanished, as if a door had opened in the air and then closed behind him. It was simply bizarre. The ninjas were dumbfounded. They had never seen the power of the devil fruit from the pirate world, a power that didn't require any seals and could be wielded at will without using chakra. The door fruit allowed for spatial manipulation, making it indistinguishable from space-time ninjutsu. When Minato reappeared, he had already condensed a terrifying jutsu in his hands. With the Sharingan, he combined large-scale fire chakra with raised nan. He materialized directly behind enemy lines, unleashing his attack. Fire release, spiraling flame sphere. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in terrifying flames. When the enemy tried to counterattack, Minato's figure vanished again. The ninjas of the Tsunade lost their fighting spirit. Minato seemed like a ghost, untouchable no matter how hard they tried. Realizing the futility of their efforts, they could only surrender. After losing a significant number of ninjas, the Land of Wind finally surrendered. Next, Minato turned his attention to the Land of Water, completely crushing them with his might. It didn't take long for Konoha to conquer two great powers in a row, leaving only the Land of Earth and the Land of Thunder. Minato's swift and powerful campaign sent tremors throughout the ninja world, leaving the remaining nations in fear. No one knew when their turn would come or if they had the strength to resist. The unification of Konoha was steadily advancing. Meanwhile, in the world of the fifth Hokage, Kakashi, after a period of intense training, decided to begin his campaigns against other nations. At his request, Orochimaru worked tirelessly to develop a portable chakra scroll that could restore a large amount of chakra instantly. This innovation was crucial for Kakashi, whose only weakness was his limited chakra reserves. Despite this, Kakashi was a renowned ninja, famous since his teenage years. Whether it was his strategic mind, mastery of ninjutsu, or proficiency in taijutsu, Kakashi was nearly flawless in every aspect. The only drawback was that his chakra reserves were too small. In layman's terms, he was often running low on chakra to use big jutsu. This long-standing issue had been a significant concern for him. Fortunately, Orochimaru had developed the chakra scroll, effectively solving this problem. Amid the battle, when Kakashi's chakra was nearly depleted, he could use a scroll to instantly restore a substantial amount. Even while constantly using chakra, he no longer needed to worry about running out. This newfound resource made Kakashi very confident. He also had another powerful asset, the devil fruit he had eaten before, specifically the thunder fruit. After eating it, his lightning release reached terrifying levels. The ninjutsu he unleashed brought down lightning from the sky with the force of divine retribution. Those unaware might even mistake it for a natural disaster. In the first half of the year, Kakashi didn't waste any time. Whenever he could, he practiced his ninjutsu, successfully developing many high-power techniques that consumed large amounts of chakra. With all his preparations complete, Kakashi turned his attention to the Land of Wind and launched his campaign. The Hokages of Konoha generally began their campaigns in the Land of Wind. The country was simply too close and weakest in the 5 shinobi villages, making it an unfortunate target. Additionally, there was another significant factor. When Ryan first made his move, he targeted the Land of Wind. Consequently, the other Hokages followed suit. On the battlefield, the Kazekage of the Tsunade looked at Kakashi and laughed mockingly. "Copy Ninja Kakashi, I know your reputation," he said. "Your strength is more than enough to be an elite jonin, but as a Hokage, you're not impressive at all. Has Konoha run out of capable people? Letting someone like you be Hokage is laughable." Hearing this, Kakashi didn't show the slightest emotion. He simply lifted his forward protector to reveal the Sharingan underneath. "It's okay if you don't understand, I'll show you," Kakashi said calmly. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. For commission requests and early access ko-fi.c*m/Mariani37. Chapter 181. Chapter 181. Just as the Kazekage still wore a mocking smile, Kakashi stretched his hand toward the sky. "Come forth, Rigo." In an instant, the once clear sky turned ominously dark. Countless dark clouds blanketed the entire expanse. Then came the terrifying purple lightning, crashing down from above. The ground trembled beneath the onslaught, and buildings shook as if caught in a violent earthquake. Ninjas across the Wind Kingdom were thrown off their feet, their senses overwhelmed by the sheer power that ripped through the air. Kazekage staggered back, his eyes wide with disbelief. His shinobi lay scattered, some injured, some unconscious. The devastation was beyond anything they had ever imagined. Meanwhile, Kakashi remained composed, his expression steady as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. Yet, in truth, the exaggerated scale of ninjutsu he had just unleashed had drained all the chakra within him. He could feel the fatigue creeping into his muscles, a reminder of the immense power he had wielded. Witnessing the fifth Hokage's immense power, Konoha's ninjas erupted in cheers. "Ah, just as expected of Kakashi-senpai. Master Hokage is truly unstoppable. So impressive. Is this the true might of Kakashi-sama?" exclaimed Genma Shiranui, with Radon Amaeshi nodding in agreement beside him. Nearby, Aobi Yamashiro watched with wide eyes, deeply impressed by Kakashi's formidable display of power. Countless voices filled with admiration and joy echoed through the air. However, Kakashi showed no fear. He simply retrieved Orochimaru's secret chakra restoration scroll and tore it open. Instantly, his entire body's chakra surged to more than moderate levels. There was no worry of running out during the ensuing battle. This was Kakashi's style in combat, dominant and unrestrained, using whichever powerful ninjutsu he pleased. The concern was never about running low on chakra. The Kazekage and the Tsunade shinobi stood in disbelief, expecting Kakashi to show signs of exhaustion after unleashing such a large-scale ninjutsu. They had witnessed the immense power of his techniques firsthand, expecting him to be drained or at least fatigued from the exertion. However, to their astonishment, Kakashi showed no signs of slowing down. His chakra continued to surge, brimming with vitality and strength. "Which spy brought me the information on Kakashi?" Kazekage questioned incredulously. "It's impossible. Kakashi unleashes such potent ninjutsu without any chakra loss," exclaimed Kazumi Hashigaki, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Isn't that just having too much chakra?" Sankuro rang in, trying to make sense of the situation. "He scares me," muttered Beiki, one of the Tsunade shinobi, admitting his surprise at Kakashi's overwhelming display of power. But what truly stunned them was the sheer overwhelming power Kakashi had just displayed. It was terrifying, akin to a natural disaster. And most astonishingly, he didn't need any hand seals to unleash it. With just a gesture, he killed so many. What terrifying and overwhelming strength. Initially, the Kazekage harbored doubts about the demise of Konoha's third generation. There was some confusion there. However, Kakashi quickly emerged as the prime suspect. Now, it was clear, it wasn't a matter of avoiding confusion. The new Hokage was simply too formidable to allow anyone else a chance to meddle. The Kazekage glanced back at the ninjas trailing behind. Many had been brought saved and retreated by his efforts, but now half were dead, and others severely wounded, all from Kakashi's display of a single jutsu alone. Witnessing the terrified expressions of his comrades, the Kazekage sighed deeply. He knew they stood no chance. The moment Kakashi unleashed his ninjutsu, their efforts had been in vain. Struggling further was futile. The flames of war and revenge were extinguished. Kakashi still possessed formidable strength and chakra, yet he hadn't even tapped into it. Moreover, the Konoha shinobi behind him remained untouched, fully prepared and without injury. Under these circumstances, it was impossible to talk with your foe as an equal. The opposing side wouldn't even have to pay a price. "You can surrender right here." Kazekage had no choice but to concede. Kakashi wasn't surprised by this outcome, he had anticipated it. Seeing the overwhelming power of his lightning release and still refusing to surrender, Kakashi decided to reveal his newly acquired abilities. Yet, it seemed futile. Why wouldn't I need seals to use ninjutsu alone? Kakashi mused. It's because I'm not just using ninjutsu. I possess the power of a devil fruit. The Thunder Fruit no joke. In the world of pirates, those with the Thunder Fruit are revered as gods. With this ability alone, they can wreak havoc, earning them a substantial bounty. It's a testament to the immense power of this devil fruit, a natural disaster in itself. I'm merely showcasing its capabilities, augmented by my chakra to amplify its terrifying effect. As Kakashi displayed his power, the Hokage and his allies bowed their heads in defeat. That was it. In just a day, Kakashi, now the 5th Hokage, had conquered the Land of Wind. The conquest happened swiftly. As news spread to other major countries, everyone was taken aback. What is happening in Konoha? The Land of Water, still evaluating Kakashi's strength, was caught off guard when he brought a sizable force into their territory. The operation resembled what occurred in the Land of Wind. Kakashi showcased Rigo, and it was all over. The Kingdom of Water surrendered almost instantly, albeit with slightly more casualties this time. This outcome left Kakashi feeling uneasy. After unifying these countries, their ninjas became his subordinates. The losses suffered during the battles weighed heavily on him. What a catastrophe! Ninja path Tsunade reflected on the world. With so many Hokages after the last battle, Konoha has directly unified the ninja world. It seems almost too easy. Tsunade paused, pondering the future and unsure of what lies ahead for them. Seeking opinions from other leaders, Tsunade unsurprisingly received suggestions from fellow Hokages. They advised me to observe how the world of Ryan is evolving, she reflected. Taking this advice to heart, Tsunade directly immersed herself in Ryan's world, where technology was advancing rapidly. High-tech combat methods and advancements in everyday life flourished before her eyes. Inspired by what she saw, Tsunade promptly mobilized a team of scientific researchers to develop similar technologies in her world. Simultaneously, despite having unified the entire ninja world under Konoha's banner, there were still forces beyond their control. One major concern was the tailed beasts. During the unification battles, many of these powerful creatures had escaped. Now, it's time to begin the hunt for the tailed beasts, Tsunade declared, signaling the start of a new mission. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. For commission requests and early access ko-fi.c*/Mariani37. Chapter 182, Chapter 182. Currently, in the road to Ninja Tsunade world, the pursuit of the tailed beast continues. Due to their immense power, tailed beasts pose a formidable challenge that normal ninjas cannot easily seal them. Tsunade has delegated leadership to a more powerful ninja who leads the team in coordinated attacks. Upon discovering the tailed beast's trail, they refrain from immediate action, instead swiftly notifying Konoha headquarters. It is then that Tsunade herself will intervene. With her expertise in the ice release and Zanpakuto techniques, she holds a distinct advantage in confronting tailed beasts. Madara's world had long been under his unified rule, with advancements in technology accelerating over the past 6 months. As one of the swiftest and the first Hokage, Madara was intimately familiar with these developments. Another significant aspect of his reign was his initiative to hunt down the tailed beasts within his domain. Most of the tailed beasts had fled after their host had died and remained uncaptured by other villages due to the chaos unleashed during Madara's campaign to unify the shinobi world under Konoha. Escaping posed little difficulty for them amidst the turmoil. Seizing the opportunity, Madara took matters into his own hands, declaring a hunt for all tailed beasts within his reach. Soon, traces of the one-tail's presence near the Tsunade village were discovered. The most cunning of all tailed beasts, Kaku, after being tracked down, concealed itself adeptly, disguising itself as Dune and awaiting Madara's arrival for a surprise attack. Wind style, vacuum bullets. Shikaku unleashed massive air bullet-like bombs from his mouth, creating a deafening explosion in the desert. Unaware of the impending danger, Madara was struck by the attack. The area was engulfed in a cloud of dust, with billowing smoke obscuring visibility all around. Amidst this chaos, the one-tailed Shikaku laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Madara, you who unified the ninja world, you are nothing special. This is how you meet your end under the paws of the strongest tailed beast of all. Witnessing the scene unfold, the ninjas following Madara were filled with shock and terror. Could something truly happen to Madara? Master Hokage, are you all right? Envy guard of Madara cried out in panicked concern. From within the swirling smoke, Madara's voice resounded. What's with all the commotion? It's just a minor skirmish, there's no need for such surprise. With these words, the smoke gradually cleared, revealing Madara emerging from its midst. It was evident he had been caught off guard and had sustained numerous injuries. Considering an ordinary person's body, such a barrage of ninjutsu would be fatal. Yet, thanks to the blessing of super divine water, Madara's injuries were not as severe as they appeared. The scars on his body were already healing rapidly. How is this possible? What kind of ninjutsu are you using? You are Uchiha. Not from the Senjo clan, exclaimed Shikaku in surprise. On the opposite side, facing a human opponent, the speed at which the body was recovering was beyond human capabilities. It was clear that despite taking a direct hit just moments ago, Madara had consumed a senzu bean. No matter how much damage I take, I can recover, he declared confidently. This makes my use of my senzu bean completely wasted. I'll make you pay for it. Madara's dissatisfaction was evident as his eyes transformed into the Sharingan. Genjutsu. Are you trying to control me? He taunted. Reacting swiftly, one-tailed Shikaku covered his eyes with his hands. I won't give you the chance. Madara grinned darkly. Control? That's beneath me. I'll defeat you until you can't stand. Susanoo. In the 6th Hokage Kakashi's world, Konoha's strength surpassed many others due to its longer development and advanced foundation. This advantage had been cultivated over time, making them formidable in their world. Following the meteorite's impact last time, numerous Hokages emerged, striking fear into other major shinobi villages. No one could have anticipated this. People had forgotten after the 4th Shinobi War that Konoha had reanimation no jutsu plus Orochimaru and his student Kabuto had not only mastered this jutsu created by Tobirama but developed it to perfection. So the shinobi villages assumed that Konoha had used that forbidden jutsu again. When so many K-shinobi demonstrated their formidable strength, presenting an assembly of countless Hokages. With such high-level combat prowess combined, who could challenge them? Hope seemed non-existent. Capitalizing on his strength and misunderstanding about various cage-level competence, Kakashi launched assaults on other shinobi villages. Under the leadership of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, most of the world's troubles had been resolved. During this period, she mirrored Ryan and Madara's world advancements, initiating technological development in their realm. They gathered numerous scientific minds, conducting joint research and development with Konoha village. Generous funding ensured they could focus on their studies without worry. Under these circumstances, their world progressed rapidly. New scientific inventions emerged continually, greatly enhancing global living standards. Despite this progress, chakra-enhanced weaponry persisted, while the development of a chakra cannon, akin to Ryan's world, remained elusive. Further research was needed to create such a weapon. At present, only 2 worlds have achieved this feat, one being the 6th Hokage Kakashi's world. Their world had been developing for a very long time. The technology in Kumagaskur was also highly advanced, providing an opportunity to create such a weapon. Another world capable of achieving this feat was Ryan's. Ryan was the first to unite the ninja world, maintaining consistently high standings globally. This demonstrated significant advancement compared to other worlds. Therefore, in their world, this task wasn't difficult. However, in other worlds like the 5th Hokage Tsunade, developing something similar would take time. In the 7th Hokage Naruto's world, after returning through the portal, Naruto couldn't help but sigh. It feels like a dream. He was ecstatic. While such missions were routine with the Hokages, it was entirely different for Naruto. The rewards this time were immense. Initially drawn into a Hokage meeting where he met 11 Hokages at once, many of them old friends like Kakashi and Sasuke, Naruto also encountered 2 versions of Tsunade Bachan, the first and second Hokages, and even Hokage Obito and Madara. Plus his father was also there and he wondered did his mother ever achieve her dream of being Hokage in another world. The developments and possibilities of these parallel worlds truly opened his eyes. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. For commission requests and early access ko-fi.c*/Mariani37. Chapter 183, Chapter 183. What touched Naruto the most wasn't all the new things in the chat group, but meeting his father, the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, made Naruto the happiest. Before this, he had never had the chance to have a good talk with his dad. From birth, both his parents died, leaving him to live as an orphan. He couldn't experience the kind of happy family life that others took for granted. This was one of the greatest pains in Naruto's heart. Later, during the Ninja World War, his father was brought back through impure world reincarnation. Although Naruto and his dad fought side by side for a while, much of their focus was battling Madara, Obito, and Ten Tails. Their communication was limited, leaving Naruto unaware of what kind of man his father truly was. He knew the 4th Hokage, but not the person behind the title. Similarly, Minato didn't know how Naruto had managed to live all these years. There were so many regrets. Finally, at the last Hokage meeting, Naruto and Minato had a meaningful talk. Naruto was very happy. Minato, too, felt a sense of relief, knowing that his son had been supported by others in this world and had grown up smoothly. Though Naruto was proud to be the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato, he couldn't be truly resurrected. Even Orochimaru can't fully resurrect his father, Minato, because the impure world reincarnation technique, which brings back the dead, only summons a shadow of the person's former self. It cannot restore their original body or soul completely. This limitation means that while Minato can return temporarily, he remains bound by the summoner's control and lacks the full essence of who he was in life. Naruto's heart was deeply healed. He witnessed many miraculous things in the chat group, including a wide variety of merchandise and various powerful skills that could change the entire world. He hoped that with the aid of chat groups, lasting peace could finally be attained. The simple dream of living in peace had remained elusive in the shinobi world for centuries, leaving him longing for a reality where harmony could prevail. Then they went to another world, where the power system in the Shinigami world was completely different from that of the ninja world. Naruto saw the power of everyone, including the other Hokages, and even gained many valuable treasures and new knowledge that could significantly improve his abilities. While feeling emotional about these experiences, Naruto also felt a bit lost, wondering when the next meeting would be held. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Hey, can you hear me, Naruto? It was the voice of his father, Minato. Naruto froze for a moment before quickly turning around. Could he be hallucinating? How could he hear his dad's voice outside the conference room? Minato's voice continued. Naruto, can you hear me? And this time, Naruto saw a transparent screen in front of him. On the screen was the interface of the chat group. His father was chatting with him. Looking at Naruto, Minato could see his confusion and introduced the role of interworld chat between members. Minato explained that the chat group not only facilitated meetings but also pulled them into the meeting space. Even when there wasn't a meeting, it had a significant function. They could communicate anytime, from any world using the chat function. After this explanation, Naruto finally understood. He realized that he could communicate with others at any time. This is amazing. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. He never expected such a wonderful thing to happen. This was great news for him. Now, he could chat with his father anytime, anywhere. Not only that, but he could also talk to Kakashi-sensei, Granny Tsunade, Sasuke, even Madara, anyone. As Naruto explored the chat group, he saw that the Hokages were actively chatting. He smiled with excitement. After chatting for a while, the other Hokages introduced him to another feature, the help function of the chat group. If something very dangerous happened in their world and Naruto couldn't handle it, they could press the emergency help button in the chat group. They could send a distress signal to other members of the group. After calling for help, the Hokages would be able to travel across the world and come to assist Naruto through any storm. Learning about this function made Naruto even more excited. That's great too, he exclaimed. If only I had this ability earlier, Konoha village wouldn't have suffered so much. Naruto knew better than anyone the extent of Konoha village's sufferings. The village was constantly under threat, whether it was being blown up or razed to the ground. When he was born, the Nine-Tails rebellion plunged most of the village into crisis, leaving many ruins. Fortunately, his father managed to push the Nine-Tails out of the village, and Minato shifted the tail beast bomb away. Otherwise, the village would have been destroyed back then. During the Chunin exams, Orochimaru and the Sand Village launched a surprise attack on Konoha. I remember the chaos and destruction vividly. Buildings were collapsing, fires were raging, and the sounds of battle were everywhere. As Naruto grew up, the dangers didn't diminish. When Pain Six Paths attacked the village, the entire village was destroyed, leaving real ruins that took a long time to rebuild. Then there was the Ninja War, which brought danger not just to Konoha village but to other places as well. Naruto realized how valuable the help function of the chat group could have been during these times. Konoha village has always been in danger, and now, with this function of asking for help, things would be much better. If something happened to Naruto, he could ask other Hokages for assistance. With the mighty power of these Hokages, eliminating difficulties would be easy. After learning about these features, Naruto temporarily closed the chat group and returned to his Hokage office. Seeing how developed other worlds were, Naruto had an idea. He wanted to develop his village too. Soon after, in Ryan's world, Ryan was in his office, listening to reports from others. Orochimaru was leading the technology research and development department and had created many new technologies. The previously developed chakra cannon had also been mass-produced, with stable power and reduced chakra requirements. Even Chunin and Genin could provide the necessary chakra. Ryan nodded repeatedly, satisfied with the current speed of technological development. However, he wished it could be a little faster. He had a premonition that aliens might arrive soon. While he was deep in thought, Minato suddenly entered the room with an emergency scroll. Hokage-sama, urgent information. Minato said, his face serious. Minato was usually very calm and rarely this serious. Seeing Minato's expression, Ryan sat up straight. What's happened now? He said. Dash. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. For commission requests and early access ko-fi.c*m/Mariani37. Chapter 184. Chapter 184. Minato frowned, looking very serious. He motioned for Ryan to spread the scroll before him. According to the report from our observation department, Minato began, his voice steady. We've detected unusual activity on the moon. It appears the lunar surface is shaking and unstable. A meteorite might have crashed on the moon and another is expected to impact Konoha soon. Minato continued, his tone measured. It's too early to determine its size. As Ryan reported intently, Ryan's calm demeanor surprised him. While was wondering could be that Satsuki clan on the moon finally made their move ahead of time. Ryan's thoughts raced. Meteorites were merely the prelude. Konoha's extensive technological developments had been geared precisely for such threats. Just then, other ninjas rushed into the room, their urgency palpable. Hokage-sama. Meteorite. Ryan raised a hand to silence them, nodding calmly. His composed response quelled the tension among the assembled ninjas. While they viewed the meteorite as a grave threat, Ryan's calm demeanor reassured them. The confidence in Ryan's abilities was unwavering. His calmness in the face of danger suggested he had contingencies in place. Everyone, please remain calm. Ryan addressed the room. I am aware of the situation. There's no need for concern. Preparations for this incident have already been made. Listening to him, shinobi heads couldn't help but be surprised. Are you serious, Master Ryan? How could you have prepared for something like this? Meteorites about to hit the earth, it's an emergency. The room buzzed with disbelief. The suddenness of the situation caught them off guard. Who would have anticipated this today? Ryan met their bewildered gazes with calm assurance. Don't forget, Ryan began, his voice steady amidst the murmurs. Over half a year ago, I directed Konoha's research and development department to test the power of the chakra cannon. What do you think that was for? His words hung in the air, sinking in slowly. Many realized that chakra cannons can be used to deal with the threats of meteorites. Yes. Lord Hokage foresaw this possibility. Akamichi Choza exclaimed, his booming voice filled with admiration. Inuzukitsu, her eyes gleaming with pride, nodded vigorously. Of course, he planned it all. Only someone with his foresight could prepare us for such an event. Choza continued, his tone reverent. It's astounding to think that while we were busy with our daily duties, Lord Hokage was already strategizing for this very moment. It's incredible foresight, Minato muttered, clearly impressed. Ryan observed their reactions with a quiet demeanor. All right, everyone, Ryan continued, his tone reassuring. Let's not get too worked up. This is why weapons are truly created, not to wage war but to protect ourselves. Let's focus on calming the villagers and ensuring our readiness for what's to come. After hearing Ryan's words, everyone sprang into action. Soon after, Ryan and several other high-ranking ninjas gathered on a specially constructed rooftop platform. Two newly developed chakra cannons stood beside them, poised for action. Elsewhere, additional chakra cannons were strategically placed in anticipation of the imminent meteorite impact. High above, cameras pointed skyward, transmitting live footage to ordinary ninjas across the village. They would witness firsthand the power of the chakra cannons, their best hope against the descending meteor shower. As the sky darkened, countless meteorites descended like a fiery rain. The black molten rocks hurtled through the air, their surfaces ablaze with intense heat. Seeing the crimson meteor shower, everyone except Ryan tightened their fists involuntarily. This meteorite event posed an extreme danger, and the chakra cannons represented their sole means of defense. I hope the chakra cannons are enough to deal with this. Orochimaru, head of the research and development department, remained remarkably calm, a slight smile playing on his lips. Unbeknownst to the other ninjas, he harbored deep confidence in his invention, fully aware of its formidable capabilities. Meanwhile, Ryan exuded a quiet confidence in the chakra cannons, having been their earliest advocate and promoter. Could it be that he can foresee the future? Orochimaru pondered deeply. If that's the case, he continued to himself, the Hokage-sama's strength, it's too mysterious. No wonder Sensei didn't have a chance to resist. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the meteorite was on the brink of impact. Many held their breath involuntarily. Fire. Ryan's voice rang out calmly. Following his command, the ninjas assigned to operate the chakra cannon swiftly channeled their chakra into the devices. In an instant, a surge of blue chakra burst forth from the cannon's muzzle. Boom. The chakra blast struck the meteorite directly and accurately, shattering the massive rock into fragments. But they didn't stop there. The ninjas continued pouring chakra into the cannons, preparing for another volley. This time, the cannon unleashed a barrage of split attacks. The previously shattered meteorite was further fragmented into countless pieces, each aimed precisely at the falling debris for a relentless bombardment. The sky erupted into a display of fireworks as the meteorite fragments exploded in midair. Not just where Ryan stood, but across the battlefield, the chakra cannons achieved outstanding results, exceeding everyone's expectations. Upon witnessing the successful defense, all the ninjas erupted into cheers. Excellent job. We've done it. Incredible. As expected of Lord Ryan. To think he even foresaw this. The victory was met with jubilation and relief among the ninja ranks, celebrating their successful defense against the unexpected meteorite threat. At the same time, the final shot remained unfired. The cannon required more chakra, necessitating additional ninjas to channel their chakra into it. After a brief accumulation of chakra, the mighty blast was unleashed. And just like that, the threat vanished from the sky. In the vastness of the sky, the chakra cannon struck the last meteorite with pinpoint accuracy. Before the meteorite could breach the atmosphere, it was shattered into countless fragments by the cannon's forceful impact. It was a flawless success. A meteorite crisis that would have posed a grave danger of extinction to any other world was effortlessly resolved under Konoha's might. Minato and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief as they gazed at Ryan with deep reverence and admiration. Who else could have foreseen the need for and orchestrated the development of the chakra cannon so early? It was a thought that filled them with awe, reserved only for Ryan. A faint smile graced Ryan's lips, though tempered with the knowledge that this victory was merely the beginning of the impending crisis. The Tsutsuki clan is finally making its debut. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. For commission requests and early access ko-fi.c*m/Mariani37. Chapter 185. Chapter 185. In the world of the first Hokage, Senjo Hashirama, peace seemed to reign. After Hashirama had brought the major villages under the control of Konoha, the smaller villages either voluntarily surrendered or were subdued. Their combat effectiveness was relatively low, even the strongest being an elite jonin, leading to a unified ninja world. Hashirama was pleased with this outcome, believing that the future would be free of danger. He delegated all administrative duties to his younger brother, Tobirama, confident that his work was done. However, an undercurrent of unrest was brewing in the ninja world, unbeknownst to him. One day in the Hokage office, Tobirama entered with a serious expression. Brother, something has happened in the land of water recently, he reported. Hashirama was taken aback. What? Wasn't peace established there long ago? The troublemakers were dealt with. Are those ninjas clans or some nobles causing problems? He found this news perplexing and abnormal. Given his terrifying strength, he thought any potential troublemakers would be too intimidated to act. He recalled a past incident involving Kakuzu, a genius ninja from Takikaku, who had been sent to assassinate him. Under Taki village elders' instigation, Kakuzu attempted the impossible mission. However, upon witnessing Hashirama's formidable power firsthand, Kakuzu fled and never dared to try again. Furious at the impossible task and the dishonor brought upon him, Kakuzu returned to Takikaku with vengeance in his heart. In the dead of night, he assassinated the elders who had forced him into such a suicidal mission. He then stole the village's forbidden jutsu. But that's a tale for someone else to tell. This, Hashirama believed, was the deterrent effect of his strength. It was a clear example of how overwhelming power could prevent future threats, ensuring a lasting peace through fear and respect. No, you misunderstood, Tobirama clarified. It's not ninja or noble trouble this time. Hashirama was even more puzzled. Not ninja trouble? Then what is it? Tobirama unfolded a scroll and began to explain. It seems there have been some changes recently. Although there are no ninjas causing trouble in the land of water, something significant has happened. Hashirama listened intently. The previous tailed beast, the Three Tails, lived in the forest land of the water. However, according to reports, there was a fierce explosion one day. When people arrived, the Three Tails was no longer at its usual lake. The Three Tails is missing. Hashirama frowned. This was troubling news. Tailed beasts usually don't cause trouble when they have a stable place to rest. Hashirama had even designated an entire forest in the land of water for the Three Tails and Six Tails to rest, and they were pleased with this arrangement. Now, with the Three Tails disappearing and the sound of an explosion preceding its disappearance, it was clear that a fierce battle had taken place. Who could have done this? Hashirama wondered. After a moment of contemplation, Hashirama made a decision. Immediately send elite ninjas to form a team and investigate the area. And invite the native ninjas of the Kiri to cooperate with the investigation, Hashirama added. We must act swiftly and relay the news back as soon as possible. If it takes too long, Three Tails might bury the entire Kiri overnight. At the same time, underground, Madara took his seat, looking very excited. It seems the strength of the tailed beast is weaker than I imagined, he said. The Three Tails didn't put up much resistance, and I caught it. Of course, the Mangeki Sharingan is still very useful. It turned out that the disappearance of the Three Tails was orchestrated by Madara. At this moment, Black Setsu slowly emerged from the ground. Madara-sama, you truly have extraordinary strength, Black Setsu said. Now that we've captured the Three Tails, our goal is one step closer. Next, we target the other tailed beasts. Listening to this, Madara laughed triumphantly. Ha ha. After the iconic laughter, he stopped. Unfortunately, some of the other tailed beasts are in the hands of Hashirama and his allies. Capturing them won't be easy. Also, there was some commotion when we captured the Three Tails. I wonder if it will attract their attention. We must be more careful next time. Meanwhile, in the world of the second Hokage, Tobirama. Tobirama and his allies encountered a similar situation. Initially, Tobirama had been forced to conquer those shinobi villages, fully dedicating himself to his scientific research experiments, particularly focusing on the specialties of the Shinigami world. However, his research was abruptly interrupted by important news. A tailed beast went missing. Tobirama said, listening to the reports from his ninjas. Has someone attacked the tailed beast? A sudden thought crossed Tobirama's mind, Madara. Unlike some Hokages, such as Hashirama, who might overlook certain things, Tobirama had a sharp mind for analysis. He rarely forgot anything he heard. As he pondered, he recalled a similar event from the past. At that time, Ryan had informed them about it. This led Tobirama to suspect Madara. Considering the ninja world was now unified, there were few powerful ninjas outside his control. The strongest of them, Madara, was no longer present. Tobirama immediately issued an order, send a large number of ninjas to protect the tailed beasts. And ensure everyone carries my flying thunder god now. If anything goes wrong, alert me immediately. I'll be there in no time. Tobirama knew the gravity of the situation. Madara's strength was formidable. Ordinary ninjas, even elite ones, were not necessarily his match. To deal with Madara, Tobirama knew he had to take matters into his own hands. Madara, Tobirama muttered to himself, back then Big Brother spared you, and the second time you faked your death and escaped unscathed. But this time, you won't be so lucky. In the world of the fifth Hokage, Kakashi. Kakashi had successfully subdued two countries, the land of wind and the land of water. After these victories, he entered a temporary period of rest. Kakashi knew that if he continued to press on, it could provoke a strong counterattack from the remaining shinobi villages. If these villages united against him, it would be troublesome. Despite his strength, dealing with the combined forces of two countries would be tiring. Kakashi thought to himself, the rewards I've redeemed so far are still too few. Compared to Ryan, Madara, Hashirama, and Tobirama, my strength is lacking. I need to find a way to increase my power. With this in mind, Kakashi decided to check the chat group mall to see what he could redeem with his points to enhance his strength. At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office was pushed open by an Enbu. Lord Hokage, we have a problem, the Enbu said anxiously. What is it? Kakashi asked, standing up quickly. Naruto Uzumaki. He's missing. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. For commission requests and early access ko-fi.c*m/Mariani37. Chapter 186. Chapter 186. Someone attempted to kidnap Naruto. Fortunately, Lord Jiraiya was there and drove them away, Gen Mashirama reported truthfully. It turned out to be a false alarm, and Kakashi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The significance of Naruto for the current Konoha was immense. He was the son of the fourth Hokage and a Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails. More importantly, Naruto was destined to become one of the most important ninjas in Konoha village for his strength and future role as Hokage. He represented the future of the entire village. Kakashi hadn't been part of the Hokage chat group initially, so he wasn't fully aware of Naruto's importance. But now, he understood better than anyone else and paid extra attention to Naruto's safety. In addition to Jiraiya, he had also assigned several MU to protect Naruto during critical moments. The thought of Naruto being in danger terrified him, and despite their precautions, the threat had still materialized. What did the attackers look like? Kakashi asked, calming himself. Genma handed over a scroll. The scroll contained images depicting two individuals wearing black cloaks adorned with red clouds. One resembled a shark, while the other had a pair of Sharingan. It's Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashirama, MU confirmed. It is them. Kakashi murmured, already prepared for this eventuality. This kind of thing had happened before in other Hokage worlds and timelines, where Jiraiya had managed to fend off similar attacks. It seems we must counteract the actions of the Akatsuki organization as soon as possible, Kakashi said calmly, already formulating strategies in his mind. Meanwhile, in the world of the seventh Hokage, during the Chunin exam period during Boruto's generation, Naruto, as Hokage, was busy overseeing the event and did not notice anything unusual. However, something unexpected happened. Momoshiki, Kinseki, and Uraseki Satsuki launched an attack on Konoha. The three had come looking for traces of Satsuki Kage but instead sensed the tailed beast chakra within Naruto. They changed their plan and decided to capture Naruto instead. All three Satsuki were extraordinarily powerful. Momoshiki possessed both the Byakugan and Rinnegan, enabling him to use his unique ability to absorb all ninjutsu and chakra from his enemies, thereby strengthening himself. This ability was called absorption. Konohamaru confronted him, determined to defend the village. He used his Raise Nan, but the battle was far from over. Konohamaru's Raise Nan was instantly absorbed, causing no harm at all. Momoshiki caught the ninjutsu with his right hand and then doubled its power with his left, releasing it back. Konohamaru was struck by his jutsu. Despite being one of the elite genin in Konoha village and even serving as Naruto's bodyguard, Konohamaru's strength was insignificant against the three Satsuki. He couldn't even perform a complete counterattack. As the crisis continued, Naruto finally arrived just in time. He engaged the three Satsuki in a brief skirmish but quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Momoshiki's ability to absorb ninjutsu and then release it with increased power was troublesome enough, but he also had two companions. One wielded an incredibly fast weapon made of red chakra, while the other excelled in space-time techniques. The combined strength of these three made even Naruto, the most powerful ninja in Konoha, struggle. The situation was dire. Damn it. Naruto thought, his mind racing. If this battle continues, the village could be destroyed in the aftermath. He couldn't unleash his full power within his village. He had to protect the other ninjas and prevent collateral damage, which severely restrained him. Naruto knew that any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. He needed a plan, and fast. Meanwhile, on the other side, Momoshiki and his companions noticed Naruto's hesitation. Instead of relenting, they became even more arrogant, casually destroying everything around them. Naruto frowned involuntarily. What should I do? Lead them out of here? No, they have space-type ninjutsu, they won't care about the distance at all. This is bad. Boruto, Sarada, and the entire new generation watched the fight nervously. Seventh Hokage, doesn't look good. Mizuki said anxiously. I'm going to help Dad. Boruto's blood boiled as he prepared to jump into the fray. But Uchiha Sarada stopped him. Don't be reckless. What can you do with your current strength? You'll only get in the way and make it harder for the Hokage-sama to fight. Boruto paused, falling silent. He knew Sarada was right. Damn it. I should have trained harder from the start. It's too late to regret it now. I'm too weak. I can't do anything, and because of that, Dad is struggling. His frustration was palpable. He knew his lack of strength was forcing Naruto to fight defensively, putting them all in greater danger. At this critical moment, Boruto realized just how far he still had to go. Momoshiki could sense Naruto's hesitation and taunt him sarcastically. Is that all you got, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? With such pathetic strength, no wonder you're an inferior race. Even the servants of our clan could easily defeat you. Momoshiki's words were dripping with disdain. Damn it. Naruto glared at him, feeling both frustrated and unhappy. With my strength, it's too troublesome. I need help from my friends. At that moment, Naruto suddenly remembered something. Not long ago, he had learned about the chat group function. His father had taught him about the functions of the chat group and mentioned that if he ever encountered trouble, he could seek their help. In that case, let's try it. I can't hesitate any longer. Naruto decided. He hit the help button, and immediately, a rapid siren rang in the ears of the other Hokage. In another world, Ryan glanced at the signal for help. Naruto is asking for help. If he's in trouble, it must be something serious. He immediately thought of the Satsuki trio attacking Konoha in the future. Given Naruto's current strength, anything that forced him to ask for help had to be dire. Without hesitation, he pressed the button to respond to Naruto's help request. In the fourth Hokage Minato's world, Minato noticed the sudden distress call and looked over, shocked. An accident happened to Naruto. I have to hurry. Minato, eager to save his son, chose to respond without a second thought. In the third Hokage Kakashi's world, Kakashi saw the distress signal and immediately recognized its importance. Naruto, hang in there. We're coming to rescue you. All at once, many Hokage responded to the distress signal. Chapter 187. Chapter 187. Naruto's situation was becoming increasingly dire. The only way he could buy time was by using a massive number of shadow clones. But despite their numbers, the strength of his opponents was overwhelming. Thousands of clones were being dismantled almost as quickly as they were created. Naruto could feel his chakra rapidly draining. His brow furrowed in frustration and worry. Oh no. The situation is getting worse. Naruto muttered, panic creeping into his voice. Dad, why aren't you here? Could there be something wrong with the help button? As he anxiously awaited aid, he noticed that his pale opponents on the opposite side had cautiously halted. He turned to see a vibrant, colorful space gate materialize behind him. The door shimmered with a mysterious light, its colors shifting and flowing. Then, from the gate stepped a figure. With a strikingly handsome golden face, it was none other than the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. As soon as Minato emerged, his eyes locked onto Naruto. Naruto. It looks like I'm not too late, Minato said with relief. You're holding up well, good job. Naruto's eyes widened with excitement as he saw his father. Great. The help function worked. You came just in time, Dad. Naruto exclaimed, his relief palpable. The mention of Dad left everyone else around them stunned, their expressions frozen in shock. Uraseki eyed Minato with suspicion. Something felt off. The Nine-Tails container, who was fighting against them, appeared to be about 30 years old, yet he was referring to this man as Dad. Given that Naruto looked in his 30s, Minato should be 50 or 60 years old. However, Minato seemed to be in his early 20s, strikingly handsome, and completely bewildering. Who's this Dad supposed to be? Uraseki wondered aloud. Boruto and his friends were almost frozen in shock. What's happening here? Boruto managed to stammer in surprise. Uchiha Sarada was the first to react, her eyes widening with recognition. Look at that man's clothes. That's Hokage's cloak. That's the fourth Hokage, she exclaimed. She turned to Boruto. That's your grandfather, Boruto. Wow, I didn't expect him to look so handsome in person, Sarada added, a hint of admiration in her voice. Boruto, stunned, struggled to process this revelation. Grandpa? Is this my grandpa? I thought he had been dead for a long time. Before anyone could fully grasp the situation, the colorful gate behind Minato began to shimmer again. More figures emerged, further shocking everyone present. Kakashi. That's Kakashi-senpai. He looks so young. Konohamaru shouted in disbelief. And there's Master Tsunade, the fifth Hokage. Yuden cried out. Why is Tsunade-sama here too? Shikamaru wondered aloud. Is that the legendary first Hokage? He looks just like he does in the textbooks. Ino exclaimed in awe. And his brother, the second Hokage. He was the sensei of Grandpa Torifu. My god. Koji added, overwhelmed by the sight. Uchiha Sarada stared at Sasuke with wide eyes, her voice trembling with shock and curiosity. And my dad. Why is he wearing Hokage robes? Did he become Hokage too? Boruto and the others looked on in stunned silence as the legendary Hokages appeared one after another. They were completely dumbfounded. There are 11 of them in total. Naruto exclaimed, still trying to process the scene. That's more Hokages than we've ever seen in the entire history of Konoha village. The Hokages emerged from the glowing gate, standing firmly by Naruto's side. Their presence brought an overwhelming sense of peace and security. Though Naruto and his friends were bewildered by what was happening, one thing was clear, Naruto was now in a much stronger position. With so many Hokages present, the odds were heavily in their favor. On the opposite side, there were only 3 opponents. The 12 Hokages before them far outnumbered the enemies. At that moment, a distant cry echoed through the area. Master Hokage, we're here. Following the calls, a group of Konoha's Jonin rushed in, having received urgent information about Naruto's predicament. They arrived at a sight they had never expected. 12 Hokages stood in front of them, arrayed in perfect formation. Among the figures were several faces that were incredibly familiar, making it feel as though the great men carved into Hokage rock had come back to life. What's going on here? Not only the enemies, even the Konoha shinobi asked in unison, their voices filled with bewilderment. The scene unfolding before them was so strange that it surpassed even the unexpected invasion by the enemy. The sight of the Hokages from other worlds was beyond anything they could have imagined. Despite the confusion around him, Naruto remained calm and smiling. He had witnessed the power of the Hokages before, especially those like Minato and the other legendary figures whose strength was formidable enough to instill fear. Now, with so many powerful allies arriving, Naruto was confident that the battle was under control. He addressed the ninjas of his village with assurance. These Hokages are from parallel worlds. They're here to help us. The explanation left everyone half understanding, but the sheer shock and awe they felt were undeniable. The idea that Hokages from other worlds could come to their aid in times of trouble was nothing short of extraordinary. They looked on with admiration at the powerful figures who had appeared. Their presence was a beacon of hope. On the other side, Momoshiki, who saw the arrival of these reinforcements, was unfazed. To them, no matter how many Hokages showed up, they were still inferior beings in his eyes. It wouldn't change their perception or their plans. However, Naruto had a crucial warning. Be careful. The leader of the enemy can absorb all ninjutsu and chakra. The ninjas took heed of Naruto's warning, bracing themselves for the battle ahead. The first Hokage, Hashirama, stepped forward with determination. Let me see what's so great about him, he declared, his voice resolute. He summoned his wood style to create a colossal figure as massive as a mountain. The immense giant, coupled with the power of his devil fruit, transformed the entire area into a dazzling spectacle of gold. The light was so intense that it blinded anyone who dared to look directly at it. Hashirama's giant fist came crashing down. Can he absorb my taijutsu? Hashirama shouted. Let's see how he handles this. The colossal strike hit with explosive force, sending shockwaves through the ground like a nuclear bomb. The earth shook violently under the impact, sending tremors through the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Satsuki Uraseki tore through space with his Yamatsu Hirasaka, attempting to create a dimensional rift. As he entered the alternate space, he found someone already waiting for him, Ryan, who wore a carefree smile on his face. You're the only one who should know about space abilities, Ryan said calmly. Satsuki Uraseki looked at him in shock. What? This is an ability that only our Rinnegan users should possess. How do you have it? Without engaging in further conversation, Ryan summoned the truth-seeking ball in his hand and transformed it into a radiant golden sword. Try this, Ryan declared as he prepared his next move. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Dash. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. For commission requests and early access ko5.c*m/Mariani37. Chapter 188, Chapter 188. After a short fight, 3 members of the Satsuki clan were quickly defeated with no effort at all. Most of the Hokage didn't even have time to make a move before the battle was completely over. Momoshiki, Kinseki, and Uraseki were easily beaten by Ryan, Hashirama, and Madara, which was not surprising given their significant power enhancements. Ryan, Hashirama, and Madara possessed a multitude of different abilities. While Momoshiki could absorb chakra and ninjutsu, he was completely overwhelmed by the powers of the devil fruit and Zanpakuto, rendering him helpless. Similarly, Satsuki Urashiki's Yamatsu Hirasaka was effortlessly countered by Ryan, who also had this space-related ability. Even the formidable Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion posed no challenge. Hashirama transformed into a giant Buddha with the help of his devil fruit, utilizing taijutsu rather than his usual wood release. Madara, clad in his formidable Susanoo while using Raijin Chakra, stood by his side. The abilities of the two Satsuki members, including Urashiki's fishing rod and Kinshiki's chakra weapon creation, seemed impressive but were easily dismissed by the more talented Hokage. Hashirama and Madara quickly overpowered them. Hashirama's immense strength and martial prowess restrained Urashiki's movements, while Madara's Susanoo and Raijin Chakra shattered Kinshiki's weapons with ease. In front of these legendary shinobi who have already conquered the entire elemental nation, the Satsuki abilities appeared almost laughable. After easily defeating the Satsuki clan members, everyone from Naruto's world was in utter shock. So, all older Hokages were this powerful. Naruto and the new generation exclaimed in disbelief. The strength displayed by Ryan, Hashirama, and Madara was utterly overwhelming, a completely crushing level of power that left everyone in awe. It was so exaggerated that Naruto could handle it. These legendary figures, whose heroic deeds and sculptures were only known from textbooks and Hokage rock, suddenly came to life before their eyes. Witnessing their immense power in real life was a deep shock. In comparison, Naruto, who was once considered incredibly powerful by them, didn't seem as formidable anymore. Other shinobi and civilians present in Konoha village began to talk. After dealing with these foes, the Hokages gathered to discuss. What is this? They don't look human, Tobirama remarked curiously as he examined their appearance. Their skin was extremely pale and unhealthy looking. They had 2 sets of eyebrows and horns on their heads. The common characteristic of these 3 was their eyes, which were Byakugan. The power of their eyes was very strong. Stronger than Haiga that he knew, which piqued Tobirama's interest even more. The other Hokages were also puzzled. They all looked at Naruto curiously. Naruto, where did you provoke such opponents? I don't think I have met anyone like this in my entire life, Minato asked, equally curious. Naruto responded with a wry smile. I have no idea where they came from. A few of them suddenly appeared today, looking for trouble. During the last Ninja World War, I saw someone similar to the legendary progenitor of shinobi, Satsuki Kagaya. She seems to be of the same kind as these 3, but it sounds like these 3 are the higher level members of the Otsutsuki clan than her, Naruto remarked, looking distressed. He hadn't encountered only one Satsuki like this before, and his information was mostly guesswork. At that moment, Ryan spoke up. Guys, do you remember the threat I mentioned earlier? The so-called enemies living on the moon. Everyone suddenly realized. So these are the people living on the moon. Kaku exclaimed. If they're this powerful, I understand why we need to be cautious. They're not weak. The Hokages continued to chat, understanding that these individuals would likely be formidable future opponents. The 6th Hokage, Kakashi, also reacted immediately. Exactly. The meteorite crisis my world faced last time must be related to the Otsutsuki clan. I remember encountering someone on the moon before who seemed very similar to these guys. Kakashi's reminder sparked realization among the Hokages. I see. It looks like we have to be careful when we return. Tsunade and everyone agreed. That's right. But don't slack off, the danger is right in front of us, everyone echoed, especially Uchiha Madara and the others who had become a bit complacent since the unification of the entire ninja world. In their eyes, everything else seemed trivial. Their world should be entering a state of peace. After Naruto's call for help, they understood that they must be more careful. Ryan continued to remind everyone, in short, their strength should not be underestimated. Each Otsutsuki can handle at least 3 cage level shinobi, plus most chakra-based attacks don't affect them. If you encounter them, you must be cautious. If you can't handle it yourself, don't push too hard. Ask for help immediately. Ryan's words made everyone nod in agreement. This encounter with Naruto reminded them that these opponents were quite powerful. Although facing 12 Hokages at once made them seem less daunting, taking them on alone would be life-threatening for many. Considering Naruto's current strength as the 7th Hokage, who is at least stronger than Sasuke and 6th Hokage Kakashi, and probably even greater than Tsunade's, it was clear that they needed to be cautious if their world ever faced such enemies. After finishing their discussion, everyone looked around curiously at the surroundings. Is this the Konoha village in the future? It's advanced. Hashirama and the others remarked happily, taking in the changes with interest. Even after a big fight, the village still seemed to be thriving, presenting a very nice look. This made the Hokages quite gratified, especially those from the periods of the 1st and 2nd generations. To them, the Konoha of the 7th Hokage had been developing for a long time. After such prolonged development, it was clear that the lives of the ninjas were getting better and better, fulfilling the original intention behind establishing the village. Tobirama, in particular, was very interested in technological advancements, such as the scientific ninja tools that Naruto used, which gave him a lot of inspiration. Minato was the happiest of all, as he had the chance to see his grandson, Naruto. Then Naruto took the Hokages to his home, where they met his daughter. This sight made the Hokages even more relieved, knowing their descendants were living happily. Seeing this firsthand was incredibly comforting. After the visit, their mission was complete. A rainbow space gate appeared, and the Hokages returned to their worlds. Chapter 189. Chapter 189. Necessity is the mother of invention. The world of the first Hokage, Hashirama, unified the ninja world relatively earlier than other Hokage except Madara and Ryan. Before visiting the Konoha under the 7th Hokage, there was a great deal of confusion in his heart. After unifying the ninja world himself, he pondered what to do next. After his experiences in Naruto's Konoha, he realized that his journey was far from over. Although no one in the world could rival his strength, enemies were still waiting for him on the moon. With this thought, a new will to fight ignited in Hashirama's heart, filling him with excitement. Good. Then let's start a hellish round of training. As for governing the entire world, I'll leave that to you, Tobirama. Hashirama declared passionately before heading off to train under a waterfall. The Itsutsuki's strength, which he had encountered in the Naruto world, had left a strong impression on Hashirama. He realized that if he were to fight those 3 enemies alone, the battle might not be as simple as overpowering them. It could be quite challenging. Hashirama thought that without information on the abilities of Dojutsu to absorb chakra, the battle might even be lost. Determined to become even stronger, Hashirama immersed himself in intense training. Meanwhile, his brother Tobirama watched with a sense of helplessness. Hashirama was unreliable when governing the entire world, often complaining about how dull it was to sign documents. He is completely irresponsible. Tobirama muttered to himself. He throws all the Konoha's governance documents and approval papers at me, while he goes off to train and gamble. Does he even consider me as a brother anymore? And now, upon hearing that new enemies would appear in the future, Hashirama had conveniently handed over everything to Tobirama so he could train. Brother, Tobirama grumbled, just because you say you're fighting for the fate of the whole village and everyone in it, doesn't mean you can ditch all your responsibilities. Yet, there was no way to truly blame Hashirama. After all, he was doing it to protect the peace of the shinobi world. With no other choice, Tobirama silently accepted this drudgery, feeling like he was born to live this hard life, stuck with such an idiotic big brother. Well, Tobirama sighed, looks like I'm destined to be the only responsible one in this family. Might as well get back to those approval papers. At least one of us should be running the village while the other one plays the hero. As he sat down to tackle the mountain of paperwork, Tobirama couldn't help but think there had to be a more efficient way to handle all these tasks. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Maybe I should invent a jutsu to help me get through this faster, he mused, a smile creeping onto his face. With newfound determination, Tobirama began to work on upgrading the clone jutsu that could allow him to be in multiple places at once. He wanted something more effective than the standard clone jutsu, something that could retain and transfer experiences and memories back to the original. Inspired by Hashirama's wood clone jutsu, which had similar capabilities, Tobirama delved into intense research and experimentation. After days of meticulous work, he finally succeeded. Shadow clone jutsu. Tobirama exclaimed, watching as several copies of himself appeared around the room. Each clone grabbed a stack of papers, ready to tackle the workload together. This should speed things up considerably. He couldn't help but chuckle, imagining Hashirama's reaction. Maybe now I can keep up with all this paperwork. And who knows, I might even find some time to do some proper research. In the second Hokage Tobirama's world, Tobirama is quite different from how he was in the Hashirama's world. Here, he is the Hokage himself, and many tasks can be delegated to others. He can let others approve those documents because, after all, he is the boss and he has privileges. After returning to his world, Tobirama even sneaks into the laboratory under the guise of researching enemy technology, putting everything else aside. His main focus remains on studying the technological equipment from Naruto's world, as these devices are quite novel to him. Especially the equipment from Naruto's world. Those are the latest experimental works of the scientists there and represent relatively mature technological advancements. Tobirama is thoroughly captivated by these technologies. As for improving his strength, Tobirama is not worried at all. With access to chat groups and a store filled with powerful items and equipment that can be exchanged, he has nothing to fear in terms of defeating enemies. The most crucial point for Tobirama is that in the 2 missions across the multiverse, he finished second both times. Besides being slightly behind Ryan, he has far more points than the other Hokages. These points can be used to enhance his strength, exchange for valuable items, or win prizes, enabling him to obtain equipment or abilities that satisfy him greatly. For Tobirama, this is more than sufficient. He is confident about his strength and is prepared to enhance it further at the next meeting. When the enemies from the moon come, they will surely be in for a surprise. In Ryan's world, under his urging, Konoha has fully entered the age of technology. A large number of technological products are emerging rapidly, thanks in part to the last meteorite event. The live broadcast of that event allowed all the ninjas to witness the advancements firsthand. The newly invented chakra cannon is incredibly powerful and capable of easily crushing meteorites from outer space. Understanding the significance of such technology, ninjas have unanimously agreed to vigorously develop technological products. They welcome anything that can replace manually crafted items. In the past, ninjas had to engage in battles personally, constantly risking their lives. But now, with the chakra cannon, they only need to provide their chakra while the weapon handles the rest, significantly minimizing the risks of combat. Additionally, the widespread adoption of technological products in everyday life has brought considerable convenience. These various technological advancements have made life much more comfortable and efficient than before. Meanwhile, the younger generation of Konoha, including the future Konoha 12, is also growing up. Although they are still at a stage where they can barely walk, they are being raised in a world that is far more advanced. As they mature, both combat and other aspects of life will become much more convenient for them. In the 4th Hokage Minato's world, Minato is traveling to other great nations. Despite his journey, he has ensured that important matters, such as information added to Konoha archives, are still being handled efficiently. Nighttime in the Hokage office. Lord Hokage. A masked envu appeared at the window, speaking respectfully to Minato. What's going on? Minato asked. Despite it being past 8, he was still in the office, planning his next move. The village was essentially in a state of war, and everything was tense. He found himself going home much less often than before. The envu continued. After our investigation, the organization in the land of rain you asked us to monitor has become active. They seem to be moving around the land of fire. Minato's face remained calm as he listened. All right, I understand, he said. Then, he murmured to himself, Obito. After entering the office, Minato knew the truth. The mastermind behind the Nine Tails Rebellion was none other than Obito. He was also aware that Obito was secretly manipulating others within the Akatsuki organization, conducting various activities around the world that threatened the safety of the entire ninja world. Minato had never let up on his vigilance regarding this. He had specifically dispatched some envu members to gather intelligence. Their task was to keep tabs on Akatsuki's movements and report back immediately whenever they became active. After a period of silence, it seemed Obito was finally making a move again. Minato pondered for a moment before asking, what are you targeting now? Dash. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. For commission requests and early access ko-fi.c*m/Mariani37. Chapter 190. Chapter 190. Listening to Minato's inquiry, the envu was slightly taken aback by the directness of the question. Steadying himself, he quickly responded with a respectful bow. Report, Minato instructed, his tone calm but authoritative. Yes, Hokage-sama, the envu replied. They have not attacked the tailed beasts recently, nor have they contacted the Kages, nobles, or the daimyo of other great powers. For the time being, they're focused on the underground gold exchange. For instance, they're taking on bounty tasks and other missions to gather funds. Minato listened attentively to envu's analysis, his sharp mind processing the information quickly. He nodded thoughtfully. It seems they haven't officially launched their operations yet. Whatever their target, they currently need a significant amount of RY, he mused aloud, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The envu, sensing Minato's train of thought, added, yes, Hokage-sama. They are prioritizing these bounty missions to build their resources. I see, Minato said, his expression firming with resolve. Continue monitoring them closely and ensure you aren't discovered. We need to know their every move before they can act. Yes, Hokage-sama, the envu affirmed with a determined nod. His mission clear, he dissolved into a cloud of smoke, disappearing from the spot as swiftly as he had appeared. Road to Ninja, Tsunade's world. Tsuji no mai, Hakuren. Tsunade chanted, her voice resonating with authority and strength. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, heralding an impending cold. The warm summer air was swiftly replaced by a biting chill, transforming the battlefield into a realm of ice and snow. The sudden drop in temperature enveloped the area in a frosty embrace. Her opponent, the two-tailed beast, was now immobilized, encased in a massive ice sculpture. This majestic and formidable creature, once revered and feared, was rendered motionless. The prolonged battle had drained its chakra significantly. Seizing this opportunity, Tsunade unleashed her ice powers, freezing the beast completely. Just as expected of Lady Tsunade. That's incredible, exclaimed Shizune accompanying her. Her voice echoed with awe and admiration, astonished by the sheer display of strength. Tsunade's power far surpassed her wildest expectations. Confronting this tailed beast alone, she exhibited neither pressure nor injury, a testament to her unparalleled abilities. Is this the power of the Konoha's Hokage? Murmured Kiri Ninja, their eyes wide with reverence as they gazed upon Tsunade. Tsunade, maintaining her calm and composed demeanor, surveyed the frozen-tailed beast. It can't run now, she stated matter-of-factly, as she sheathed her Zanpakuto. All right, let's take it back to Konoha. Summon the sealing team and ensure they exercise utmost caution. As she spoke, she felt the surge of power coursing through her veins, a reminder of her strength and endurance. The series of recent battles had not diminished her formidable nature but had instead honed her skills further. With her orders given, the other ninjas sprang into action, their respect for Tsunade evident in their swift compliance. They knew they were in the presence of a true leader, a Hokage whose strength was unmatched and whose resolve was unwavering. Tsunade found that her use of the Zanpakuto became increasingly fluid and intuitive. It felt as if this blade had been bound to her soul from the very beginning. This sensation was both strange and deep. Watching the sealing team busily working to seal the tailed beast, Tsunade knew she could not afford to be lost in thought. She focused her mind and addressed her team. We need to speed up our efforts to capture the other tailed beasts, she declared. We don't know when someone else will start to capture the tailed beasts too. We cannot allow them to take advantage of us. Uchiha Madara's world. Last time, Uchiha Madara easily captured the one tail. After being ruthlessly beaten by him, the one tail was left in severe pain and dared not speak nonsense again, becoming as docile as a kitten. Now, Madara was preparing to move on. There were still many tailed beasts that needed to be captured. His recent visit to Naruto's world had stirred something within him, an inexplicable sense of urgency. Satsuki, Madara mused to himself. I wonder what the strength of those aliens in my world will be like. One thing he knew for certain was that while many Hokage worlds were similar, each was unique in its own way. This uniqueness meant that the Satsuki clan in his world could potentially be more powerful than those in other worlds. With this thought, Madara felt his anxiety intensify. He had to act quickly. Hurry up, he commanded himself, driven by the urgency of the looming threat and the need to secure the remaining tailed beasts. 6th Hokage Kakashi's world. In this world, the level of science and technology has been developing rapidly. As it is the timeline closest to Naruto's 7th Hokage world, its technological advancements are naturally much higher than in many other Hokage worlds. After the last meteorite event, Kakashi has been at the forefront of advancing technology. Returning from the Naruto world, Kakashi observed the technological progress in his world and was slightly surprised. Naruto's world, on the surface, it doesn't seem much different from the level of technological development in my world, he mused. But in reality, there are quite a few differences. I need to continue to pay close attention. Kakashi knew that, among the many Kage, his strength was often considered among the weakest. He had joined the chat group relatively late, and in various rankings, he was rarely in the top few. More often, he found himself either at the bottom or in the middle, never earning significant rewards. This was a source of frustration for him. As a result, Kakashi now found himself without any special rewards, a situation that pained him deeply. Determined to improve, he resolved to focus on the technological advancements and strategic developments necessary to elevate his standing and better protect his world. There are only a few items that are uniformly rewarded, such as ultra divine water and senzu beans. Another crucial aspect is the points obtained by participating in the world missions in other worlds. These points provided Kakashi with some consolation. Except for the top 3 Hokages, the rest received almost the same amount of points. After completing 2 missions, he had accumulated about 300,000 points. These points should be sufficient for him to exchange for a decent ability and raise his strength. Kakashi decided that he needed to find an ability that suited him and redeem it in the store. Ryan and the others were already strong enough, able to accumulate points and exchange them for more powerful items. However, Kakashi couldn't do that just yet. He needed to improve his strength first to become more formidable in the future. The world of Ryan. At the periphery of Konoha, 3 very distinctive figures appeared, Kinshiki, Momoshiki, and Uruseki. As soon as they arrived, they immediately looked toward the Konoha's Hokage's office from a distance. The guy over there seems quite powerful, Momoshiki remarked after sensing the area for a moment. Hearing this, the other 2 were taken aback. What? This is supposed to be a place for inferior life forms, yet their master acknowledged someone's strength. This was unprecedented. After all, they are members of the Satsuki clan, claiming to be gods. To them, humans are insignificant. For Momoshiki to make such a statement indicated that this human was indeed noteworthy. Forget it. Let's not enter this territory for now. Let's catch the tailed beast first, Momoshiki decided. He could sense the presence of tailed beasts within Konoha. However, for some reason, he instinctively didn't want to head directly to the city in front of him. Let's start somewhere else, he suggested. After hearing Momoshiki's decision, the other 2 had no objections. The 3 figures then disappeared together. After they left, a ninjutsu resembling an eyeball appeared on the spot, only to break and vanish shortly after. What the 3 Satsuki members didn't realize was that Konoha's defense had become significantly tighter with technological advancements. They had been spotted as soon as they appeared. Chapter 191. Chapter 191. The Satsuki trio were on their way to capture the tailed beast when alarms began blaring inside Konoha, signaling high-level alert. In the Hokage office, Minato burst in directly. Lord Hokage, there are intruders. They look very unusual, exactly like the ones you mentioned. We should pay attention to. All 3 of them possess the Byakugan. Ryan nodded lightly. I have already sensed them. Let's go meet those guys. Standing up, Ryan set off, and the Kages and elite Jainin of Konoha village followed closely behind him. Outside the village, in the forest, Momoshiki and his 2 companions suddenly stopped. Someone's coming. Momoshiki muttered, his voice low and tinged with caution. It's the chakra I sensed earlier. His sharp eyes narrowed as he scanned the surroundings, his usual calm demeanor replaced by a rare note of wariness. This doesn't bode well. Before the trio could react further, Ryan appeared before them. Finally, I've been waiting for you, he said calmly. Satsuki, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Uruseki. I know it sooner or later. The 3 Satsuki clan members exchanged surprised looks. They couldn't believe that this mere human knew exactly who they were. How do you know about us? The trio didn't have time to dwell on it long, their hearts sank. At the same time, behind Ryan, many ninjas rushed over. Are you the so-called humans? Kinshiki asked, his tone calm but laced with disdain as he glanced at the ninjas standing behind Ryan. A mocking smile curved on his lips as he added, it's pointless, no matter how many of you come. You're nothing more than an inferior race. You won't even make a dent. His words hung in the air as the other 2 Satsuki members couldn't help but sneer in agreement, their expressions filled with arrogance and contempt. Ryan, however, wasn't angered. Instead, he showed a slight cocky smile. Yet, let's wait and see. Minato and the others were highly stressed, already beginning to build up their chakra in preparation for the upcoming battle. They didn't expect Ryan to speak up at that moment. My battle with these 3 will not be interrupted. I'll handle it myself. Ryan's words took aback Minato and the others. Though they felt some concern, they remembered Ryan's immense strength. If he could kill Uchiha Madara in seconds, what were these 3 compared to him? Ryan's casual taijutsu was at the level of changing the layout of the world. Trusting in their Hokage, the ninjas stood ready to support if needed. The help they could provide was still very limited. Hi, Hokage-sama. The ninjas wisely retreated a certain distance, giving the stage to Ryan. This situation left Momoshiki and the duo even more surprised. You are truly bold, Satsuki Momoshiki said coldly, his voice carrying an icy disdain. But I fear you won't even realize when your life ends. His eyes narrowed, reflecting the fury of someone who couldn't tolerate being mocked by what he considered an inferior being. The audacity of their opponent's behavior mocking them so carelessly was enough to ignite his wrath. How dare such a weak, insignificant creature challenge them? Attack. Momoshiki commanded sharply, his tone brooking no hesitation. Kinshiki's figure vanished in an instant, using Yamatsu Hirasaka to open a black rift in space, through which he disappeared. Uraseki planned to attack Ryan from behind, but he didn't expect what would happen next. Ryan's mastery over space-time ninjutsu was unparalleled, allowing him to manipulate the very fabric of reality with ease. As Kinseki emerged from the black rift, his confidence was palpable until he realized, with a jolt of horror, that Ryan was already behind him. Ryan's presence was like a phantom, slipping through the dimensions with such precision that Kinseki barely had time to react. In an instant, the battlefield transformed from a chaotic swirl of combat into a stage for Ryan's prowess. With a resolute calm, Ryan declared, "Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion." The words were barely out of his mouth before the attack was unleashed. With a slight dodge, he easily evaded Kinsheki's attack. As he eyed the chakra weapon formed in Kinsheki's hand, Ryan casually waved his hand. The golden longsword he wielded unleashed terrifying power, cutting down his opponent instantly. Kinsheki's eyes widened in shock as the attack struck him with unrelenting force. There was no time to evade, no opportunity to counter. The impact was lethal. Kinsheki's form was engulfed in the radiant explosion, the power of the golden will tearing through him with an almost serene inevitability. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, the sound of his fall barely audible over the roar of the attack. The battlefield fell silent as the echoes of Ryan's attack faded. The ground beneath Kinsheki's fallen form was crystallized, a testament to the power of the golden will reincarnation explosion. Uraseki, who had been preparing to strike from behind, was struck by the overwhelming shock of the moment. He barely had a chance to process the sudden, devastating defeat of his fellow clan member before he too felt the crushing presence of Ryan's chakra. As the dust settled, Urashiki's attempts to react were futile. His speed was incredible, appearing like a flash of lightning to the observing ninjas, making his movements nearly impossible to follow. The sheer speed and precision of Ryan's attack left no room to use his Rinnegan abilities. However, to Ryan, this speed was no different from a turtle's crawl. Ryan stood amidst the aftermath looking at the last survivor of the Tsutsuki clan, Momoshiki, who watched him in stunned disbelief. Seeing his two comrades fall so quickly to Ryan's hand, Momoshiki finally panicked. He stood speechless, grappling with the reality. They were supposed to be of a superior race, possessing a variety of divine arts and immense power. Yet, this mere human had defeated them so effortlessly. How could this be happening? For the first time in a very long while, Momoshiki felt a deep unfamiliar emotion, fear. It even made his hands and legs tremble. At this moment, he finally felt a trace of regret. He shouldn't have let the other two make the first move. Ryan's strength far exceeded his imagination. Those eyes tense again. This was no joke. If the three of them had attacked together, they might have stood a chance. But now, being the only one left, the situation was dire. While Momoshiki was still contemplating, Ryan had already rushed forward. Seeing the ninjutsu chakra in his opponent's hand, Momoshiki hastily opened his palm, ready to absorb any ninjutsu and chakra. But as Ryan approached, he simply smiled. The truth-seeking ball in his hand disappeared instantly, and Ryan used his fist to deliver a devastating blow to Momoshiki's face, knocking him out in a single strike. The speed at which Ryan defeated the three of them was astounding. To the onlookers, it was over in 30 seconds. The three enemies were dispatched before they could even mount a proper counterattack. Ryan's speed was too great, leaving no opportunity for his opponents. At this moment, the realization set in. The battle was completely over. As the ninjas from Konoha gathered and observed the Tsutsuki clan, their bewildered whispers filled the air. The once bustling battlefield was now a murmur of confusion and speculation. Shikaku, the most knowledgeable, furrowed his brow and leaned closer. What kind of shinobi clan are these guys from? Inoji, observing the foreign clan with a sharp gaze, replied, "They look like the Hokages, don't they?" Hayashi, struggling to reconcile what he was seeing with his knowledge of the world and his clan, interjected, "But we don't have any clan members outside of Konoha, and the Hyuga clan doesn't have horns on their heads." Minato, standing resolutely at the forefront, glanced at the unusual appendages protruding from their foes. Yet, those horns make them look anything but human. The ninjas chattered among themselves, puzzled by the appearance of the Momoshiki, Uraseki, and Kinseki trio. Ryan stepped forward to explain. "They are from the Tsutsuki clan, the enemies of the entire shinobi world," Ryan explained. Minato's eyes widened in realization. So, the meteorite that fell from the sky wasn't a natural disaster but something related to it. Ryan nodded in agreement. "That's right. Every major conflict the shinobi world has faced for thousands of years can be traced back to this Tsutsuki clan. And this situation is far from over. Don't let your guard down. Stay prepared for what's coming. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. For requests, commission, and early access ko-fi.c/m/Mariani37. Chapter 192, Chapter 192. After the Tsutsuki invasion, Ryan directed Konoha village to develop various technologies rapidly. Researchers focused on creating scientific ninja tools, chakra cannons, and other advanced weaponry specifically designed to counter and at least monitor the special abilities of the Tsutsuki. In the world of the fourth Hokage, Minato. Hokage-sama, dozens of cage-level chakra signatures are rapidly approaching Konoha. An envy member rushed into the Hokage's office. The masked man is threatening to attack our village. He has a shinobi from IWA and Kumo with him. What? Minato stood up in shock upon hearing the envy ninja's report. Obito and his new allies had begun their assault, and it was a coordinated attack involving three factions, the Akatsuki, led by Obito, and two great shinobi villages that Konoha had not yet taken over. The cages of the Uegakure and Kumogakure were with him, along with several powerful members of the Akatsuki. They were all targeting Konoha, creating a formidable and unprecedented threat. What happened? Minato asked in a deep voice. Our previous investigations indicated they weren't planning any attacks toward Konoha so soon. You reported they were only doing bounty missions. The envy ninja remained silent for a moment, acknowledging the inconsistency. Our intelligence might have been flawed. The positions of this chakra don't align with the findings from our investigation. These individuals should be in the land of hot water, not near Konoha. Minato listened but didn't blame the envy. It was too late for that. The attack had already begun. It seemed the envy ninja wasn't strong enough, and it was likely they were discovered by Akatsuki members during their investigations. So the enemy had been deliberately deceiving them, causing confusion among their ranks. This realization only deepened Minato's frustration. His plans had been well thought out. First, he aimed to slowly disintegrate the economy of IWA and Kumo and then unify them under Konoha to secure the village's future before dealing with Obito. But now, Obito had allied with two, catching him off guard. Minato understood that the only option left was to fight fiercely. There was no time for hesitation. He quickly mobilized all available ninjas, leading a large force to the front lines. Upon assessing the enemy forces, Minato's expression grew grimmer. The opposition had summoned their elite. Obito had brought over a dozen Akatsuki members, each at cage level. Additionally, the cage of the Uegakure and Komagakure were present, each bringing their substantial contingents. Faced with such formidable opponents, Minato knew the battle ahead would be difficult. The ninjas on Konoha's side were beginning to panic. The sight of their opponent's formidable chakras made it clear that the situation was dangerous. If they weren't careful, Konoha could be in real danger. Currently, the strongest ninja on their side was undeniably the fourth Hokage, Minato. The rest of the forces were far from adequate. It was impractical to expect Minato to handle more than two cage-level enemies alone. Minato himself had a grave expression. There are too many enemies, he admitted. Even with the Flying Thunder God technique, it's challenging to manage such a large-scale battle by myself. Realizing there was no choice, Minato reluctantly opened the chat group interface and hit the help button. Hokages, I need your help, he thought urgently. If he could call for help, why shouldn't he? Even if he won the battle without the help, it would severely weaken Konoha. Minato wasn't foolish. Given the overwhelming strength of their opponents, it was clear that reinforcements were necessary. With 11 Hokages on his side, each powerful in their own right, it would be unwise not to call for help. Waiting until he was severely outmatched before seeking assistance would be a grave mistake. At the same time, in Ryan's world, he was in Konoha's research department, researching the Tsutsuki clan when a sharp alarm suddenly blared. Ryan looked into the chat, slightly surprised. Who is it now? He wondered. Seeing that the alert was from Minato, Ryan frowned. Minato, your counterpart has helped me a lot in this world. Now it's my turn to help you. Without hesitation, he pressed the response button. In the 7th Hokage Naruto world, Naruto was jolted awake by the blaring siren. It was the first time he had heard such a sound. After a moment of confusion, he quickly realized the reason for the noise. An emergency alert from the chat group, he thought. I've used this once to ask for help, but now others are in trouble. I can't just stand by. I have to step up and help. Determined, Naruto clicked on the alert and saw that the request was from his father, 4th Hokage Minato. I can't afford to wait, he thought. If there's a chance to make a difference, I need to act now. Father needs me. In other words, the other members also responded to the call for help. Sixth Hokage Kakashi observed the scene before him and said, Sensei, I'm not sure what's going on, but I need to move now. In the fourth Hokage Minato world, Sasuke Joniki exuded an air of haughty confidence. With a smug smile, he taunted, did you expect this attack, young Hokage-sama? While you've been methodically planning your strategies and annexations, we've already set our plans to end Konoha today. You won't have a moment to react. He chuckled with a sense of victorious satisfaction. Rayleigh shared a similar sense of pride. What? Aren't you supposed to be the fastest ninja in the world? Let's see how you manage to escape this time. The only way you'll survive today is by abandoning the entire village and letting them all perish. Run away now if you dare. Obito, on the other hand, was less concerned with taunting. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Let's attack. Seeing the arrogance of their opponents, the ninjas of Konoha were visibly angered. The opponents were displaying ruthless inhumanity. Minato, however, remained composed. He knew he wasn't alone in this fight. Suddenly, amid the battlefield, a vibrant rift of space appeared, drawing the attention of Obito, Minato, and everyone else. From this rift stepped out Ryan. Who's this? Someone asked. And why is he dressed like Hokage? The surprise was palpable in their voices. Meanwhile, Minato wore a gratified smile, feeling reassured. With Ryan's arrival, other Hokages followed, 7th Hokage Naruto, Kakashi, and more. As they appeared, the entire ninja world was thrown into shock. Obito was barely holding back his frustration. Seriously? So many Hokages all at once? Those must be clones. How can there be two Tsunades? Kakashi, and Madara is supposed to be dead. The Tsuchikage, Oniki, stood frozen for a moment, his eyes narrowing as they locked onto the imposing figure of Madara Uchiha. Memories of their first meeting surged through his mind, a younger Oniki trembling before the man who had effortlessly rebuffed the tide of negotiation with a single glance at his sensei and him. Madara. Oniki whispered, his voice carrying a mixture of fear and awe. You shouldn't exist. Not after all these years. A's fists clenched involuntarily, his mind racing as he recalled one of the most infamous tales in Kumigakuru's history, a tale passed down through generations, one that painted Tobirama as a relentless predator who had dealt a grievous blow to their village. He could almost hear his father's grave tone as he recounted the day Kumo suffered one of its darkest defeats. Tobirama Senju was no ordinary shinobi, his father had said. He was a shadow of death, moving faster than our eyes could follow. It was during the first Shinobi World War that he struck Kumo with a blow we still struggle to forget. Rayleigh could vividly recall the story of Kumo's second Rayleigh, a man who had sought diplomacy and peace with Konoha. But Tobirama had turned that hope into ash, ambushing their leader on his return to Kumo. It was a massacre. Not only was the second Rayleigh slain, but the two semi-Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails who served under him were taken down as well. These hosts, who wielded fragments of the Kyuubi's chakra, had been Kumo's pride and its deterrent against enemy aggression. And Tobirama had erased them in mere moments. This is the official story passed down in Kumo. If Hiruzen can be strongest Hokage of Konoha, then Tobirama can be the nightmare that haunts Kumo. Mighty and Obito can be Genin who almost buried Kizaru. Rayleigh's jaw tightened, his usual bravado momentarily subdued by the weight of the past. That man turned a diplomatic mission into a bloodbath. Kumo mourned for years. And now, here he is again like a ghost that refuses to stay buried. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. For commission requests and early access ko-fi.c*m/Mariani37. Chapter 193, Chapter 193. Kazup Maraboshi, the eternal Genin, stood among the ranks of Konoha's ninjas. His eyes widened in recognition as he spotted familiar faces among the Hokages. It's them, he whispered in awe, Hashirama-sama and Tobirama-sama. His voice carried a mixture of reverence and nostalgia. Having served under the first and second Hokage, Kazup knew all too well the immense power and wisdom they possessed. Konoha shinobi, although not everyone fully understands what had happened, one thing is certain, stability has returned to Konoha. With so many Hokage present, the opposing forces should be worried. The sheer presence of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, alone is enough to take on all the enemies combined. And that's not to mention the strength of the other Hokages. Konoha's ninjas, understanding the gravity of the situation, sensibly retreated, leaving the stage for the Hokage. Ryan and the other Hokages wasted no time. Assessing the situation, they saw Obito, the Akatsuki, the Tsuchikage, and the Raikage as the primary threats. Come at us all together, we don't have all day. Madara Uchiha declared. The Hokages, standing by his side, readied themselves for the battle. The opposition had no choice but to attack, despite knowing that their chances of victory were slim. Biting the bullet, they prepared to fight against the overwhelming power of the Hokages. The Raikage, claiming to be the fastest ninja, was about to launch an attack when Minato suddenly appeared in front of him. The Tsuchikage attempted to unleash a large-scale dust release technique, but Tsunade intercepted him with a powerful kick, nearly breaking his back. The Akatsuki's pain six paths moved to attack together, only to be effortlessly stopped by Ryan alone. His movements were too fast, and the power of his ninjutsu was terrifying, completely neutralizing the six paths of pain. With a massive ninjutsu, Ryan brought down all six paths of pain, utterly destroying them. Other Akatsuki members were also targeted by the Hokages. Although they were considered strong in the early and mid stages of the Naruto timeline, they stood no chance against the immensely strengthened Hokages. The Hokages defeated them with ease as if they were dealing with Genin. Seeing the dire situation, Obito decided to betray his teammates. He activated Kamui, intending to escape, but then realized there was already someone in his Kamui space. Obito was all too familiar with this person. It was himself. Obito was dumbfounded. The person in front of him not only looked exactly like him but was also wearing Hokage robes. His opponent was none other than the sixth Hokage from the Tsukuyomi world, Obito. You can't be real. Obito exclaimed, his voice a mixture of shock and disbelief. How are you here? Why are you wearing those clothes? The sixth Hokage Obito looked at his counterpart with a steely gaze. It's quite simple. I've embraced the path of a Hokage, the path you abandoned. And now, it seems you're out of options. Obito's mind raced, thoughts of Rin flashing through his mind. Rin, she's gone because of choices like these. I was trying to save her, but now. The sixth Hokage cut him off. You failed her by not changing, by clinging to your twisted ideals. It's time you face the consequences of your actions. Struggling to come to terms with the situation, Obito clenched his fists. No, this isn't how it ends. I'll fight for my path, even if it's against myself. The sixth Hokage Obito shook his head. A futile struggle. You can't escape your past or your mistakes. This is your reckoning. What happened next needs a little explanation. Masked Obito stood no chance against Hokage Obito and was swiftly defeated. Within minutes, Obito, the Akatsuki, the Tsuchikage, and the Raikage were all defeated and utterly destroyed. Many of their followers, too intimidated to act from the beginning, stood trembling. The deterrent power of the Hokages was overwhelming. How could they possibly confront such power? At this point, the wisest choice was clear: surrender and avoid a beating or worse. The battle ended with surprising ease. After the dust settled, Minato explained to the ninjas of Konoha that the Hokages they were seeing were from alternate versions of Konoha from other worlds. This revelation caused a buzz of excitement and curiosity among the Konoha shinobi. What followed was inevitable. Both the land of earth and the land of lightning were captured and integrated into Konoha's territory. With their top combat power gone and both its Tsuchikage and Raikage defeated, there was no room for resistance. The villages had sent their leads into battle, and with them captured, the remaining population, consisting mostly of the old, weak, and young, had no choice but to surrender. As a result, the fourth Hokage Minato's world was soon to be unified. Only a few small, inconspicuous countries remained, and given Minato's strength, conquering them would be a breeze. Once this matter was resolved, the Hokages returned to their worlds. Soon after, in Ryan's world, he was studying ninjutsu when a reminder from the chat group caught his attention. Nearly 6 months had passed since their last meeting. It seemed like it was time for another long-awaited chat group meeting. He has been looking forward to this chat group meeting for a long time. After all, there are ranking rewards, and another crucial aspect is the world missions. Having completed 2 missions of the other worlds before, Ryan was eager to see which new world this new mission would bring them to. While he was contemplating, a familiar robotic voice echoed in his mind, invigorating him. Finally, it's here. Ryan thought excitedly. Sure enough, the chat group notification appeared. A chat group meeting has been scheduled. Would you like to join? Upon hearing the familiar prompt, Ryan felt a surge of relief and excitement. Was there even a question? Of course, he was eager to participate. Let's join the meeting. Ryan commanded with enthusiasm. Ding. The Hokage meeting is about to start. As the voice of the chat group sounded, a special, radiant light enveloped Ryan's entire body. His consciousness instantly entered the chat group. Meanwhile, in the world of the first Hokage, Hashirama had been waiting for a long time. Why hasn't the chat meeting started yet? Hashirama wondered. Hashirama said with some complaints. He had been quite bored for the past 6 months. Nothing interesting was happening in the ninja world. Except for 2 missions to support other worlds, he had been idling in the chat group, waiting for the next task to start. At that moment, a familiar voice from the chat group echoed in his mind. Admin Ryan has initiated a Hokage meeting. Please attend on time. Hearing this, Hashirama's eyes lit up. It's here, it's finally here. I wonder what interesting things this world mission will bring. He quickly chose to join the chat group. Meanwhile, in the worlds of the 7th Hokage Naruto, Road to Ninja Tsunade, 5th Hokage Kakashi, and others, all the Hokages received the meeting invitation. Without hesitation, they immediately chose to join. Everyone had been waiting for this moment for a long time, eager to see what surprises the meeting would bring. The meeting officially commenced. After a burst of radiant light, 12 Hokages appeared in the meeting space, each seated in their respective spots. They looked at each other with joy and anticipation. The meeting is finally here. I thought I'd been waiting forever. Naruto said excitedly. For him, this was only the second time attending the meeting, and everything still felt fresh and interesting. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. For commission requests and early access ko-fi.c/m/Mariani37. Chapter 194. Chapter 194. Has it been half a year already? It's hard to believe. Second Hokage Tobirama's thoughts were quite the opposite to those around him. He muttered to himself, prompting curious glances from those around him. What have you been up to lately? Hashirama asked, unable to hide his curiosity. You've been working so much lately that time seems to have lost all meaning for you. Tobirama, perpetually sleep-deprived with dark circles under his eyes, had been absent from the chats for a while, rarely appearing to socialize. This was unusual, especially for someone as disciplined as him who loved to ridicule Madara and Hashirama about their stupidity any chance he got. Hashirama, knowing his brother's personality well, found it puzzling. Despite Tobirama's serious demeanor, he usually enjoyed engaging in conversations. But lately, it seemed like Tobirama was isolating himself, locked away in a secret room, busy with something mysterious. The other Hokages shared similar thoughts. Tobirama's recent behavior struck them as odd. However, Tobirama himself appeared unfazed by their concerns. Really? It doesn't feel like I've been doing much. Just the usual research, he replied calmly. The others were at a loss for words. They knew Tobirama's penchant for research was well known, but his recent intensity was something else entirely. It's not easy for them to take me down this time. Madara exclaimed excitedly. Do any of you have confidence in the progress of your worlds? I feel like I'll be number 1 this time. Haha. His laughter echoed through the room, his confidence unmistakable. Naruto enthusiastically responded, the number 1 spot is mine this time. No doubt about it. After all, I did great my first time, and I will get excellent results the second time. His confidence was infectious, though it caused some of the other Hokages to reconsider their standings. Naruto's bold claim wasn't without reason. His world had developed significantly in science, something none of them had forgotten from the previous visit. Naruto had achieved impressive results even as a newcomer, and if it weren't for Ryan's exceptional performance, he might have taken the top spot. The other Hokages, though initially confident, couldn't help but feel a bit of doubt. They remembered the level of scientific development Naruto's world had reached, and seeing it firsthand had shaken their confidence. All right, let's focus, Ryan interjected, calming the excitement that had built up over the past 6 months. It's almost time for everyone to start ranking. The room fell silent as everyone turned their attention to the center of the conference room, ready for the results. Waiting for the rankings to start. Do you want to open the world ranking? The familiar voice of the chat group echoed. Let's start. Ryan commanded confidently. As his voice fell, the light curtain in the center of the round table began to shift and change. Countless words appeared, arranging and combining in an instant. The results were imminent, and the atmosphere was electric with anticipation. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the light curtain in front of them. World Leaderboard ranking begins. Participating worlds: the first Hokage Hashirama, the second Hokage Tobirama, the third Hokage Kakashi, the fourth Hokage Ryan, the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, the fifth Hokage Tsunade, the Road to Ninja Tsunade, the sixth Hokage Kakashi, Tsukuyomi World Hokage Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara's World, 5.5th Hokage Sasuke, the seventh Hokage Naruto. Please note, the rewards of the leaderboard are proportional to the power level of the participating worlds. To earn better rewards, increase the overall strength of your respective world as much as possible. The chat group issued a general reminder. All 12 Hokages were present, their expressions tense with expectation. The rewards for the top 3 rankings were undoubtedly the most lucrative, with the first place offering the most significant advantages. Each Hokage hoped to claim the top spot. Even if they couldn't secure first place, being in the top 3 was still a significant achievement. Over the past 6 months, everyone had been intensely focused on improving their world strength, striving to ensure a good ranking in this crucial meeting. Soon, under the intense gaze of everyone, the light curtain revealed a line of large characters. When the words appeared, the Hokage's faces displayed mixed expressions, with some unsurprised and others showing disappointment. Ryan, however, wore a faint smile. First place, 4th Hokage Ryan's World. Upon seeing this ranking, Uchiha Madara and the other sighed in resignation. Hashirama shook his head in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment as he took in the news. Seriously? It's Ryan's World again. Madara let out a deep, resigned sigh, his shoulders slumping as he took in the results. I can't believe it. I thought I had a chance this time, he murmured, the frustration and disappointment evident in his expression. He had been so sure that this time would be different, but the top rank eluded him once more. Tsunade's eyes narrowed, her frustration barely contained as she exclaimed, who would have thought it would be that Ryan kid again. Her tone was a mix of irritation and amazement, unable to wrap her mind around how Ryan managed to stay at the top despite the fierce competition. Naruto's frustration was palpable as he clenched his fists, his face a mask of annoyance. This is so frustrating, he muttered under his breath, feeling the sting of disheartenment. The Hokages voiced their frustrations one after another. Despite Ryan's world consistently ranking first, they still found it disheartening. Especially the most ambitious Hokages, who had dedicated themselves over the past 6 months to making their world stronger, were visibly disheartened. Yet, there was still a sense of determination among them. If they couldn't achieve first place, they could still aim for the second or third spots, which also came with extra rewards. The thought of obtaining additional rewards offered a small consolation and kept their spirits from plummeting entirely. Come on, let's see what Ryan's world has developed into, Uchiha Madara said curiously. He wanted to understand the extent of the gap between his world and Ryan's. Even if he couldn't get first place this time, knowing these gaps would help him strategize for the next ranking. Meanwhile, Ryan was in a jubilant mood. Securing first place again confirmed that the grand prize of this meeting would be his. He was eager to see what kind of rewards awaited him. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed, do you want to showcase the major developments of your world? Ryan nodded in response. Let's display the strength of my world. With Ryan's agreement, the screen in the center of the room began to shift, revealing the world of Ryan as it gradually appeared on the screen. The major developments of 4th Hokage Ryan's world are about to begin. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ticked down, the Hokages focused intently, eagerly awaiting the display of Ryan's world power. Finally, the countdown ended, and the power showcase of Ryan's world officially began. All eyes were glued to the screen, waiting to witness the results. Chapter 195, Chapter 195. World power ranking begins. After returning from the chat group, you immediately focus on advancing the technological level of your world. Orochimaru has developed a new weapon based on Kumo technology, the chakra cannon. It's incredibly powerful and meets your expectations perfectly. Tsunade's brows furrowed as a sense of familiarity washed over her. A chakra cannon? That sounds familiar. She murmured, trying to place where she had heard of it before. Obito leaned back, his mind piecing together the information. Wasn't it something from the Kakashi's world, he remarked, his tone thoughtful as he connected the dots. Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise as realization dawned. That's right. Ryan's world has developed such technology already, she exclaimed, astonished by the rapid advancement. Tobirama, usually so composed, felt a rare tinge of surprise as he considered the implications. It seems their technological development is advancing rapidly. To catch up in such a short time. His voice carried a note of disbelief, a testament to how extraordinary Ryan's progress truly was. As they read the description, the Hokages exchanged thoughts. The technological progress in Ryan's world was much faster than they had anticipated. After all, there's a time gap of more than 18 years between Ryan's world and the world of Kakashi. Yet, Ryan had managed to bring his world's technology close to the level of the 6th Hokage in such a short span. Naruto, too, looked at the description with interest. A weapon like the chakra cannon was considered powerful even in his world, where the next generation of advanced weaponry was still under development. This meant that, in terms of technology, Ryan's world wasn't all that different from his own. What incredible speed! Naruto murmured, awestruck. After all, it had only been a little over 10 years since the end of the Fourth Ninja World War. For their technology to advance so quickly within such a short span was a testament to the rapid development of their world. As the group continued to discuss this, the images on the light screen progressed. Not long after, your reconnaissance team detected changes on the moon. Meteorites were targeting Konoha. You didn't even need to intervene directly. The chakra cannon easily neutralized these dangerous meteorites. The Hokages were astonished by what they saw. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, his voice tinged with surprise as he observed the display. So the chakra cannon is this effective? He leaned in, his gaze fixed on the screen, clearly impressed by the weapon's capabilities. Glasses Tsunade nodded, his usual calm demeanor giving way to visible intrigue. Yet, I never would have thought of that. Her voice carried an edge of admiration, reflecting the rapid pace of technological advancement. Tobirama looked on with a mixture of awe and skepticism. The power and the ease of activation are incredible, he remarked, her tone a blend of wonder and concern. His sharp eyes took in every detail, already contemplating the potential to research chakra cannons in his world. Initially, when the chakra cannon was introduced, they hadn't thought much of it. It was just a weapon, after all. Even though it was powerful, each of them was capable of unleashing devastation on a similar scale to an A-rank ninjutsu. But now, seeing the chakra cannon in action, they realized its true potential. It could rival the power of ninjutsu, but with one key difference, it didn't require advanced skills to operate. Even a Chunin or Genin could wield it effectively. This is the most terrifying aspect of this technological weapon, Tobirama commented, his voice serious. It enables even Chunin and Genin to wield immense power without risking their lives. It grants them the strength of the strongest. Tobirama's high praise for the chakra cannon left the other Hokages deep in thought. Each one of them felt a growing realization when they returned to their respective villages. They needed to focus on developing this technology. This weapon was undeniably useful, no joke about it. Naruto, too, was taken aback. Up until now, he had only considered the chakra cannon to be a helpful tool. He hadn't realized just how powerful it truly was, capable of achieving such devastating results. It seems I've underestimated the power of technology, Naruto muttered, feeling a mix of awe and unease. The strength of technology is truly terrifying. As he spoke, the light screen continued to display the next segment of the story. After dealing with the meteorite, the Tsutsuki clan Momoshiki and his two servants arrived in Konoha. But the moment they set foot in the village, you detected them. You engaged them in a brief battle, ultimately killing all three. Naruto was stunned as he read the description. What? Ryan, are you that strong? Naruto exclaimed, his voice filled with genuine shock. There was no exaggeration in his reaction, it was pure disbelief. He knew all too well what this meant. When Momoshiki and his companions invaded Konoha, Naruto fought against the trio himself. The strength those three possessed was no joke. Though he hadn't gone all out during that battle, fearing the destruction of the village, he could still sense their overwhelming power. If he had been the one to face those three alone, victory would have been nearly impossible. Even with help, the best outcome would likely have been a hard-fought, narrow victory. After all, the Tsutsuki clan was a force to be reckoned with. Their strength was beyond anything ordinary. But Ryan, he managed to take on all three and kill them instantly, relying solely on his own power. How powerful must Ryan be to accomplish such a feat? As Naruto wrestled with his shock, the other Hokages were equally stunned. They had always known Ryan was strong, but they hadn't imagined his strength could reach such a level. They, too, had witnessed the power of Momoshiki and his servants when they came to Naruto's aid. Those three were undeniably formidable. The fact that Ryan had defeated them so effortlessly left everyone reeling. The special abilities those three possessed were incredibly difficult to counter. If they coordinated their attacks, even Hashirama might struggle to say he could easily defeat them. But Ryan, he managed to take them out in an instant. At that moment, everyone turned to look at Ryan as if he were a monster. Yet Ryan himself remained unfazed. He understood his strength well. Though the three opponents seemed formidable, they didn't possess any true top-tier power. Moreover, their lack of coordination made them ineffective in battle. If Hokage had the battle IQ of Uchiha Madara, the fourth shinobi war wouldn't have ended so favorably for Naruto or any living being on the planet. As everyone processed this, the light curtain flickered with new information. The ratings for Ryan's world were about to be revealed. Fourth Hokage Ryan's world power. Final world strength score, 2,400 points. Note, first level Hokage world evaluation points range from 10 to 1,000, second level world evaluation points range from 1,000 to 10,000, and so on. What? This can't be real. An increase of 600 points? That's absurd. Hashirama stared at the ratings with wide eyes. No way. How am I supposed to catch up with him now? Madara, with a teasing grin, turned to his rival. Oh, so now you understand what it feels like to be number 2, don't you, Hashirama? Hashirama scowled and shot back. Quiet, you number 3. Naruto chuckled and added, hey, old man Madara, let's get this straight, I'm number 2, the second Hokage is number 3, and you're bringing up the rear at number 4. Tobirama, with a stern look, cut in. Brat, don't get too ahead of yourself. We haven't even seen the full rankings yet. The room erupted in shock as they saw the ratings. 2,400 points. This was an unprecedented score. After so many meetings, it was the first time the world had advanced over 2,000 points. And, of course, it was Ryan's world that set the new record. No one had forgotten it was Ryan's world that had first exceeded 1,000 points. 2. Dash. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. For commission requests and early access ko-fi.c/Mariani37. Chapter 196. Chapter 196. The score for Ryan's world this time was undeniably record-breaking, and it brought with it some exciting news. This achievement means that everyone's rewards will be drawn from the second-tier world prize pool, which is superior to the first-tier rewards. The Hokages were visibly thrilled. Finally, the second-tier prize pool. Obito exclaimed. Not surprising, right? Kakashi chimed in. A world's strength can only rise, after all. If we face anything world-destroying we can always ask for help. Everyone nodded in agreement, eager to see what rewards they might draw. At this point, drawing their prizes was the most important thing on their minds, far more significant than rankings and scores. Of course, the chat group's rules wouldn't change, and the announcement of ranking was next up. A hush fell over the group as the rankings began to be revealed. Everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting the announcement of second place. Even Naruto, Hashirama, and Tobirama felt a twinge of nervousness. With how quickly their worlds had been progressing, second place could very well belong to one of them. There's no doubt about it, while it might not be as good as first place, where you can select 3 rewards, getting to choose 2 rewards is still pretty impressive. With the right choices, those 2 rewards could significantly boost their strength, possibly even to the point of a rapid and profound transformation. It's not out of the question. Soon, the chat group's voice echoed with the results. Selection completed. Second place, second Hokage Tobirama's world. Madara's eyes widened as the score was revealed. Tobirama. Has he progressed this fast? Hashirama chuckled, shaking his head in mild disbelief. It's hard to believe, even for me. My brother's always been a genius, but this rate of progress, it's almost unbelievable. Tsunade crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips. I guess that's what happens when you mix an obsession with technology and a mind like Grandpa's. Still, even I didn't expect him to come this far so quickly. The announcement of second place left everyone in the room stunned. No one had expected Tobirama's world to claim this spot. Was it even reasonable? After all, in the previous ranking, Naruto's world had secured second place. At that time, Naruto's impressive debut had left a strong impression on everyone. Many had a gut feeling that Naruto's world might take second place again, given how difficult it was to catch up in such a short time. But now, Tobirama's world had emerged as the dark horse, defying all expectations. No one saw this coming. Tobirama had accomplished something truly extraordinary, yet he remained composed, his expression as calm and measured as ever. So it's my world, he remarked, almost nonchalantly. Not surprising. I have developed a lot of technology, after all. Though slightly surprised by the ranking, Tobirama's reaction was far less exaggerated than that of the others. Would you like to showcase your world's power? The chat group inquired. Without hesitation, Tobirama responded, go ahead. Show the world's strength. As his voice trailed off, the chat group began to display the technological advancements of his world. During this period, your primary focus has been on technology. Not only have you urged your scientific teams to push the boundaries of technological development, but you've also contributed significantly to these advancements yourself. Your world's rapid progress is a testament to these efforts. As they read this, the other Hokages began to understand, nodding in agreement. Minato nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Obito chimed in, crossing his arms thoughtfully. Exactly. That's how it should be. Hashirama added with a grin. No wonder Tobirama's world has progressed so quickly. It's all about technological development. Madara, with a hint of frustration, muttered. Ryan has been saying for a while that advancing technology is highly effective. Glasses Tsunade sighed, shaking her head. It's a shame I didn't focus on it sooner. When I return, I need to make sure Orochimaru takes technology research seriously. If I had, maybe I'd be in second place right now. The Hokages exchanged thoughts, realizing the potential they'd overlooked. Tobirama's reliance on technology to secure second place was met with general acceptance. No one was surprised by the outcome, and for good reason. Among all the Hokages present, Tobirama's talent in research and development was unmatched. The others combined couldn't hold a candle to his capabilities. After all, Tobirama was a ninja who pioneered many advancements on his own. His passion and confidence in this field were unparalleled. It could be said that, in the history of the Hokage world, Tobirama holds the title of the most scientifically adept shinobi. Few could rival him in this regard. After Kumo attacked Konoha, he retaliated decisively, forcing Kumo to submit. As a result, they quickly agreed to join the unified ninja world, bringing about peace. As they read this, the other Hokages nodded in agreement. Tobirama's success in unifying the ninja world had undoubtedly earned his world a significant boost in points. After all, in their eyes, one of the most crucial aspects of the current world rankings was the unification of the ninja world and the establishment of lasting peace. The difference in scores between a unified world and one still divided was substantial, and everyone was keenly aware of this. With this in mind, they all understood why Tobirama had secured second place. It was a well-deserved achievement, and no one had any objections to the ranking. One by one, they offered their congratulations to Tobirama. Congratulations, Grandpa. Both Tsunade exclaimed, their voice full of pride. Yet, second Hokage. Well done this time. Minato added with a nod of approval. As expected of my younger brother. Hashirama continued a broad smile on his face. Obito nodded in agreement. Ryan's been saying for a while that technological advancement is key. It's a shame I didn't put more emphasis on it. If I had, maybe I'd be in second place right now. The praises came one after another, and Tobirama couldn't help but look away at the compliments. Oh, it's nothing really. Let's not make too much of it, he replied, trying to downplay his accomplishment. With your ninja world fully at peace, the chat group continued. It has entered a phase of rapid development. Your previous technological advancements have played a crucial role, allowing your world to progress by leaps and bounds. However, hidden dangers remain. Uchiha Madara has begun to notice Konoha's rise. Reading the chat group's description, everyone understood that while Tobirama's world had made incredible strides, there were still significant challenges ahead. The journey to complete stability and security was far from over. Looks like there's still a lot of work to be done, Sasuke muttered, recognizing that despite the progress, Tobirama's world still faced considerable threats, particularly from Madara. Uchiha Madara's disruptive phase would certainly occupy him for some time. However, given the current strength of Tobirama's world and its rapid development, it seemed unlikely that Madara could significantly alter the balance of power. After the display of Tobirama's world power, everyone eagerly awaited the final score, curious to see how well his world had fared. At that moment, the screen revealed the current national strength score of Tobirama's world. Second Hokage Tobirama's world national strength is displayed. Final national strength score, 1,700 points. This was an exceptionally high score. If this score had been achieved in the previous meeting, it would have undoubtedly secured the second place. Compared to the score of Naruto's world when it first joined, this was an impressive 200-point increase. An outstanding achievement indeed. Chapter 197, Chapter 197. The chat group was alive with excitement as they watched the scoreboard. The numbers flickered and updated rapidly, revealing Tobirama's impressive standing. With a growth like this, it's no wonder second Hokage ranks second in the world ranking. Naruto exclaimed, his voice filled with genuine admiration. Tsunade nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the broader implications. This is the power of technological advancement. Grandpa's ability to innovate forbidden ninjutsu has always been remarkable, but seeing how it translates into such a large number of points is truly something. Madara, who had been observing quietly, spoke up with a tone of contemplation. It seems that when I return, I'll need to prioritize developing the technology in my world as well. The potential is undeniable, and if I'm to keep pace, I can't afford to ignore it. Tobirama, who rarely showed emotion, allowed a small, satisfied smile to cross his lips. Technology is a tool, but like any tool, its power lies in how you wield it. It's not just about the advancements themselves, but about applying them strategically. Absolutely. Obito chimed in, his eyes fixed on the rapidly increasing numbers. The score has increased at an impressive rate. It's a testament to his innovations and the systems he's put in place. Hashirama, ever the idealist, couldn't help but chuckle. I've always focused on the people, but maybe I've underestimated the impact of these innovations. Tobirama, you've shown us that there's more than one way to protect and strengthen our world. Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rapid progress in Tobirama's world. It finally made them realize one crucial thing: technological development is essential. Not only does it strengthen their world's defenses, but it also improves the overall quality of life. With each subsequent evaluation, the scores are bound to keep rising, thanks to these advancements. The group was genuinely pleased with the results. It revealed a promising new path to dramatically increase their world's strength. The most striking part was that Tobirama's world, which didn't even make the top 3 last time, had now skyrocketed to second place. It was a testament to how remarkable the technological advancement and unification of the world had an impact on rankings. As for Tobirama himself, he remained as composed as ever. While his demeanor didn't show it, the past 6 months had been exhausting for him. Unlike the other Hokages, who didn't have to engage in research, Tobirama had been tirelessly working on several projects. Tobirama was in a league of his own. He was the most accomplished scientific researcher in the entire world, and if he didn't handle the research himself, who would? On top of that, there were countless responsibilities he had to juggle as Hokage. Balancing these two demanding aspects meant he often had to rely on his shadow clones just to keep up with everything. The toll on him was significant, and the strain of managing it all was immense. Once this round was over, Tobirama knew he needed to take a well-deserved break. The past 6 months had been incredibly taxing. At that moment, the other Hokages looked at him with admiration. Hashirama even patted him on the shoulder, grinning. Brother, you're incredible. So, what's your next plan? Tobirama couldn't help but smile wryly. He knew his brother all too well. Hashirama wasn't one to concern himself with the details of governance. Tobirama could already guess that Hashirama typically left those matters to others. Even if Tobirama shared some of his strategies, they'd likely go unused. But he didn't voice these thoughts. As Tobirama surveyed the progress his world had made, he felt a renewed sense of determination. The rapid development this time around had been impressive, and it served as a reminder to stay vigilant because nothing else mattered as much as keeping up this momentum. Last time, he didn't even make it into the top 3, but now he has jumped to second place. His score has increased by hundreds of points. In comparison, although his world isn't ranked number 1, the gap has closed. From a progress standpoint, Ryan's rate of improvement isn't as fast as Tobirama's world. After this meeting, I need to be more vigilant and push for faster development in my world. Without a sense of urgency, it's possible someone could easily catch up next time, and that's not something he wants to see happen. If I do get overtaken, it would mean that the efforts of the past 6 months haven't been as effective as they should have been. I'd rather avoid that outcome entirely. As everyone was discussing, the voice of the chat group rang out again, and the screen in the center changed. Selection completed. 3rd place, 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto's world. When Naruto saw that his world had taken 3rd place, he finally let out a sigh of relief. It was too close for comfort. Luckily, he managed to stay in the top 3 this time, otherwise, it would have been embarrassing, especially considering he was in 2nd place last time and scored 1,500 points. With such a high base score, if progress had been slow, it would have indicated a serious flaw in Naruto's governance. Fortunately, this score was proof enough that his world was moving forward steadily. Although he was caught up in Tobirama's world, his strong foundation meant there were still excellent opportunities ahead to secure a top ranking. Naruto reassured himself with this thought. The others quickly offered their support. As expected of Naruto. Well done. Hashirama Senju exclaimed, his voice brimming with pride. You've truly lived up to the legacy of our village. Yet, Naruto. Not bad at all. Tsunade Senju added with a grin. Minato, Naruto's father and the fourth Hokage, couldn't help but smile with deep pride. You've done exceptionally well, Naruto. I always knew you had the potential to achieve great things, but seeing it unfold like this, I'm beyond proud. You've surpassed even my expectations. Everyone was encouraging Naruto, recognizing his accomplishments. After all, Naruto was the youngest of them, both in age and in experience at the Hokage meetings. As the most recent addition, he still commanded a sense of grace and respect from the others. At that moment, the voice of the chat group echoed once more. Do you want to display world strength? Seeing the prompt on the screen, Naruto immediately chose to display the process. There was no reason to hide anything. With his confirmation, the chat group began showing the national power of Naruto's world. After the Hokage meeting, you returned to your world. You began special research and development in technology. At the same time, you also gained valuable information from the chat group members and your father. Seeing these developments, no one was surprised. It seemed that Naruto's overall strategy was sound, following a path of normal and steady growth. With a strong foundation and continuous progress, achieving third place was entirely expected. In your world, however, the Tsutsukee clan launched an attack during the Chunin exams. You called for reinforcements and successfully averted the crisis. Since the world has returned to the era of peace. As the Hokages read this description, they all nodded in understanding. They were well acquainted with this particular event, having been involved themselves. When Momoshiki, Uruseki, and Kinseki invaded Konoha, Naruto immediately called for help, and all of them responded, decisively defeating the Tsutsukee clan. During that time, they also observed the level of development in Naruto's world. What caught everyone off guard was that the attack had occurred during the Chunin exams. The mention of the Chunin exams brought back memories for the group. The Hokage chat group was quiet for a moment, the weight of past experiences hanging in the air, until Kakashi Hatake, the third Hokage in this timeline, broke the silence with a weary sigh. The Chunin exams always seem to bring trouble, he remarked, his voice tinged with the fatigue of someone who had seen too much. The others nodded in agreement, each reflecting on their memories of the exams. Yet, it's rarely peaceful during the exams, Tsunade Senjo said, her tone resigned but not surprised. There's always some unexpected challenge that turns everything upside down. It's like the exams are cursed to never go smoothly. Madara Uchiha, with his characteristic intensity, couldn't help but smirk slightly. Trouble follows strength. Konoha is strong, and that attracts challenges. The Chunin exams are just another battleground where we prove our strength. Kakashi, appreciating the camaraderie despite the shared frustration, leaned back and chuckled softly. Perhaps it's just the fate of our Konoha village. At least we've learned to expect the unexpected. Dash. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. For commission requests and early access ko-fi.c*m/Mariani37. Chapter 198, Chapter 198. After a wave of sighs, everyone grew curious and fell silent, waiting eagerly for the final notification from the chat group. They all wondered, what would be the final score of Naruto's world this time? Last time, its score reached 1,500 points and still came in third. Could the world's power level decline this time? Since the Hokages joined the chat group, no world has ever experienced a decrease in its rating. Every world had consistently shown progress, with scores only moving upward. If Naruto world score were to drop now, it would be an unprecedented event, something that had never happened before and would be a major concern for all of them. As everyone speculated, the chat group's notification suddenly sprang up. On the central screen, a score appeared. 7th Hokage Naruto world strength score, 1,650 points. 1,650. That was quite a high score. The second place world, Tobirama's, had 1,700 points. That meant the difference between second and third place was a mere 50 points, an unusually small gap. Typically, rankings between different worlds had gaps of several hundred points. Such a narrow margin, just 50 points, was practically unseen. It seemed that Naruto's world could have secured second place with just a bit more effort. However, the unfortunate timing of the Otsutsuki attack left it falling short by a mere 50 points. Otherwise, the ranking would have been much more critical. After seeing the score, Naruto was a little taken aback, then a bit amused. I didn't expect to be just 50 points away, what a shame, he muttered. The narrow gap to second place stung, making him feel a sense of regret for how close they had come. If the difference had been much larger, he might have felt less disappointed. Others quickly rallied to comfort him. Minato, ever the optimist, said, it's only 50 points, nothing to be sulk about. You've got a real shot at closing that gap next time. He added with a reassuring smile, in fact, this is encouraging. A smaller gap means a better chance to catch up to the second Hokage, don't you think? Kakashi, always practical, nodded in agreement. Exactly, Naruto. You've made a significant leap over 100 points this time. Given the Otsutsuki attack and the moon crisis in your world, that's an impressive achievement. With everyone's encouragement, Naruto's mood began to lift. He didn't feel as frustrated as before. However, he still reflected on himself. Over the past 6 months, he hadn't been working hard enough on technology. If he had put in more effort, maybe the improvement would have been more than just 150 points. He remembered clearly, the last time he joined the meeting, the world power level had reached 1,500 points. After half a year, it had only increased by 150 points. This rate of progress felt far too slow compared to second Hokage. If only I had worked harder, Naruto thought to himself, making a firm resolution in his heart. After the meeting ended, he would go home alone, determined to do everything he could to help his world progress and improve his Konoha. With the top 3 rankings already decided, all that remained were the rankings from 4th to 12th place. However, the Hokages present didn't pay much attention to these. After attending many meetings, they understood one thing clearly, the top 3 positions came with bonuses, while the rest only offered guaranteed rewards. While the guaranteed rewards weren't bad, there was no element of choice involved. The difference between who placed 4th or 5th seemed relatively unimportant. So, the Hokages were no longer concerned with these lower rankings. What everyone truly cared about now was when the ranking announcement would end and when it would be time for the rewards. Receiving those rewards was what mattered most to everyone. As anticipation grew, the room fell silent. All eyes turned to the screen, waiting for the chat group to reveal the remaining rankings. Soon, the robotic voice of the chat group rang out. 4th place, Uchiha Madara's world. Current status, your world has achieved long-standing unification, establishing a stable and controlled peace under your rule. Achievements, you have embarked on the task of capturing the tailed beasts, a crucial step in consolidating power and strengthening your rule. You have successfully captured 2 of these formidable beasts. Shikaku, the one-tail, known for its immense sand manipulation abilities. Matobi, the two-tail, recognized for its powerful fire techniques. World strength development, your focused efforts in capturing these tailed beasts have contributed to substantial growth in your world's overall strength. Final world strength score, 1,350 points. Uchiha Madara, upon seeing his rating, nodded slightly to himself. Last time, he had achieved 1,200 points, and this time, he had seen an improvement of 150 points. Under previous circumstances, this might have been enough to secure a spot in the top 3. However, with the competition growing fiercer, Naruto, ever the wildcard, and Tobirama's natural talent in research and innovation had always set him apart, and his ability to enhance the world's strength was evident in the scores. He observed the results with a mix of irritation and determination. The close call only fueled his resolve to bridge the gap and prove his worth. Despite his growth in points, it hadn't brought him much higher in the rankings. Observing the development of other worlds, Madara began to reflect on his approach. In his view, he hadn't focused enough on the technical aspects while dealing with the tailed beasts. Although capturing the tailed beasts had significantly increased his world's strength, the lack of technological advancement had held him back. And in his era, technology is the fastest way to gain ground. Understanding this, Madara saw why his ranking had dropped and accepted it as a normal consequence. Just then, the voice of the chat group continued to announce the rankings. 5th place, Road to Ninja Tsunade's world. World strength score, 1,210 points. 6th place, 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama's world. World strength score, 1,110 points. 7th place, 5th Hokage Tsunade's world. World strength score, 1,000 points. Seeing the current ratings, the Hokages felt a sense of satisfaction and relief. Especially for the Hokages who ranked 7th or higher, there was a significant difference compared to last time. Now, even the 7th place had a world power score of 1,000 points. Everyone had easily surpassed the secondary prize pool, which marked an impressive achievement. It was clear that this was a huge step forward, and the consistent improvement with each ranking gave everyone hope. They were determined to keep striving, believing things could only get better from here. Just then, the voice of the chat group continued. On the screen, the next set of rankings appeared. 8th place, Tsukuyomi World 6th Hokage Uchiha Obito's World. World Power Score, 950 points. 9th place, 6th Hokage Kakashi's World. World Power Score, 900 points. Both worlds showed steady progress, with their scores continuing to rise. Although they hadn't reached the 1,000-point mark yet, 950 and 900 points were very close. It was likely that by the next meeting, their worlds would break into the 1,000-point range, reflecting very rapid advancement with the help of the chat group. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. For commission requests and early access ko-fi.c*/m/Mariani37. Chapter 199. Chapter 199. The voice of the chat group continued to echo. On the screen, the last 3 rankings appeared. 10th place, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato's World. World Strength Evaluation, 880 points. Minato's World had reached 880 points this time, a notable score. It was only 20 points shy of the 900-point mark, a nearly insignificant difference. The progress in Minato's World was evident to everyone. When he asked other worlds for help, the other Hokages responded and assisted in dealing with the Akatsuki. Once those threats were neutralized, the rest was much smoother. Minato's World went from conquering other small countries and shinobi villages to unifying the entire world in a remarkably short time. As expected of the Yellow Flash of Konoha, everything happened too quickly. 11th place, the original 6th Hokage Uchiha Sasuke's World. Final World Strength Evaluation, 750 points. 12th place, 5th Hokage Kakashi's World. Final World Strength Evaluation, 740 points. These rankings came as no surprise to the last two. While they remained in the final spots, both had shown steady improvement. Sasuke's World, for instance, had strengthened its position by forming a strategic alliance with Suna, bringing greater stability and cooperation. Meanwhile, Kakashi's World had taken a more aggressive approach, recalling the legendary sun and waging war and ultimately conquering Suna to expand its influence. With the ranking of the last two worlds completed, the selection process finally came to an end. All 12 worlds had been ranked, and now the most anticipated moment had arrived, the reward phase. At this point, all the Hokage's faces were filled with excitement. They sat quietly in their chairs, their eyes fixed on the central screen, waiting for the chat group to announce the rewards. Everyone was eager to find out what kind of rewards would be distributed this time. Hashirama leaned forward with a grin, his excitement evident. The rewards will surely be something we haven't seen. Each time, not a single reward has been repeated. Tobirama nodded in agreement, his expression more reserved but his eyes gleaming with interest. Indeed, brother. Even the 7th place reached 1,000 points this time. It's clear that everyone is making rapid progress, he added, his analytical tone betraying a hint of anticipation. The anticipation for the rewards was palpable. It was always the highlight of these meetings. The Hokages continued to discuss among themselves, the tension mounting with every passing moment. Finally, the voice of the chat group broke through their chatter, and the screen began to change. Reward settlement completed. First place, 4th Hokage Ryan's World. The world strength score for first place has reached an impressive 2,400 points, meeting the criteria for a secondary level world. Rewards will be drawn from the secondary level world. Choose 3 out of 5 rewards. Reward 1, Dual Renegade Palm Technique. Reward 2, Zanpakuto, Random Ability. Reward 3, Heretic Path. Reward 4, Kema. Reward 5, a Random Stand Ability. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged as the Hokages leaned forward, eager with anticipation to see which rewards Ryan would select. Madara's eyes widened as he took in the list of rewards. What kind of abilities are these? He exclaimed, clearly taken aback by the unfamiliar options. Tsunade squinted at the list, her curiosity piqued. These abilities look a bit unusual. I recognize Zanpakuto and Stand, but the other 3 are completely new to me. Hashirama, always quick to add his perspective, nodded in agreement. Yet, I'm familiar with Zanpakuto and Stand, but the Dual Renegade Palm Technique, Heretic Path, and Kema are all new. They might be related to the Renegade, though. It's like they've come from a whole different level of jutsu. As the trio examined the reward options, murmurs of confusion spread through the group. It wasn't their fault, most of these abilities were completely unfamiliar to them. But for Ryan, the moment he saw the list, his eyes widened with excitement. Ryan's eyes widened as he scanned the list of rewards. This can't be real, he thought, his mind racing. The rewards this time, they're incredible. He quickly realized that the rewards were closely related to Momoshiki Satsuki's abilities. While the others were puzzled, Ryan understood perfectly well. Aside from the standard rewards like a random Zanpakuto or Stand ability, the rest were Kekiata and Rinnegan techniques from the Satsuki clan. Certainly, Momoshiki had been defeated relatively easily, but that didn't diminish the true power of his abilities. They were extraordinarily formidable powers Ryan had long coveted. He had even requested the scientific research department to attempt cloning or uncovering the fundamental principles behind these techniques, but their efforts had been fruitless until now. I never expected this, Ryan mused, a grin spreading across his face. The rewards this time, they're incredible. Seeing these abilities here in the chat group is a dream come true. This time, the reward mentioned these abilities specifically. Upon seeing them, Ryan didn't hesitate, he immediately chose all the abilities associated with its Satsuki Momoshiki. The first ability, Dual Renegade Palm Technique, might have a strange name, but its power was anything but ordinary. It was one of Momoshiki's most formidable abilities and was unique to his Rinnegan. With this ability, 2 Rinnegans would appear in his palms. The Rinnegan on his right hand could absorb vast amounts of chakra, whether ninjutsu or raw chakra, completely assimilating it into his body. This not only restored his strength but could also make him even stronger. Meanwhile, the Rinnegan on his left hand allowed him to reflect whatever he had just absorbed. The reflected force was even stronger than the originally absorbed, amplifying its power several times over. With such an ability, Ryan could now counter any ninjutsu, combining it with the powers he already possessed, making him virtually unstoppable. The second ability, the Heretic Technique, while more common, was still an undeniably potent Rinnegan ability. This technique enabled Ryan to create and launch black rods with the help of his Rinnegan at high speed. Upon hitting an enemy, these rods would directly disrupt the target's chakra flow, rendering them unable to use chakra. This skill could effectively neutralize any shinobi. With these 2 abilities at his disposal, Ryan was more powerful than ever. Even for Naruto, if he were hit by this technique, he wouldn't be able to use his abilities for a short period. It's an incredibly powerful and exaggerated ability. And then there was the final reward, Kema. This was the most extraordinary ability of all. While it might not see much use in direct combat, it was an unparalleled tool for survival. The Kema was a unique power of the Satsuki clan, allowing the user to convert their body into data and merge it with another person's body. A mark would appear on the host's body, and as long as the mark remained, the original owner could not die. In other words, with the Kema, Ryan had essentially achieved a form of immortality. Obtaining these 3 abilities made Ryan feel elated. He still had the option to forego these rewards and select others, but he had no intention of giving them up. These 3 powers were far too incredible, they filled him with immense satisfaction. With them, he could truly claim the title of the Satsuki. Ryan chose the 3 abilities without hesitation. There was no need to deliberate further. Once Ryan finished making his selections, the focus shifted to the rewards for the second place winner. Chapter 200, Chapter 200. The notification sound of the chat group echoed. In the main screen, the reward for the second place winner was displayed. Second place, Tobirama sent to the second Hokage. Optional rewards, select 2 from the following 3. Reward 1, Perfect Logia Devil Fruit, no weakness from seawater. Reward 2, a random type of haki. Reward 3, a random Zanpakuto, from an alternate world storyline. Tobirama's eyes lit up as he read the options. All 3 rewards were exceptional, each offering powers Tobirama had yet to master. While he hadn't gained abilities from the Bleach world, his extensive research into the nature of souls gave him a keen understanding of their potential. Even though he could only choose 2, Tobirama knew he had to select abilities that would best complement his tactical style of combat, amplifying his already lethal presence on the battlefield. This was his chance to experience one of these powers firsthand. It was exactly the opportunity he'd been waiting for. If not for the 2 out of 3 limit, Tobirama would have taken all the rewards without hesitation. However, since only 2 could be selected, he thought carefully and made his decision. He chose the Perfect Logia Devil Fruit and a random type of haki. The sheer natural power of a Logia type Devil Fruit was too valuable to pass up. If it had been a random selection between Paramecia and Zoan, he wouldn't have been as interested, but this was different. He hadn't obtained a Logia fruit before, he had experimented with Paramecia and Zoan types in the past. The choice was made, and now, the second Hokage would wield powers from worlds beyond his own. Although there are many powerful abilities, many are relatively useless. If Tobirama were to choose one of those weaker abilities, it would be a waste of his potential. However, Logia-type devil fruits are a different story. Almost none of them are weak, and even the less powerful ones still offer extraordinary abilities. The only reason someone might not fully utilize a Logia is if they lack combat awareness or skill. Tobirama, of course, was not that type of person. As long as he acquired a fruit of at least average power, his ability to wield it would far surpass that of others. There was no doubt in his mind that he could unlock the full potential of whatever he received. The other option he chose, random type of Haki, was also an excellent choice. All three forms of Haki conquerors, armament and observation are invaluable, and ideally, he would acquire all of them. Even if they weren't offered as rewards now, Tobirama believed the Hokages could eventually find a way to master all three. These abilities provide unmatched benefits in attack, defense, and perception, so his decision was immediate and without hesitation. The only reward he passed on was the Zanpakuto. Though he was tempted to choose it, the uncertainty surrounding its powers made it a lesser choice compared to Logia devil fruit and Haki. In the case of the Zanpakuto, some are extremely powerful, while others are relatively weak. If he were to receive a weaker one at random, it would be a waste. That's why Tobirama ultimately opted for the first two rewards. Selection complete. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 random Logia devil fruit, no weakness, and 1 random type of Haki. Rewards will be distributed after the meeting ends. With his choices made, Tobirama stepped back, and all eyes turned to Naruto, the third place contestant. It was now his turn to choose his reward. Third place, 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto World. Optional rewards, choose one of two. Reward 1, Armament Haki. Reward 2, a random perfect Logia devil fruit. As Naruto hesitated to make a choice, Kakashi, who was now a formidable user of the Gorogoro no Mi, approached him. Naruto, Kakashi, now user of the Gorogoro no Mi from the 3rd Hokage's world, began with a steady, reassuring tone. As someone who wields a Logia-type power myself, I can tell you firsthand that a Logia devil fruit offers incredible advantages. It can transform your abilities, granting you elemental control and immunity to most physical attacks. The versatility and sheer power of Logia fruits are unmatched. It's truly a game-changer for a shinobi. He placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. Armament Haki is indeed a strong ability, but it can be acquired in other ways and will likely come your way in the future. A Logia fruit, on the other hand, is a rare chance. It will enhance your ninjutsu and give you a level of power that is hard to find anywhere else. Naruto's eyes widened with understanding as Kakashi's advice sank in. After listening to Kakashi's advice, Naruto quickly chose the second one. He nodded, feeling more confident about his choice. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. I get it now. The Logia fruit it is. Now, Naruto couldn't help but wonder, what kind of Logia fruit would he receive? Given his already powerful physique, the addition of a devil fruit would undoubtedly make him even more formidable. After his selection, the chat group issued another notification. Selection complete. Congratulations to Naruto Uzumaki on obtaining perfect Logia devil fruit. Rewards will be distributed after the meeting ends. After the top 3 rewards had been claimed, the chat group's voice echoed once more, revealing the guaranteed rewards for the remaining participants. The rankings appeared on the light curtain. According to ranking: 4th place, Uchiha Madara World. 5th place, Road to Ninja Tsunade World. 6th place, 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama World. 7th place, 5th Hokage Tsunade World. 8th place, Tsukuyomi World. 5th Hokage Uchiha Obito World. 9th place, 6th Hokage Kakashi World. 10th place, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato World. 11th place, 6th Hokage Uchiha Sasuke World. 12th place, 5th Hokage Kakashi World. Guaranteed reward for all above worlds, Physique Enhancer, increases the physical strength of the user to 3 times the current level. Seeing this guaranteed reward left the Hokages pleasantly surprised. No one had expected such a valuable prize. Although they weren't familiar with the specifics of the Physique Enhancer, the promise of tripling their physical abilities was nothing short of extraordinary. With enhanced physiques, their attack power, defense, and even healing capabilities were bound to see significant improvements. This upgrade was sure to make a huge difference in future battles. For ninjas, the most crucial element is chakra, which is heavily influenced by life force. With their physiques enhanced, their chakra levels would see a massive boost. The person most thrilled by this revelation was Hashirama, who burst into laughter. I don't know about the others, but this reward is perfect for me, he exclaimed cheerfully. As Hashirama reveled in his good fortune, Madara's gaze turned sharp. Stop with that boost, he said, his tone laced with a hint of arrogance. Your strength is quite impressive, but it wouldn't surpass my own, even with the enhanced physique. The gap between us is more than just raw power. Everyone quickly realized he was right. As the first Hokage, revered as the god of shinobi, Hashirama's physical prowess was already on a monstrous level. His passive healing ability alone could rival Tsunade's creation rebirth technique. A physique 3 times stronger. It was unimaginable how powerful he could become. The others were equally pleased, recognizing the benefits for themselves. Take Kakashi, for example. His greatest weakness was always his limited chakra, Sharingan, and Gorogoro sapping his chakra at a high rate. He constantly ran short. But with his physical strength tripled, his chakra reserves would finally be more than enough. His overall strength would increase significantly, and he'd no longer need to carefully ration his chakra during battles. For Minato, his reaction speed would skyrocket, making his flying thunder god technique even more terrifying than before. The power boost was undeniable for all of them.